Hey, what's up, Crypto?
Yeah, I'm just finished the karaoke evening, so I'm just driving back home. What are you up to?
Nice. Yeah, you mean you like hosting a karaoke event?
Yeah. Just in a pub in sort of just north of London.
Okay, nice.
It's kind of nice. It's lovely. It's a lovely job. I'm so glad I found a job like this because I think if I was stuck in some dead end job that I hated, I would, you know, it'd be a real issue. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. Um, so I guess people fall into stuff they like anyway, but that's nice.
Yeah, that's cool. No, it sounds fun to get out and people are all having a good time and everybody loves music. It's always good to be around music all day.
Yeah, and also, I mean, like, I actually get to sing, and I really enjoy singing, but I also get to. I'm in a rare position of almost being like a paid musician. I know that I'm like singing other people's songs, not my own songs, but I mean, I still kind of see it like that because I've got so many of my friends who are musicians who are broke, and they're all looking for that big break or that one song that's going to make them famous and whatnot. And I just think, well, if this is what I'm doing in the meantime until that happens or doesn't happen for me, then I'm happy anyway.
Yeah, for sure. No, that sounds fun. So how does it work? Like uh is it that you kind of started off that you do a couple to start to or like in between when people are too shy to get up there or like how does that actually work?
Yeah, spot on. So normally what happens is at 8 o'clock, no one's drunk enough. Um, I'd imagine it works a little bit differently in America because Americans tend to be a bit more, I would say, confident generally around these kinds of things. Obviously, you're talking about 300 million people, so it's not all Americans or anything like that. But Brits are very reserved, and so they need to be drunk before they start singing. So I'll do like maybe two or three to start off, and then someone will get the courage to come up, and then you'll have like an avalanche after that.
Right. That's cool. That's pretty fun. So yeah, so you kind of get the night started because
Yeah,
yeah, it's a
and I
little
think
bit hard for people to be the first one to get up there.
yeah, exactly. But for me, it doesn't bother me at all. I've always actually liked being in front of people. When I was, I think, 6 or 7, I was the main actor in Othello's. What was it? It's just called Othello, isn't it? But I was like the. I'm trying to think. Who was the main character in Othello? Is it Othello? Um,
Um,
so that was like 30 years ago, so it's a long time ago. I'm trying to think. But anyway, I was like an actor sort of when I was a child, and then I realised I wasn't very good at it, so I stopped. But it was fun.
I just looked it up. Othello and Lago are the two
Right. Okay.
the two main
Yeah.
characters.
See, that doesn't even ring any bells to me. So that's how long that ago that was. Um, but I know I remember my mum telling me that I was the main character sort of thing when I was very young. So even when I was like basically just 6, 7, 8 years old, um, I was like sort of being out in front of people, and it never really phased me.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a good skill to have. So when you sing, like, is it like what kinds of songs in general?
And unfortunately, it's not the kind of stuff I actually like. Um, but it is kind of. Do you guys? You must have heard of Ed Sheeran out in the States, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so I've got the same range as Ed Sheeran, so I tend to do a lot of his songs. Um, so Thinking Out Loud, Perfect, and I've recently added Bad Habits to my kind of repertoire. But I don't really like his stuff, but it's easy for me to sing, so I kind of just do it because it's popular.
yeah,
Uh, I've also
awesome.
got similar to George Michael, so I tend to kind of stick to those two.
Yeah, yeah, those are both great artists. Yeah, Ed Sheeran's amazing. His songs are it's just incredible songwriting.
He is a very good songwriter. It's just not really my style of music. Like you know the kind of stuff I like. But you can't deny that he's a fantastic artist. Just doesn't speak to my heart, you know. Like his music just doesn't speak to me. But you know, it's not meant to. Not every person's like meant to love every song. So, but what would you say is like your kind of favorite style or genre?
Well, I love a lot of music, but if I had to kind of say one that fits me, it would be. I mean, I guess it's considered jam band is kind of in some way, but Fish.
Fish.
It's spelled Phish.
Never heard of them.
Oh wow, you've never heard of? Interesting. I mean, they're like one of the biggest sort of touring bands of all time in terms of the amount of shows. Like they play Madison Square Garden pretty much every New Year's, like since 1995. I think Rolling Stone like had them in like the top 5 highest grossing bands ever, just because they basically the Grateful Dead.
Yeah.
So the Grateful Dead kind of had their huge following, that kind of jam band, I guess hippie, kind of thing. But it's where they play the songs but they stretch out into jams, in between the actual songs, and then every show is different, every set list is different. It always has that kind of you never know what's going to happen. So it kind of brings some of that improvisation from jazz and blues and all of that, but it kind of brings it into with these different genres. And so Fish was a band that was certainly influenced by Grateful Dead back in the 80s and 90s. And then when Jerry Garcia passed away in 95, Fish was like right at their peak. And so it seems like a huge amount of the Grateful Dead crowd came over into the Fish crowd. And so Fish was able to, just be playing these tours, at all these huge arenas and stadiums, spring tour, summer tour, fall tour. So I think that's how they've kind of racked up the, just selling out these 20, 30,000 people venues. But they've never really hit the mainstream very much. I mean, there's a couple songs that might pop up on the radio, but it's interesting that they're still, I mean, they've been on David Letterman and Jay Leno and those kinds of shows, but in a way, they're not really very well known in the mainstream. But then ironically, they've been like this huge, touring band as well. So, but yeah, they're definitely one of my favorites that have been for years. And then there's a lot of other sort of bands in that genre as well. I mean, I wouldn't say that completely defines me, but I really do love the improvisational jams like that, where they kind of, reaching these, it's like tension and release, like reaching these like, these peaks and highs and then the valleys, and it's like an adventure. So the music itself. So I definitely, it's one of my favorite, forms of music.
Yeah. Well, I think actually you might like some of the stuff that I'm about to talk about. Have you ever heard of a band called Dream Theater?
Yeah, I like Dream Theater.
Okay, yeah, because that's I would put them squarely in like prog metal is where I would place them. And I would say that a lot of people say that like Tool were the kind of the prog metal genesis, so to speak. But I think that there were a lot of bands, even bands like Rush back in the were they 70s or 80s? They were doing some really interesting stuff with like heavier sounds, like a long time ago. Obviously, Zeppelin are in that mold as well, and I just think, obviously, that it seems to be like there's a difference between doing improv on stage versus going on journeys through songs actually in a recorded environment. So I understand that there's kind of a difference there, but I think that was what was interesting about Dream Theater, because everything you said about Fish is true of Dream Theater as well. Like they were never really like massive in the mainstream, certainly not in England. But if Dream Theater plays a show over here, they sell out every time.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know their music super well. Everything I've heard, I like though, from what I've heard. But it's good that you mentioned them because I'd like to check them out a bit more. But that's always the sense I've had with them. Yeah, like they have that popularity, they can sell out, but it's not necessarily kind of pushed by the more mainstream kind of track or whatever that is in terms of the way that the music is kind of distributed in that sense. But they've also had they've always had a following though, as far as I know.
Yeah, exactly. And I think nowadays it's really easy just to sidestep the mainstream. because you have all these lovely platforms like Spotify, and you have all these lovely platforms like Facebook. Now, as much as I dislike Facebook, they do have a very advanced advertising platform, which means that if you had the money and the will and the music, you can just ignore the music industry nowadays. You just find your fans on Facebook and just market to them relentlessly, and then you're done. You don't need an exec sitting in an office chewing on a cigar. You don't need them anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Fish was a rare band in the way that they kind of built their following through word of mouth. Really, I mean, there was a way in which the Grateful Dead crowd kind of jumped onto them. But yeah, they were kind of well known for in that way, where they kind of built a following through word of mouth and through the live shows, where they didn't really have to depend on record labels and mainstream advertising and MTV and all that, which is pretty cool and kind of rare. At least it was even more so back in the 90s to be able to be selling out these huge 20, 30,000 people arenas, but virtually have nothing that's even being played, no music videos on MTV or, especially back in the 90s when that was kind of how bands used to get popular.
Yeah, but the thing is as well is that those kinds of bands always had fleeting success, didn't they? Like I remember a band that comes to mind instantly is a band called Taproot, who you've probably never heard of, because they were all over like Kerrang and VH1 and all these other kind of like rock channels. They had this one song called Poem that was massive for like 6 months, but then they didn't really have an album to back it up. And then they kind of just fell by the wayside. No one really gave a shit because the following wasn't there really. It was all fake.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've heard of them, but yeah, that's interesting. So it's kind of like a little bit the opposite, where they don't really have as much of the word of mouth following. But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they really had many organic fans, if any, when they kind of got big, quote unquote. But then they got small very quickly, Whereas, I mean, a good example of someone who just played relentless shows to get a following is Ed Sheeran. I mean, he went out touring constantly when he was young to really kind of get very good. And then when he got picked up, he already had all of these amazing songs and was very comfortable playing in front of crowds. So it was like they just kind of plucked him and just put him in front of bigger crowds. That was it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's interesting. It's like more organic in that way. Yeah, it's interesting how bands have had that because I get the sense that some of these bands that got pumped up by MTV or whatever, and then it's that what do they call it, like the one hit wonder, where they sort of didn't really have much of a fan base. It was just through that advertising. So then once the record label or whatever kind of drops them and moves on to the next person, then it's like they don't have a career anymore.
Yeah, and that's a shame, but also it's kind of what the record labels want because a Guns N' Roses will sell records regardless of whether they have a record label or not. And so record labels don't want people like Guns N' Roses. They might like them in the short term because it means they get to take a cut of all their money, right? But the second that they're not useful to the band just dumps them, right? Whereas when you have a talentless singer like Jason Derulo, just as an example, don't mean to pick on him. Like if Jason Derulo got dropped by his record label tomorrow, no one would care. I don't think anyone would even notice. And they would be on to the next guy who was kind of looked a bit like Jason Derulo and sounded a bit like Jason Derulo and had a six pack, right? That would be the next guy. But it would just be like Dwayne Davies or whatever. Like it doesn't matter that it's him. It matters that he's ticking their boxes.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't write his own songs. Like, this is the thing. Is like Beyonce barely writes her own music, and so she's got an iconic voice and she's a very good singer, but she doesn't write any songs. So I think they were saying like, "Who Run the World?" That song, "Who Run the World, Girls," right? That one had like 12 producers and 14 songwriters and like 6 lyricists and a bunch of other dickheads. And it's like, why do you need all these people to write a really, really simple song? I mean, I can't even answer that question. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like that's the case in a lot of the mainstream music. Like somebody that I've never, necessarily been like a fan of, but like Miley Cyrus, that kind of pop music. And for some reason, I had come across like she did this like a somewhat acoustic version of that Party in the USA, and I was kind of impressed by it. Even though when that song came out, it was such a pop thing. It never would have been something I would have been into, even though it's kind of a catchy song. But she did this acoustic version of it, and I was like, wow, she's pretty good singer. And then for some reason, I was like, all of a sudden YouTube started recommending these other things, and I found this song of hers that she did. It was off one of those early albums, and like clearly she didn't write it at all, but it was like a really good song, and I'm like, wow, this just sort of shows you how when you get all these other writers involved and they can write up these songs, and then you just throw a good singer in there. Yeah, so that seems to be the recipe for a lot of these, especially more pop music like that.
It's a shame though, because you've ruined a lot of the artistry, and like I was saying before, they do it in order to make any one part replaceable, and that's the real shame.
Yeah. Yeah, it could just replace it out.
Yeah.
It's also kind of cool though in a way, because then you get like these multiple people that are writing it, in a way, so it kind of ends up being like more of a team. But yeah, I know what you mean, that there's less of a transfer of the artistry, like from the actual musician to the music. So it's almost like they're doing karaoke in a way. They're just singing someone else's song.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Yeah, because if I produce a song and then like Rihanna sings on it, she's just doing crypto karaoke.
Yeah. It's like a cover song almost at that point.
Yeah, exactly. And also, like, I remember watching this interview once with the band Little Mix?
Little Bits?
Little Mix, MIX.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've heard of them.
Well, there's some English girl band, and you must have heard of Missy Elliott, the rapper.
Yeah.
So Missy Elliott featured on a Little Mix song, and I was watching an interview because I was really bored. And they said, "Oh yeah, it's a shame we didn't get to meet her because she was featured on our song," right? And these are the exact words. And it just made me, and because I was obviously naive, me thought, well, they must have at least met up to record it together, right? No, they don't even meet up to record the fucker together anymore. It's just, we're going to do our part in our studio in England. You're going to do your part in your studio in America. We'll just throw it together and release it, and it'll make money.
Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, they didn't even. Yeah, like they're not even cohesive on the actual project. It's like, that's separated. It reminds me, I think there's that one Timber, that song with like Kesha, and I heard that they did it that way too, where like it wasn't even recorded together. It's like they just like recorded Kesha's part, separately, and then the Timber, and then they just kind of paste it all together later.
Yeah, that doesn't. I mean, yeah, it's the same. It's just there's no artistry at that point, because like as an artist or an artist pair, you would have thought you get together to jam to see what comes out. But this is like the whole. It's not even the. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like they haven't done anything together. Like absolutely nothing. Oh, anyway. I think all of this is why the music industry is dying, though, and why people are looking for like different ways of enjoying music, because it's just so fake now. Like, it was always kind of fake, but it's got to the point now where it's so obnoxiously fake that you can't even avoid it anymore.
Yeah, that's interesting, because my mind might not be as tapped into what's happening in those realms as much, just because the music I listen to is all kind of maybe not necessarily the mainstream stuff, but you're just saying that people are kind of catching on to the, yeah, just like sort of like that, the model of the, it kind of goes along with a lot of things in our culture, I suppose, like fake news, fake music, like, but you're saying that there's a way in which that kind of that model is or that paradigm is kind of being revealed as being inauthentic, even more so now than it was in the 90s or 2000s.
Yeah, I think so. And I think a lot of people, they can't really intellectualize it, but they kind of just feel it. And you get this feeling with people when they say, "Oh yeah, I don't really like modern music." It's like they're not even being specific about a song. And there's a reason they're not being specific about songs, because they don't like the general kind of way the industry conducts itself.
Yeah, I've always resonated music wise with artists that write their own. I think when I think about it, it's interesting. Like any band that I really like that I'm into, even electronic music, it's virtually always someone who writes their own music and is directly connected to it. Like when I really think about, I mean, I can still enjoy other songs, like some of these other pop songs for what they are, but it's interesting when I think about it. Some, music that I really enjoy is all it. I'd have to think if there's anyone that isn't this, but it seems like it's always where the artist is connected directly to the music and writes their own song, writes the music themselves and expresses it. So I don't know whether I've just naturally gravitated towards that but yeah, it seems like there's like something that's inauthentic about when they're just singing, someone else's song. It's like not as pure in some way.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that's why I've always really liked metal, because you can't really make metal in a fake way. Like you have to get a band together and you have to start from the top, and then you construct a song with the band in the studio. Like there's no other way to do it. And so obviously you can do it in parts, but you certainly couldn't, or it'd be very difficult to kind of add a vocalist on afterwards, right? That'd be very difficult to do, because you'd have to, like, the song and the kind of instrumental parts just go together so fluidly most of the time that you can't really just bolt it on at the end. Anyway.
So if you had to say like what your like top 3 favorite artists are music wise, what would those be if you just had to throw out like just some of your favorites?
Do they have to all be different genres, or can I say like just my 3 favorites?
Yeah, I guess just it could be anything. Yeah, just just like 3 that have really been like most resonant for you.
I mean, for me, my favorite band of all time are definitely Killswitch Engage. I don't know if you've heard of them.
I don't think I have. Kill Switch Engage. I'm gonna look them up.
Yeah, they're kind of like a metalcore band. Very intense, but also some really nice kind of harmonic choruses as well. They've had 2 singers, and both singers are absolutely fantastic. And there's an interesting story about that, because they had a singer, and he left, and then the second singer came in, and then when the second singer left, the first singer came back. So there's kind of like there's an interesting kind of, what's the word? Almost a nostalgia about the new albums, because they sound like the first album. But at the same time they don't. It's weird. And then another band that I would say are really really important for me are Trivium, if you've heard of them.
Yeah, I think I've heard of them, but I'm not super familiar.
Okay, Trivium are also a metalcore band. Kind of similar story, except they keep changing drummers. So I don't know why they keep changing drummers, because all of the drummers sound really good to me, but I guess internal politics and all the rest. So Trivium and Killswitch Engage, and I would say on the EDM front, because I do like my kind of EDM as well, I'd have to go with Dead Mouse. He's just written some absolutely fantastic music, and his ability to write interesting music with no lyrics is just amazing.
Nice. I'm gonna look all those up.
Cool.
I'm just always blown away that like there's always music I've never heard of, you know? So it's like it just endlessly blows my mind that someone will mention something and it's like I've never even heard of it. And then I often will start listening to it and it's like amazing. It's like, how did I never know about this?
Yeah. I'll warn you right now that Trivium and Killswitch Engage are both very intense. So if you don't like kind of really heavy guitar music, then maybe don't worry about it too much. But it's one of those things that when you kind of learn to vibe with it, it's just incredible kind of energy to it, you know.
Yeah, I find that I can really enjoy virtually any type of music if I really like kind of get over my own like prejudgments of it. I can get into almost anything. I remember that happened like John Mayer. Like I never would have liked John Mayer, you know, when he first started doing his stuff. It was just too. It just wasn't my style at all. And then someone really, my brother said to me, he's like, "Dude, you really got to check out John Mayer." So I actually like got one of his albums and listened to the whole thing. And it's like once I really started getting into it, I was like, "Wow, this is actually pretty good." So it like took me time to kind of get over the prejudgment of it.
I don't even know what style he is.
Well, he kind of started out a little bit more like pop rock, I guess. Maybe I'm not even saying that correctly, but I mean at the beginning. But I think he's definitely branched out a lot into like blues and I think a lot of other genres. And I mean now he actually plays with the Grateful Dead. Even though Jerry Garcia passed away, they still their legacy carries on. There's all these other bands, and he's actually been touring with with a group that playing the big arenas and all that. So he's actually been like the guitar player now, which was not a genre that he was in originally. The kind of jam band, hippie kind of thing. He never was a part of in the early days. Like I think he's a bit of a straight edge guy. Like I don't know if he's big into psychedelics and cannabis and all that, as far as I know. But so it's kind of interesting to see him with the tie dye shirt, jamming out, playing sort of Jerry Garcia style Grateful Dead music. But he's been doing those tours for the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean the one thing that I know about John Mayer is that he did a song with Fall Out Boy when they covered Michael Jackson's "Beat It." Like he actually was on that record, which is quite interesting because that for me is an excellent cover version. Michael Jackson's had a lot of people try to cover his work, and a lot of the time it's been really bad. But that is actually a really good cover of that song.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know if I've heard that one. I'm gonna look that up too.
Yeah,
I mean, that's cool. Yeah, I found it here. Yeah, I mean, John Mayer is actually an incredible guitar player. Like I said, when he first kind of came out, it was kind of a little bit, I don't know, I found it a little bit kind of cheesy pop music kind of thing, but he really kind of developed. There's an album he did, it's called the John Mayer Trio, and it's just three guys. It's like blues, kind of basically blues, but more like heavier blues. And I listened to that whole album. I'm like, wow, this is fucking on fire. Like and he's a really good guitar player, like better than I would have thought originally. But yeah, he's really talented.
Yeah, fair play. Yeah, it's nice to know that people who are actually talented get somewhere, because there's a lot of very talentless musicians, well, quote unquote musicians. My favorite one when talking about this kind of thing is always Britney Spears. I just don't know what she does. Like, she's not a great singer. She's an okay dancer. She's not even that good looking. I've just never understood the Britney Spears hype at all.
Yeah, I guess there's a sex appeal or something that but in terms of her kind of whole vibe. But yeah, I mean, as a singer, I saw one time like if somebody made a YouTube video of like her singing, without any music, so it's just her voice, and then it's like live cuts. It's like, wow, it's really bad. It's, I mean, at least the parts that I heard, it's just like off key and has no strength to it. Somebody like some of those pop stars, like Miley Cyrus, Demi Lovato, some of those can actually sing pretty well. But yeah, Britney Spears is, I don't know what she does either. It's kind of a whimper kind of singing, but
Yeah, I don't get it. I actually think that Demi Lovato's got an absolutely fantastic voice. There's a song that I actually learned to play on guitar just because I like that song, called Heart Attack. And I think the lyrics are cheesy and shit, to be honest. But if you actually listen to her voice during that song, it's absolutely like she hits these incredibly high notes impeccably. And it's, yeah, to be honest, I kind of learned the song because I was trying to stretch my vocals, not because I really thought that I could ever hit those notes, but because I wanted to, like, not hit them with the intensity she does, but I thought if I can even get there, then that's improving my voice, you know.
Yeah, no, I know that song. I like that when she kind of modulates up. Yeah, that's cool sounding for sure. Like da-na-na-na-na, like when it flips up like that. Yeah, it's kind of like a fun one to try to hit. Yeah,
Mm.
very
But it's just like,
satisfying.
sorry, I mean, it's just proof that she's just an absolutely wonderful vocalist, at least. And you know what? Miley Cyrus is okay. I think Selena Gomez is very average. I don't think she's a good singer. Um, to be honest, like, she's okay, but you can tell that her range is very limited, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. She's it seems kind of average at best in terms of actual singing talent.
Yeah.
Who's
Oh,
the
we seem to have frightened off Sean G.
Yeah, I saw Dr. Bob jumped in here too, and then he jumped out. Do you know Dr. Bob?
Yeah, is that the fallacy?
Well, yeah, he's a lot of things, but but I saw him jump in and then he jumped out.
To be honest, I'm actually glad that I'm really, really happy that you've set this server up, because the debates with these guys is actually kind of what I miss about 24/7. And I was always against the very quick banning of those people, because I felt like you know, sunlight disinfects, right? These guys have got obviously bad arguments, and I always thought that those bad arguments being exposed was always a good thing for us. And I don't know, other people, I guess they just don't see it that way. They wanna ban people who disagree, and I don't know. I can't get on board with that way of doing things.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I can actually understand the banning. I mean, there's been times where it's frustrating, and I can understand that idea, just like get rid of these people kind of thing, and then the feeling that it's wasting time and that it's spinning in circles. I can get all that, understand it. And there's been times, I mean, we've had like an incredibly high level of tolerance, I would say, on this server I mean, there's virtually no bans on this server. There's like 2 or 3. And as long as people follow the server guidelines, not doing excessive insulting and attacking and all that kind of stuff, they're fine, not going to get banned. So there's really no banning just for that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, I would say it's like, and there have been times where it can be frustrating, for sure. But I also enjoy the concept of like just allowing people to be who they are, say their points, and then especially when there's civility, when there's some level of cordiality, when people can't just pull the ripcord and start doing insults and start, create the shit show, it kind of creates an interesting environment where the ideas actually have to be hashed out and discussed. And of course, there's still emotional reactions and interruptions. And I think, there's times where I've thought maybe we should do a little bit more moderating to try to really let both sides, say their points. But yeah, I agree with you, because there have been times where we've been able to do that. And even though it can be frustrating, but it's like the ideas get to actually be hashed out. And then the audience and whoever's listening is able to actually see those ideas for what they are. I mean, on this server, like, we have brought things into such like more depth than I've ever experienced in Discord, because virtually on every other server, there's always the insult, shit show, banning. Like in every other server I've been on, it seems to always end at that, to where the discussion's never able to be kept, to where we can actually get to some of the conclusions. And so it's been interesting to actually do that and actually let their ideas be, like you were saying, like, because the truth really stands on its own. And when you're able to actually like take it one step at a time, even though there might not be as much of a satisfying completion of like one side conceding or not, because some of these guys are pretty hardcore in and their whole thing. Like that guy Bacon the other day, like, wow, I mean, he is resilient. I mean, he just, so it's like you're never really going to get to a point where it's like, all right, there's a completion. But at the same time, like at least the ideas can be fully hashed out. And I actually appreciate that because it helps me learn a little bit more, and it helps me learn how to articulate what I'm saying a little bit more, and then kind of have the ideas like actually, be tested.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I think what's interesting for me as well is just from a psychological perspective. Now, I'm just going to caveat this very quickly because when we have these Glovers come in and they try and act like armchair psychologists, I find that hyper cringy. So I'm not like doing that, but I do find it interesting from a psychological perspective. Some of these guys will literally not listen to reason, and it is a little bit of a peer into the mind of a zealot. And I wouldn't say that they actually are all zealots. I think some of them just are convinced that it's true. But for instance, Bull Lives Matter, I don't think he's a zealot, because the other day, yesterday I presented to him the flaw in the methodology for Eratosthenes, and he accepted it. So I was like, okay, that's cool, Whereas when the guys just come up with these stupid things like, oh, it's a light bulb, which has got nothing, like, that's zealotry, because they're not even addressing the points. So for me, it's interesting to like understand these people from the perspective that some of them are actually like zealots and some of them aren't, and for me, unpicking which of those, how do I even put this, like, for me, understanding that it's not always the case that someone who disagrees with you is like insane or just like an idiot or whatever. Like, it's almost a reminder to me that that's the case. I don't know. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. It's interesting. And when there's not like the excessive banning and also just the excessive insulting, we can actually kind of get to some of those points and actually hash it out. Like there was one thing that happened, like we've had so many in-depth conversations on this server, but we had one section, there was like a couple of weeks where we were really going deep into like measurements of the earth, testing the earth, like different experiments and things that we could do, if and when funding is there. And one of them, a guy on this server named Whitesword, well, his name now is Time Isn't Real, but his original name was Whitesword. I don't know if you've heard about this one. And actually, I'm not trying to go into the whole thing because it's fairly complicated, but essentially you're using a material like a rope, a cable, etc., and stretching it over the earth, pulling it taut over the earth, essentially. So, if the earth is a planar surface, when you pull it taut, you're going to get less pressure on the cable all the way through. And we can have like measuring scales essentially all along the cable. And if the earth is curving, if it's a globe, as you pull it taut, it's going to press into the earth, into the curve of the earth, and we'll be able to measure that. So that's the quickest just elevator pitch of just 5 seconds trying to explain it. And there's a lot more detail to it. And he actually has the material. He spent $5,000 on the rope that he's going to use. He has a site set up that he's planning to do it. So he's already lined up to do it. But we were discussing it in such depth. And the actual main point of what I was going to say about it is that we found that globe earthers were falling into 3 categories when they heard about this. And it was just fascinating to see, like, some of these most hardcore guys. One category was they were fascinated by it. They're open to it. They admitted that it could be definitive. They admitted that it may even change their perspective on the shape of the earth. So they were the ones that were like open to it and willing to even help with it and look at it honestly. So that was like one category. The second category is where they would just kind of put it down. Oh, you guys won't ever do it. It won't work. There's too many logistical problems, that kind of thing. So it's sort of like a medium level of cognitive dissonance where they would just kind of shoot it down, tell us we'll never do it kind of thing. And then there was a third category of just, I remember like Rumpus was in this category, just complete eruption, just like a screaming eruption of like yelling and screaming and absolutely there's no way it'll work and, that kind of thing. So it just reminded me of what you were saying. It's kind of like seeing these different categories of like these globe earthers and where they stand when it really comes down to like, tests and measurements and things being definitive. So I don't know why I've thought about that, but you were just saying like the levels between like zealotry versus, just having a really strong belief, but still having, a logical enough mind to consider that like, yeah, they're, there can be things that actually will be definitive. So it's just interesting how we found that that they were all falling into these categories. Like, it was amazing because every time we'd bring it up, it's like, where are they going to fall? Oh, they're on that category. We were kind of joking, like, oh, you're category 2, you're category 1. So yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting, actually. Maybe I should start categorizing people based on my Eratosthenes criticism as well. And maybe we can compare notes and see, like, if someone's a zealot about X, Y, and Z, then they really are a zealot, and we could just not even bother talking to them in future.
Yeah, I was noticing people fell into that as well. Yeah, when you brought that up, I was actually interested. I think Moyak Man, when he was in here the other day, I kind of wanted to see, if you brought it up to him, and it's a bit similar. Yeah, that to see where they fall in that, because logically there's just no way around it. I mean, if you can do those calculations, and get that measurement, or get that number, then on a flat surface, then it's obviously not showing what they think it's showing in that sense. So yeah, it does kind of separate the wheat from the chaff, as they say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just thinking about your experiment, maybe I've only got like a simplistic understanding of it, but it seems to me as though, like, I personally don't think it would be definitive. But maybe I don't understand it properly. So what you're saying is that basically you've basically got like a long ass piece of rope, but perhaps a piece of rope that doesn't sag or something, and then you're laying it across the earth, and then if the earth's curved, then when you pull it taut, there's going to be like more pressure in the middle because of the earth curve.
Yeah, more pressure all along it. Yeah, I mean, ideally we want to measure more than just the middle, but yeah, in general, there would be an increased pressure. Like, let's say you had 10 points along the cable that you're measuring. And so as it's pulled taut, and you're not really trying to get it taut so that it's hanging. It's still on the ground. So it's being taut on the ground, being pulled taut on the ground. But yeah, like that, let's say you had, 10 scales all the way along it, then you would see an increase in pressure along all those scales.
Yeah, I see what you say. I think the problem is that in the ball, like, if you think that the ball is, this is my initial impression, I might be wrong. If the ball is attracting to the center of mass, then pulling it taut would create. Oh, it's so difficult, because when I see it from like an orthographic view, I understand exactly what you're saying, because when you pull it taut, what would happen, surely, is that it would just become like a line cutting across the ball. But then when I think about it from a globus perspective, I think, would they just think that it was pulling equally towards every point of the ground, which would be every point because of gravity? So I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is.
Well, we were kind of using the description, like if you had a shoestring on a flat table, like an absolutely flat table, you have a shoestring, and if you just kind of take one side of it with your, thumb and index finger, and then pinch it and take the other side. If you pull it taut, it's still lying on the table. You pull it taut, there's not going to be any additional pressure on the where the shoestring is touching the table. Although if you pull it taut, the only way it would is if you actually had it up off the ground. Like if you had it, an inch off the ground, and then you pull it taut. If it's sagging, then you actually could get more, because now the weight of the shoestring or the weight of the rope is actually pushing on the center. That's why, in order to do this, like the idea is you're pulling it right at the ground level. Whereas if you're on like a basketball and you have a shoestring, and then you do the same thing, as you pull it taut, there's going to be a lot of pressure all the way along it. So it seems like there would be quite a difference in terms of the change. Like if you had the cable that was sitting on the scales on a planar earth, as you pull it taut, you shouldn't get an increase. If anything, you get a lessening, or it would stay the same. Whereas on a globe, it really should want to pull down into it. It's like cutting cheese, with a wire.
Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying. I think it'd be interesting to see the results. I think there's other issues as well, but maybe he's already thought of them, so there's no point bringing them up, possibly. For sure, interesting to see, and I'm glad that people are doing things rather than just. Now, the question I would have for people like Kosho, for instance, if they agreed that it would be an interesting experiment, is if the results go against them, will they change their mind, or will they find a way to rationalize this away?
Yeah, well, that's what was when we were. It was like a couple weeks where we were going deep into it, and it was wild. But yeah, there was actually an interesting. It's funny you bring up Kosho because he came into the room and there was a lot of people. We were all talking, and some of the other globe earthers were like kind of agreeing that this might be definitive, it might change their viewpoint, and some of the most hardcore ones. And so Kosho was like kind of like a little bit like monkey in the middle, like whoa, meaning that he was just like split a little bit, and then he agreed with us that it could be definitive. And then apparently they were talking shit about him over on Gem Panda's server. And then Kosho instantly left the chat and went to Gems. And then, whatever happened from there. And then he kind of dropped it from there. So it was kind of interesting that he was like open to it, agreed that it could be definitive. And then instantly he was like pulled back to the to the group mind or whatever it is at Gem Pandas of like, that he shouldn't be doing that or whatever. So there was it was kind of interesting to see how that happened. But I think there's a lot of factors to it. I mean, we've talked about all of them. I think that there's so many different options, the distance, the type of scales you're using, where you're doing it. He's going to do it on a beach so he can measure water level. And then he's going to put these posts. I mean, when he's in here, he could describe it more fully to you what he's going to do, but he's going to use posts. And so he's got a whole plan of how he's going to do it. But as we were talking about, there's a lot of different ways of doing it. We even talked about building like a man-made canal, build our own canal that you can measure level and then, do it within your own canal. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of ways. And I think the real thing to do would be to do it in a lot of ways, have a lot of different setups and then start to see what kind of results are being gleaned from, multiple different setups.
Yeah. I just feel like, we've got all these laser tests that they don't accept. So I just feel like it's going to get thrown on the scrap heap of stuff Globers don't accept if it goes against them.
Well, that was the discussions we were having. Like, what could be definitive? This concept of something that's definitive when it comes to measurements. And obviously not everybody finds laser test definitive and, all of that. So that's like the big question, is, and there's several others that we've talked about as well. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Like, how would that register with people in terms of what that would do, especially if they were done like in multiple different setups and it was, as conclusive as it can be in terms of that. But it is a way to measure it because you're basically just putting something up against the earth and then trying to, measure the contour of it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I had an interesting, to change subject, I had an interesting conversation with the Globe guy on 24/7 earlier. And it's to do with this zealotry thing, right? And I presented to him because he brought up Eratosthenes, and I'd just entered the room, so I was like, well, clearly it was meant to be. So I had a chat with him for about 5 minutes about Eratosthenes, and then he actually he accepted. He was like, oh yeah, you can calculate a radius from that. And then he goes, well, why do they keep bringing it up as an evidence? And I was like, well, exactly. Why do they do that? And I said, it's because people like you believe it without thinking about it. That's why. And then, I don't know, it's like he kind of thought about it for a bit and then the conversation moved on. But it is interesting because the people who get it really get it. And I think it really resonates with them. They're like, why is this being used as an evidence when it clearly isn't?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to ask the way that you've kind of mapped it out like that is a bit new to me in terms of describing exactly that way. I mean, I certainly understand the concepts and I've thought about that concept in the past, but the way that you in particular is interesting. I was just wondering, like, did you kind of come up with that yourself or did you hear it from somewhere else? Because I heard Jaronism. He was doing a show last night with a guy named Richard Hart, who is like a crypto guy. And I was listening to parts of it and they had like a fairly heated, because Jaron really respects him for the crypto stuff that he does, but this guy is like globe earth to the max. I mean, he was just bringing all the defenses. It was heavy. And so it got a little heated. It was a little bit intense. But in that whole discussion, I heard Jaron bring it up in very similar to the way that you've described it. So I was thinking, did he kind of hear that from somewhere else that came from you, or did you hear that from somewhere else? I was just kind of curious because I haven't heard him say it that way either, and he described it in a very similar way that you have, and I was like, oh, that's wild to hear, Jaron, saying it in the same ways. So I was just wondering kind of the lineage of it.
I mean, look, I think people have stolen my original arguments before. I don't really care because I'm not trying to like trademark my arguments, but for sure I came up with that one. Another one that I came up with before anyone else was talking about was how you have 3 types of light needed to explain the globe Earth model. So you've got divergent light when you need it, but then you've got parallel light when you need it, and then you've got convergent light when you need it, right? So obviously I'm talking about eclipses, I'm talking about Eratosthenes, and I'm talking about the refraction necessary for the black swan, right? To explain the black swan in the globe Earth context. And so, I mean, I made that argument, and then QE made the argument about maybe 2 months later, and I remember, and I said to him, "Oh yeah, that's my argument." Then he goes, "No, it's my argument." I was like, "I don't care," but I think what happens is people hear my arguments, then they use them, and then they kind of just get lost in the ether, and I'm okay with that. Like, it's not a problem. But yeah, for sure, that Eratosthenes argument, I don't know how I came up with it, but I just remember just thinking, because sometimes I go on very long drives, and for instance, today, if I wasn't in here talking to you, I would have had an hour drive with no company. So I've got an hour just to think. And if I'd just had like a recent argument with the Glober, I might be thinking about the problems with their logic and all the rest. And I just remember having a long drive once and thinking, hold on, this Eratosthenes thing doesn't even make sense. Like, mathematically, it doesn't even make sense. Like, because a lot of people like to talk about the assumptions, and they like to talk about the fact that there are no original documents of the guy and all this kind of stuff. And they're all legitimate criticism. But it just struck me that actually the method itself doesn't work either. And then, when I went into it, it's actually a very basic and obvious flaw.
Which is?
Sorry?
Which is?
Oh, okay. So with the Eratosthenes methodology, you can calculate the radius of a flat floor.
Right, if the light is close enough so the lights don't come in parallel, right?
But you wouldn't know that.
Yeah, but that's different from saying that mathematically it doesn't work. Like, saying he's coming from a false assumption is different than saying that mathematically it doesn't work.
There's no assumption. You can have no assumption, and you would take the differential in shadows, you would take the difference between the 2 sticks, and you would calculate a radius.
Yeah, that is taking the assumption of parallel lines.
No, it's not.
Yes, otherwise there wouldn't be a...
No, again, you're taking it too far. This is the problem that I was saying to Gio earlier. Is that
okay? So tell me,
you can still do this.
So tell me, how are you using difference of shadows in a flat floor, not assuming parallel lines and coming up with a radius logically?
Well, no, you've just set up a false dichotomy.
Because my understanding of it, Bacon, like all you're starting at is a surface and sticks and a light source, which is what we have on Earth. We have a light source above us, or whatever it is. We have light above us, clearly. That's lighting things up. So there's light source, sticks, surface. If you take the sticks, you measure the angles, you're quote-unquote calculating a radius. So if you're going to do that, that's very similar to what crypto's describing. Table, light source, sticks, calculating a radius. Now, I agree with you. There's dynamics of light rays and the distance of, I mean, I agree. That's the other factor is the light source. But the point is, they're using the same thing in that Eratosthenes type of idea. They're using the same idea of light source above and sticks and measuring the shadows and then claiming that it's coming to a conclusion of a spherical Earth.
No, actually not. That wasn't supposed to come to a conclusion of a spherical Earth. And that the meaning of that, wait. The meaning of the formula only makes sense to claim a radius if the light is coming in parallel. So if you're saying that formula is used to calculate radius, then you're under the assumption of parallel lines. If you're not under the assumption of parallel lines, then that formula means nothing.
Yeah, so the problem is that you've not really understood my contention. My contention is that people use this as a proof that the Earth is a globe, right?
Oh, that's
Which,
different from what you said before. I mean, if you're saying that, then I agree with you. That's not a proof that the Earth is round. I agree with you that you can have those same experiment in a flat surface.
but it's in that context. So whenever someone comes to me and they go, "Oh, Eratosthenes proved the Earth was round,"
Yeah,
no,
I
he
don't
didn't.
agree with that. Yeah, then you're right because you said it mathematically doesn't work, and I thought there was any math issue with his calculations.
Oh, I see what you're
And
saying. Yeah, okay. So maybe I've slightly worded that incorrectly, but my contention with it is that people they don't realize that you can effectively calculate a radius from a flat surface, which you can, and of course they don't understand what those assumptions are that they've missed, right? So this is why I cut
yeah,
all of that
I
out.
agree. Yeah, that I agree with that. Yeah.
Fine. In which case we're cool.
Actually, I was accused to being a flat earther when I pointed out that on a Facebook group, like they were showing like how we proved the Earth was spherical like before Christ. And I was saying, well, that wasn't proving the Earth was spherical. That was just calculating the radius, assuming parallel
Yeah.
lines. And
Yeah,
then they thought I was flat earther.
Yeah, you already need to know that the Earth's a globe and that the light rays are parallel in order to then use that methodology. It doesn't make sense unless you already know those two things.
Yeah. One
Cool.
of them, right? You only need to know the light rays are parallel. Like if they're parallel and you have a flat surface, the shadows will have the same proportions.
Yeah, I get you. But I think the reason I say that I make no assumptions is because people try and put you in a false dichotomy where like you know one or the other, and the whole point is that you couldn't know one or the other if you're using it as a proof for one or the other.
Sure.
Right? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You get it. I like you, Bacon. You actually get it.
Well, Brian just
fucking
joined
guy.
in. He's already deafened.
This fucking guy, Ruhik, man, pissing me off. He's trying to say spherical geometry. I don't know. He changed it to spherical trigonometry. He's flipping back and forth. I don't know. These guys, it's crazy.
In his defense, you get pissed off pretty easily.
Yeah, I get even more pissed when people are trying to argue something they don't understand themselves.
Well, that's something you have to learn how to deal with in debate servers. Many people try to argue about things they don't understand.
I hear you.
I think Jeremy has a pretty high tolerance for not getting too frustrated. But yeah, it seems like when it's like a repeated offense is when you finally get past your breaking point.
I mean, we're running in circles here with these guys. I don't know. What if this whole time they've just been making shit up on a whim to win arguments? Like, what if at first they told us science proved Earth was a globe, and then later they needed to win an argument and they told us science doesn't prove things? That'd be crazy. That wouldn't drive anyone to be fucking super pissed at all. We got told science proves the globe. We got told we were science deniers. Now we're getting told science doesn't prove anything. I don't know, Gio. What are we doing here? What are we doing, bro?
Well, I mean, I don't really see it as necessarily like a process of like that one person has to concede in that sense, like in these discussions. To me, it's more like a larger process of the truth being revealed. on a larger level and discovering what the truth is. So to me, like, I'm not that interested in Ruhif changing his mind. You know, I'm more interested in if I can learn something new, if there's, you know, tests we can do, you know, having obviously camaraderie, friendship, all of that. And I do think there's a larger process within the collective of humanity, you know, just in terms of what the earth is, being deceived, who's deceiving us. So I think there's a big rabbit trail in terms of that. But I'm just saying I'm not really like too caught up in the game of someone like Ruhif changing his mind or anything. But I still find what he brings to the table, I find it, you know, interesting in a way. Like when he tried to calculate on that Canagoo photo that the base of Canagoo was miles on the other side of a globe. Like that's, so I mean, I find that interesting just to try to hear what these guys are even coming up with.
They're coming up with anything that's going to win the argument against us. They're anti. They're not even globers anymore. They're anti-flat earthers because they don't even follow the globe paradigm. They go against Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a globe expert. These guys think they're fucking smarter than Neil deGrasse when it comes to globe shit. It's amazing.
Yeah, but I mean, I view like winning an argument. Like to me, whoever wins is the one that has the truth. You know, so even if somebody like sounds really fancy or they seem like they're saying something that sounds like it makes sense or whatever, like, but if it's not true, then they've lost. Even if it's, you know, even if they sound like they're using tactics or whatever to seem like they're correct, but if they're not, then they're not winning. You know, so. But I agree with you. They use all kinds of tactics to try to twist things and to make it to the audience. I mean, that's in a sense, that's all they can do. If they don't have the truth, what else can they do other than try to point as many fingers and try to obfuscate and to try to pull away from the truth being spoken about as much as possible? But I mean, you know what I've always said, I think the conclusion to all this is going to be when there's physical demonstrations and measurements of the surface of the earth. I mean, that's when it's going to really hit a tipping point with the rest of humanity. I think that these discussions like are good and useful, and I think that there's a lot of processing happening, and I think it's good, but I don't think that it's going to happen through, you know, these discussions.
Oh, it definitely ain't happening in here. That's the only reason I stick around is waiting for one of those physical measurements somebody's going to come along someday and be like, oh, I figured it out. Here's what we need to do. It's easy or something. I don't know.
Well, I think it's a matter of just, you know, funding and resources and the time to be able to do them. But yeah, I mean that.
I'm waiting for Bob Dole to come up with something.
Speaking of Bob, yeah, we were talking about his new fallacy, and then we kind of jumped into other topics yesterday. I wanted to hear what hash that out more because that was he's coming up with some good. What was it? He's coming up with some good new fallacies.
What was it called again?
I was waiting to see if he was going to. I was waiting to see if he was going to unmute or if he's listening because he could probably describe it better. I think he was calling it the facade fallacy. I think
the facade. That's right. Yeah. I like
you guys talking about me?
Oh hell yeah, we're talking mad shit about you.
But I mean, Jeremy, Bob, if you want to describe the fallacy that we were pick up where we were talking about yesterday, because I think we jumped onto some other topics. But I was just going to say, kind of to close the last thing, Jeremy. I mean, see, like I said, to me in these discussions, it's not about changing these guys' mind or getting them to see the way I see it. To me, if I can learn something every day, if I can, you know, sharpen my own tools, if I can in some way either learn something, you know, and also have fun while doing it, then it's a success for me. You know, so that's, and I think, like I said, I think there's a larger process within humanity and within, you know, the measurements and everything that'll be coming later. So I still get frustrated at times. I'm not saying I don't, but I try to see it that way as much as possible.
This used to be like super fun to me, and it was slightly frustrating sometimes, but the tables have the scales have tipped. and now it's no longer more fun than less frustrating. It's now more frustrating than fun.
It's because you realize how much of a clown world it is.
I was so young and naive. You know the
Right?
guy that's with the stake in the Matrix? Like that's me. I need to get a stake and get plugged back in or something. I don't know. Ignorance is bliss. Not that I would ever get plugged back in. You know what I mean?
I mean, the part that gets me is when I feel like it's like a really deep conversation that's going back and forth, and like where the logic is just not being like they say, like in trading, they say respect the TA. That's like a concept, like respect, which means technical analysis, respect the technical analysis. And they're trying to say, like, in that idea, like if there's a certain pattern forming in a chart or something, you like supposed to, respect the technical analysis, when you're trading it, in a sense. For some reason, it just popped in my mind, but it's like the idea of like respect the logic, like the logic, if it's sound, it's sound. If it's not, it's not. And I feel like that's the part where it gets me sometimes, where like, I feel like I'm going over something with someone like in such detail, and we're going through it one at a time, and then they just like every time divert from it, just every single time. And it's like, wow, it's just not going to be able to be exchanged like from one person to another. It's just like we're not going to be able to see it the same way.
What was a few nights ago? I was arguing with a few of these guys, and I was calling out their fallacy, and Kosho was like, yes, I know it's a fallacy. It's okay. Remember, what was that about? You remember the fallacy he was using? Like in the end, he just thought it was okay. It's like, it's okay. I'm using that fallacy. It's okay. Like, no, dude, it's not okay. It's logical.
I don't know if I remember that one in particular. Like, I don't know if I was there or if it rings a bell, but I mean, in terms
I sent
of
you a DM right after I told you to clip that. I remember I sent you a DM right after. I was like, yo, clip that, and then clip Ruhif doing something other stupid shit.
But yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was describing as well. But the thing is that like at the same time, you can't really force someone to see that, So if they are free to do what they want at the end of the day, like if they want to completely just use a fallacy and say that makes sense to them, then because in the end of the day, like the audience, whoever's listening, will be able to see that, and then the fallacy just stands on its own. So that's why I try not to.
No. I will bring a horse to water and make them drink. Okay.
Well, that's kind of the thing. You can't force them to drink at the end of the day, right?
I will put a horse in a headlock and put their mouth right up to the water.
Just waterboard them.
I'll hold their nose. Yeah. Oh my God, the snow fucking killed me, dude. I don't even have my whole shit shoveled.
Oh, damn.
It like rained and then snowed. And then I don't know what happened after that, but the snowblower wouldn't even pick it up. Like I'm running over it with the snowblower and it's not even getting to the ground. I'm like, yo. I had to fucking get a flat shovel, scrape it. I would scrape a little bit, then snow blow the huge, the shit up, and then I would scrape some more, snow blow. I'm like, yo, this is fucking crazy, man. What's up, kiddo?
Yeah, dude, I had that huge snowstorm I was telling you about. So yeah, I can understand that it's not an issue until it's an issue. I was going to say something before too, like in terms of some of these discussions, like there's the art of Aikido, which is like, it's a form of a philosophy, but it's also involved in martial arts. But one way, like in Aikido, it's not about like striking the other person. Like you're not really like throwing punches and all of that. It's more about like absorbing the strike that's coming at you, like the punch or whatever's coming at you. It's like absorbing it and then using their punch against them in a way that like they're punching themselves in a sense. It's like a very basic description of it, but it's like in Aikido, like you're not like trying to punch or strike. You're trying to like absorb, their strikes and then convert that energy and to, in a way that actually, is reflected back to the person who's doing the strike. So I was just kind of linking that, like in these discussions, you can definitely like do the sword fight and try to, slash and gash and do that. But in some cases, like even if somebody is using a fallacy or if something's involved, that's out of alignment with your understanding of it, there is a potential way to kind of like through like wisdom and patience, like allow that person to have that thought or whatever it may be, and then somehow like allow the truth to just stand on what it is, or the logic, whatever it may be that you feel like you're expressing, and then kind of it's like an Aikido technique to kind of like, instead of trying to strike or put them down, like somehow like it's like the old idea of like letting them hang themselves kind of thing, but like let them like let their fallacy just be revealed in its own natural way, rather than trying to like fight it down or like kind of strike in a way that then creates more tension in a sense, if that makes sense.
I'm losing my patience, bro. I'm losing my patience with these people.
Why? What happened?
I've spotted all the bullshit. Like I know the bullshit, and there's so much of it that it's just like I don't know.
Can't take anymore.
Yeah, but you can't let yourself go mad because of other people's thoughts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. I know. I was over there fucking with them today at Gems. They're over that spherical geometry thing. I'm like, guys, listen, there's no straight lines in spherical geometry. So if you're using a straight line, then they're like, well, the lines on the globe are straight, but they're curved. I'm like, no, dude, they're not bending in any axis, straight lines. I'm like, there's none of those. I'm like, if you're using a horizontal or a tangent or a line that doesn't bend on any axis, you're not doing spherical geometry, period. End of story. Spherical geometry all takes place on the surface of a sphere. There are no straight lines involved with it. They don't know their own shit. It's like frustrating. And we do that with all the fucking topics almost, dude. They want to misrepresent their own shit half the time. I don't know. I mean, I know why, but anyways, I'm done venting. What do you got?
I don't know, man. I was in here earlier today discussing spectroscopy with the guys. I just wanted to find out how far their conversation went. I doubt it went far.
Who was that? Was that you, Nate?
Yeah.
What'd you say? Your mic's a little low. You got people sleeping?
Oh.
Your people's are sleeping?
No. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
A little bit,
Yo,
yeah.
can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just saying, I was talking with like some dudes in here earlier about spectroscopy. And I was just curious as to how far that conversation went because I had to like leave halfway through it, but I doubt it went far at all.
Spectroscopy is built to happen in an isolated environment, the most controlled environment you can get, because you're trying to not have anything in between you and the thing you're analyzing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you shoot that shit through fucking outer space, 1 trillion light years or something, there's a lot of stuff in the way.
Mm-hmm. So I mean,
I don't know. I wasn't. What's that?
There's a lot of stuff in the way, so
So it's not meant to be like that. It's meant to happen in this very controlled, isolated environment where there's nothing in between you and the thing you're trying to analyze.
What do you mean by controlled, isolated environment? Like define that, bro. Like how controlled, how isolated are we talking? Like vacuum? Or
As isolated as you can possibly get. Yes, you don't want anything in the way. Yeah, you don't want anything in the way. You don't want any gas or anything in the way in between you and the light you're trying to get the whatever it's called, spectrum lines or whatever.
yeah, and space itself doesn't work. Space is pretty isolated, you know. If you look out and
I
you see a
mean,
star, you tend to see that star for a long time. You don't really see things coming between you and that star.
yeah, if it's what you guys say it is, then yeah. If it's not what you say it is, though, then there's an issue.
Oh, definitely. I totally agree. If the Earth isn't what we say it is, there's an issue. The same way, if it's not what you say it is, you
No,
have an
space.
issue.
No,
Oh,
space.
space. Oh,
Space
yeah.
is, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My bad. Yeah. Space then needs to be big. It needs to be on the scales that we say it is. I totally agree with you. In order for this to work, because it must mean that even if there's like a nebula, a dark nebula or a reflective nebula, it's not big enough to really impair our vision towards that light source. So yeah, definitely, I agree with you. Space needs to be as big as we say it is.
No,
So
it
I
needs
guess
to be
that would
what you're
then,
saying. The medium
yeah,
needs to be
what we
what you
say it
say
is.
it is. Yeah, it can be
Then
big, small, whatever. It doesn't.
that well, it needs to be big though. It does, because whatever's in the way
For you
shouldn't
guys, yeah.
cause that much of a disturbance, and interference from towards the light source. And space, I agree. It also needs to be what we say it is. So it needs to be an ionized medium. Space is 99% plasma, right? That's the medium space. So it definitely needs to be that as well.
I forget what it was. The other day, maybe a week ago, I was in Gems, and they were saying there was no
Mhm.
assumption. Oh, the 69 degrees per mile thing, right? They were saying there's no assumptions in that. And I'm like, well, you don't know how the light's bending from the star because we've never been to the star. Yes, we know there's refraction. We know refraction happens. First, they tried to say they were making straight lines. I was like, well, that's not even correct, right? So, because they're not looking at it at a zenith every time. So we know there's refraction happening. So we know it's not a straight line. Then the next assumption is how much refraction is happening. Like, dude, there's just so many assumptions. Everything. It's all based on assumptions. Spectroscopy thing, the 69 degrees per mile thing, the 8 inches per mile square drop is all everything. You can't name one thing where there's not an assumption involved.
I feel these things you call assumptions aren't really assumptions. I mean, even with something like spectroscopy, on average, spectroscopy, when it's used, even on satellites, because that's where most of our spectroscopes and mass spectrometers are, on satellites. We tend to get like a 60 to 85% accuracy rate on average, right? Because normally, for example, when you're doing stellar spectroscopy, you would compare the readings you get for a distant star to readings we've gotten for closer stars, right? So you'd use the closest stars that we know definitely don't have anything in between them and us. We would use that as our yardstick, as our measuring scale. And we would compare the results to stars further away that might have nebulas and gas clouds in between us. And the more accurate they match with the closest stars, the higher our, confidence in the results that we get. It's not a perfect science. I don't think anyone is saying that, bro. But to say there's assumptions involved, I mean, you need to show what they are. Right?
The assumption in stellar, whatever it is, spectroscopy, when you're looking at the stars, the assumption is the medium in between us and the star. That is an
But we know what
assumption. We've never been to another star,
we
right?
know what the medium is. The medium is plasma.
Have we ever been to
You
another
don't need to
star?
go there. You don't need to go to another
So
star to figure out what the medium is between you and that star.
really,
I mean, show me where there's that rule, that law in physics, in anything, anywhere that says I need to go to that star to figure out what's in between me and it. Like, you really got to show me that physical principle.
well, I mean, it's common sense, dude. If you don't go there, how do you
No,
know what's in? How do you know what's there?
you use different types of techniques. Sure. You
Which
see how
technique?
things move. For example, you can see how things move in between you and that thing. Shoot something towards it, see how fast it travels. That gives you an idea on what kind of medium it's moving to. Or watch something move between you and it, like a comet. See how light traveling from it reaches you. You know, how fast does it? How long did it take to reach us? Looking at its emission spectrals. How ionized is it? You know, what is the charge to mass ratio here? Is it moving towards us or away from us using Doppler shifting of the light within this ionized particle? I mean, there's so much we can do with this information. Nothing is, assumed.
Yeah, but there's nothing's going to tell you what's in between us and the star until we go to the star and find out. Oh, look,
But I
we
just
were
gave you
right or we were
examples,
wrong.
Jeremy. I just
No,
gave
those
you examples,
examples,
Jeremy.
bro. Those examples were
If
still
a
a
comet
comet going in
flies,
between.
yeah, if a comet goes in between you and that star, and the comet doesn't blow up or stop or slow down or something, it tells you that there's nothing in between you and that star, nothing that's
Okay,
going to
then a million
impact the
miles
momentum
past.
or the
Okay, so there's
trajectory of the
us,
comet. Hmm.
there's a comet, and then there's a star. So
Hmm.
comet's, I don't know, a million miles above us. The star is years above us. Let's say it's
Hmm.
30 million miles above us, whatever. It doesn't matter. So the
Hmm.
comet went past us, in between us and the thing. That doesn't prove that there's not something past that comet.
Well, then you could shoot a beam of light at that thing, a radio wave, and X-ray wave, a gamma ray wave. You could shoot something at it and see as it flies towards it. Does anything happen to its trajectory, momentum, its velocity vector? Does it change direction or anything? If it
How would you
flies in a
know?
straight line towards the star and it hits the star, because you can see it, Jeremy. If
You
you
can
can
see the
see the
light. You can
star, you
see
can see.
radar.
If you can, yeah, we have equipment that can see different spectrums of light. Come on, bro. X-ray machines on Earth. X-ray is light. Jeremy, come on. Stop it. All right. So if you can see the star, then you can see anything you shoot towards the star, obviously. So if you shoot a gamma ray at the star, you can see how it travels. That photon, that gamma ray photon, how it travels from Earth to the star. If nothing happens to it, it just goes in a straight line towards it, then there's nothing in between you and that star. I mean,
And
that would
nothing
be a
goes in.
definitive testament.
Listen, nothing. First of all, nothing goes in straight lines in space. Everything moves in a geodesic because of Einstein. Second of
Yes, a
all,
geodesic is a straight line on a curved surface, Jeremy. That is the very definition of a geodesic. A straight line on a curved surface.
yes, but light
Google it.
travels like that in free space, though, because of gravity.
Yeah, but between us and that
Nothing's
star,
traveling in a straight line.
it's a
You guys
straight
have
line on a
lost all
curved
your straight lines.
surface. It's a straight line on a curved surface. So between
You
us and
want to
that
say it is?
star, the hang on, between us and the star, the photon will travel in a straight line on a curved surface. The space and time between us and that star is curved and bent, but it's still a straight line. It's just the surface. The fabric itself has been bent. Jeez, my rabbit is fucking tripping up. What the fuck? What is it?
This is all very wanky. This kind of this talking about things that aren't in reality as if they were in reality is going to land you in these kind of sophistry holes.
Okay.
Because there are no surfaces in a vacuum. So when you talk about the surface is curved and the line is straight, this doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Jeremy's the one that invoked geodesics, by the way. I just explained to him what a geodesic is.
That's how you guys got everything traveling in space because of gravity.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I think what globers
But
don't realize.
I've just explained to you why spectroscopy doesn't have any pre-assumption. So
There
I'm
is an
happy.
assumption. You're assuming the medium in
good fight.
between us and the. You're assuming the medium in
I
between
just
us and the star.
explained how we are not assuming it, bro. By using photons,
You don't.
shooting them
That is.
close to the
You
star.
don't. Dude, photons doesn't prove the medium in between us and the star.
Yes, it does.
You can't see a
why doesn't
photon
it?
traveling through. Dude, show me a.
Yes, you
show
can.
me. Okay, show me photons. Show me us shooting a photon out, and then we're tracking it.
Oh my god. Really?
I don't
Jeremy?
even know what you're saying about this shooting photons thing and how that would even prove what the medium is.
If you shot a beam of light, it would slow down in most mediums, right? If you shot a beam of light through the Earth's atmosphere,
It might slow down in a
through water.
vacuum. It might slow down in a vacuum, bro. Light's not constant in a vacuum. We already know this.
You
It's a fact.
think light slows down in a vacuum?
They've done
see.
tests. They've done measurements and found that they have gotten light to travel a different speed. Sorry, they got light to take a different amount of time to travel 1 meter in a vacuum. Yes. We know light doesn't travel at a constant in a vacuum. I don't know why people still say that.
It does, Jeremy.
It doesn't. Well, how'd they get a photon longer to travel over a meter in a vacuum than a different photon? That would imply to me that it's
because of what was done to that photon. They used a different type of ray gun. I forgot the name of it. And try and find the schematics for it. I can find the article, and in the article they actually explain it, Jeremy. If you read it, they explain.
Yeah, they shot it through a crystalline graph, collapsed the wave function.
Exactly.
I don't care if the guy jerked off on it. The photon traveled at a different speed through a vacuum.
Yeah. Once it left that skin, whatever, and it was within the vacuum, it was still moving slower than the speed of light, definitely. That's because basically momentum had been taken from it.
I guess the really important question here, Jeremy, is. Sorry, go on.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to make a shit joke. Carry on.
No, make it, man, because you are right. We shouldn't be taking this too seriously.
I was just going to ask Jeremy if he knows how jizz travels through a vacuum.
Oh, it's a constant speed through a vacuum.
We're gonna have to get some experimenting done on that.
I want to cause and effect experiment in a controlled environment.
Everyone knows jizz travels at a constant speed through a vacuum.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've learned something today.
Oh. There we go. Nice and clean sheets for the kid. Huh?
But can I just try and live with this guy for a sec? Lee, I think his name is Lee. Can I just live with you for a sec, right? All of this stuff that you're saying, this stuff that you're saying is kind of stuff that you've learned from a textbook or someone's told you it. None of it comes from your own personal experience. So why do you have such?
Well, no. I mean, I did go to school for this stuff, and I mean, in school you do practicals, you do experimentation, you do observe these things. And I think you guys could observe these things as well if you wanted to, because universities, they do allow you, if you want to, you can rent out equipment, you can
Observe
go
what?
to the universities and work with people.
What exactly?
Observe how these machines work, tunneling microscopes, spectroscopes, interferometers, all of these things. You can
You know,
go
I mean,
and test them for yourselves and see, is it really bullshit or not?
no, I don't think that the. See, this is the thing: is that I think there's actually a certain irony in this, because I was about to ask you about this, and now I can ask you in a different way. None of us here will claim that the machine doesn't give the results that you say it gives. Right? That's actually not the contention. The contention is with how the machine gets to that result in the first place. Right? So yesterday, or maybe it was the other day, people were talking about surveying equipment. Now, I don't know anything about surveying equipment, so I can't make a good argument with regards to this. But there was one interesting thing that I think Moyok Man said, which was basically we take the measurement and then the machine spits out a number, and then that's the number, right? And that was what he said. I just remember thinking, like, there's not even any process by which you can even verify if that number's accurate, because he hasn't been involved in any step of that process.
I agree with you, yeah. With someone like Moyok, man, I mean, come on. He didn't go to school, college, I don't know.
No, I'm just saying.
But
Like,
I mean, you can't, yeah, you can't take his inability to explain in detail what's really happening as a victory. It's just Moyok, man.
What machine you're talking about?
I don't know at all. Like, look, I haven't even got to the question I was going to fucking ask. What I'm saying, right? And I think this is a more lengthy question that's related to what Jeremy asked, which I still think has been unanswered, is because you don't have direct experience with these stars, with these comets, with this vacuum of space, you really actually don't know how any of these things interact with each other, even if they exist. Now, I question whether those things up there actually are what you say they are. But for the purpose of this argument, let's just say that they are what you say they are. Because you lack the personal experience of having actually manipulated them, gone there, seen them like closely, and I don't mean actually visiting, but I mean like not being 3 trillion miles away would probably be a good start. You have to at least admit at some level that it's guesswork, even if you think you're right.
Definitely. I totally agree with you. That's why, as I said to Jeremy, no one says that these are exact sciences. I told Jeremy the confidence level for most spectrometry or mass spectroscopes, those kind of observations, mass spectrometers, the accuracy rate is, it's between the 65% to 80% band. It's hit and miss. It's definitely guesswork. Definitely. And that's what we say it is. We don't claim it to be anything more. The problem is you guys all of a sudden just decide we're saying that it's a perfect science. It's absolute.
No.
No,
It's not that you say. It's not that we say that you say it. It's that other people
Mhm.
who don't know that will say it, and then we have to argue with them.
Yo, he ain't lying. They'll straight up say spectroscopy. That's how we know. That's how we know spectroscopy. If it's guesswork, then you don't really know. You're just guessing.
Yeah,
You
but
think you know.
it's the best guess we have. And a guess that's 80% right, wouldn't you go with those odds for most things in life?
You don't even know
Most
if
of
it's
life
right, though.
most of
If you
life is
don't
is
know
is,
if it's
is, is
right, then you
guesswork.
can't know it's 80% chance.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
you
what I
don't
was
even
going
know
to
if it's
say.
right.
But I explained
Even
how
making that
we determined that 80% though. So we know that for
yeah,
Half
stars
a
close
absolutely.
to us
photon.
is
The thing is, right, is that you're guessing that it's 80% accurate because you don't know, right? So maybe it is 80% accurate. I don't fucking know, and neither do you, and that's the point.
Okay, I would say this. We know that it's 80% accurate when we measure it against the best observations that we have.
But the
So if
problem
we have
is,
a clear observation of a star, we can zoom into that star and see all features of its surface.
the
And
problem
then we
is,
can use light from that star to determine its spectral emission, where it falls on the spectrum. And then we compare other more distant stars to that. That's where the 80% comes from. That's why it'll never be 100%. Because
yeah,
it's
it then
like you
becomes
said, we can't go and physically manipulate it. That stops it from ever being perfect. I totally agree with you. But
the
80%?
the problem is, yeah, is that it stops you from establishing any kind of baseline from which to measure anything else from.
No, but that's the baseline we use. It's the best we have.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to
You don't
use the
have
best
one.
guess we have. We do have
Exactly.
one. I just told you, stars closest to us. If you can see it clearly, then you know. That is the best baseline we can come up with.
I
Obviously,
mean,
we're
okay.
going to come up with something better, but using that today, we get utility out of it. We develop better technologies. I mean, we use spectroscopes on Earth now.
You're missing the point.
Do lots of things.
You're missing the point. The point isn't whether it's useful, right? I understand that you might find use in it, but we're not arguing on the behalf of usefulness or non-usefulness. We're arguing on behalf of truth, right? So if your argument to whether it's true or not is that it's useful, you haven't answered the point.
But bro, I'm admitting the point to you that we don't know with 100% fact that the answers we are getting are absolute truth. No one is saying that. We're saying
You're
that
not even
it's at best 80% accurate.
You
I'm
don't know
giving
that.
it to you, bro.
No, you're not though.
We don't know
You're,
that it's at best 80% accurate.
yeah,
Yeah,
you don't know that.
I totally give it to you. Tomorrow we could find something out that tells us that 80% is actually 0%. We really don't know what the fuck is going on.
Well,
But
I can
until
tell you.
that happens, we are happy with the 80% we have now.
No, because I don't think you can know that you have 80% accuracy.
But you thinking it doesn't go and invalidate, 100 years worth of science. Come on, bro.
Okay, but
Like
that's not
give me
my
something
claim.
else to work with.
Okay, but that's not my claim, is it?
Well, what is
It's
your
just straw
that
man.
is your claim.
No,
Your
my statement.
claim is
No, no.
we can't know
Stop
how it's
talking
80%.
over
We can't
me.
know that it's
If you
80%.
want to know what I think, shut up and listen. Okay, here's my actual claim. You have no way of establishing a baseline.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Because if you want to decipher truth, don't you need a truthful baseline? Don't you need something stable to stand on?
Yeah, but Gio, I'm admitting to you that we will never know what the absolute truth is. It's almost impossible to get there, but we can attempt to. And the closest attempt we come to makes us feel we're 80% confident in what we found. I give it to you that tomorrow we could discover something that tells us that 80% actually means nothing. We're totally off of the mark, I give it to you. But today, that 80%, we can work with it. We can live with it. It gives us utility. But I admit it to you. It's not the absolute truth. No, it's not
So you
close
want
to
to
that.
build? So you're okay to build an entire worldview and a belief system off of something that you think might be an assumption of 80%, possibly something? You're willing to do that?
We did that with religion. We did that with many other things. I mean,
Well,
what's wrong with doing it with
we.
science?
You keep saying we. I'm asking you personally.
Me personally, I don't see the issue with it, because that doesn't stop us in still pursuing truth. It helps us get closer to the truth. That's what I feel. I don't see it as taking us further away from the truth. It's not the truth, but it helps us get there.
See, I actually fundamentally disagree with that. Let's just say that just say that truth was like a bunch of different rabbit warrens, right? And the deeper you went into a rabbit warren, the further it was to come back to the start to go into a separate rabbit warren. The problem is that the further you go in, like being very confident that you're sure, if you're actually wrong, then you're wasting time that you should be using going back to the start and starting again. So actually, and the reason that I use this analogy is because there's limited resources in the world, and there's limited brains. And those brains need resources in order to buy equipment, in order to rent facilities and all the rest. So if you have a worldview that you're pushing towards and it's wrong, it's actually worse than if you were doing nothing.
And how would
but
you know?
that's just,
How would you know if your worldview is wrong?
Well, I was going to tag onto that. Like, it makes me think of, like, would you rather be inconclusive but researching, or would you rather be 80% up a hill that's completely false?
I would take my chances. I would risk it for the biscuit, bro. Because just, sitting down and doing nothing, that's how nothing gets done.
What do
It's
you mean
because
sitting?
people have taken risks that you have Discord and you have cell phones and GPS.
What do you mean doing
and
nothing?
laws can do all the crazy things they do. But hang on, my phone's about to die. I need to charge it.
Spectroscopy's got nothing to do with Discord and iPhones. What the fuck are you talking
What do you mean like doing nothing? What is the something that there is to do?
Well, I assume in this kind of analogy, we're talking about research, right?
Said his phone was dying. He'd be right back, I think.
Yeah, the general discussion is spectroscopy and is it really showing what they think it's showing? But if Lisa's saying that it's an 80% possible chance that what they're getting is what they say it is, then they've put all this research and energy, and then they've convinced other people that it backs a worldview that involves outer space and all this stuff that the spectroscopy is measuring. So they've put an enormous amount of resources into that, gotten people's minds and spirits and whatever into that whole concept. So if that whole thing is wrong, is it worth taking a risk that he thinks, 80% it might be right? If that whole thing is wrong and you just wasted all that time and you have to start over being inconclusive anyways, wouldn't you just be better to start being honest and inconclusive and then take the journey from there to actually figure out what the truth is?
That's not being dishonest.
That is what we did here. We didn't just start today with the ideas that we have now. They've been built up over thousands and thousands of years, The flat earth was part of that. The flat earth was a building block to where we are today. All of these ancient ideas you guys bring, they helped us get to where we are today.
Yeah,
And in terms of moving away from spectroscopy, I did that because you brought up worldview. The general worldview today is that, these things tend to be the best guess we have. There are other guesses out there. No one's stopping the flat earth from trying to do its thing. But you guys just don't do your thing as well,
So the spectroscopy thing, right? They say that with that, scientists are able to determine what elements the sun is made out of. Are they able to determine what is it that perpetuate the sun? Like what is the motor that maintains these elements just spinning and doing this thing?
There's no.
Yeah, they say the sun's falling. Everything.
But if we're able
space
to
is
identify, if we're able to identify the major components with spectroscopy of the sun, how is it that we're not able to replicate the sun then, or make some sort of smaller version of it?
Well,
Because
actually, there has been. I think there has been fusion reactors replicating somewhat what's going on in the sun, right?
So what? We make like a spark, and that's some sort of replica of the sun because we made it. Like
Did I say spark? Well, I didn't.
I will say this
China,
in
China
the
do
news.
something?
Yeah, in the news, it's been out. China made this like nuclear reactor, and they said that the temperatures reached like the similar amount of like what they think the inner temperature of the sun would be. That came out like a week or two ago, a couple weeks ago.
There's a sun simulator patent that's like from the 60s. There's a sun simulator patent from like the 60s. So that China did this shit now, bullshit. It's been for years, bro.
It wasn't.
I don't think they're talking
that,
about simulation.
Yeah, the sun simulator isn't a simulator in the fact that it simulates our sun. It's a simulator. What they built it for is in the guides of if you were to need UV light for photosynthesis and living underground, would it be possible? And that was the technology based behind that
Of-
patent you're talking about.
Yeah, of
Well,
course.
and
It sounds like a complete waste of money because why would they need it, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Well,
Nuclear
and-
fallout, needing to be sheltered into a bunker for numerous amounts of years. Would we be able to grow plants and survive? Would be a very good reason for it.
Absolute nonsense. Absolute
You can
nonsense.
say it's nonsense, but that's reality.
No,
If
it
you went
isn't.
underground,
No, it
if we had
isn't
if there
reality.
was a
You
nuclear
simply
attack,
believe it. You simply
no,
believe it.
okay.
It
If there was
isn't
a
reality.
if there
What
was
do
a
you mean?
nuclear
What do you
attack and we
mean?
went into bunkers, would we? Would you? Do you think we'd be able to grow plants and etc.?
Bro, can you prove that there's any such thing as like nuclear fallout? Can you prove
Jay,
nuclear
Yes,
fallout?
You can grow,
Jay,
absolutely.
you can grow
how do
plants.
you?
You can grow
What's
plants
your
with lights. You
what's
can grow-
your perspective then,
Like
Jay?
like Hiroshima,
I'm
like
interested.
fallout,
Like,
like Hiroshima, like that.
Hiroshima, nuclear plants that we have that have gone rogue. Nuke
Like
plants
that guy,
when you test them.
like the
Have
guy
you?
that goes to Hiroshima and eats the dirt, like
No,
that
you're talking about
that kind of bullshit fallout you
you're
talking
talking
about?
about uranium
I think that
and
was
the
Chernobyl.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
Well,
Chernobyl, yeah.
yeah. Well, how
Sean,
much
I
do
was
we
just
eat?
gonna say you can grow plants with lights, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but that's exactly. You need UV lights, right? Well, the patent he was talking about with the sun is on a very large scale. Sure, you guys have seen the patent before. It's millions of people gone through it over and over it 1,000 times. But yeah, we can absolutely show nuclear fallout. We absolutely it's Geiger counter, radiation. Period. We know it's real.
Yeah, but even going off that, even if spectroscopy that's being picked up from the sun, that you can replicate that with some kind of thing on Earth, even if you could do that and you get a similar pattern, that still doesn't isolate that that's what the sun is.
Sun simulator patent, June 4th, 1963. They have a sun simulator patent since 1963.
Yeah, now read through it.
Listen, whatever I'm going to read here is irrelevant because they only give us the information that they want us to know, right? What I'm trying to say is you guys want to pretend that China just figured this shit out. This is motherfucking almost 60 years ago.
No,
60 years ago.
I
It's
just got here,
bullshit
but
technology.
so I'm not arguing that point. I just got here, so I don't know what point you're making.
So
on
let's
that,
not
but yeah.
pretend like China just figured this shit out, like this is brand new. No. This is a sun
That's-
simulator patent from 1963, right?
there's
So
a
stop this bullshit.
I agree, man. They've had like nuclear submarines since like the fucking 60s or 70s. It's true.
Because Sean G always wants to come and water down like you always want to give some mainstream fucking version.
Why don't you read through it so you can have an understanding of what it is before you just read the titles of it and decide in 1960 they were making the sun? Like I don't get what you're even arguing about with me about.
Nobody's
arguing. I know that
nobody's
patent's
arguing.
there.
Nobody's
I know
arguing
that patent's
with you.
there. I also read through it and I know why that patent's there.
I think the person arguing is you because if you will review back
I'm not
your
arguing
show,
about anything.
I've been bringing the Sun Simulator up since the very beginning, since I used to join.
And you act okay. I didn't say China just made it, and that's how we know. I know we've had that Sun Simulator patent. I've read through it. I know why they made that.
Because I used to bring it up in your shows. That's why, nigga.
Yeah, you did.
I've never even heard about the Sun Simulator before, and I read a lot of shit.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's 100%. And the reason that it was even brought up to patent was the fact it was under the guise of if it was a nuclear fallout or any type of situation, anything.
Guys, how about this? Can we diffuse the argument by explaining it to me what it might be?
Yeah, okay. So the reason they made this, the concept behind the Sun Simulator is if there was any kind of natural disasters or anything where a mass amount of people would have to be underground, would they be able to use this as a source for UV, vitamin D, for growing plants, people being able to survive, animals, the whole nine. That's literally what the patent talks about. It's what it's for. Now, he says, okay, well, you only know what they told you. Well, you can't know what it's for unless you know what it's for. So you're just in the dark as well, then, right?
But what? Okay, but this is what I'm saying, Sean. This is what I'm saying. You have this idea of why they did it, right? They seem to have a story for why they do things, right? That's the version. It isn't like they're saying, you know what, we make it this sun simulator because our sun is dying. They're not going to say that. They will never say it, even if that's the truth. They will never say it. They always give us some cookie cutter version of whatever the fuck is going on to justify whatever bullshit. And you come always to these shows promoting that, like no, it's the truth. Like you know that you happen to know that's the truth.
I come at it with that's what it says in the patent, so that's what it was made for. Besides
you said that's what it is. You didn't say that's what it says.
I told you what the patent said it's for. Yeah, you're 100% right. Now, for the whole idea that they're going to use it, they wouldn't tell us. You're right. They wouldn't tell us. Our sun's going away. We need to figure this out or we're all going to die. You're right. They wouldn't. But you don't know that's what it's for. You're just saying it.
If one thing I know about the government is they're not the type to invest in possibilities and maybes, right? For the government to invest in you, you have to demonstrate to them that what they're going to invest in is going to be worth it. These people don't just give people millions of dollars to develop some shit for possibilities, bro.
Yes,
that
they
is
do.
No, they don't. They do
yes,
not
they
do
absolutely
that. They
do.
would say
that. Give you examples.
They would say
examples.
They would say that to people.
Yeah, give us some examples.
They would say that to people.
DARPA. The government hires DARPA on a regular basis to concept build.
DARPA. What is DARPA?
DARPA is fucked up though. They do all sorts of crazy shit.
It's a government agency that basically heads on advanced technology. Basically, it's more than that, way more than that. But in this topic, that's exactly what they do.
But we're not talking about the same thing, Sean. You do understand that, right?
Okay, you tell me what you think I'm talking about versus what you're talking about.
Well, let's just say if I were to come up with the idea of DARPA, right? I come to the government and say, hey man, I have this idea. I'm gonna make this thing called DARPA. We're gonna try advanced technologies. If I have nothing to show for that, and just me saying, hey man, invest in me, guess what the government's gonna tell me?
No. And if it were the case of, hey, there's this project we want you to do. We don't know if it's possible, but we want to know if it's possible. Start working on it.
It doesn't work that way.
Yes,
they do not gamble.
Yes, it absolutely does.
It don't work that way with the government.
Okay, so you're telling me when they built the first jet, they just knew the first jet would work?
They didn't build test jet? The government didn't build the first jet. Governments usually buy technology from people.
Matrix, do you think it's hard? Matrix, do you think it's possible that these elite people would want people to try to develop sun technology that they can take underground for their own whatever the hell they're doing down there or whatever they want to do?
I would think so.
That
I
makes
would
sense?
absolutely think so.
That's assuming there isn't a sun down there already.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rumors of there being a sun down there. So why would they?
That wasn't the question.
They got a subterranean paradise built.
That wasn't the question. The question was does it make sense to think that a government would do that for themselves? Yes, absolutely. There's bunkers that no one knows about, but every government official would end up going to in a natural disaster or some situation.
Well, yeah,
Not every government official. Selected government officials.
Yeah,
that's the key there. Just because you work for Congress or something doesn't mean you have access to this super secret.
None of us would. The ones in Denver, one in Denver under the airport, we have no access to that shit. Period. Well, we can't go there.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a damn good question. Yeah, who is allowed down there if it exists?
The elite.
Well,
the people that contribute to society, the people that are able to rebuild society. None of us. 90% of us are literally useless.
Yeah,
that's not true at all. Wait, Matrix, aren't you basically an engineer? You know how to get motors running?
Sure, I know how to make shit.
Why wouldn't that be a vital thing?
Yeah, but there's thousands of engineers.
No, you're right.
Hold on. It isn't just about a particular person, right? They consider that person's bloodline, the education of that. They're not going to just pick a random engineer.
I agree. No, wait. I'm not sure if you guys think I said that it's for us. I said it's not for us. I said there's no way we'd be able to go there. I know that. That's why I'm confused by what you're arguing about, Matrix. Because when we talked about the sun, this whole sun patent thing, that's exactly what the patent thing says. Why? How else would I know anything more, or how would you know anything more about what that patent was for?
Well, I mean, they have a lot of experimental ideas. There's thousands of patents about all sorts of crazy
Yeah,
shit.
and that don't even
That
ever come
doesn't
to light.
necessarily mean that, yeah, exactly, that it's real.
So
There are
wait a
companies.
minute.
There are companies that patent ideas and patent ingredients, patent a lot of things, just even if it's not fully complete, just so that no one else can use that. It's like a blockade. It's literally actually a patent problem they have had, where they get an overabundance of patents that will never come to fruition. It's literally just to block the competitors.
That
So
kind
in
of
a
makes
sense,
sense, actually.
It's
Yeah.
exact. It was actually, I think, in the 70s, 80s. It was actually
They're
a really
stifling
big issue they had.
technology. They're
So you know,
stifling technology on shit they're never gonna make, just so somebody else can't make it. I mean, what the
Exactly.
fuck, dude?
so you know what's
Yeah, there's a
crazy?
lot of that. A
You
lot
know
of that
what's
happening.
crazy? There's this guy called shit. I forgot the name, but he looks at the sky a lot, and he constantly talks about how the sun gives off these flares, and the
Solar
flares
flares?
that these flares, but in particular spot, right? But and the flares, he describes what the sun simulator looks like. Because I'm looking at the pattern right now, and I'm looking at the drawing. And he describes those exact. So I'm just saying, right? If they've had this patent, at least this idea since the 60s, that means that they've probably been thinking about it at least since the motherfucking 40s or 30s, right?
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
okay. So let's just say hypothetically, what if the
And just
sun that we think is
just
the hold on? What if the sun that we think is our natural sun, since we don't know any better, it's been this sun simulator this entire time?
I actually think we're in a simulation, so that works for me.
okay, so
Well,
So-
hey, I want to hear both of you guys try to
what
prove
do
your
you think
point
it
there.
would? Okay, so that means, or at the very least, then you're talking about an object that would have to be. I don't even know the numbers of how large it would have to be able to light up half of the globe or flat Earth, regardless, to be able to do that. So I mean, it would have to be insanely large, right?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't have to be
Why?
insanely large because you're thinking about globe Earth logic on the stationary. It isn't
No,
the same.
I said
It wouldn't have
either
to
way.
be.
I said either way.
Well, even if that was true, it would have to have an incredible power source powering it. So I don't know. How does that even work?
They probably got it powered with a Dyson sphere or something.
Well, that would be almost a Dyson sphere would have to be as big as the planet.
Yeah, and plus
it was a joke because it's
absolutely
going around the sun. It was a joke.
Well,
guys,
I mean, there's no evidence proving any of that kind of thing. So most likely it is what they describe it, this gigantic ball of gas flying around the world.
Not to mention that
how would it be? How would it be a giant?
Trying to understand better every day. It's not like you're acting as if they say the sun is this period, if ands buts, don't question it at all. Like they're constantly questioning it. They're constantly going.
That is
trying to figure
definitely
out what's
all your
going
people
on.
say.
When have we seen balls of gas just fly around?
All your people, Sean,
Matrix,
all your people say
I know
that
it
exact
blows my mind too. It doesn't make sense fucking either way. I just don't
Sean,
think
all your people.
I don't know. It's crazy. But I think for a lot of people, such as myself, it's hard to even comprehend. It's hard to comprehend a ball of gas flying around you 24/7. And it's like 1,000 times the size of your planet or something or more. I don't even know. I know that's fucking crazy to comprehend. It's crazy.
Is it sentient? Is it sentient? I mean, how is this thing just there, right? With these gases, because we have these gases on Earth. How come nobody has combined these gases and replicated some sort of sun, right?
Because it's not about the composition.
He actually gave you an example of how they're trying to do these things. They are.
It's not about the composition.
I don't want to get biblical, but I mean, like, it sounds like something like some greater God created. Like, I'm serious. Like,
what is the sun made out of?
About that, but
what is the sun made out of? What are
hydrogen? I don't fucking know.
What
doesn't
percentage
it seem like something like a God would create? Like it almost looks like you like a cartoon almost, just like, and there will be a sun, and then there's the planet Earth and the solar system, and like it's literally, I'm thinking like it's more, that makes more sense in sometimes to me than
But even
a
then,
lot of other crazy shit people talk about.
even then, that would explain why it's there or how it got there or whatever. But the quest to understand it is all science is doing. Is all these explanations are. And when people sit there and make
And
it
it's
seem
a
like
pathetic. It's
The
a
problem,
pathetic attempt at explaining it because, like, well, number one, it changes every fucking decade or so.
as they
Remember,
learn
they're
more,
like, "Oh, we
more
used
and
to."
more. Yeah, you're right. As they learn
Yeah,
more
but
and more,
man, we're pretty
things get
stupid.
changed, understanding gets better. But at the same time, it's literally them trying to figure things out and understand it. You're at,
biasly. They're trying to
yeah,
do that. Hold on. They're
yeah.
trying to figure everything out biasly. That means without a
I
creator.
wouldn't say
So
that.
even yes, they would say it. In fact,
Okay,
most would say it, right?
okay.
They're trying to explain the nature of reality
Why? Why not?
without a creator. Without
No,
a
they
creator. So
just
any explanation that
Wait,
hints
no,
to a creator, they
why would a
they
creator?
hide
Why?
it.
they're just not coming from the assumption of a creator. That's all. If from what you're just starting out without assumptions. If the evidence points to a creator, that would be part of it.
So let's
And
entertain the Big Bang. Let's entertain the Big Bang, right? Let's entertain that because that's the mainstream idea, widely accepted by 90% of the world, right?
Mhm.
Who started? Who initiated the Big? What initiated the Big Bang?
Looking
I don't know.
at space.
Okay. Nobody can answer
Exactly.
that, right?
Looking
No,
at
I
Sure,
can
space.
yeah.
answer it. It doesn't
Yeah.
make
What?
any fucking sense to try to think like that. I know where you're going with this. With
Let
this
him go
logic,
on. Like
it
let's.
doesn't make sense. How do you get something from
Okay.
nothing? It doesn't make
Yeah, but
fucking sense.
I think you have a point to make. So let him go on.
No. That was the point. That was the point.
The
To
points that we
force it.
don't know.
And for that reason,
Exactly. We don't know, and we could never know. So it could have been a god. So this entire
How do
time,
you know?
understand that it's a theory, right? It's trying to understand things.
all of it is
There are
a
also
theory.
there are
Wait.
also
Hold
theories
on.
that
There are
try
all,
to understand it in different light. You're acting when you talk about a creator. Understand that this is like the biggest thing I don't understand why people don't pin on when it's talked about a creator. Okay, there could be a creator. I don't know. I don't know for shit, so I can't tell you yes or no. But the realization is that all a creator would have done was put all this shit in motion. Matrix. You have a kid, right? I don't, doesn't matter, boy, girl, whatever. God didn't create that kid. You and your wife did. If there is a God, all God has done is started this shit up.
Exactly. There's no
Science,
argument.
science does not give anything to facts or scientifically prove it. Nothing about abiogenesis. They do not claim anything about the beginning of everything.
what
It's
is that
all
quote?
after that.
What is that quote about that scientist guy that says that it seems shit that he's talking about
Go on, they make abiogenesis claims, Sean. What the
No,
fuck,
they
dude?
don't make they do not make claims to what started it. They give understanding to what they think may have started it, and it's clear. It's laid out that way. Go look it up.
is
It's
it
laid out
Feynman?
that way.
Gio, is it Richard Feynman that makes that thing about how it would be intolerable if there was a creator? Which other of the top scientists is the one that has that disclaimer in one of his things?
There's a lot of scientists that
Yeah, fuck the
make,
top
make
scientists,
claims
dude.
to that.
I think you might
Yeah.
be talking about Edwin Hubble.
Yep. Okay. But the thing is, although science is personally might reject it, there's no scientific background to make the claim that God didn't do it. It wasn't God that did it.
It's something
So-
They've done
because
they've
I
done
don't remember
Science
exactly.
doesn't do that.
I
Science
don't
doesn't.
remember
Now-
exactly. Who's the scientist.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now we're having
So
to.
you asked the question. Like he asked the question.
I was talking about
Well,
the guy that,
yeah,
that was talking about the favored position that to be in to us to be the center of everything would be like undesirable or something, right? Who was that guy that wrote that? I know we all know who the guy. I don't remember his name at this moment.
Claim from a scientist doesn't make any scientific fact or even
talking about the
relevant to this
axis of evil
conversation.
with the CMB. He was talking about the axis of evil with the.
Like I've tried to see where you're correlating this to us just wanting to understand how things work.
The point is, you never will. It's because it becomes more philosophical than scientific at this point, especially at our academic
I mean,
level.
it's still
everything
Because
here is
it's like
philosophical.
it comes right back to the first question to begin with. How do you create anything that didn't exist in the first place? How did anything start? You know?
Well,
yeah.
and
We
that's
might never
also
know
that's
that.
also why a lot of people, I don't know, about 90%, like Matrix stated. I'm a prime example of someone who doesn't believe that Big Bang started everything. I think Big Bang was just an event. I think the Big Bang is just an event, and we are just seeing what we are able to observe is
Big
just
Bang is a fucking theory and
no
nothing
Big Bang.
more.
No. Big Bang is a theory based on what we see, and we see evidence
Not a
of an
scientific
event
theory, right?
happening.
You guys are using the word theory
No, it's
colloquially
not.
earlier.
No, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It's an
All right.
idea. It's an
Well, it's
idea.
supported by the microwave background radiation.
The
Dude,
microwave background radiation is what puts us in a specific spot in the universe, which your guy was scared of. It's called the axis of
that is
evil.
bullshit. We don't. That
And
doesn't
that's
make
also
us
that's old science.
understand.
First of all, that's a prime example of how science isn't
You all right,
just
kiddo?
biased to one thing, because that was actually a very old science way of thinking. They because of expansion and all that. They don't say it. We know exactly where we are because we just learned about the expansion. We just learned how the
I
expansion works in our eyes.
Oh, dude, we're like fucking kindergarten, basically. If we're gonna talk about like in terms of
Absolutely.
like where we are in the universe, like
Abso-fucking-lutely.
we have no idea what the fuck is hardly going on. That's why it's so
Absolutely.
hard to read these science articles that come out from these supposed prestigious scientists, and they're like, well, we believe this
But there's
about our
also a
space
huge
and the
difference.
Earth. It's like it's a fucking joke, dude.
There's
Like,
also
come
a
on.
huge difference between understanding what they're saying and what they're saying is complete crap. Because if you don't understand it first, then saying it's crap is ridiculous.
Well, to understand it, you have to play along with their little game,
No, you
and
don't.
that's the problem.
No,
Yes,
that's not
you
true at all.
do. That's exactly what you have to do. No,
Okay.
Yeah, you have to learn
Isn't
things,
that the
right?
same way
It's
the Bible works?
uncomfortable.
That's exactly how the Bible is then, right?
Oh, I'm perfectly fine being uncomfortable learning things I don't understand. But when I read these science articles with these supposed astronomers and whatever the hell, physicists, like it's just like it is bullshit. Like, come on, let's
Yeah,
just
but
get
how do you
real.
come? I mean, for you to get to the conclusion that it is bullshit, and at the same time you claim that you have no problem trying to understand that, then I'm guessing you went deeply to figure out it's bullshit, right? You just didn't just read the titles and said it's bullshit, right?
I'm not a scientist, but I've read enough of these articles to know that I know that they don't even know. So,
like what?
So I'm what these half of these articles basically are them describing what they don't know. So they're like, we know this, we just learned about it a decade ago, and now we're learning about this, and then a decade later, they're like,
Can you give
now
an
we're
example?
learning about
That
this,
sounds like a
and
pretty
we're
honest
learning about
way
this.
of
It's just
observing
like,
things and trying to understand them.
I get it. It's science, and everyone's trying their best. But I think there's just like a whole lot of, you see, it's hard to even tell if it's intentional or not.
Can you give some examples of what kind of articles we're talking about?
Well, I read them all the time, like articles about like scientists that are like, we think we discovered a new planetary. This I've read hundreds of these. A planet on this in this solar system, millions of light years away, that may harbor water.
Yeah, but none of what we're saying.
It's like shut your fucking mouth. You don't
But our
fucking know shit about that planet, even if it does
well,
exist.
have you looked into the method they use to get to that conclusion? Because
Yeah, which is usually bullshit.
For example, what's the method
that you just started off with, which is actually correct, and I don't even think you realize you said it, but when they started off and said, we think and we may have and we believe that it may harbor water, guess what? Yeah, that's exactly how it works. But you're acting as if when you talk about it, they're saying, we found a planet, it has life on it, it has water on it, we just can't get to it, but we know everything about it. Where find an article that does that?
I just mean that's the general tone I get from a lot of these articles. Is all.
Okay, then that's what your opinion of what you've gotten from it. But again, unless you have an understanding of what they're talking about and how they got to that conclusion, it's literally just your opinion and your
That's fine.
unwillingness to
No, it's fine.
understand further to understand it.
Okay, that's fine. What has and okay, that's totally fine and fair. But I mean, after reading, let's pretend you guys are like we're all the same here. We've all read these same articles. What have we gathered from reading them? Like, have we really gained any scientific knowledge? Like,
just knowledge.
Really, is it actual knowledge?
Absolutely.
I don't think it's knowledge. I don't feel empowered by it.
Well, because you don't care about it. Obviously, it's not. It's not something. It's not something that in your brain you care to understand.
What have you gained from it then, personally?
Personally, they're not doing it for personally me or personally you.
Wouldn't it be more beneficial to go back to the moon?
Why? For what? I mean, there are reasons for why, but I'm asking
for
why.
what? So we're obsessed with space exploration and the knowledge thereof through telescopes and satellites and all sorts of machinery. Shouldn't we just go back to the moon and then maybe start from there? We could set up a moon base from with a bunch of telescopes, and they could float around, and we could take pictures of space from directions we can't do on Earth. So why the fuck would we do that?
We could do that with satellites.
We don't do that.
We can do it with satellites. Name one thing you just listed that you can't do with a satellite.
Take pictures from the opposite side of the moon.
Well, you could absolutely do that.
Really? How many satellites are flying around the moon right now?
Beyond the moon? A lot.
Beyond? No, are going around the moon in a circle in orbit.
No, I don't know. I think China
I'm pretty sure
just set some stuff out there.
That sounds like a squared satellite, right?
Say again?
That sounds like a squared satellite. It's a satellite orbiting a satellite.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
I mean, I don't understand why orbiting the moon would be more important than just sending a satellite further than the moon. I don't get it.
Are you fucking serious? Why the hell are we even going to Mars then?
We're not going to Mars. We're observing Mars.
No, we've sent supposedly rovers are crawling around on Mars's surface.
Yeah, people aren't there though, and that's just more. That's just more of wanting to have the expansion of knowledge. What the hell is that? What are the elements there? What's going on there?
It's not a problem. I'm fucking in love with the idea.
I know,
I'm just saying. I think we're being lied to, and it's not actually happening the way that they're describing it.
But you said send people. Why don't we go back to the moon? Why do we need to go back to the moon if we have the technology to send robots there, satellites out there to do all these pictures and observations? What is what is the advance if we send humans to do it?
You're asking what's the point?
Yeah. What would be the advantage?
What was the point in the first? What was the point in the first place?
You saying that why don't we put satellites around the moon? And me saying,
I mean going back to the moon. Why did we go there originally?
In my opinion, I'm not 1,000% sure we did, but in my opinion, it was more about the Cold War and the idea of having advance in military.
Yeah, I agree.
Basically, if you had if you set a military, if you had a military base on the moon, you'd be able to send a nuclear warhead to a location without detection, basically.
Which is another great reason why I think they could have covered up the whole thing, so that they could set up military bases on there.
If they went to the moon at that time that easily, when I say easily, I mean it's pretty easy. Like nobody died. The rocket that they used is nothing compared to what they have today. The homeless tweaker shelter used washing machine, tin can, pile of garbage to send up there could have been made by
how about this?
Third grade class. Hold on. Let me just get to my point. If they had gone to the moon that easily, I would say this: every square inch of the moon today would be utilized by something, military bases, experiment testing, whatever. I'm not saying they would have full hotels on it because probably it would be locked down to military the way Antarctica is. or most of Antarctica is, but every single square centimeter of the moon would be utilized if they went there that easily in the.
Yeah, I don't get the
Well,
easily
first of all,
part.
it
Like,
wasn't that easily.
even if
A
no
lot of
one
people
died,
died. Yeah, a lot of
even
people
if no
died.
one have died, like we have failed Apollo missions, right? Like the Apollo 13.
Fabricated ones as a propaganda.
Yeah.
act.
Okay, but that's your argument. You're saying, I mean, you're putting that in contention because apparently it was easy.
Yeah, they went to the moon.
No,
They went
it
to the moon.
wasn't apparently easy.
It
Even if
wasn't
it's
easy.
false, it wasn't
It
apparently
wasn't
easy.
cheap. It wasn't easy. It wasn't cheap, and people did die in the process, whether it was from Russia or the United States. A lot of things happened that made it not easy. And the second part is again, if we did it to show basically superiority, in my opinion, then that for them that was the reason they did it. There's nothing that makes it ridiculous that they did it.
Did what?
Went to the moon.
But that still doesn't address the point that address the questions about the million questions that everyone has about how they could have possibly even pulled it off at that time.
Which question?
Do you think it's
Which
possible
questions?
that they
Yeah.
claimed to have landed on the moon to prove that the Earth's a ball?
No,
You don't think that's possible?
I don't think. No, I don't think that would have been a reason for it.
I would say it's the number one reason because that was the first time they had a shot of the whole sphere Earth. And that was the indoctrination finalized. Because after World War II, people didn't really still believe in the globe Earth. I mean, it was an idea that was obviously within certain scientific areas, but it was not like every single walking person. Hang on. You
They
just
taught
interrupted
it
me.
everywhere.
All right. If you're going to do the interrupting thing, Sean, I might just temporarily mute you, just so you know.
Yeah, I get it.
Because if you're just going to walk over, I was trying to say something.
My bad. My apologies.
I mean, I guess what you're trying to do is like interrupt the flow, which I guess it does because now I can't even think what I was saying.
Yeah, pretty.
Yeah, that was the
Well,
first
the
time
reason
they
I interrupt because
finalized-
you had gone through your points and I hadn't even got a chance to respond to them.
Oh yeah, that was the main thing. Is that was the first time that they finalized Earth is sphere. Because even like I said, after World War II, it was an idea, it was a concept, but people like if you would just walk to someone randomly, they wouldn't just say, "Yeah, Earth's a sphere." They wouldn't have known any different. But after they claimed the Sputnik thing, they first got the curve of the Earth, in their initial satellites that they claimed, and then boom, they went on the moon. They showed this picture of the spherical Earth. That is what cemented it in people's minds. So I would say absolutely that the moon hoax, one of the top reasons they did it is to claim to have first gotten that third person shot of the sphere to solidify that in people's minds.
And where
I
are the
think they got
headlines
it
that say?
before.
And where are the headlines that say we went to the moon? See, it's a globe.
Earthrise claimed to be the most famous photo in all of humanity, is what they claimed.
When they went to the moon, they did not go here. See, it's a globe. They
No,
didn't
that's
do that.
exactly what they did. Earthrise. That's the photo that they put on the front of every newspaper.
Yeah, here's Earth. Yeah. It wasn't a. It's Earth, and this is our proof now. That's not why they even claim to have gone.
But they wouldn't have done it like that anyways. Why would you say like that's a normal thing for somebody to? They would not put it like that anyways. They will sell it to us like, hey man, this is a photo of the Earth because we went to the moon type. They're not gonna say, oh here's the proof. They're not gonna do it like that.
I mean, if you're going to space, there are not that much things.
You understand that your idea of how the moon thing and all that and space and them think you understand then if what you're saying is right, Matrix, it's all speculation, right? There's no actual evidence to the contrary of that.
Are you saying there's no evidence that you think there's no evidence that the moon landing was faked? Because if you're saying that,
I didn't say that.
Oh,
Sean, you're actually you actually don't buy in fully to the moon thing, right?
Yeah, I have a lot of. I think I think I know it's 1,000% possible now. When it happened and how it happened, a lot of the things I have questions about that don't make sense and don't add up. Yes, I'm not a denier that we can do it. I'm not a denier that it wasn't possible then. I just don't know if they actually did. A lot of things don't add up to me.
Yeah, watch that build up into your mind until you can't deny it any longer.
Well, the difference is that until I actually do have a full understanding, that's why when I don't say it's a hoax because I don't know.
What do you mean?
That's a difference between someone who wants to understand and come to a conclusion through that
Yeah.
understanding than someone who just says it.
What do you
It's
mean a
fair.
full understanding? What do you mean?
He's honest, at least. You're honest.
So
I'll give you that.
I have an
would go that far.
understanding of what it takes and how and why it takes a certain speed to get out of Earth, off of Earth's out of Earth's atmosphere to to send rockets, satellites, etc. So that part makes sense. I understand how they got to the moon. I understand the gravitational pull of the moon so that they would be in the moon's orbit, but the return doesn't make sense to me. The
How the moon lander just kind of glittered or it flew, and then a lot of glitter went all over the place, and the cameraman was
Yes.
still somehow recording the moon lander go up. Yeah, that shit
Well,
is
see, I
all
don't know.
legit
I
as
don't
fuck.
know enough about that. The camera shot. I know
Glitter.
I know the claim about it, but I don't know enough about it to say. But I can tell you that's dust, and I can tell you when you talk about how crappy of a machine. And that's what I was trying to say earlier. When you talk about how crappy of a machine they had to do the lunar lander was, if I built a pretty non-structural secure craft, and most of it had foil on the outsides of it, and I flew it 500 miles at 10,000 feet, what would happen?
Will probably disintegrate
Exactly. Why?
Well, the argument though is that there's no
because it isn't
friction in space.
aerodynamic enough,
And
and
because
the
the
friction,
argument
the
atmosphere
is
is that,
friction will probably destroy it.
okay.
In
And the reason
space,
that
there's
aerodynamic
no
matters is
friction,
because
they
of the
say.
atmosphere. Exactly.
No.
And if the moon doesn't have atmosphere, then there's nothing to tear it
But
up.
the
So
Earth still has atmosphere, right? So they still have
yes.
to leave non-atmosphere to atmosphere, so it
Wait,
still
wait.
matters.
But the lunar lander didn't launch like that. They didn't fly the lunar lander from Earth to the moon.
Have you guys ever seen that footage of I think they call it
Wait. I don't want to go past that. Matrix, do you think the lunar lander was launched off Earth and they landed on the moon with it?
From the moon, I was talking about from the moon back, not from
No.
here to the moon.
Again, they docked back with the rocket that they were in. The lander didn't land back on Earth with the lunar lander like that. They
So-
redocked with Apollo.
No, supposedly the module.
No, they redocked with Apollo, and that's in the return rocket.
Yeah, but I mean,
or
it's
the
not.
return
It
I was
wasn't
flight.
the
watching.
rocket.
I was
The rockets.
watching a video about this just the other day. The technology back in the late 60s for them to have coordinated all those machines to fit together and like dock. Like you're not like you're not in California. You're like at the fucking moon. And they just kind of magically use their computer work and they fit together and they flew them all back home. Like you got to be fucking kidding me,
Do
right?
You guys
know that
remember?
there were-
You guys remember
Wait,
the
you
president
do-
talking
wait, hang on.
to them
How many Apollo
via
missions?
landline?
Wait, you act as if Apollo didn't have catastrophic failures in other missions, right? You understand that it's not just they went, hey, let's do this, let's go ahead, build it and launch it. Fuck testing, fuck calculating.
That
Let's
is
just do it. We
basically
can do
what
it.
they did, dude. They had
No,
like
it's not.
collapsing.
No, it's not.
They had
You
they had
understand?
tests on
Okay,
Earth
yes,
that like
yes.
collapsed
First of
and
all, hang on.
exploded, and they're like,
First of all,
"This is what we're gonna
they
use for these,"
had
and they were
launched
always like, "Are you
rocket-
sure about this?"
the Saturn rocket that they used. They had prototypes that they've launched to know about payload. They launched to know what they would need to get off the surface of the Earth. They had Apollo missions that didn't even land on the moon. They did one orbit of the moon. I mean, they literally did a lot of things prior to going onto the moon. They didn't just build this stuff and go,
Yeah.
let's try it out.
Yeah,
Sean, for being a moon-
including 3 dead astronauts, right? Remember them?
There was a lot of casualties. It's not
Sean,
just, and that's what we know.
For being
Yeah.
a moon landing skeptic, you sound like you're defending it as if it's like your life's on the line.
Because
Remember,
there
Gio.
there are realities of it, Gio, that are just reality. It's not about me arguing that it was 100% fact. It's literally just the idea that when you make a claim that this is impossible or this happened this way and it didn't, It literally, it's just, I don't understand where it's coming from.
Well, because there are some things that are literally impossible to have happened during that time.
Okay,
And that's
like
not
what?
even talking about all the
What's impossible?
deceptions. Okay, well, off the top of my head, you have the photographs that the astronauts supposedly took on the moon of each other.
The phone call.
Well, I don't know about what you're talking about, but I'm talking about the photographs, which they were on their chests. I've heard like expert photograph photographer people. I don't know what that you would call that, but I mean they're called Hasselblad was the company, and I've watched. His name is what is his name? I can't remember his name right now, but I've been watching this for years. Him talk about it and other people. These cameras are incredibly sophisticated, and these astronauts are wearing these thick ass gloves. Like think of wearing a thick winter glove. You're not going to be dialing in your camera shit at all. And then you have these amazing, like, Hollywood level, like, quality photographs, like that famous footage that Neil Armstrong took of Buzz Aldrin. No, it's not real, man. I'm sorry.
Okay. Have you looked in to the actual construction of those cameras? Because they weren't just basic cameras.
Well, yeah, they were probably modified. You might be right about
Highly
that.
modified.
So you think
so literally that's not impossible. It's just you don't understand how it was built. And again, I'll make it clear. I don't understand the complete construction the modifications they had to do it. So I can't say they did this, this, and this, but it's not impossible.
Well, okay, yeah, you're right. Technically, it probably is possible. It's highly unlikely. And here's another weird ass thing. Why is all like the blueprints for those spaceships like, completely destroyed? Supposedly, and the footage, because NASA was running out of.
No, I don't know about the blueprint plan idea thing, but I do know for a fact about the photos and videos and all that, and that actually did come back out, and they do have those now. And what
No,
happened?
they don't.
I don't know the
Do you
exact
realize
story.
how big of
but
news that would be if that came out? It didn't come out, dude. No.
Go look it up. Go look it up. It did. Go look it up. They found those, and the reason they didn't know where they were is
Found
because
them.
of some whatever happened, and some guy had a bunch of the documents and data and video and audio all in his basement. They all found it. It was in
Sounds-
pictures. If I remember.
Sounds
Oh, really?
Sounds
How come
completely
they said-
reasonable. Sounds very
Okay,
why
reasonable.
do they have it now
reasonable,
then?
Yeah. And how come they said they destroyed it? They already admitted they destroyed it, and now they found it again? Wow.
I would say if I was a $1 million agency who had just done that and then something was lost or misplaced, I would absolutely figure out a way to fucking make it seem like we're not incompetent.
Why does it sound like you're grasping at straws?
Because he
I'm
is.
not at all.
Because he is.
You
It's
say I'm
even
grasping at
worse.
straws.
It's even
It's
worse.
called explanation for
It's
what you're
even
asking me
worse
about.
that they supposedly found it after claiming not to. That makes them even look more stupid, Sean.
It's true.
Okay, I literally just gave a reason for that, and it's not the reason. It's what I would think the reason is. Very clear.
They didn't
I'm
find
going off-
shit
I'm
because there
going off
wasn't
of
shit to
information.
begin with,
Look,
and probably the
look,
whole
going off
original
of-
reason that there was no footage to be found in the first place. They're trying to cover up
And
the
it
reason
wasn't.
they
It wasn't about
probably
photos.
fucking filmed that
It
in the
wasn't. It wasn't
desert
photos.
somewhere
It
in
wasn't.
like Canada or
First of all,
Arizona.
it wasn't
or something.
photos, and we have a lot of the videos. It was a certain collection of videos and very scripted.
Unless
Yeah,
you're
but Sean,
Trump
are
or
you saying that
something.
that's what the mainstream admission is that it was scripted?
And that doesn't prove they went to the moon either. That could have been done in a studio. I get that, but the reality is the claim was that stuff was impossible.
Yeah, it was, and it is still to this day impossible.
I mean,
No, it's not.
if it was
possible.
possible, why didn't they just do it? Why did they have to script it?
And why
Script
won't they
them.
go back?
Oh,
And, yeah,
because it's
exactly.
Okay, so wait, when a president talks to the people, that's not real?
That's not
why
what
don't
we're
we
talking
go
about.
back? And
Yes, it
plus,
is.
why don't we go back to the moon? It's been like 50 years now since that happened. Over 50 years.
And by
I
the
don't
way,
want to go
I would
back.
say name a good reason.
And-
I can tell you good reasons that I think they have now to do it. But
Yeah, we
since
were
now
talking
to
about
then, I don't
that.
know.
We were talking about that 20, 30 minutes ago. You can't think of a good reason to go back to the moon. Like,
Say,
I
can
know,
tell
I
you a
know.
thousand good reasons.
Hey, man, you're not the first person to like ask me that. Like, what's the point? I've heard this argument many times before. If you
Didn't say
believe
what's the
so
point.
much in science, man, wouldn't you
I told you
think
I can give you a
going to
list
the
of reasons.
moon with a bunch of, especially since our technology has like
Hmm?
massively increased in the last few decades, we have way more
Yeah, and in the last
crazy
few decades,
sensors
they have talked
and
about going to the
everything.
moon more and more and more. And that's why I can also give you a list of reasons why we would go back to the moon now.
Perfect. Let's do it. Let's go tomorrow. Let's go.
Oh, if you think it's that easy, okay.
Okay, let's go into a couple years. How about that?
Okay, I'm pretty
That's
sure
how
they're planning to.
that's
I
about
don't
how
know. I'm not
fast
there.
their planning was when they went to the moon in 1967.
No, it was
They
not.
had
No, it was not.
exploded. No, hold on. In 1967, I just watched this
Okay.
a couple nights ago in this documentary. They had exploding shuttles in 1967, I believe, and then they suddenly took off to the moon in 1969. 2 years later, I believe I got
but that
my
was also there was also a lot of prior planning to that. It wasn't just, hey, let's go. It was a lot
Well, I mean,
going into
if
that.
you're
What
still
you're talking about
testing,
in 2
imagine that
years
though.
was
If you're
was
testing
in
your
that 2
rockets
years.
and they're crashing on the ground, like the test rockets. Would you really send a human being on there 2 years later? I would.
Again, it wasn't over just a 2-year period. In 2 years, they didn't launch 4 different Apollo missions.
They did a lot
It
of
was
shit.
literally over a long period of time. And
I know it was. It was a
literally,
long-term thing. I'm just saying, I don't have all the dates off the top of my head. I don't remember them all. I admit that. But I'm just saying, man, there was a
you
lot of
just said let's go
experimentation
tomorrow as if that's what they did.
in a short amount of time, is all I was trying to say.
And again, the reason if there was a rush, and I agree, yeah, they did a lot of real quick testing and a lot of stuff, but it had a lot to do with the Cold War, a lot to do with superiority.
Yep,
And
the whole
and I'm
space.
sorry I know you're not going to argue and tell me that the government doesn't care more about their stance in the world as leaders compared to the people. Why wouldn't they?
We understand that it's a stage, Sean. So that we know that they're not competing and they're not
Well,
hating each other.
you don't know that.
Yeah.
You think that.
There's enough information. There's enough research out there to indicate that these people are all working together, and that is all a stage. Project Mockingbird, where they mock the people.
Okay.
Tell us all the time. It isn't like they're not telling us.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, and the information that you got from those experiments or whatever tests or things they did, or the information they give you. So how do you know that's real?
But if you're going to question that, wouldn't you question the official
Question
narrative?
everything. I question everything.
Me too. Okay, fine. So we're kind of all on the same page. We just disagree on a few things. That's at least we got that.
Different logical reasons to come to our conclusions, I guess.
Man, we did not go to the moon in Apollo 11. I'm fucking pretty sure. I'm like I'm 99%
Pretty
sure.
sure.
I could be wrong.
Pretty sure
Like,
does not make it impossible. Pretty sure does not make it fact that it didn't happen, right?
I'm open to being wrong, but I mean, given everything I've learned about the whole thing, I'm pretty fucking sure that it was faked. Like, really
and that's
damn
fine.
sure.
That's perfectly fine. But you understand that that's your opinion, your belief.
Yeah, but the
not
thing
fact,
is,
right?
I've done like way more research than you have, and so it's like if we were to have a conversation.
ET, you don't understand.
Say that again.
You don't understand.
That's another
Sean
opinion
G's
of yours.
position on these Discord is to water down everything. That's how he gets the checks, right? He can't straight acknowledge it that's how you get the checks. You can't straight up acknowledge it. You have to water down everything to make everything plausible.
You're right. I can't just come to a conclusion without any evidence. You're right. I don't do that. That's not how I work.
It isn't? So what was it that supposedly turned you back to the moon? Explain that process to us.
understanding
Understand. What is it exactly that you need to understand?
how things work and how observations are viewed and how we understand these things. It wasn't just off speculation.
In detail? Go in detail.
Name a topic. Okay, name a topic.
What you mean? I can't name a topic because I don't know which topic.
Why not?
Because I don't know what topic. Hold on, E.T. I don't know what topic specifically was it that you understood in order to change your mind. That's why I'm asking you directly. What was it exactly that you didn't understand when you supposedly was a flat earther? That all of a sudden you understood when you was a globe. What was it
Sean
exactly?
actually admitted the other day that he wasn't a flat earther, but he was more just questioning things.
None of you are. Yeah, you're right. If I look back, I wasn't. Nope. I was a globe denier. But if you're talking about my time in flat Earth, I was a flat earther. If you don't like it, I don't really care.
But I'm asking you specifically, right? What was it that you understood, right? I don't know if it was the numbers, the method. What was it exactly that you understood that you said, "Oh shit, it is a globe"? Can you explain that to us so we can understand it?
Well, a lot of things. It wasn't just one thing. If it's ever one thing, it should be ridiculous. But if you want to get down to specifics, exactly how measurement is curved or curvature is measured, and the understanding of how it's done. Having a survey background made it easier for me to understand how they came to those conclusions and results. If you want to talk about making observations and actually wanting to understand what we're observing when we observe it and not coming to conclusions with it without understanding it. For instance, understanding that the path of the sun and how we view the sun does not work on this mythical idea that things are circling above our head. It does not work if you're talking about how the half the Earth actually sees the sun at any given time and it disappears beyond the horizon. Understanding why we see things beyond the horizon. When I say that, it takes into account curvature, takes into account refraction, takes into account all the things of understanding how these things actually work to actually lay out a baseline understanding of it. When you talk about gravity, having a better understanding of how they came to the conclusion that it was gravity, how you can test these things for yourself.
I think you're overreaching a little bit with your understandings, right? You're overreaching on what those
not at all.
actually mean.
What's being overreached?
Well, you're saying that you understand refraction and understand the horizon and
better understanding is what I said.
So what is it exactly that makes the horizon?
Oh no! Can we not?
Optics.
The horizon thing
physical bodies and optics.
Physical bodies and optics, you say, right?
Guys,
yes.
This horizon
the horizon itself. The horizon is an optical observation. What makes up the horizon is physical.
Guys, it's been beaten to death. There's no point talking about it anymore.
Wait a minute. How can you have both be an optical thing, right? Which is a trick, something that the eyes or the way your eye does formulates the images to it being physical. How can you have those two very different things as the same thing?
Because what makes up of the horizon is physical. Water, land, sky, physical.
No. That's bullshit. This is not in contention. This is not in contention.
Wait, what are you talking about? That's not bullshit. That's exactly how it is.
Yeah, but you're talking something. Yeah, you're talking something that's not in contention. We understand that what we're looking at is physical.
He's
answering your question. No, hold on. I know exactly what he's doing. Right, he's trying to like rabbit. Like the magician take out the rabbit. Yeah. You're trying to do that because we inherently know that what we're looking. Hold on, we inherently know that what we're looking at is
you
physical.
Obviously don't. If you think, but why are you get a gotcha or some kind of bullshit out of it?
You're bullshitting right now. You're bullshitting right now. You're bullshitting right now.
What have I said? That's bullshit.
Matrix. He explained. He explained the difference between the apparent horizon and the physical horizon.
No, he didn't.
You ask it. You ask it how.
I was in the middle of doing so.
Yeah, and you ask it how they could be the same, and then he differentiated them again.
He did it,
and you're just saying that's not in contention.
Let me finish or not? He didn't differentiate.
Point.
What he tried to do is he admitted. Hold on. Let me finish, and then you could go.
Say it again.
Let me finish, and then you could go. What he tried to do was he said it's visual, right? And what is forming that is something solid, something But we understand that because when you're looking at something visual, obviously you're looking at something. What was the word that you used?
Physical.
Physical, exactly, right? Obviously, but the it being physical part, that isn't what is in contention. He's making it seem like the horizon is a physical horizon, which is what
No,
he's
I
driving
didn't.
to.
He just said the
Yes, you
opposite.
did.
No,
Yes,
I
you
did
did.
not.
He just said the
Matrix,
opposite.
you're not listening. I'll make it very
Matrix.
clear to you again.
He said
what
exactly
makes
what you
up
said.
the horizon is physical. The sky, the fucking water, land. The
That's not
horizon
in
is optic.
contention. Obviously, what you're looking
Then
at
what
is
the
something
fuck are you
physical.
saying? Wait. What am I
Hold
saying?
on, Matrix.
That's
Hold
not
on. Just
correct.
stop for a second.
conflating.
Hold on, Matrix. Just hold on for a second. Let's try to understand what he's actually saying. Sean, you said what I sounded like two opposing things. You said the horizon is made out of physical things, but it's optical. So could you explain what you're
What
actually
makes up?
That's
Yes.
not what he said.
Okay. For instance, the sky and the body, in water or land, is physical. There's no contender. We don't have to.
Absolute fucking nonsense. Who is arguing about that the sky and the shit is bro? You're trying to bullshit us and we.
No,
Gio.
okay. Let me.
Gio,
Can
did I
I
say
try to
anything
clarify
wrong
that?
just now?
Can I try to clarify?
Yeah, hold on, Bacon. Just give Sean 30 seconds to at least describe what he's trying to say.
Yeah, the body of water and the sky are physical. We know that these are things, right? We know that the sky is not touching the land or the body of water. That is the optical part that makes the horizon. That's the optic. The horizon.
So purely optical, right? It would be at this moment.
Holy shit!
Would be purely optical, right? Right, Sean?
So then I guess you're just straw manning me, right?
What is the physical thing that? No. The thing is, you're mentioning physical because you want these ballers to think that the horizon is what's physical. What you're saying is that we know that the sky is physical. You're bullshitting. You're trying to put in. You're trying to double speak right now.
Matter of fact, you're misrepresenting everything I'm saying, and it's ridiculous because I made it very clear that the horizon is optical. Never once said it was physical. Never once.
I think he's trying to say
Sean,
he's trying to say like the Earth is physical, and I mean he doesn't have any way to prove the sky is physical, but that's a whole other question. But he's trying to say that those things are. He's trying to say those things are physical, but what makes up the horizon is optical. So Sean, does that mean that if you're trying to say the boats are going over a curve, does that mean that's not a physical thing doing that?
What makes up the horizon is due to two physical things optically looking like they're together. That part is optical. It is not a physical thing. What makes it up is physical. That is not the same as me saying it's physical.
If you have a cylinder obstructing a pencil, you can give a name to the part of the cylinder that seems to be meeting the pencil, even though they're not touching. And that's an apparent phenomenon. That's an optical phenomenon. It's still made by physical stuff. And Sean made that distinction very clear in the first time he answered it.
The problem is they're physical objects, but you've got apparent positions. You've got apparent positions of physical objects blocking other apparent positions of physical objects. So that really doesn't
What do you mean?
Say that it's a sphere or not.
Jeremy, that is why it's called the apparent horizon. The horizon moves. It's not a location. It's not a physical place. It's an optical. It's something optical. Literally, like in the way it's explained, it makes it very clear that everything Matrix Media said that I said is bullshit because I made it very clear. If the horizon is optic. I said that. I did not say it was physical. Not once in this explanation.
Okay,
what would be the point of
up
even mentioning the physical part if you're not implying like if the horizon?
Because you asked it.
Hold on, but we inherently understand that what we're looking at is physical. We inherently understand that there would be no need for you to mention that, other than to try to trick people to imply that the horizon is also physical.
No,
being precise on definitions is not tricking people. The other way would be like if you're not defining exactly what you mean by horizon, that can lead to ambiguity in the arguments, and then you can be tricky.
And I wasn't being vague at all.
Yeah. Like if you go back in the live stream and check the first time he answered it, it's exactly what he said the last time.
Mm-hmm. you're all you're doing, Matrix, is just misrepresenting the shit out of everything I said to make it seem like you know what you're talking about, and you're completely wrong on that.
I don't think that's to make it seem like he knows what you're talking about. I think there's an expectation on what your argument is, and that expectation is in conflict with what you're actually trying to say.
Yeah,
And that's sometimes hard to realize.
Yeah, he wants my argument to lead to the horizon is a physical location, and that's not the case. It's not even understood that way. I don't understand why you would even think it. This is why it's called the apparent horizon. Very simple. And again, I didn't even bring in it being any proof of globe of it being curvature. We were just talking about the horizon. So you don't need to conflate it to being some bullshit like I'm being deceiving on purpose or I'm doing this like a rabbit out of a hat trick. No, that's ridiculous.
Bro, the thing is, man, a lot of these guys don't really understand global tactics, bro. But I understand.
Okay.
I understand what you try to do.
And at the same case, then I completely understand flat Earth tactics, and that's exactly what you're doing right now.
No problem. When I asked what made the horizon,
me into saying it's a physical location, and it's not
no,
going to work. Sorry.
you try to do that sneakily, right? Because a glober would not want to.
Are you sure about that?
Because
Did any other flat earthers in here hear me say or allude to the horizon being a physical location?
If you was going with the horizon being optical, why is there a need to make us understand that what we're looking at the physical one that we understand that inherently? Why did you have to go out of your way?
Maybe you're just not listening then, because you asked me what the horizon. I said optic, and then you said, "Well, isn't it?" And I said, "The sky and the physical body of water, land." And the physical sky is what makes this optical thing happen. I made that clear. That's also why it's called the apparent horizon.
Which is wrong. The eyes,
no, it's not.
Eyes and how the eye sees it, what makes it. The physicality of this thing is the physicality of it. The physicality does not morph.
I don't even think you understand your own argument.
Bro, listen. The physicality of what we're looking at does not morph at any time. The eyes, the effect at the eyes, how it works, that's what's actually making the horizon. So when you said it was optical, I was inclined to agree with you because I do understand that
it was optical.
The horizon. Okay,
I've said it at least 6 times.
Hold on, Sean. What I didn't like was that physical implication where you tried to kind of caveat it. So your globe Earth.
No. Okay, then that's
will be like, it's physical.
Your paranoia. Because all I did was explain what makes. I explained that it was optical, and then I explained what makes up the horizon. You understand that there's a reason the horizon's there, and there's reasons that we see it, right? There has to be, obviously, because we see it.
I literally just explained it. The eye.
No, I just literally explained it. I explained it, and you decided that because I added in what makes up the horizon, that I was saying the horizon is physical. Maybe it's just that you're not listening.
What makes up the horizon isn't what you were saying. It's the eyes. That's the only thing that makes it look as a horizon.
You're not listening, Matrix.
Not the physicality. The physicality is that you don't even need to mention.
How about this, Geo? Did I say what he just said?
We got to move on from this, guys.
You guys are kind of talking past each other, but there does seem to be a contradiction in what you're saying.
What part of it's contradicting? Because I said it's optical, and because regardless, when you see the horizon, why is there a horizon? What makes up the horizon? Why are you able to see the horizon? Why is it like that?
Your eyes, the way it works.
So, do you see a horizon when you look straight up in the sky?
We don't know what we're looking at in the sky.
No, because there's physical attributes that make up the horizon. The horizon is optics. If you think I'm contradicting myself, then you're not understanding it.
No, I get what you're saying. So when people say boats are cutting off from the bottom up due to the curve of the Earth, are you going to say that that's not the physical curve of the Earth? Or are you going to say that that's the physical? It is. Oh,
there you go. You see what I was talking about, Gio?
It is.
You see the bullshit? You see the bullshit here?
So you're saying
there.
So the measurement of curvature is a physical thing. The boat is on the physical Earth. The boat is being obstructed due to that. The horizon is not the curvature. Don't conflate the two, because then it makes it sound. You make it seem as if I contradicted myself. In reality, you just decided that when someone says curvature, they're saying the horizon. No, the curvature is physical. The boat is being obstructed by a physical thing.
And that
That's
when
the horizon, and you just said the horizon isn't
No,
physical,
no,
but it's
no,
optical.
no, I did not. No,
obstruction, the
stop.
obstruction.
No, stop. Curvature is physical. Obstruction, physical. Horizon, optic. When people say that the boats are being obstructed due to curvature, they're not saying the boat is being obstructed due to horizon. So stop doing that. That is insanely ridiculous.
So how
No,
do you know that the boat is being obscured from?
Well, that's a different topic, right? I mean,
No,
And just we'll be clear on that part.
No. It's not
when
a
a boat
different
is
topic.
obstructed
It's
due
the
to
same.
yes,
curvature,
it is.
there are
Because-
other
No, it's not.
factors that
Just
can play in that as well.
You asserting it
Hold on
does
a
not
second.
make it so.
But
Now,
that's
can I
not the
please-
point.
Hold on,
Bacon,
Bacon.
Wait.
I'm talking to you, Bacon.
Let
Can
me
you just
try to
not
clarify.
talk for a second?
Guys, hold on one
It-
second.
well,
Hold on.
Hey. Yo,
I had to
guys.
mute Bacon for a second. Crypto, could you please say what you were saying?
Yeah. I just want to ask Sean, how does he know that the boat is being obscured at all from the bottom?
By
that
knowing
wasn't the point.
by knowing the dimensions of the
I
ship,
didn't ask you, Bacon.
by knowing the distance.
Bacon, stop talking for fuck's sake. I'm asking Sean.
Well, it was a silent. I take the opportunity because Geo.
Because you won't stop talking.
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead, Sean.
By knowing the dimensions of the boat, by knowing the distance.
No. Think more simply. How do you know that
That's
it's
very
not there?
simple. Say again.
No. Think more simply.
Okay, say it again. You said think more simply, then you said something.
Answer like a 5-year-old.
How do I know that a boat's being...
How do you know that you can't see the bottom of the boat?
Well, first, I'm not a 5-year-old, and this isn't a 5-year-old discussion. I know that I'm not seeing all the boat, because if I know the dimensions of that boat, and I see that it's not the whole thing, then I know something is being obstructed.
Okay, look. What I'm trying to eliminate to you is your double speak, because I don't actually think you understand that you're doing it. The point here is that if the horizon is optical, then the horizon can't be physically blocking anything.
Okay, I'll say this one more time.
But
Guys,
why can't
please
you see
fucking
the bottom of the
listen.
boat?
A boat is
I'm
never...
fucking listening.
Listen. No, you're
I'm
not listening,
answering
because
what
I
you
actually
said.
just said this. I literally just said this, so I'm going to say it one last time. And you don't need to keep misrepresenting, or maybe just listen. The horizon does not obstruct a physical body of water. Curvature is physical. That is what's obstructing. The horizon, no one ever says that boat is being obstructed by horizon. So stop conflating, stop bullshitting. That is not how it works.
So you've completely missed my point, right?
Okay.
Which is predictable.
Go ahead.
The point is that you wouldn't see it if it wasn't optical.
Oh my fucking God.
So if I see a
That's your
boat, the
argument
boat
right
is
there?
optic.
Like, really?
Like,
So, hold
if
on,
I see an object, the
Sean,
object
The
is
horizon is
optical.
defined as being an optical effect, Bacon, so that is completely non sequitur.
No, but your point is if I see it, it's optical. No, that
No,
Of course.
my point is that if you see the horizon blocking things, like Sean wants it to be
Horizon
physical
doesn't
and
block
optical.
anything. I have not said it. No one has said.
Why
Even
are you
said that.
talking over me? I didn't
Because
talk
you
over
keep
you.
you're
Didn't
full of
talk
shit
over
right
you.
now.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I didn't talk over you. Don't talk over me.
Then
I
don't
think what
misrepresent
Sean
what I'm
wants.
fucking saying.
Sean wants the horizon to be both physical and optical.
Okay,
whenever-
again, I'm not Geo. I know I'm
You're
interrupting.
talking over me, Sean. Don't know why you're talking over me.
Everything I'm saying
Stop
in his
talking
argument.
over me.
Is that how that
Stop it.
works? Then stop
talking over me.
stop acting like a 5-year-old. Because I never
No.
said that. I never
Stop
said
acting like
that. I
a
made it even.
what?
I even
Because
clarified
you
it.
can't stop talking over someone. Just
Sean,
shut up.
Just let him
Just
speak
stop
for 20
misrepresenting.
seconds, and then you can respond. Even if you don't agree with him, just let him finish.
I'm not misrepresenting you.
Geo,
I'm
Geo,
giving
Geo,
an
have I not
accurate
said
summation.
over and over again, repeatedly, that the horizon is not what obstructs things? I've not said that 3 times already. So why is he able to just continue to say I said that?
You say that. We've all heard you say that.
No,
Well, Sean,
no one heard me say
this
that.
kinda
I
get,
bet
like,
you fucking
what is your
$1,000 right
definition
now.
of
You can't go
horizon?
into
Well,
live.
it doesn't matter what Sean's definition of anything is, Geo.
It does matter because I'm the one who fucking said it. When you sit there and misrepresent me, I'm gonna say something.
Why
Especially
don't you
when
just
you
shut up and let other
hold
people
on.
talk?
Sean, I got to mute you for a second. At least just let Crypto finish, to be fair.
Jesus Christ, man. I think that Sean wants the expediency of having both a physical and an optical horizon whenever it's convenient for him. And that's what I'm going to say.
before you unmute him, I called it from the very beginning since I heard his fucking bullshit.
No, he was very
Yeah.
precise when he made the
Now,
distinction.
I'm going to say this real quick because you both wanted to act as if I said something that I didn't, and this is the reality of it. You're full of fucking shit because not once did I ever say Horizon obstructs anything. Not once have I ever said the Horizon is a physical place. So stop bullshitting.
Yeah, I never said any of that stuff. So now you're actually strawmanning me.
You literally just said, I think what Sean's doing is he's trying to use the Horizon as a physical location interchangeably as he wills. And never once alluded to it being a physical thing.
That's actually not what I said. It's not what I said.
Yeah, I heard what you fucking said, and I know damn well you're lying. You're full of fucking shit and misrepresenting what I said.
Okay, so I'm misrepresenting you and I'm full of shit, yet you can't repeat what I said.
How about I repeat what I said so I can be extremely clear, and so when whoever does decide to go back into the fucking live stream, you can hear me say it for the 5th fucking time. The Horizon is optical. No one ever said. Why are you over talking me now?
Because you stopped talking.
No, I didn't. I continuously talked this whole time. So stop talking so I can say what I'm saying. So you can be clear on what I'm saying. So you can stop bullshitting. The Horizon is optical. What makes up the Horizon is physical. I have never said the Horizon is a physical place or is physical. I don't interchange it at all. When I say a boat is being obstructed, I do not say the boat is being obstructed due to the horizon. I say it's due to curvature. Curvature is physical. Curvature is the body of water, the land that is curving. The horizon is not physical. The horizon is not the land, is not the water, is not the sky. It is the optical illusion that where these things meet. Never once have I ever said it was fucking physical, so stop fucking acting like a kid and misrepresenting me.
Yeah, I never actually said that you didn't say any of that. So claiming me to strawman you is just deceptive.
So you didn't just get saying. You didn't just get done saying.
Why are you talking? Why are you talking?
Because I'm responding to what you just said.
Why are you talking?
You didn't just get done saying that I try to use it as the horizon to be physical,
Can you just get him to stop talking? Because he's clearly just monologued, and then as soon as he stops, he wants to monologue again. Why don't you just shut up and wait for my reply? Why are you talking? Jesus Christ, man! This is why you can't actually understand anything, because you don't fucking listen, right? I wasn't strawmanning you. I wasn't saying that you didn't say any of that stuff. I was simply giving my own summation of your tactics,
That's
which
not a
I
tactic.
think are accurate.
It wasn't a tactic. I was just explaining a situation. You can think it's a tactic, but that may be your tactic.
Well, all right, hold on.
Hold on.
We can kind of dial it back and try to bring it back a little bit here. So the thing I want to ask you, Sean, and that seems like a contradiction, is that if we're talking about boats, and the idea of the curve of the earth is covering up the bottom of the boat. I mean, the definition of horizon, at least out of the dictionary, is the line or circle that forms the apparent boundary between the earth and the sky. So
yes.
that would be the line, which is the earth and the sky. That would be where the water meets the sky, and that is what is supposedly obstructing the bottom of the boat.
No.
So that would be physical, but then you're saying that the horizon isn't. So
that is not what I'm saying, Gio.
Contradiction.
Not what I'm saying.
Okay, can I try to make an analogy for what I think Sean's point is? Like, if we have
you don't even need to. It's very simple. When you see obstruction on a boat, you can never find a clip ever. No one's ever heard me say the horizon is obstructing something ever.
Well, I remember when you guys used to say that the horizon was the Earth curvature.
Nope.
No, nobody, no flat earther. Remember when
you've never heard me say, Matrix? You've never heard me say that.
I'm pretty sure if we go back to these tapes, I can hear each and every last one of you say that the horizon is the fucking curvature.
Go back and find it. I guarantee you won't. Because I don't ever say that. Matter of fact, when Dr. Bob, Professor Phil, when all of them were trying to make this whole claim that it's physical, and all that kind of shit, I was the one going against them. So bullshit. You're full of shit. I'd never once ever alluded to that. Ever.
Yeah, we should probably move on. So all you have is this apparent position of the water or land blocking another apparent position of maybe a boat.
No.
You got an apparent position blocking apparent position.
Horizon doesn't obstruct.
Whatever, the water, that's in an apparent
land and
position.
water.
Okay, the water that's blocking the boat, That's an apparent position of the water. The boat also has an
No,
apparent position.
no, it's an apparent
because that's
position
not
of
its
the
actual
horizon.
position.
It's apparent
I'm
position of the
sorry.
horizon,
Is the
Jeremy.
land not an actual place? Is the water not an actual place?
The water is a physical place.
Okay, the water. I'm talking about the
Yes.
water. The water is in a we see water. It's in an apparent position.
No, the
we see a
horizon is
boat.
apparent.
What do you mean no?
The horizon's in an apparent position.
Yeah, the water.
No, the horizon.
You think when we look out and we see the water, that's the actual position of the water?
Yes.
Are you sure about that? Because sometimes
Absolutely.
we can see 9 miles. How come sometimes we can see 9 miles distance and sometimes we can see
In
only
atmospheric
3 miles
conditions.
at the same
Atmospheric
spot?
conditions.
So apparent position, not actual position.
No, atmospheric conditions.
I hear you. So not actual position, apparent position.
No, the water is a physical place, physical location. What you see is there.
In an apparent
I don't think what you get what Jeremy's asking. Like I think he's asking about the exact point. Yeah, I think he's asking about the exact point of the water that makes up the horizon. That will have a.
Okay. Yes. I'm sorry.
The water.
Geo.
Water isn't an
No,
apparent.
but see, there's a difference between when you say the water and we're talking about. See, there is a difference between the body of water and talking the horizon because it's not the same thing.
At the horizon, there's water there, right?
Say it one more time.
At the horizon, there's water there, right?
At that point.
Yeah, there's water. That water is in an apparent position, not an actual position.
I would say the water itself is in a physical location.
You think that's in a geometric location and doesn't ever move?
The water you're looking at? No. That's there.
That's in a geometric locked position and doesn't change.
What you're seeing? See, and clearly we are. I don't understand what you're asking me. Because what it seems like you're asking me, it's like you're asking me about the physical body of water, but then it seems like you're asking about the horizon in the same question.
Looking at the horizon, there's water underneath it. That water is not in a geometric fixed position. It's in an apparent position.
Okay, so the point of the horizon, yes, you're right. Yes, it's apparent. It's an apparent
Jesus
position.
Christ, man, I can't even deal with you guys.
Sean, I think I can explain the bottom of the boat disappearing, and it could be purely optical. If you take a look at my live, so in approximately 212, 210, it would explain why things disappear from the bottom up. Are you guys listening to the audio?
Yes.
See the convergence part where they put it under the middle, which will represent exactly what disappearing from the bottom up would look like. You see that line below the middle of the line? If there was a boat in the middle, wouldn't that line represent the bottom half that's disappearing?
No.
I will say this right off the bat. Nowhere, at no point do I say that obstruction is the only possible way anything could be obstructed. Refraction does obstruct things, yes. Mirage.
But what we're saying that is a strictly visual, and what you're trying to pass is that is physical, which is
okay. I'll make it clear again. I'll make it clear again. Yes, being obstructed is due to curvature. Yes, refraction can have obstructive quality. Yes.
Wrong. All of it is
wrong.
absolutely. Okay. All of it is absolutely visual. All of it, which means all of those,
because what you see,
all of the geometry claim is absolute bullshit. None of it is physical. It does not exist. Sean.
Show how you came to that conclusion.
Using your fucking eyes.
Okay, now start using some understanding of how light works.
In this
start
video,
using some understanding about how measurement. How take
a look at the video of what it's talking about.
I did. I literally did, and all that talking about is refraction, and I just made it clear that yes, refraction does play obstructive quality.
And if you were to understand properly, you will understand that what that represents is that everything that you look at would be from the center point, right? That little line on the bottom of the thing, that will represent the bottom part missing from every of those boats that we are always
Actually,
looking
no.
In your example, is there
Little
a
bit.
quantity that can be measured of what you're seeing?
His video doesn't say
can't measure the
what
curvature,
he
bro.
think is saying. Wait.
It doesn't.
The video is not saying what he think is saying.
We're
Like,
talking about the refraction.
Yeah, that line. Wait. If you had a line, can you pause the video and go back a little bit? Yeah, can you pause at that same moment in which you have a bottom line that you said it would be the bullet? Right. So there.
More
you have
refraction and get converged at a shorter distance.
All right. Okay. But if you had an object, okay, can you pause?
Wouldn't that conversion high at the bottom of the boats? That conversion that they're describing here.
No, it wouldn't. That's what I'm trying to explain you. It wouldn't, because if you have a boat below that center, can you pause the video? Because I can hear it. All right. So if you have the boat below the light coming from the bottom of the boat would be refracted up, and will still reach that point. Like everything that is coming in that lens in parallel lines is going to reach that point. It's just going to come from a different direction. It's not going to be obstructed.
But wait a minute. But the secondary line would not represent the visual. The visual will be represented by the straight line. The lower line will be
Yo, the guy already left.
The lower line will be representing refraction, the conversion of refraction, which is what I'm saying is the thing.
The red one.
The red one. What you mean the red one? Well, you see that there's a triangle, right? Going up, going down, and the line in the middle. The line beneath the line on the middle is what I'm saying represents when boats disappear. When boats on the bottom parts of boats disappear. That little bit of refraction right there is what's doing it, and that's what I can represent over here.
But Matrix, that's not visualization of a path of light ray. That's showing a distance. That's all it's doing there. It's not supposed to be a path of light. If you have a path of light coming from below the center line, parallel to it, when you cross the lens, you would go up and reach that center point. Every light ray that is coming in parallel to that lens is going to reach that point. None of them is going to get obstructed. That what you're saying would be representing the bottom obstructed is just a line showing the distance between the lens and the point. That's the focal distance.
So you guys are saying that because it's optical, and you guys are completely sold on that it needs to be physical in order to be obstructed. You guys are not willing to accept that it is obstructing because it's something optical is going, right? You guys will only accept that it has to be physical.
No, it can be something optical. But what you're showing in the video is not demonstrating that. It's something completely different.
I wasn't trying to demonstrate. I was trying to explain and use this as a demonstration, right? Like, for example, if the visual part, right, the triangle, the up, down, the triangle, the center point, if that would represent the visual or the eye focusing on something, that bottom part, that little refraction there, that could also explain why when we look at these boats from a far distance, right?
You need a different setup. You need a different setup. In this setup of this video, that wouldn't happen. Yeah, it can happen for optical reasons, right? But that video has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, it's not even evidence.
It was a demonstration, try to demonstrate or at least get a point across of how it's possible that I was trying to give a possible explanation on boats missing the bottom part of it from a long distance. You guys want to claim that is physical curvature, and I say it is strictly optical.
We're not claiming it can only be physical curvature. I think even Sean would agree that refraction can do that. Like I think most of us would agree that refraction can obstruct things bottom up.
No,
in certain situations.
So you're conceding that now on a planar surface that things can obscure from the bottom up? You're doing that now?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
only works.
Yo,
but
it's
not due to
double.
refraction, but
It's
it can
double speak
do
like
to.
crazy.
I mean,
It's
not due to
double speak like
perspective.
crazy.
No,
You
no,
don't even
it
know what
can.
refraction is, Bacon.
It can happen due to refraction. It
Explain
can't
refraction.
due to perspective.
Explain refraction.
Yeah, refraction is caused when light goes through different index of refraction, which is a medium that slows down light in different rates. Okay, if you have medium slowing down light in different rates, when it goes from one of those index to the other, it's going to bend in, and that can be described by the angle between the path of light and a line that is perpendicular to the boundary between the mediums.
Wrong.
Oh, okay. I mean, can you improve my knowledge
is the
then?
bending of light as it passes from one substance to another, and the bending
No,
is caused by
isn't
the bending is caused by differences in density between the two substances.
Yeah,
And
then
it creates an inferior mirage and a superior mirage, depending
not
on if
always.
you're in cool air or in hot air. Yes. That's why when
No,
you see a fire,
not always.
that's why when you see a
Not
fire and you look around it, it looks like it's glass.
not every
Yeah.
not every instance of
Yeah.
refraction produces mirages. That's just not
Yeah.
true. Like if you're looking through glass, you have refraction. It doesn't create any mirage just looking through glass.
No,
And
it
you
doesn't.
you corrected what I said, saying that it's a different densities, and I said different index of refraction. That's the same thing. If you make a
What about atmospheric refraction?
well,
AKA
how does
atmospheric
that change what I said? I mean, you're just saying I'm wrong, and when
No,
you're trying to explain it, you're not actually
that's what prevents you from
contradicting
being
anything I
forever
said.
on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I get the possibility. I understand that.
Yeah,
I'm not denying that.
But how do you agree with that and be a globetard?
Because that's not my base on believing the globe. I don't believe the globe in the fact that you can use refraction to obstruct things.
Then
bottom
why
up.
do you believe it?
For other reasons.
Because you were told that, yeah. Look in chat.
Well, if you think so, you can
in live
project
stream
my
text.
reasonings. Sorry? Like, don't assume why I believe what I believe.
Doesn't matter.
Maybe-
You're a you believe in the globe. That's all that matters.
Yeah, but
I
if you're
didn't
going to
assume that you were believing in anything else.
if you're going to address arguments that are not the reasons why I believe, that's gonna make that's not gonna make it
Oh,
do
it's just
anything, right?
proven that you don't understand your own globe.
Why don't I understand about the globe?
That's not how it works on a globe. You're not supposed to do that. I mean, you're not supposed to see that
See what?
forever.
Do we see forever in the globe?
I mean, look how close that is.
Is that forever?
Look, there's
Okay,
nothing
is
that's
that forever?
blocking it. There's no curvature.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So the Earth doesn't curve. It's not a ball, dude. You're agreeing with me that you're.
No. I'm agreeing
Yeah.
there's nothing blocking it, but so what? Like, what about the atmosphere? Doesn't the
All
atmosphere
right, let
change
me
how
get this
things look?
straight. Let me get this straight. You don't agree. So you're not like one of those globe earthers that think that buildings and ships like disappear over the curve of the Earth, right? Like you know that's not true, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that's not true.
How could you
So
hold
what
both
is it? So
positions?
what
though?
is it, dude? You're switching.
Yeah, there are more. No. I don't have to just pick one answer. If more things are coming to play, I don't have to just pick one. I'm not going to ignore refraction just because I think there's curvature.
It's
And
not
I'm
even
not
just
going to say,
refraction, it's perspective.
oh, yeah, I'm not discounting perspective as well. But perspective is
Oh my
not going to
God.
help.
But it can't be
Perspective.
both perspective and curvature of the earth. That's why I called out
Exactly.
Shaji when
Why
he
not?
spoke here earlier.
Whoa.
My
About
bad,
this
Gio.
fucking
Why-
double speak that you guys do.
Why can't perspective work across curvature?
Because there is no curvature.
Well, that's your claim. What?
That's
So
your
that's.
claim.
I mean, can you demonstrate it?
Yeah, I can demonstrate it.
No, I hear what you're saying, Bacon. There would be like, let's say the perspective would still exist, and you're on a curved Earth. That's let's try to that's fair. Let's say that that's the case. The problem is there would still be a geometric physicality to the actual globe, and that should be able to be consistently observed and measured. If it was, I wouldn't well, it would be a different scenario if that was the case, but that isn't the case.
Yeah, but just like I am doing, you also shouldn't discount the atmosphere when you're trying to verify that. Like, we have to concede that the atmosphere changes how things look.
Well, the atmosphere
Well,
doesn't
we
work on a
consi-
ball Earth. The atmosphere wouldn't work on a ball Earth because what is containing these gases from leaving?
The
But
weight
hold-
of the gas.
But hold on, we
No,
are
the weight of the
considering
gas
the
doesn't
atmosphere.
contain it.
When we're talking about
Why
visual,
not?
we're considering the atmosphere acting as some sort of lens. We are including atmosphere. I don't understand why you say that we don't consider it.
No, I'm saying, I mean, if you want to judge the pictures of things across the horizon based on the geometry of Earth, only the geometry of Earth, then you're ignoring refraction when you're doing that. So if you're trying to use, let's say, a curvature calculator that only uses the geometrical horizon, then of course that's not going to match observation, because that's not taking into consideration the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is there.
I think most flat earthers understand that, right? But how is it that you acknowledge the visual discrepancy of a flat earth with a globe earth and the possibilities, and then you will also say that we have a physical curvature? So, like, I don't understand how you can hold these two points.
Because I don't base my belief in the curvature on optical experience. Like,
Then
I'm not
what-
saying
what is
believe
the
in curvature.
Where is the curvature then? What, you're not saying anything. You're not bringing up anything. You're not proving anything. You're just saying I don't base it off that. I don't base it.
Yeah, because you want me to justify my belief using things that isn't the justification. Like, of course I'm going to point
Okay,
it out.
so how do you know that it's justified?
The curvature, the Earth is
Yeah.
spherical.
How do you know it's there?
Well, I think there's a lot of strong evidence, like how celestial navigation started working in the 18th century, right?
How does celestial navigation prove the curvature of Earth? See,
Because of
that's how I know you're probably trolling, dude.
Why?
You're trolling.
Why would you think that? Like, we are debating celestial navigation for months here.
Because you're saying random shit.
No, it's not random. I can explain the whole argument if you want to.
All right, do it.
Yeah, so the first thing they would do would take the measurement of the angle from the horizon to a star using a sextant, right? That was the first step.
Okay.
And then they will look to the time of the measurement. And they will go to the almanac, which is the nautical almanac, and check what's the geographical position of that star, which means the position on Earth that star is right overhead. So based on the angle,
you know that stars, like, they don't like change, they don't move, right? They circle around in the same motion. It's there, you can search it up. It's called star trails.
I'm counting on that actually. Yeah. They change their longitude across the day, not their latitude.
They don't ever move. They only move.
Yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, but there's also a position on Earth that if you look up, you're going to see that star right overhead, right?
What star?
Well, whichever star you pick. So, for example, let's say Betelgeuse, right? Betelgeuse. I'm not sure if that's how it's pronounced, but there's a certain position on Earth that if you look up, that star is going to be right overhead, right? And in the next minute, it's no longer going to be overhead because it will have moved in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Part of the dome, right? So you agree there's a dome?
No, I'm not saying it's a dome. I'm just agreeing that they move in the sky from our perspective, right?
No, but that wouldn't work on a I said black. I mean ball Earth, because that would mean that the ball is on a tilt and is spinning and moving throughout a universe simultaneously, moving through the universe. So you wouldn't see the same set of stars. You know that, right?
If they're very far,
you see the exact same set of stars.
Well, why not?
We've always seen the same constellations.
And I don't get the problem with that.
Thousands and thousands of years, yeah.
Well, I don't get the problem with that. But the stars do change their
Let me
position.
explain it to you, okay? Look at my screen. Let me explain it to you why you wouldn't see the same set of stars on a ball Earth.
Sure. It's still loading 1 sec. Right, can see it.
Alright, so you see my screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'm gonna just draw Earth, alright? This is fucking blue marble. right here. This is Earth, okay? Just think of this ball Earth spinning and moving throughout space, all right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to draw these stars right here. Let's say these are stars.
Can you
This is what
paint the whole thing black because I can't see the stars? Okay, no, I can see Earth, but
Oh my god.
I think I have to
messed
close the
up.
circle better.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't there a circle
I'm
too?
embarrassed.
Isn't there a circle too? Oh, never mind. Okay, there we go.
I'm not going to draw the line, all right? I don't care. But the thing is, so these are the set of stars, right?
Mhm.
This is what you think, is it? But the thing is, they say that Earth is simultaneously moving through the universe constantly because in a million of years, they say that the Milky Way is going to finally interlude with the fucking Andromeda, right? So they're implying that we're moving through space constantly at thousands of speeds. So the thing is, if that's the case, these set of stars that you see right here, and let's say there's more stars around here. These set of stars that you see right here, and if we're moving through space, you're going over here, right here. So you wouldn't see the same set of stars. Do you know how this
No,
works?
I think that's not up to scale because if you get the distance to the closest star according to our model, that's like millions of times bigger than the solar system. So the movement of the Earth around the sun, let's say, does like barely make any change on the position of stars.
Yeah, it does because even the orbit doesn't make sense. The orbit around the sun, you still wouldn't see the same set of stars. That's not how
Why?
it works.
Yeah,
That's
we
not how
don't
it
see
works,
the
'cause you would
star.
have to go around the sun. On the other side of the sun. Do you know how
Yeah,
that
but
works? Dude? Can you
yeah,
put
but
that in your
when
brain?
when you're on the other side of the Earth, on the other side of the sun, the part that is behind the sun can still be seen if the sun is not up in the sky, right? Like for example, before the sun sets or after it rises, you can see the stars that are very close to the sun now.
No, because
They are on the other
reason why
side.
it's
But
night is because the Earth has spinned around. That's what you think.
yeah,
That already invalidates that whole thing. So I
no,
just
let
disproved that.
me
You wouldn't see
okay,
the
let me
same set
draw
of stars
now.
for thousands of years. We wouldn't have constellations. It's not true.
Well, the stars do move slowly. I mean, at
No,
least
they don't.
according.
They only move in a circle. And
Well,
Polaris only stays in one spot, by the way.
well, then you have to explain why they update the almanac every year and they give different declinations and right ascensions for the stars every year.
What? The almanac?
Yeah, the nautical
That's a
almanac.
Freemason body. That's a Freemason book.
It's a what?
That's a Masonic book. They
Well,
lie. You
people
can just
could-
you can just use a telescope or anything that can zoom in. You can see that it doesn't move.
No, of course, yeah, of course, it's not going to move
Yeah, we can use time
in
lapses
5
too,
minutes
Steve.
or in
We can use
within
time
an hour.
lapses. Time
But
lapses too.
the almanacs can be used across the whole year, and they update it every year. If you
But
compare,
you're gonna trust a book that over something that you can use a time lapse and then with your
Well,
camera.
people, no, those books they document the
Yeah, there's
position of the
people who
star
take
across many
there's people who
decades,
take
right?
photos of the stars every year.
So, like,
so
how do you know their positions just by the photo?
They don't move.
Well, why their declination and right ascension change across decades then?
You
So
said what?
Bacon, you think that moving at 2.4 million miles per hour in multiple vectors that the stars would still be in their same positions, but they would just move this tiny amount that you're claiming? That makes sense to you?
Yeah,
Dude,
given
you agree that Polaris is in a fixed position, allegedly calculated.
not exactly. It's a bit off the point, the north.
Yeah,
Not
but it
exactly
never
the north.
moves its position, right? Right?
It does across
No,
the
it doesn't
decades.
move its position.
Well, then people would get in the wrong spot if they use old almanacs. Then, like, if you compare almanacs from a century ago to the current ones, it will give you different right ascension and declination for Polaris. So yeah, it did move
No,
very
it doesn't.
slightly.
Can you
But
show me where it moves?
Yeah, I just told you. Like you can just get old almanacs and compare to the current ones.
Almanac. You're telling me to open up an almanac when I can use eyes. So can you show me
how
where?
are your eyes? How are your eyes?
Not
when
just
more...
eyes, but like seeing it.
Okay, how are cameras or telescope? Gonna
How
tell
did
you.
they know that it moved?
Let me finish
How did
the
they know
question.
that it moved?
Yeah, I'm just telling you.
Hey, Sean Hawkins, can you stop sneak dissing in chat, you little?
Sorry, what?
My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, so
we got a little gossiper in chat.
telescopes don't tell how the stars were a century ago, right? Almanacs do, because they have that recorded. If you look to them right now, sorry.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
you know the sun is supposed to be hurtling through space at 45,000 miles per hour.
Sure.
So how exactly is Polaris and Sigma Octantis, their own solar bodies, traveling the same direction at the same speed, perfectly parallel with our solar system from light years away on opposite
It's
sides?
not with our solar system. It's with the axis of rotation of the Earth, not with the solar system.
Can you say that again?
It's not aligned with the solar system. It's aligned with the axis of rotation of the Earth.
I didn't say it was aligned. I said it was perfectly parallel with our solar system.
Yeah, it's not. It's parallel to the. It's not. It's parallel with the axis of rotation, not with the solar system.
What?
Yeah, you have the axis of rotation of the Earth, right? That is.
Can you like slow down when you talk? It's like you're muttering.
What?
Like when you talk, you're like.
Yeah, I'm trying not to speak very loud. There are people sleeping.
Okay.
Okay, so the axis of rotation of the Earth is aligned with Polaris, not the solar system.
What?
Yeah, the Earth spins, right? And what's going to be?
No. You're confusing. I'm not saying the Polaris never moves. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it stayed in the same position for centuries.
Isn't that the same thing?
That same daily cycle. Yeah, look in chat. What I'm saying is that like the stars have remained perfectly fixed in their relative positions, like for like thousands of years in recorded history, without even the slightest deviation apart from each other.
Well, that's just false.
No, it's not.
But I just explained to you, like if you get old almanacs, which is recorded history about stars' positions, they do change slightly. Like, when did you check it out?
Can you give me
yeah,
like,
I mean,
you're just saying like source. Trust me, bro.
Sure, you can Google for old almanacs. I can do it for you. 1 sec.
Thank you.
Yeah, is there a source that says that the stars haven't moved?
Who was that used to say, "I am the source"?
It's Zanik says, "I am the citation."
Okay, maybe that's Danik I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, he's always, "I am the citation." No, shut up.
But the thing is, the stars didn't change like a lot. They're still in the same
I
position.
agree. They don't change.
That doesn't work if the Earth is going 46,000 miles per hour through space, dude.
It does if they're far enough.
No,
it does if they're far.
Doesn't work.
But how far?
Okay,
Why don't we see different star constellations every 3 months?
Why should you? Like, let me draw.
We're going 46,000 miles per hour through space.
The stars, but not in relation to the stars.
Yes, we are.
Can you give a citation for that?
Give a citation to that. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Oh, that's not allowed here, dude. I don't know which servers you've been to, but
my bad, dude.
Email, man. That's what you get.
No citation.
But you still haven't given me a citation. I'm just giving you obvious proof.
But obvious proof?
Obvious proof. Shut up, dude.
Dude, how
All right, now you're not even bringing up proof. Now you just painted something.
Well, isn't that what you were doing before? I'm
Yeah,
just
but
trying
you
to
didn't.
illustrate.
Yeah, but I explained it to you how it doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm going to explain to you why it does work.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, aren't
Okay.
most of the stars that we see from our Milky Way?
So you're saying we should see different stars every 3 months, right?
Here, look in chat.
Or what? Like, what exactly? How exactly did you came to 3 months? Where that number came from?
Look here.
Yeah, that still doesn't give me a number. That's just a visualization. Like that model that you sent.
This is what you think is happening right now.
No.
Yes, it is. That's what that is. That's what it is. That's what
Of
you think is
course it
happening right
isn't.
now.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So I can post you a picture of a snow globe and say that that's what you think. Where the stars, no stars.
Well, that was posted by the Space Channel.
Well, can you provide me how you get to we should see different stars every 3 months, like different constellations? How did you get to 3 months?
What are you asking me? That's
Yeah,
what should
well,
happen.
why? Yeah, how do you get to that
Because
conclusion?
we're moving 46,000 miles per hour through space.
And how would you
In
get from
relation
that
to what?
to yeah? Okay, how far is the closest star?
What do you mean? Stars aren't 50 million miles away.
Yeah,
Billions of
according,
light
I mean,
years.
you're talking about our model, right? So under our model, how far the stars are? The closest one. I think 4 light years, right?
What
Yep.
are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about Alpha Centauri, right? It's this
Wait,
closest.
can you try and draw it?
Sure. So here we have the
Can you
solar
explain
system.
what you were trying to draw? How we wouldn't see it?
Okay, so this white dot here is the solar system, right? And I'm going to draw a star here. That's Alpha Centauri, right? That's the closest star. And let's say we're going in that direction, perpendicular to the direction of Alpha Centauri. So this is us. This is Alpha Centauri. Just put an alpha there. So our speed, what is the speed you mentioned?
46,000 miles per hour.
Right, 46,000.
I don't think you realize how fast that is.
I think that's not in relation to Alpha Centauri, though.
Yeah, but let's just assume it is. Let's see how far we go with that. Okay, miles per hour, right? Is that how you, or is MPH? I think it's MPH, right? Okay, and how far is this distance here? Let me check. 4 light years in miles.
Wait, what is US and OC?
This is 2.351 times 10 to the 13 miles, right? Okay, so for how long are we traveling? Let's say Earth is traveling that direction for a whole year. So how many hours we have in a year? It's 24 times 365, right? That equals, let me see, 24 times 5. So that is 8,760 hours. So that's the amount of hours in a year. And this is how far we are traveling every hour. So if we multiply this number, which is the time, by the speed, we get a distance. So let me do that. That sums up to about, let me see, 4 to the 8. 4 times 10 to the 8. So that's how many miles we would have traveled if we are going in this velocity for this amount of time. This is how much time, for how long we would have traveled. So let's now draw a triangle and see how big of an angle, how big of a difference in angle that is. We have a rectangle triangle here. Here we have 2 to the, let me just round it, to the 13. And here we have 4 to the 8.
Fucking nerd.
Yeah, if I divide this number by this number, I get the tangent of this angle, right? So if I get the arctangent between this number by this number, I'm gonna get this angle here. So let me do it. Divide by 213. Get the arctangent. That. This is in radians, so I'm going to divide by pi and multiply by 180. Okay, so this angle here would be 0.0011 degrees. So that would be the change. So Alpha Centauri, the closest star, if we're going in the speed you mentioned, parallel to it, perpendicular to it, which gives you the biggest parallax, would just move by this much in the sky, 0.0011 degrees. So I think you don't have a point anymore, right? Because according to your own,
You didn't prove anything.
I prove you don't have a point. I mean,
No, you just
of course
use
I'm not
mathematics to try and prove something that is observable.
Yeah, I'm trying to show that your
It's the
conclusion
same way
is
how
just
Stephen
illogical.
Hawking used mathematics to prove a black hole theory.
Of course not. I'm using your assumptions. Like under your assumptions, your conclusion is wrong. That's
But
all I'm
where
showing.
did you get all the numbers from?
From you.
Exactly. So you're just adding random numbers and thinking that's
No,
the
I get
No,
it from you.
you said that the globe model doesn't work, and he got the numbers from the globe model.
Yeah,
And
I got the
strawman the
yeah.
model.
I said the stars are very far. You said that doesn't matter. So I got the distance of the closest one, and I got your data for the speed of the Earth, and that still wouldn't make any noticeable change. It would be 0.001 degree.
What is
in the
OC?
sky. OC?
Yeah.
Where is it? What do you mean?
What is OC? Can you still didn't explain this whole thing. You just put a bunch of mathematic equations and thought that was the answer.
Okay, so where
You're
do you
not
see an
explaining
OC?
anything, dude.
Okay, I was
What do you mean
explaining it
OC?
again.
Orange County?
What is OC?
Where do you see that?
So
Where are
OC,
you seeing?
So OC is like
Oh,
the
this is
distance that it
Alpha.
travels.
This is Alpha Centauri. This is the star here.
But why are you saying that it's going to a star?
No, that's the distance to this. It's just a distance. It's going there. I think it weren't paying attention. That's the velocity. It's going towards that direction. And this is the speed you gave me. So if we are going in that direction, in this speed, and that's the distance of the closest
How
star,
do you know we're going in that direction?
that's giving you the benefit of the doubt, because that's going to give you the biggest parallax. If it's going in any other direction, this number is going to be even smaller. That's why I'm picking that direction, to set the bias towards your side. But even setting the bias towards your side, it still doesn't agree with your conclusion.
But you didn't explain anything.
I explained everything, you're just not paying attention.
No. You put a bunch of numbers together.
Dude, I think you're new on this stuff, right?
No, I'm educated more than you.
Well, what? Alright.
So you think just because you studied in mathematics, you're smart?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm asking if you're new to this
Yeah, you
debate.
just pulled a bunch of equations out your ass.
Yeah, I
Let's
was
say
trying
that
to show
let's say
your
that-
point.
Let's say that the Earth is flat and you measure the angle to Polaris and you have a linear function. But how does that work?
What?
I don't think he
Linear
understands the
function.
question. I mean, have you
No, it's
debated?
because you guys talk weird.
Have you debated celestial
Yeah, talk
navigation? Yeah, that's a very good point.
Dragon is right. He's right.
Tell you guys are tired of all this fucking globe bullshit.
Well, Dragon,
Oh,
if you
yeah, a bit
you
tired.
ask him for curvature or evidence of gravity, it'll be quiet. It'll be silence.
Yeah, I know. They don't
They
even.
like to go into bullshit and talk about bullshit for months and days and hours, but if you pull them back to the real points, they're toast.
If
Like
I
what?
ask you evidence
Yo,
for
Sean
flat Earth
Calkins,
or
quit talking
relative
to
density, then
Yo,
it's
Sean
done.
Calkins, stop adding me in chat. Is that guy watching through the stream? How does he even know what I'm saying?
Well, it's been live stream on YouTube. Maybe that's how.
The guy's weird, bro. He stalks me. Sean Calkins. Go suck a hawk. See, I didn't say it.
Yeah, it's still against the rules, but okay.
No, it's not. How is suck a hawk? It's against the rules. Still can't explain gravity, buddy.
I still can't explain relative density, buddy.
Relative density. That you just proved my point. Thank you.
Can you
Can't show it.
can you explain a linear function for the drop of a star, the angle of a star?
That's a good. Yeah.
The angle is really.
Yeah, you know when you go away from Polaris, it drops. The angle drops, right? So if you're in the North Pole, it's right above your head. If you move to any direction, it starts to drop towards the horizon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that does that in a linear function. Like if you go twice as far, you get twice the angle. So I mean that doesn't work on a flat surface. That wouldn't be the
it
function
does.
that describes it. How?
I know the explanation for that.
Which is?
So you know how the star trails are, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was wrong. It's not going 40,000 miles per hour. Actually, fix that. Put 500,000 miles per hour.
Right, so that's about 10 times.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, that's
500,000 miles per hour.
Okay, so zero.
I got my information wrong. My bad.
All right, so let's just make that 10 times bigger. We get 0.01 degree.
Yeah.
It still doesn't sound like we should see different stars.
Of the Earth is supposedly moving.
Yeah, but not in relation to Alpha Centauri, though.
800 miles per second or squared. Well,
And lastly, we're told that the entire Milky Way galaxy itself is shooting through the known universe at like 670 million miles per hour.
Yeah, and Alpha Centauri is in our galaxy.
Yeah, you know, you
so
gotta
it's also
put
moving
all
at the
that
same
in
rate.
account, dude. Like,
Why, how would that affect it? How would that affect anything?
Idiot.
How would that affect anything?
Seriously saying that doesn't affect anything? 670 million miles per hour? Yeah.
670 million miles per hour.
Yeah,
How
if
fast
the
is
whole
Alpha Centauri traveling?
if the whole
cognitive
miles per second, Polaris doesn't move.
if the whole galaxy, if you're attributing a velocity to the whole galaxy, that wouldn't affect our observation of the sky, because that's still applied to the whole galaxy.
Polaris doesn't move.
Okay, that's
Well, it does, I posted
different point, and it actually does.
Yeah.
You guys brought up celestial navigation. Now you have to solve it, because they show stars declination and radicalization changing. They use the globe model to make the trilateration. They don't use flat maps.
It is interesting that every time when there's a problem with the globe model, it's a straw man.
Very simple, fellas. Okay, if you assume the star is, if you assume
So
that the
Polaris can
star,
be seen, however, up to over 20 degrees south latitude.
No, that's not
100.
true.
If the Earth were a ball, the Southern Cross and the other southern constellations would all be visible at the same time from every longitude, on the same latitude as is the case in the north with Polaris and its surrounding constellations, or some major and minor, and many others can be seen from every northern meridian simultaneously. Whereas in the south, the constellations like the Southern Cross can't prove that this southern hemisphere is not turned under as in the ball model, but simply stretching further outwards away from the northern center point, as in the flat Earth model.
Then how do I see the crux going around the circle towards the south?
What are you talking about? Star trails? I meant
if you're in the northern
star
hemisphere.
trails form circles near the center, and the circles get bigger and look like straight lines when it's viewed from a narrow field of view, and then the stars go along horizon near the edge, forming lines.
What?
Okay, so the thing is, when you're in this north hemisphere, right? When you're above, let's say inside of the equator, according to your model, the sky rotates counterclockwise, right? But when I look to the sky, I see rotating clockwise.
Unlike Polaris, Sigma and Antiquus cannot be seen simultaneously from every point along the same latitude.
Polaris cannot be
It's not central, but it allegedly 1 degree off center. It is not motionless, and in fact, it cannot be seen at all using publicly available telescopes. And there's legitimate speculation regarding whether Sigma
Where are you reading this from?
even
You're reading
exists
from
in
a
the way in
script now.
the direction in which stars exist.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's reading, but
I just
still
can't
can't answer that.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
don't.
if you go to the
You just
southern
don't get it because
hemisphere,
you're a retard.
you see the Southern Cross.
What's the declination of the star you're referring to? What's the star? What's the star referring to?
Now he's going through the script to try to find the answer.
All right. Well, as there's I think Jerry did get interrupted. Did you remember what you were saying, Jerry?
Well, yeah, if you assume that the light from the stars is coming in straight lines, then you're going to end up with a globe. But if you just assume and do some fancy math and say that the light is bendy, then you'll end up with a flat Earth. You could think of it in either way. It's up to you.
I don't know any math.
Bacon's trying to prove globe Earthless astrology.
I don't know any math that can give you a flat surface.
You could construct math to describe anything in any model with any system of coordinates. Anything.
Actually, no. I mean, you can use any math to make anything match, but that's different from saying in any model, because the model, depending on the model you pick, you're going to have different formulas. If you're starting with the formula, you don't have a model. If you're starting with the model, you can't pick the formulas. The formulas are set by the model.
The bottom line is you don't know how the light from the stars is reaching the Earth. You don't know if it's coming in straight lines or if it's going all wibbly wobbly all over the place. No idea. So just pretty much it.
Oh, we have an idea, but yeah, I agree with you that if the stars, the light of the stars are doing weird stuff, then yeah, our understanding of the sky will be very wrong. But it was still there's still no model that can explain that. And at the same time, the model we have explains it very well, very precisely. People can navigate using it. Right.
And if we don't know how the light does things, then we can't do any observations of anything anymore.
Well, does light bend or not?
Yes. Do we have a description on how it bend? Yes.
That's the case.
Do we know what happens with the atmospheric pressure when you go higher? Yes, we do. So can we use those two knowledges to figure out what's going on with light? Yes, we can. Not very precisely, but precisely enough that no flat Earth model works. So dragon. Oh, he's dead. Never mind. So he was referring to a star that can be seen from any point. I think he said sigma, right? Something like that.
I think he said Sigma transit.
I can't find any sigma star here.
But I mean, you can see the southern celestial pole everywhere on the southern hemisphere, and it's due south.
I didn't get it. I mean, your audio is not that great now.
Yeah, I said that
What
you
is
can
it?
see the southern celestial pole from everywhere in the southern hemisphere, and it's always due south.
Right. Yeah.
Bacon,
Hey, what's up?
can you like watch this video and try to debunk it? And I want to see what you think about it. Tell me if it's like true or not.
All right. How long is it?
No, I'm just gonna give you the timestamp of where you should go, and then okay.
All right. I can live stream if you prefer.
Yes, please. All right, I'll send you the video. Can you add me back, Bacon?
Sure.
Or do you want me to just drop it in chat? All right, never mind. I'll just send it to you. Click on that video and then go to the timestamp. 1 hour. Exactly 1 hour.
Okay.
You live streaming, Bacon?
I will. 1 second.
Are you eating Doritos or Cheetos?
Doritos.
What was the timestamp?
Yeah.
I can tell by the crunch.
Exactly 1 hour. Right there. Put the volume all the way up. He might be a little quiet.
Oh, you can turn up the volume of the live stream if you want.
Yeah, I can't hear it.
You can't, or you can.
I can't.
Is it too low, or there's no sound?
What?
Is it too low, or there's no sound?
No sound.
Oh, never mind it.
I cut out. What are you showing, Bacon?
Hmm?
Said I cut out. What are you showing?
You stream Google, like the browser you're on. Maybe that's why.
I'm
You gotta stream
sharing the browser.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Oh.
Yeah, Mailman, he sent me a video. He wanted to try to debunk it.
Yeah, can you even hear it?
I think it's only you on the live stream. Can you hear that, Mailman?
No, I'm watching it and I can't hear anything.
Or maybe it's because it's Let me try something else here. Okay, I'm trying Firefox now. Can you guys hear now?
Nope.
Then, yeah, don't know what else to do. It's talking about the speeds of the orbit in the solar system.
Yeah, can you just watch it?
I wonder if it takes into account that the other stars are stationary in relation to that speed. But I bet it's a straw man.
Yeah, this is saying no one felt or measured any of those motions, and that's not actually true. We can measure some of them. For example, you can measure the centrifugal forces on Earth. You can also measure the Coriolis forces. Those are due to Earth's rotation, but Earth's orbit around the sun.
Can measure
Yeah,
the
but seismometers
effect.
that can detect earthquakes can't detect the fucking spin of the Earth, really?
Yeah, that's not what they're built for.
Gyros can do them.
Yeah, pendulums can do that. Scales can do that. Like I did that with a pocket scale. I bet you can do that as well. Sorry? What do you say? Well, anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, he's saying astronomers don't agree with distance to the star with a margin of error of trillions of miles. I mean, those trillions are among quadrillions, so they're still a thousandth of the whole. It's still like a 1% margin of error. So even though the raw number of the margin of error is big, it's still quite precise. And the star he just mentioned here, it's not just 4 light years. It's I think he said 400 light years. So that 0.01 degree would be way smaller for Polaris.
And it's also interesting that like it said in the video, that the stars make perfect circles. And if the Earth was flat, how can those be perfect circles when you move away from the North Pole?
Watch the video, fat ass.
It would be oval. So
Well, he's saying here that we shouldn't be able to see Polaris in the southern hemisphere. Otherwise, we would be seeing through the Earth. Well, I mean, you're just forgetting two things. One is the height of the observer, because as you go higher, your horizon drops because you're further from the Earth. So yeah, that reveals more of the sky. And the other thing is you're just forgetting about the atmosphere. When things are close to the horizon, they are supposed to be actually lower. So you have things loomed up when they're close to the horizon in our model. So that's not a problem, actually.
why does it say in the freeze frame that you have there? It says stars go
Going
in and
in and
out
out?
from behind land horizon. So they go under the ground. It appears to be the case over here on flat Earth. Sad part is that we can see them when we go to a different location on Earth.
Yeah.
By the way, we still don't hear anything.
Oh, he's saying if the southern star should be seen by every latitude or longitude in the southern hemisphere. Well, no, because the southern crux isn't in the southern pole. It's far from it. So yeah, it will be blocked by Earth a lot of the time. We can see most of the time, but we won't be able to see all the time. If it was right in the middle of the celestial south, then yeah, everyone in the southern hemisphere will be able to see all the time. But it's not there. It's I think the distance from that constellation to the celestial south is about like 4 times the size of the constellation. So it's pretty far from the center. You shouldn't be able to see that all the time in the southern hemisphere. I mean,
I understand how that works.
Okay, let me show you something then.
I wonder where the GP of that constellation is.
Yeah, so here I have a model that I'm building that has the sky and the Earth. And let me see if I can find the southern crux. How do you pronounce that?
I think it's just Southern Crux.
Okay, let me see if I... Yeah, I think it's that one, right?
Isn't it the one that's in the flag of Australia?
That one, right? Because it's pointing towards the south, and it's about... Let me just see the stars of the almanac to check it. Yeah, I think that's the one.
It's way off the southern pole or the south pole.
Yeah, exactly. So it's there. If I rotate this guy here, you can see it's not going to be able to be seen everywhere. Like if I'm here in this part of Earth, I won't be seeing this constellation because it's behind the Earth. Like this is South America here. So this is the southern hemisphere, and this is on the other side. If I keep rotating the sky, and it's, let's see, it's, where is it? I lost it again. Yeah, it's there. So where's Australia? Yeah, maybe Australia can see it very close. Yeah, I think Australia will be able to see it close to the horizon. But yeah, when
Yeah, the
it's
GP is very close to Australia.
You're using the globe
yes,
Earth model.
exactly. That's what we're evaluating, right?
He
You
literally
said that
already
the model
answered that
doesn't
question,
work.
bro. If you could stop trolling and just put on the sound.
I don't know how to put on the sound. Like I can hear it, and I don't know how to make you hear it.
All right, just listen to it because he literally already addressed that. Unless you didn't.
Let me see. Let me see.
Yeah, but Bacon just addressed it that you can't see it from everywhere because it's not at the center of rotation.
He already addressed it.
I mean, he made the claim you can see it. I'm showing that yes. I mean, he's making the claim that you can always see it, and that's just not true. You shouldn't be able to see it on Earth. I mean, this is very easy to understand. Okay. You have the Earth
He did not
blocking
make
it.
that claim.
Why not?
He didn't make that claim.
Well, he just did. I'll go back and play it again. Let me see. Yeah, he just said in this mark of 1 hour, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, roughly, that the southern, the south constellation. How did you say it? Let me see.
I think Southern Cross.
Yeah, the Southern Cross. Yeah, the Southern Cross should be seen from every latitude. I think he said. Let me see.
I think every longitude.
Yeah, he's saying it would have to be seen at the same time for every longitude. And that doesn't make any sense. Like if it's not like right in the center of the rotation of the sky.
You're trying to put globe Earth model into it. That's why it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but the guy
this is talking about. Yeah, this guy is
you
trying
have
to
to use the globe model if someone's trying to debunk it.
Yeah, this guy saying this shouldn't happen in the globe model, and I'm showing the globe model, and like this, what he's saying doesn't make sense on this model. Of course, I'm using the globe model because that's what he's talking about.
I wonder why the guy isn't talking about the southern celestial fold though.
Let me see if he gets there. Can you hear it?
No, still nothing.
Right. Do you want to stream it? Maybe.
No, I can't. I'm on my phone and I'm at work, so.
All right.
I don't know if I can get the audio through.
Oh, now he's talking about this celestial south. Let me see.
Oh, good.
Sigma Octantis. Let me see what's that.
I think that's the closest star to the southern celestial fold.
Oh, right, but that's barely recognizable. Like, let me check. Like, if you look to the center, yeah, if you look to the center there, it's one of those very weak spots. Like, most people won't be able to see that. I think that's why most people don't see it, because there's like no visible star there. We see the brightest ones here. We don't see everyone. Sorry?
Long exposure to see it.
Yeah. But I mean, if I look to the sky, like we have an observatory here in the south, in my city, and there are plenty of long exposure pictures of the sky, and we can see they going around a point. Like we can see they making these star trails around a point, and it's towards the south. So that point is there. Maybe you can see exactly a star there, because it's a very weak one, but the concept still holds. Like there's a point in the south that stars appear to go around, and that can be seen from Brazil, from Australia, from South Africa, and Yeah, that would be really weird on a flat surface. Like, I'm not saying it can't happen on a flat surface, but I don't see how it could happen.
For what, Bacon? What can't work?
The celestial south pole. Like, I'm not saying it cannot work, but I don't see how it could work. Like, it's very easy to understand how it can work on our model, but I don't know how it could possibly work on the flat model, on any flat model.
You don't have any possibilities. There's not even one thing in your
No,
mind that you could even ponder.
I just said that that's not what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying it's not possible. But I don't see how it could be possible. Maybe that's just me lacking intelligence on figuring it out. But currently, I see no plausibility on that.
I just told you before. Bendy light, man.
Yeah, but that would have to contradict a lot about what we know about how light works.
Well,
and
tough
about
shit.
Sorry?
Tough shit. I mean, just because we have theories that make people think we live on a ball, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, but I mean, if you can bend light in any way you want, of course you can make Barack Obama look like Will Smith, right? You can just
bend light.
Sorry?
Hey, Bacon, take a look in the chat.
That's his point. That's his point, Dragon, not mine. Like, he's saying that this could make Flat Earth work.
Bacon, take a look in the chat.
Right. Okay.
Any questions?
Yeah, what's that?
It's just a mapping of how the stars could be working with all of your poles and everything that you love.
He's gonna deny that.
That actually, that
I mean,
kind of doesn't work, but
I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying
video dumb shit.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that's what it is. But just to say that you have no clue how it could work when it can easily be visually mapped is not very honest.
No. That still doesn't work. Like, if you get how celestial navigation works, that would completely give destroy the.
It's getting kind of
ridiculous.
Gio, can you do something with this guy?
I don't know. Can you guys hear me? My internet went out, so I had to look it up through my phone. So I don't know if I'm coming through or not.
Yeah, you're a little spotty, but yeah, you're coming through.
So the way celestial navigation works, and actually Dragon agreed to that before. The stars are just following longitude lines, right? So their latitude is fixed, just their longitude changes across the day. That's not happening in the thing you just sent.
Watch the video.
Yeah, I answered Geo. That's not on the video. I'm just answering Geo now.
It is on the video.
All right. See if I can get there then. What he said? He said that the direction of the stars isn't dependent on the hemisphere you're in. It's set by perspective. How does that work? Like, if I'm looking up and I'm on a platform and there is a dome above me rotating clockwise, if I'm in the center of on the center of the dome looking up, I see it rotating.
That's a theoretical theory. You're not on the center. You're not gonna be there.
No, okay, I'm just explaining one thing. So it doesn't matter which point of this base you're in. If you look up and it is going clockwise, you're going to see it going clockwise. Moving in the surface is not going to make this flip the rotation. The way it's drawn here wouldn't work. According to, he's just claiming perspective is going to do it. That doesn't work. Like, how perspective flips the rotation of something if we are all looking up and if it's all above us.
The same way as something that spins flips spinning when you see it on a camera.
Yeah, but you have to look to the opposite direction. That would mean looking down, not just moving on the surface. Like, if you're looking up and you're seeing clockwise, to see that same thing rotating clockwise, you have to look to the ground, not just to move to different position and still look up. That wouldn't do it. That's just not how that works.
It is.
So, okay, so if I'm inside something that is rotating clockwise, if I go to a different position and I'm still looking up, at some point now I'm going to see it rotating counterclockwise. I don't think you're visualizing that. Or, I mean, either you're not visualizing that or you're not listening, because you can't agree with that. That's just obviously doesn't work.
How? You didn't explain.
Okay, I'll explain it again. You're inside a place, right? And that place has a dome. And that dome, when you look up, you see rotating clockwise.
You don't
It doesn't
see
matter.
rotating clockwise.
Okay, so you see rotating counterclockwise. You can go to any other position below that dome. If you look up, you're still looking towards the same direction. So you're still going to see the same rotation. It's not going to become counterclockwise if you're still looking to the same direction. You'd have to look to the opposite direction for that motion to become, to invert the direction of rotation.
Wait, so you're saying it switches rotations?
Not if it's above a flat surface.
So what are you trying to say, dude? Oh my gosh.
I'm saying that this...
It's like you're putting a million gazillion words instead of just saying what you need to say, dude.
I understood it.
Okay.
Good. Yeah. Big right.
I don't know how I can make that. Okay, let me think how I can make that even easier to understand. Okay, so I'm going to draw it. I think that's the way to go then.
I have a feeling like Bacon's going to hang on to this globe until the absolute final dying breath. I don't mean his dying breath. I mean the dying breath of the globe. I feel like Bacon's going to be there until it's like
he's going to realize soon enough that he was a retard.
I mean, it's
that makes you
interesting
feel
to
better.
see how biased the yes, I can't say anything because I got muted. Never mind.
No, you just muted yourself, dumbass.
Have you ever been muted on this server, Mailman?
Yeah, I have. For complaining about the biased moderation.
Well, at least it's not as bad as 24/7 Flat Earth server.
Yeah, that's true. Or Nathan Oakley.
Who is being biased? Which moderator? I'll ban him right now. I'm just kidding.
Well, I've heard someone call people retards and dumbasses, and there's no moderation for that. But then when I do it, it's a point of muting and moderation.
Okay, so Dragon, if you're that guy and you're looking up, what's the direction that those arrows are pointing towards? Like, what's that rotation? Is that clockwise or counterclockwise?
Dude, bro, you're not that giant.
Okay, wait, that scale, fuck it, fuck that. Just answer the question, man.
Clockwise.
Sorry?
Clockwise.
No, it will be counterclockwise. Like, seen from above, it would be clockwise. Seen from below, it's counterclockwise, right?
Oh, that's what you're saying? But how are you going to see it from above?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify your confusion. Okay, so where the guy is, when he look up, I mean, just picture yourself in that position. And then try to figure out what this guy would be doing. That would be counterclockwise. And that would be the same rotation if he's here. Let's do a smaller dude then, because that's too big. That would still be counterclockwise. Also here, and also here, like all over the surface. If you're below this thing that is rotating counterclockwise, your position on the surface doesn't change that rotation. You have to look down to see this becoming now clockwise. So if you have this direction also going downwards, and you look down, now you're going to see clockwise. So, I mean, that makes obvious sense on Earth that is spherical, right? So we look up, we see counterclockwise. We look down, we see clockwise. Flat surface, all the same. This guy's just not even thinking about it then.
He's too busy talking about the globe. It's also an obvious flaw in the diagram that was there earlier. This one, yeah.
Yeah, where they cross the horizon, right?
No, not this one. The next one.
This one?
Yeah, the star trails. I mean, we know that they're straight up over the equator, and it doesn't. They're turning all the time.
Yeah.
Just like the path of the sun.
Yep. Oh, I can see by the previews here that's going to try to attribute sunsets to perspective.
Perspective. Last time I checked, by definition, is change in angular size, and it's not what the sun does. So
Well, it shrinks vertically a little bit, right? When it gets to the horizon.
I think it can do it a little bit, but yeah, if it's moving away, it should tear to perspective twice the distance, half the size, but it doesn't. If it's due to perspective, that is. Look at all that angular size change. And with the there was the poles, the telephone poles. There was no linear function between the distance and the angle. It was a trigonometric one.
Well, I don't think he's familiar with celestial navigation.
Okay.
Are you, Dragon? I guess not. Hey, Mailman, are you in the live stream?
Yeah, I was.
Oh, check it out. You know what this thing is? This Earth that I'm putting here is?
Sure. With the GPS of the stars.
Yeah, but it can do more. You can add circles of equal altitude here.
Oh, nice.
And you can change the...
Hey, Macon. So did you debunk the video?
Oh, you weren't here?
No,
I have to do it again then.
I had to make some mac and cheese.
Oh, you had to tell me that, man. You can just leave.
What?
Like you asked me to debunk it and you left. You cannot do that.
Yeah. Do things for me while I leave.
Oh, you could have told me, but never mind. I saw you weren't answering. So
What is that a
But you're
program
still
or
using
just
a sphere model.
this is something I'm building, Mailman.
Oh,
That's not even accurate.
Why not? Like that's
You don't
exactly
know
how
what the
celestial
shape of the
navigation
Earth looks
works.
like.
Sorry.
You don't know what the shape of the Earth looks like, dude.
All right.
Wait, so
Oh,
you forgot that Robert Simmons made the design of it? You're
that
just
doesn't
copying off
matter.
of him, dude.
So
It's Photoshop because it has
Yeah.
to be.
It's Photoshop because it has to be. That's what he said.
Looks so
Right from his words.
fake to be real. Earth is a closed system built
shit, it
by.
doesn't work on Firefox. I have to fix
Your
that.
reference
You might
frames
want to
are
get a
ruined.
Firefuck.
Guy Man Dan.
You bacon piece of shit. Bacon, egg, and cheese McGriddle. You gotta cook, you bacon. Turn you back into pig.
How old are you, man?
Atheist, statist, gospel follower of the government lying murderers. That's
Bro,
all.
this guy Bacon is such an idiot, dude.
So check it out, Mailman. Here you can put stars and timestamp and measurement of their altitude angle, and we will plot the circles of equal altitude, and
not
it's
even
going to
an
make
accurate
the.
map. That's not an accurate map.
I agree. That's why the circles aren't circles. Like you can use the
What?
Mercator.
That makes no sense. That's why the circles aren't circles.
Exactly. Those are circles of equal altitude. They don't
No,
look
that's
like
an
circles
oval.
on this
That's
map.
an oval. That's a elliptic orbit.
Yeah, but guess what happens if I put them here? Oh, they don't look like oval shapes anymore, do they?
Good job. Nice
I can put the same. Sorry.
Sorry. Thanks for apologizing, dude. At least you're being honest. That you knew.
Dude, how old are you? Seriously.
12.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What does that mean? Aren't you like fucking 15? You douchebag.
Yeah, I'm 15. Yeah.
I knew it. I knew it.
Very close, very close.
16?
You're just 10 years off.
26, you fucking virgin.
Alright.
I think you're the virginity master. Are you? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bro, like the only thing you can
To be a
Bro,
man
everything-
whore is
everything
not
else
a really good
you
thing
agree with
on
me.
either side.
fucking
Oh yeah, I
bacon.
know it's flat. I know these guys are, but bacon, yeah,
Bacon,
bacon's
egg,
been
and
fried
cheese.
many times.
Bacon, egg, and cheese sausage.
Bacon doesn't even know his model. I can guarantee it.
I know.
What do you mean, man? What
Bacon
don't I know
tries to
about
act
the
like
model?
he's a nice, friendly person all the time, but I know he has pent up anger in his head. He's a fucking sad little shit.
No, he's.
If that makes
No,
you
he's
feel
atheist.
better.
He's taught by the government. Hate God. Yeah, so it's.
I think he's a government agent, dude.
Hey, Northern, what do you think I don't understand about the model?
Yo,
He's got to be an FBI or CIA.
are you prepared for? Would you be prepared for a 10-question quiz on the globe model? Rapid fire, 10 seconds between
that'll be
answers
nice.
or less.
10 seconds?
Yeah, these
Oh,
are easy globe questions.
I
Easy
can try to. Sure, I can try it. But can I do the same for you then? Can I ask questions about the globe
You
model?
don't know the flat Earth system.
No, I'm talking about the globe model. The thing,
Well,
the thing you
no,
criticize.
the questions I'm asking are very simple, basic globe model principles. And if you do not get them right, then it's showing that you do not know the globe model principles.
And you'll be the judge, right?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Well, these are the globe
just,
numbers, and these
just
are the
rattle
globe
them off.
models.
Yeah,
So if
let's
you're
try
going
it. Let's
against
try
the
it.
model,
I can try it. No problem.
okay, yeah, what is the circumference of the globe Earth?
It's 2 pi times 6,000 731 kilometers.
You said what? 2 times? 4
No,
times?
2 pi times 6,731 kilometers. That's the average circumference.
Yeah. So, can you just give it in miles or kilometers?
I think it's
Like a normal person?
40
Like a normal
40,000
person?
kilometers. I think it's 40,000 kilometers, something like this.
Yeah. 24,901 miles, 40,000 kilometers. Okay. Correct.
Yeah, I'm more
Do
used
you know
to
the
kilometers.
distance to the sun in the globe model?
Yeah, it's one astronomical unit.
In miles or kilometers, please?
No, I don't remember how much. I think it's 150 million kilometers, something like this, right? It's 150 and a lot of zeros.
150 million, 93 miles, 3 million. No, you got it right. 150. Do you know what is gravity in the current globe model?
It's a phenomenon caused by the bending of space-time.
Yeah, space-time, Einsteinian. What is the distance to the moon in the globe model?
Ooh, I don't know that one. Now you got me.
238 miles per 238 miles or 238,000 miles.
Okay.
Number
I'll forget it
5.
anyway.
What causes number 5? What causes the tides in the globe model?
Well, there are two main causes. There's the gravitational field of the moon and the gravitational field of the sun. And when they align, you have bigger tides. When they are spread, you have smaller tides.
Oh, you're right. You're right. A lot of people do not mention the solar tides. A lot of people just mention the moon and they forget the solar tides. So you got that right. What
well,
is the speed of the globe Earth? You got it. Like I said, most people, you're more educated than most globers. You already got 4 to 5, which is a higher score than most people already. What is the speed of the globe Earth rotation at the equator?
I think it's 450 meters per second, or 1,600 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, it's 1,080 miles per hour, or 1,600 kilometers per hour. But I can give it to you. You may have just added one wrong number, but
Yeah, didn't I
is
say
the
like
curvature rate?
1,600?
Yeah, you said 1,600 miles per hour or something. But it's like I said, I'm not going to nitpick over a grammar
Anyway,
or 1,600 miles per hour. Is like you got it like. Yeah. But what number 7 is? What is the curvature rate of the globe model?
I don't know how curvature rate is like. What's the unit for curvature rate? Like curvature rate is 1 degree per degree, right? Maybe
the
it's
curvature
the
rate
drop.
of the globe model is. Yeah, it's 8 inches per mile squared.
Actually, I disagree with that one because that's an approximation. I have. Okay, are you in the live stream?
It's 7.8 miles accurate up to 1,000 or whatever. Like
Sure.
so
Yeah.
you can nitpick, but
Can you look to the live stream?
yeah, I was looking at notes, but yeah.
Oh, I was liking the quiz. I don't think those were a fair question, though. Like, knowing values is just memorization. It has nothing to do with understanding the model. You don't have to know any memorized value of sine or cosine to know trigonometry.
Yeah, somebody disconnected.
Is the quiz over?
If you want, the number 7 question is, or number 8 is the horizon physical?
No, although there is a concept of a physical horizon. That's usually not what horizon means.
No, you're right. The horizon is not physical. Number 9 is, how many reference frames does the globe Earth Coriolis effect require?
It requires one that is rotating. If you say the answer is 2, I disagree with that answer.
The answer is 2. You need one
Yeah, I
spinning, one
disagree.
non-spinning.
Nah, I disagree with that.
Yeah, so then you're saying there's no drift, but yeah.
No, like Coriolis happens in rotating reference frames. Usually, they're exemplified by contrasting to an inertial one. But the effect itself doesn't require the inertial one, because the inertial one isn't doing anything. It's just a reference, so you can visualize it. Like, don't agree that that's necessary. But that, I mean, we can discuss that.
Yeah, in the globe model, it requires 2 reference frames, but you can say 1 and it's debatable, whatever, you can go on, and I can, but and then the last one is, it's probably the easiest one, is what is the radius of the globe Earth?
That I used to answer the first question. So it's 6,731 kilometers, or 3959
Yeah, the
miles.
first question was, the first question was circumference, but yeah, that's why I say it's easy. At this point, you've been in the arena, you know what this, you should know what the radius is. So
yeah, but
in my opinion, you
think...
got.
All right, sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna say, in my opinion, you got 7 or 8 out of 10 right, which is way higher score than most people would score. So technically, I was right. Technically, I was wrong about my blatant statement. So, but
All right, thank you. But I don't think those questions were fair. Like, the values themselves don't give you the understanding of the model. Like, if you're learning trigonometry and you're using a calculator to get the values of sine and cosine, I mean, you might not know any sine or cosine from the top of your head. You can still do trigonometry. And if a person memorizes all of the sines and cosines, they still might not know how to do trigonometry. So, it's a nice quiz, but I don't think that's fair to judge how much someone understands the model. I think that shows how much they're debating it, because if you're debating for a long time, you get to memorize the values.
okay, what if somebody comes in arrogant and they say you're stupid, flat earther, and they get 1 out of 10 right? Yet I know all 10 off by heart in milliseconds.
Yeah, they would be arrogant to say that just because you don't know one. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, that's my. I'm not. Yeah, that's my only point. Is, like I said, you've been. I don't know how long you've been around. 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years. So these numbers, they should be in your mind, and you know the model better than most people, for sure. But yeah, I question a lot of new people, and like I said, they get 1 or 3 right. So like, it's sort of like, if you don't know the basics of your model and you're calling me stupid, then like, I know the globe Earth model, I know the flat Earth. So like,
Okay, can I make some questions then?
it's just like
Like there are some questions that I think are useful to think about, to actually understand the model, because I mean, even if you're a flat earther, I think it'd still be good to understand the model. So I think I have questions on my own, right? If you would like to, and try to answer them.
Yeah, I can answer any questions. Like I said, you probably won't like the answers, but
All right. So according to the globe model, if I dig a hole on Earth and I go below the surface some kilometers, should I get heavier or lighter?
what would that prove in any way on any model?
Well, I mean, I think under the globe model, there's a right answer for that question. I'm just making my test for your understanding of the model.
Well, I know that the deepest hole ever dug is 7.6 miles. So
okay,
that's
but I mean,
that's as far as you can
if
go.
I go down that hole, should I get lighter or heavier according to the globe model?
According to the globe model, like according to fantasy, should you get heavier or lighter if you go closer to, like, it wouldn't, it could be either one. I don't like, which wouldn't even matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
Well, I think
like it's make believe.
Yeah, but like something doesn't have to be true for you to understand what the implications would be. Like if I tell you,
what are the implications of you knowing that the deepest hole ever dug is 7.6 miles, and that you might be heavier or lighter at 7.6 miles under the earth? What does that change anything?
well, I'm not saying that. I just want to get your answer for the globe model to see what your understanding of it is. That's all. Like judging by our understanding of it.
Well, they
what
say
should be our answer?
They say you're 1/6 the weight on the moon, supposedly, in the globe model. So I guess you would probably be heavier because you're further down. Like, you got me. I don't know if you'd be heavier or lighter 7.6 miles below Earth. You got
Yeah,
me.
it should be lighter. You should be lighter, according to the globe model. Because the way gravity
you're
works,
gonna have to post the evidence, and you have experiments, and you have all this stuff to back it up.
yeah, I'm just saying. I'm not saying that's what happens. I'm just saying according to the globe model, that's what should happen. Because that what attracts you is just mass. It's not the center of the mass. It's every mass. Like Cavendish experiment is supposed to show that. And the moon is supposed to be attracting you. The Earth is supposed everything is supposed to be attracting everything. So if you're on top of the Earth, if you're outside of the Earth, all of the Earth's mass is below you. So that force is going to average out about to the center of the Earth. But if you go inside the Earth, now you have stuff above you. So that stuff above you is now pulling you upwards instead of downwards. So you have less things below you and more things above you. But they're going to make you a little bit lighter because you're removing some of the downward force and adding some of the upward force. So that's you should be lighter as you go below the surface.
Yeah, you can see that gravity is not a force, so it's.
Well, it makes the same prediction. Like it's a simpler way to evaluate.
Gravity is not a force in the globe model, so like you can't say a force.
Sure, but it doesn't depend on that. Like you can use the formulas for relativity, and they're going to be a little bit more complicated to use, but they're still going to give you the same result. You're still going to get lighter going to the center of the Earth. Like it doesn't matter if you're using gravity as a force or if you're using the bent of space-time. The formulas almost always give the same answer. And when the instance where they don't give the same answer, wouldn't apply to like going to the center of the Earth or something like that. So it
I
doesn't
would
really
need
matter.
to see the videos of banging themselves in caves and show me that they weigh less. So show me on Earth they weigh 180 and he goes 5 miles deep and he's 178 and he's somehow 2 pounds lighter because he's 5,000 meters under Earth. Like
I don't think it would be that much of a
maybe.
difference. But like if you have a very deep thing, you can use an elevator. Maybe you could use a very precise scale to measure that. But that's beyond the scope of this question. The question is just about like
Yeah.
what would be
Yeah,
the thing
it'd be like
on the
saying
model.
flying a plane at 100 per hour, 100,000 feet, and then having a scale and then weighing yourself, and then you might be 190 on Earth and 189.7 on the plane. I don't know. I need to see it. Like I don't know what it changes either, but
Oh, but there's one thing you can do, which is measure the difference in centrifugal force. That's easier. Because that's a very significant change. You can get that with a scale. So, I mean, the Earth is supposed to be rotating, and it's rotating faster at the equator than it is on the poles. So the centrifugal force is bigger and bigger as you get closer to the equator. And that would make things lighter by a measurable amount. So you can actually measure that. Well, where do you live, for example? If you don't mind saying.
yeah, it's almost under Polaris, Hudson's Bay. But yeah,
Oh, what's your latitude?
Like, yeah.
What is your
49, 55, 45. I think it's 49 or 51.
Right. So if you have the chance of going towards the equator or closer to the equator, you should be able to measure that. If you have like a pocket scale used for drugs or jewelry, you know.
Yeah, so you're saying if I own gold here, I can take it south and it's going to be worth more because it's going to weigh more?
Well, if you're just bringing your scale with you, then actually yes. But that's when people are buying gold, it's usually used a standard. Like usually you're comparing the weight of gold with something else. So then that's not an issue.
But you're saying it weighs. You're saying it weighs differently at a different latitude, so I could buy it in Alaska and fly it to the equator and make more money because it's going to weigh more gold, right?
Sure, but it depends on how they're. That depends on how they're measuring it. Like,
yeah.
Let me explain. Like, I think it's not hard to explain that. Like,
no,
if you're using
as simple as saying you're saying it weighs more at a different latitude or equator. And I'm saying if I buy it cheap at this one place, I can sell it for more at another place.
Only if the other place is using the same scale. No. Only if you're using the same scale in both instances. Because usually scales are calibrated to their position, right?
So you're saying the scales are the same or are they different?
If you use the same scale,
you're saying it
without. Okay, let me state that then. If you use the same scale without recalibrating it, you will get a different weight. But if you calibrate it again in this new location, then it's going to give you the same weight because it's calibrated for that location. So it's going to compensate for the difference. But if you don't recalibrate it, if you just bring the scale with you, you can get the difference.
But yeah, I'm saying the difference in the weight would mean more money for me.
Oh God.
Yeah, no, because you.
Oh God, yeah, you know I got it, right? Oh God, this is so stupid. This is so simple, but it's
let's say you compare it to 1 liter of water. The weight of the 1 liter of water also changes when you move it from that latitude to another. So the difference is the same.
No.
Yep, like if you're using a balance.
Let's say I buy 5 million of gold and it's a minuscule amount, and when I go to wherever it weighs more, it's 5 million plus 500 pounds. So I just made 500 pounds of gold by going a different latitude, right?
No, because they're not going to use the same scale you used. You're going to use one that is calibrated to that location. So it's going to compensate for that difference.
The weight doesn't, it compensates and it doesn't change.
Well, hold on.
No. Okay, there's a difference. There's a difference between the mass of the gold.
Do you know how they sell gold?
You said there's
how they weigh gold.
Yeah, they weigh it. Yeah, they weigh it.
With what? Okay, if you buy it from, let's say, Alaska, or were you in Canada? I think in Canada, right?
Somebody here saying that it weighs more at a different location.
Sure. And how do they weigh it over
so that
there where
means I
you
could
are?
buy it. So I could buy it somewhere, bring it somewhere else. It's going to weigh more, so I'm going to make more money.
It depends on how it's weighed.
Yeah, I mean, if you let us speak, I think you'll get what we're trying to say here. So let's say you bought 1 kilogram of gold in the equator. So you put that on a scale, and it measured 1 kilogram. And then you go to, let's say, Canada, from the equator to Canada, and you bring that scale with you, and your 1 kilogram of gold. When you put your 1 kilogram of gold in your scale again, it's going to measure more than 1 kilogram. It's going to be a kilogram and like maybe 20 grams, I think. We can do the calculation, but I think it's something around it.
I made money.
No, because when you're going to sell that gold, if the person gets their 1 kilogram and put on a balance, not on a scale, that 1 kilogram there is also weighing 1 kilogram and 20 grams. So when they compare both, they're going to both have the exact same weight, which is 1 kilogram and 20 grams, but they have that as the standard for 1 kilogram. So they're going to know you only have a kilogram of gold. Even though on your scale it measures more, if you compare to 1 kilogram that is there, then you're not going to get a difference, because the effect will apply to both, right? So if you have a balance comparing them, and both get heavier by the same amount, they're still going to be in equilibrium in the balance. So it's still going to only worth 1 kilogram. But if you use your scale, you're going to get a bit more. Yeah, it does if you're comparing to standard.
It weighs more, but they want more money. And then it weighs more, but it doesn't weigh more. It's going to weigh the same.
No, I'm saying it does. It's not gonna weigh more if you compare to standards, because whatever changes the weight of the standards is going to change the weight of your gold, and vice versa. So if your gold gets heavier, the standards get heavier. If you compare between them, the comparison's not going to change. But if you use a scale instead of a balance, and you use the same one in both locations, in the equator and in Canada, you will get a difference. But no one's going to buy using that scale. They're going to use a balance and compare it to standards, so they can get rid of those effects. Does that make sense now?
This anomaly that you talk about, Bacon,
which is very, very minute. You would agree, yeah? It's very, very minute.
It's big enough that you can measure it.
Okay, yeah,
With
but it's
a
still pretty
chip.
small. It's pretty. It's still fairly.
Yeah, it's
small.
at best 1%.
Okay, so how have and I haven't really looked into the anomaly myself, so I'm just spitballing here. So don't hold me to anything. But how have we say isolated the fluctuations in Earth's magnetic field isn't the cause of this effect that we are measuring?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like, if you can try to think through this possibility, what if it's electromagnetic fields? Electromagnetic fields, they interact with things in different ways. So if you have a strong magnetic field and you put an iron object there, it's going to be pulled by the magnetic field. If you have a copper object, it's going to be actually hard to move that copper towards the magnetic field. It's going to resist the movement across the magnetic field, and it's going to warm up while it's doing that. But if you get a piece of wood, wait, let me just conclude. So if you get a piece of wood, it hardly it's going to have any effect on that. But this difference of weight don't seem to be dependent on the material of what you're measuring. It only depends on the weight.
Okay, then. So it doesn't matter what you weigh, whether it's gold or a chicken, for argument's sake, it all works out mathematically to be exactly the same. Is what you're
Exactly.
saying,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Okay. Yep. Just asking.
Sure.
Yep.
Like, at least what I used was mostly plastic. I got there's a bit of metal in this plastic keyboard, but I used a keyboard, a Rubik's Cube, and what else? Some other small objects just to fill up half a kilogram. And at least when I did the experiment. So yeah, there is quite some metal on it, but I can do with the cube separately. I'm not sure if the cube is heavy enough for me to pick a difference, but it's.
I think someone did it with a garden gnome.
Garden gnome.
I think the best thing would have like half a kilogram of wood, half a kilogram of copper, and half a kilogram of iron. That would be ideal, I think, because those three react to magnetic fields very differently. And yeah, but I didn't do that much. I just picked some random objects, so I can't guarantee that that's what happens. But
the only reason I ask, Bacon, because we do know that the magnetic fields on Earth also vary in strength.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I asked.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I posted the garden gnome experiment.
We had a thing here in Australia, mailman, years ago. I would have been 15 or 20 years ago, where people and garden gnomes were a big thing, and people would go up to people's gardens and steal their garden gnomes and take them to random places and then take photos of them, like kidnap them or gnome cap them.
Yeah, I remember. I think there was someone in Finland also who kidnapped one and took it around the earth.
Yeah. It was funny. As you have pictures of these gnomes all in these weird, bizarre places. It was quite funny.
I might do it to my mom, actually. She has some, and when we're free to, if I want to go to abroad, I'll take it with me and then just like gag it and take a picture of it.
Yeah. I remember one fellow took a garden gnome and put it in a closet, like in a dungeon. Right, and put some chains around it with a bowl of water next to it and stuff. Funny.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, the garden gnome thieves.
Yeah. It was a real
great.
thing. It was a real thing.
Those things are awesome.
They are.
They represent the actual garden gnomes in the spirit world that actually are there.
Okay, there you go. There you go. So what's been the centre of discussion today, Gio? Or tonight, your time, I should say. Is it tonight where you are today?
It's 8:30 in the evening for me right now.
Oh, it's yesterday actually for you, isn't it? Yesterday.
Yeah. But yeah, I've just been on for a couple hours. I took a bit of a kind of a little break there for a day or so. So I haven't really been on too much, but yeah, we've been on the last couple hours, and we had a really lively discussion earlier with who's that? Sean G and Bacon, and then about the Horizon. And yeah, we talked about several things. Yeah, crypto was in. We were talking about some other factors within the community, these discussions, what it's all about. It's been good.
And the discussion about apparent horizon, physical horizon was fucking annoying.
It always is.
Yeah, that was pretty intense.
The Horizon. Well, where is it, Bacon? Where is it?
That's the thing. Sean G was he got everyone going because he was saying like it's made up of physical things, but it's optical. So it was just
all wishy-washy. All wishy-washy.
Well, like why is that a problem? I mean, I still understand his point. I don't see a problem with his point. Like just picture like we have a pillar and a background behind the pillar, and we can give a name to the where the pillar and the background seem to meet. You can call it the horizon, or you can give a different label. If you put your hand behind the pillar, it's going to be obstructed by the pillar. So the pillar is physical; it's obstructing your hand. But the where the pillar and the background meet, they don't actually meet. So that's just an apparent phenomenon. That's where they don't physically meet. So the horizon isn't a physical thing. But the pillar still is physical. It still can physically obstruct your hand. So I mean, I don't see the problem with Sean's point, like the way he's defining it.
The horizon is not physical Earth curvature. It does not block boats or buildings.
Come again?
The horizon is not Earth curvature. The horizon does not block boats and buildings.
We see it do it, but
yeah.
Well, that's the thing,
this
Mailman.
is tricky.
If it's just optical, then it's not physical Earth curve. But you're saying it is physical Earth curve blocking things. Do you see the contradiction there?
That's just like saying. That's just like saying that the horizon between the pillar and the background is optical, so it cannot be physically obstructing my hand. Yeah, the pillar is physically obstructing my hand. That's what the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be like. So, I mean, I guess I get your point in a way that sounds like it's contradictory, but the concept is actually not contradictory. It just sounds like, but it's not.
So you guys have
so you could think of it as contradictory. Go ahead, Benjamin.
So you guys have one foot in both camps, by the sounds of it. Like it is both physical and optical. You can't really like make up your mind. It's like kind of both all at the same time.
Well, actually, he was always claiming that it was not physical. The horizon is apparent, but the horizon is just where the pillar and the background seem to meet. That's what the horizon is. When you're saying that.
By physical, do you mean that you can touch it? Like if you go straight out there, like the train tracks, appear to rise, and if you go straight out toward the train tracks, you're going to touch it. If you go straight forward? Like, is that what you think the horizon is, or do you think that
But
it's
I just said it's not physical. I just said it's not physical.
But Lemon, can you touch the train tracks?
You can touch them if you go down, but you can't touch them if you go forward. That's where the contradiction comes in. Because the train tracks appear to rise up toward the level of the eyes, and if you try to go forward and touch them toward the level of the eyes, you'll never touch them. They're actually below your feet. So that's where the contradiction comes in. They're not.
But they
where
are
they appear
physical.
to be.
But
You
they're
have to
physical.
go down to touch them, and they are physical in that regard, yes, but they're not where they appear to be physical. That's the only contradiction.
Okay, so it's still physical, but I mean, I don't kind of get the point.
Well, when people say it's not physical, it's not actually where it appears to be ramping up toward the level of your vision. That's what they mean when they say it's not physical. It's just
Well,
the
where should it
apparent
be?
meaning
Where
of
should it be?
sky and ground.
But let me just
Where
clarify.
should it
Just your eye's way of representing something where the sky and the ground have to meet somewhere. That's
Let
it.
me just give a context to Lemon, because we were actually not discussing the horizon, but what the point of Sean was, and he was saying that the horizon is just where the sky and the water seem to meet, or which is something apparent. Although the water is physical, that's all his point was, I guess. Like, would you have a problem with that definition?
The definition's close enough. I mean, another way to define it is where the limit of how far you can see, based off of where the sky and the ground appear to meet, but it's not actually there where it appears to be necessarily. It's just a representation for the eye. It's not actually ramping up or doing anything that accompanies that visual behavior with something physical, like a physical ramping accompanying what appears to be a visual ramping. It's just a representation for the eye.
Okay, so
Oh,
everything
it's
we
too late
see
for
that
me.
is- Oh,
Sorry.
well, you're gonna go to
Sorry
bed.
for the interruption.
And the reason why we say the horizon is just optical is because the globers appear to be saying it's an actual hump of Earth curvature that appears to be physically obstructing and have a physical, aspect where it's blocking what is beyond and physically in the way, when it's not quite like that over a flat plane. There's no physical obstruction. It's just the way that the sky and the ground are represented to the eye with no real obstruction necessarily even in the way.
But on a flat surface or in a hallway, there is no bottom-up obstruction, but we have that in nature.
We can agree to disagree, despite the fact that Raichi 50 has shown that, Life is Short has shown that, and P-Brain has shown that as well. They've demonstrated that this is the case by getting close to the wall, the ceiling, or the surface. So I'm going to have to disagree with you.
I haven't seen any of those demonstrations.
I'll see if I can put a couple in the chat.
Thank you. Your Bacon, did you say that you're going to go to bed?
He kind of just said it's late, and then you asked him if he was going to bed, and then I think he deafened now.
Did you want to join him? I said, did you want to join him?
Yeah, I'm in the next room.
That was a good
one. It's our office. We're here 24/7. The Globe office.
Yeah, I bet.
You're just in one cubicle over. You're like, hey, you taking a break? I'm going home for the night, buddy. I got a wife and family to go deal with.
Yeah, put the brew on. I'm coming soon.
Is your time clock a big globe hanging off the wall that you punch into it?
We have spherical time cards.
You have to say a little pledge to the globe every day.
Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the curvature and the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, we have a 5-minute silence every morning. But yeah, Banzo, you said that we have it both ways, that it's optical and not physical, and then we have it physical and not optical.
No. I say you got one foot in both camps, right? So you say there's Earth curvature, so there has to be, if there's Earth curvature, there has to be a geometric point at which we can't see anymore. All right, where it starts to dip down in front of us, whatever that is. For me, it's about 3 miles. All right, but it's also optical as well, because you guys use optics as well. So you've got a foot in both camps. It's both physical, right, and optical.
He's saying you're guilty of Glober doublespeak.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of. Are you saying that the horizon is purely optical?
Well, the horizon is optical, right? But you guys say there's a geometric horizon, right?
Sure.
Which is about 3 miles from my eye line as I go straight out. All right.
Sure.
So,
Yep.
but depending on the conditions of the day, right, and what optics you have, you've also got those optical conditions as well. Okay, so you've got a foot in both camps, because you would agree that if you see a ship floating above the horizon, right, it's not getting blocked, right? Now you start evoking refraction and all these other kind of things. So that's where I say you've got a foot in both camps.
Sure, but I think flat earthers also have foot in both camps. So I'm wondering why it's an issue.
Well, the main difference that we see is that the Globers appear to be implying heavily that there is an obstructive, physical obstruction, a physical blockage by the geometry and the shape of the Earth that is in the way. That is the main difference between what they're saying versus what the flatties appear to be saying, that there's nothing in the way. But eventually the sky and the ground will appear to meet and appear to obstruct what is beyond, with nothing actually in the way. It's just like the train tracks, where the train tracks appear to come together, merge, and close off what is beyond. But when you walk up close to them, it opens up like a book. And you see visually that it's nothing but perspective.
Yeah, but it's like flat earthers say that the horizon isn't physical, and then they just derive the physical shape of the Earth from the horizon. I think it's kind of double speak also then.
Because it's flat. The thing is, we appear to see a flat line. We don't appear to see a
Sure,
curve.
but that's not a physical line according to flat earthers.
But what they mean by saying it isn't physical, it's not a hump of Earth curve that is actually in the way. That is all.
Sure, but they're still saying that it's physical because they get the shape from it.
No flat earther says the horizon is physical. You're wrong.
In the sense, but we have to be
Okay,
accurate about what sense we're saying.
Right.
But Mailman, we have to be accurate and specific about what sense we're talking about when we say this. We're saying
Mailman
hump of Earth
is
curve
lying.
in the way. That is all.
So
No flat earther claims the horizon is physical. Mailman is just lying.
Well, we have to be specific because
there's a
Mailman
lot of
has,
flat earthers that say
the wrong impression. And what
No,
we're
he's
trying to
a
get
liar.
across by saying that the horizon isn't physical is only that there is not a hump of Earth curve in the way. That's it.
Who says the horizon is
No,
physical and physical?
I actually hear what Mailman's saying. I think he was kind of saying how if people say that because of how we see the planar surface, but then they're also saying that it's optical. Is that what you meant? Well, I didn't really explain that right.
Yeah.
I think it sounds like what you were trying to say is that you use the term flat earthers. You're saying if flat earthers are using the distance at which we see the horizon to say the Earth is flat, while simultaneously saying that it's apparent and can change due to various things. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, Malaman, the ground is physical in that regard. If you want to take another sense of this word and talk about the ground being physical, sure. The table that you're looking over that is flat is also physical, yes. But eventually, if the table is long enough and big enough, it will appear to meet the sky when there's nothing in the way in front of you. That is what the flatties are saying. There's nothing in the way, no hump of Earth curve. That's what they mean when they say the horizon isn't physical in that sense.
So do flat earthers have a guide of how far the horizon appears in good conditions, like how far away that apparent horizon is? Do they
Over a
do they
flat
have a
surface,
over a
it would
flat
be like
surface? Yeah.
it would be like
Well,
3 to 6 miles away. It's the same as what the Globers are saying, but we're just kind of appropriating it for a flat, surface. I mean, most
Yeah.
people know
Lemon,
by practical demonstration that if you're 6 feet tall, roughly off the ground, the horizon
Yeah.
is going to appear to obstruct what's beyond about 3 to 6 miles away.
All
but
right.
Lemon, how do you know? How do you know that the surface is flat?
By the behavior of water philosophically. Since water is a substance that flows, people philosophically think of water flowing by one part of the water climbing over or under another part of the water. This flow, this process of climbing over or under itself, would theoretically continue until all parts of the water are lined up next to each other with no part above or below the other. This would tend to be thought of conceptually as a flat level on the top, where no part of the water is above or below any other part and just, right next to each other in effect. So philosophically, we're only prepared to think of water as a flat level. And if most of the earth is water, then by logical extension, most of it is flat.
So you're using philosophy.
Philosophy, what you need before you can do any sort of thinking or rationalization or even science. You need to lay down a bedrock of strong principles that help guide your inquiry.
Yeah, so you assume something about water and then say that yeah, this is the case.
Do you have a problem with the philosophical assumption? If there's an inconsistency, please point it out.
I mean, no. I mean, it depends on where you measure the elevation of the water.
Are you saying that there are changes in the elevation of the water?
I mean, obviously there are because there's tides and sea levels different in different locations.
Well, that's
But they
water that's
also
in motion. We're talking about how water tends to flow until it is contained, flat, and level. We're not talking about tides, which can come from wind or other complicating factors. We're talking about the generalized behavior of water to affect a flat level.
yeah, but the flat level is your assumption.
What other assumptions can be made, Malaman? You're saying that it's an assumption. What other assumption
There's
could be made?
many different assumptions that you can make.
I didn't ask you how many there were, as in many. I asked you what other assumption could be made, what other logic could we explore to figure out what is going on with the shape of the Earth.
One is that there's weight, and that weight is on a globe. That's one assumption that you can make.
That assumption is hard to go with since weight appears to vary in its definition. We don't have a consistent enough definition of what, if anything, weight is to base any sort of thinking off of that's of any sort of consistency or structure. So that's very unconvincing.
Sure, but level also has different definitions.
Check, check.
Hello.
5 by 5.
Hi, man. I just heard
Hi.
your conversation like for the last minutes, and I would like to add one point to the water thing. So, if a physicist says, well, the water is level, I mean, he can also demonstrate that to you because always, if his water is contained and rests, it will display a level surface, I guess. So, like on a demonstrable scale for us to show, he will like be able to demonstrate that. So like his assumption might be valid, you know?
Yeah, depending on your accuracy, you can say that it doesn't curve to a point. Yep.
I guess when we're talking about the philosophy, we're talking about the rules by which we make consistent, logic and inference. If we're saying that we can have a flat level and a curved level, that's going to be a point of contention and a point of inconsistency off of which we can't really base any sort of, critical or consistent thinking.
Yeah, I mean, level doesn't always mean flat. It's obvious.
if level was curved, it still reduces to the same problem of needing a straight standard to base that claim that level is curving off of. If the Globers want to contend that level is curving around a ball, fine, but that's just kicking the can down the road to say that somewhere there is another straight standard to measure the curved level of the Earth off of, and that is actually straight. And what we're basing the curvature of the Earth off of, it just seems like the Globers are kicking the can down the road and not saying what, if anything, is the straight level off of which they're
Well, there's
basing their claims that the Earth is curving off of.
vertical and horizontal are straight.
But how do you know that if you can't see them visually?
Can't see them visually. Like you can drop a plump up. That's vertical.
Are you talking about a physical horizontal or vertical?
Just in abstraction.
I mean, a plump up established as a vertical. Wouldn't that be physical? Did I cut out?
No. He's gone.
He might have lost his connection, or
Oh, yeah. Okay. Just wondering if it was me.
No, lemon generally comes in for short bursts.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think there's quite a lot of flat earthers that post memes about the horizon being flat. And that's showing that the Earth is flat. But if it's not physical, then how can you say anything about the surface of the Earth using a non-physical horizon?
well, my response to that, so I think that perspective is perspective, the way that we see, but there also is a physical geometry.
That's what I would say.
My connection keeps going down to like 1 bar. Yeah, because like I said, my internet went out, so I have to go through my cell phone right now. So I don't even know if I'm coming through or not.
Yeah, you are, mate. You are.
555, yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Mailman's point was he said that flat earthers are saying it's physical and apparent, which is not correct. The Globers say it's apparent and physical, which is doublespeak, which we've caught them many, many times.
Well, Northern Rebellion, what's your evidence? What's your evidence for flat Earth?
No, but hold on. Before we jump into that, I do understand what Mailman's saying. How about this, Northern Rebellion? What he's trying to say is that if people are saying that the Earth looks like a planar surface, and they're using what the horizon to denote the physical truth about the Earth, also saying that it's optical and only apparent. You see that there is actually, in a way, a contradiction there, even though I don't think there actually is a contradiction. It's just understanding what is being said, at least from my perspective. It's not contradictory, but can you see at least why he's saying that? I think the globe earthers completely do it contradictory all the way.
Yeah, no, I can. Yeah, it's like grasping at straws. I can totally see where like the tiniest amount, but like I would never say the horizon is physical. The point is, Mailman said that flat earthers are saying that it's physical and apparent, and that is not true.
No, I said that you get a physical shape from something that is not physical.
Oh man.
Well, isn't there a difference between like the horizon, which is, let's say the meeting place of the ground and the sky, versus the entire visual field? I mean, the entire visual, like if you're seeing a planar surface going out and we see too far, that's separate from the fact that where the sky meets the ground is an optical point.
I mean, sure, but how would you see? How would if you're not talking about the horizon, how would the globe look different than the flat Earth?
Okay, great point. I would respond to that. I would say that if the Earth was a globe, what I would expect to see is a consistent geometric curvature rate. That should be in addition to refraction, but that should be there. The actual physical foundation should be there, and it isn't.
How would you see that? Let's say you're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. How would you see it?
Well, because okay, like on a planar Earth idea, there is a physical ground and there is the sky above, but it's an optical point, of where those are extinction at. But the geometry of that is planar. It's all planar going out from the ground, the sky, parallel, all parallel lines, X, Y, Z. That's the way the actual matrix reveals itself. If it was a globe, you would still have that. You still have the perspective part of it, but you would have a physical geometric curvature of the Earth that would be consistent. And that's what isn't consistent. So there's refraction in both. The question is, what's the foundational geometry?
Yeah, but I asked, how would you see it? What would it be different if you're not talking about the horizon? And now you're just saying that the horizon would be different.
Well, technically, you could have both. You could have an optical visual horizon on a globe, and it could be the curvature of the Earth. The only thing that doesn't work is because you guys say that space is light years away, so that actually doesn't work. That only works if space is local. If you wanted to have like a sphere and have space just like a couple thousand miles up, but it actually doesn't work the other way, because now you're claiming that when you're looking off, you're seeing outer space. So now the horizon would be the curve of the Earth.
And now you're still talking about the horizon.
Well,
yeah, that foundational curved globular geometry isn't there. That's what I'm saying.
But you just said that you can have both.
Mailman, can you show me where this curvature of water has ever been measured, or have they just apparently measured curvature of terra firma, land surfaces, and then extrapolated that measurement to water?
I mean, I kind of don't get the question.
Well, just that. Have they only just measured land curvature, right, on land, right? Earth's curvature. Have they only just measured that on land, or have they ever measured this curvature on water?
I mean, how would you? What's your way of measuring? What would you allow to be used to measure?
Well, I'm just asking the question. So it seems to me that they've just taken these measurements on land, this geodetic surveying, used spherical trigonometry, and then extrapolated this measurement to water. They actually haven't physically measured curved water at all, because they can't, because water at rest will always find its lowest resting place, and that's going to be horizontal, level, and flat.
Yeah, to measure it, they'd have to have another standard that they base that assumption off of. It looks like the base assumption that they've started with is that water must curve around a ball, as opposed to testing that against another straight standard. And so at that point, they're just axiomatically starting from the unquestioned assumption, the unquestioned axiom, that water must curve around a ball, and that will be the curve standard that we will assume without necessarily, having another standard to show that it is curving with some sort of straight standard that it's curving against in a measurement or something like that.
Yeah, so you started with an assumption too. I mean, we know kind of what the lowest. Yeah, we kind of know what the lowest energy state for any object or anything is, and that kind of is a sphere.
But the thing is, we both have assumptions that we have to make to even begin to go forward and explore this philosophically, scientifically, measurement wise, common sense wise, or whatever. But you make an additional assumption that water curves around a ball when you still need to show that it's curving relative to some sort of straight standard, just like the flatties. So you've piled assumption on top of assumption when flatties have a few less assumptions, namely that level is level, and that we can measure water against, well level as opposed to a curved level.
I mean, I don't see how we make more assumptions.
You're assuming that level is curved as opposed to level being level. We're letting level be flat and level. You're twisting and warping level around a ball.
But the word is irrelevant.
Also,
Like
you didn't show that Earth was curving relative to any straight standard. So you skipped an important step. You need to show that the Earth is curving relative to some sort of straight standard anyway, but you haven't done that, which makes your claims highly questionable. It seems like just a starting philosophy that you assumed but didn't necessarily prove when you could have. You could have checked the curvature of the Earth relative to some sort of straight standard, but you didn't. So that makes your claim a little questionable.
Neither have you.
We didn't check that level was level.
No, you didn't. You didn't check. You didn't check the Earth in relation to something that is straight, known to be straight.
I gave you consistent philosophy. How do you check that level is level ad infinitum? You need to check level against something else that's your standard for level, or you'd have to assume it axiomatically with some sort of consistent starting axiom and consistent starting logic. The globe doesn't have that. The flatties appear to have that by saying level is level, as opposed to making the extra step and saying level curves around a ball.
No, but you just say a word and poof, the Earth is there.
Mailman, what do you think of this test? Have you ever done this or heard of it? So you take a mirror, like ideally like a 5-6 foot mirror, one of those you can buy at a, just any store, just like a mirror. Yeah. And like I said, like what do they call it? Like a full body mirror, the type that you would you hang on your door and you stand in front of it. So take that out to an area over water, ideally, with 2 beaches or, and get at the ground level on a sunny day. And you can have one person on one side of the land just hold the mirror down at water level and move it a little bit to reflect the light. And you can actually reflect the light straight, parallel with the water to an observer. And you can do this over great mileage distances that are far beyond what the globe would allow for. So in that case, you're actually just using light itself to, I just wonder what you thought about that, or if you've ever tried it.
Can you do it consistently?
Yep.
Okay, so if I go to the Black Swan site, for example, and I have a mirror at the bottom of the oil rig, do I always have a line of sight to the bottom of the oil rig? To the mirror?
The line of sight is there, Malaman, but eventually anything even over a flat surface will simply appear to merge into the surface that you're looking out over, and you're not going to be able to see it even though it's there and unobstructed.
Yeah, I mean, similar to like if it's a really rainy day, lots of fog and clouds, and you're only going to be like the ground and the sky point is going to be much closer to you. So yeah, you wouldn't be able to even see anything. But depending on the environment, you get different distances and different visibility.
Yeah, sometimes there's water between you and the bottom of the oil rigs, and there's no line of sight.
The thing is, over a flat plane, Malaman, everything appears to converge, merge, and disappear, even zones of vision. By zone of vision, Malaman, I mean, if you're looking out through a zone of visual space, that, for all intents and purposes, is an object. And just like any object, it will converge, merge, and disappear. If you're looking out through a 6-foot zone of visual space and you're 6 feet tall, just like a 6-foot pole will vanish eventually into a vanishing point, the 6-foot zone of visual space and everything within it will appear to vanish to a point also. This point, if extended left to right, Malaman, is your horizon. Basically, it's a vanishing point for a certain zone of vision behind which everything else that is way taller than that zone will your eye just simply can't process all the visual information that is coming together, converging, and merging.
I like them all, Lemon. So, Lemon, there's a Northern Rebellion posted a GIF of atmospheric refraction. So, is that the flat Earth undulating?
The light has to go through a medium that brings it to your eye, and this waving, rippling medium that's full of water pressure, water vapor, will appear to undulate visually.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah, I would agree. Yeah, that can happen on a globe and on a planet.
But the main reason why the horizon appears to appear is something visual. We can call it diffraction, refraction, whatever, but basically it's something visual where nothing is actually in the way, like a hump of Earth curve.
I mean, it can be Earth curve. There's nothing saying that it can't be.
The logic is too inconsistent. We don't see curvature. The Globers didn't do their homework and test the curvature of the Earth relative to a straight standard, and their theory is lacking.
Neither have you. You haven't tested it, and you're just making an assumption that it's flat.
We tested it with lasers, microwave,
lasers
long distance infrared. We tested the 8 inches per mile squared assumption and found it wanting.
Well, are you saying that lasers are straight?
They're straight enough to measure the curvature of the Earth against. Are you saying that lasers curve exactly with the Earth? That's basically making your claim unfalsifiable and taking away one of the straightest standards that we would otherwise use to measure the curvature of the Earth against. So by your behavior, where you appear to be trying to take away the ways that we could test this model of yours, it's very hard to trust what you're saying.
You said that the light travels through a medium, and it is changing.
It doesn't appear to be changing at 8 inches per mile squared, so it's a straight enough standard against which to measure this supposed curvature of the Earth.
So we can go to LIGO and check the straightness of a laser. Would you agree?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, that would be something that is straight because there's hardly any medium in the tube in LIGO.
So the main thing is we need a straight standard against which to test the curvature of the Earth. And rather than having a straight standard, it doesn't appear that the globe has offered one. It just appears to have assumed curvature axiomatically and curved everything around their assumption.
No, you can just go to LIGO and measure the elevations.
The elevations of the lasers or the elevation of the structure. The LIGO apparatus appears to have been built to try to offer, number one, water drainage, and two, to account for the topography. The topography could be, over a flat, Earth or around Earth. The roundness of the Earth essentially is not essential for building the LIGO arms properly. You just have to take into account local drainage and elevation. That's it.
Sure. So if the LIGO is straight and the level is curving under it, it's not horizontal.
So we would have to see if it's just the land over a flat surface as opposed to actual Earth curve.
Sure. And I don't get what you're saying. The elevation of the LIGO arm is changing. Even
Because
though
of
it's
Earth curve or
horizontal.
because of something else?
Well, I would say because of Earth curve. If it's,
How much Earth curve was in the LIGO arms?
I think I could give you the
No
blueprints.
worries. I was just trying to see if the claim was consistent. Because they can invoke Earth curve as the cause, but there could be something else that's at play. When we act as if the Earth is a flat, motionless level, we appear to be building stuff that is just fine without taking this into account. So either the claim that the Earth is a globe is meaningless, or the Earth is probably flat and motionless.
I can get you the blueprints if you need.
Whenever you can. I'm not going to stop the conversation, for you to go get evidence. I'm just trying to test the narrative for consistency.
We know that evidence will never show up, so why wait?
We shall see. People are busy, and it can be a little exasperating trying to be like, okay, hold on, let me get you this evidence, whatever it is.
He's only has 6 years, but I guess he might as well search for it.
It would be nice if we had like a red pill folder for all of this stuff. Like, here, let me get you the documents from NASA saying that it's a flat, motionless plane. Here's this stuff about the isinglass of the firmament and the meteors that look like glass. And here's some more red pill for you.
Yeah, well, for a lie that's been going on for at least 150 years, it's going to take probably about 10 years to work through all this.
Yeah, people need to get used to, the new, truth. People want to believe their institutions aren't lying to them and they like that security. But when you find out that there's, some sort of flat earth as opposed to a globe earth, people get scared.
And Mailman, yeah, the reason I brought up the mirror over water is that you can falsify the curvature of the Earth with that. And that's why I was asking you, like, if you can do that, and indeed you can see the reflection of the light from the other side with, because it's very recognizable and easy to do. Many people have done it. It's very well documented. You can do it yourself. You have to have good atmospheric conditions. Because you brought up the idea of the being at the bottom of the oil rig. Yeah, I would say that in that case, no, you won't see them because the environment is magnified and being altered by the medium. So that's what I'm saying before. Like, the base geometry of the Earth is planar. The medium will alter what we can see, the distance, how that appears to us, all of those factors. But the geometry is the extended plane. So it will allow, as far as you're able to see, you will. But if there's magnification and other effects going on, like, looming, stooping, all kinds of atmospheric refraction effects, then that will come in between, as it were, you and that location. But it's not going to let you see around curves, and it's not going to remove it's not going to reflect anything that it isn't geometry. Like, the geometry is always the baseline that's there.
So you're kind of saying that the light that we see travels on straight lines?
Yeah, I am.
So if I take a theodolite and point it at something that's, 2 or 3 kilometers away, it would be pointing at the same elevation that I'm at?
That would depend on your equipment and what it's actually doing. So I wouldn't be able to. I'm not going to make a blanket statement about because there's lots of different types of equipments out there, theodolite types and things.
Can they bend light?
But I mean, optical is different than light as well. It's another factor.
Is it?
What?
Yeah, like, the fact that we see too far is a reflection of the planar geometry of the Earth. And the lack of the physical geometric curve that would be consistent is not there. And we're not able to see around corners. So the only way it can be described on a globe is that you're essentially seeing around the curve of the Earth for these things to be visible.
But
in addition to all that, if someone is at the waterline on another day, they might not be able to see it because of the atmospheric conditions don't allow for it. So what I'm saying is that the fact that you can see it shows the planar nature of it. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean that there's an imaginary curve just coming in. It's not a curve doing that. It's the medium that is causing the obscuring of what you're able to see on that day.
Well,
if it was a globe, I would still expect to see some of those atmospheric effects, but I would expect to see a curved foundational geometry. And if that was there, I would be much more like, yeah, the Earth's got to be a globe, but it isn't there.
Isn't it there?
We have the geometry there, though.
Yeah. What do you mean it's not there? What do you mean?
Absolutely not there. It's an extended plane.
It is there because the longitudinal lines converge south and north from the equator. That's geometry.
that is something that you're claiming. I would like to see that validated because I understand that that's what the globe requires to make it a globe. So do you have any
No, you can
validation
just-
of that, or is it just something that you're assuming someone did?
You can check the distances between longitude lines in the southern hemisphere, like in Australia, for example.
Distances given to you by the same people that built the model that they're telling you that the southern latitude lines do that? Longitude lines?
Well,
Yeah,
I live like if you pick, for example, how, for example, the city I live in the southern hemisphere, right? And if you look to how it would look like on something like the AE map, it would be stretched towards east and west and shrunk north and south. And if that was the case, that should affect the length of the streets and the avenues and things like that. But we can measure those with our cars. Like the cars show how much you're traveling. And when you go to the map and see how long the streets are, if you use the car to measure that matches the map. So the map cannot be distorted as it would have to be.
So just because parts of it you think are true, you think the whole thing is true? Is that what you're telling me? That's got to be a fallacy. What's that one called?
Well, the
Or you're
combination. Well, wait. The combination.
One part of something. You're taking one small part of something and then assuming the whole thing has.
Actually, no. I mean, it doesn't work just for my city. People in other cities also don't report maps don't actually matching the distances that they're
Maps
giving. And
are
that's,
inaccurate. Maps are just representations.
If that's
Yep.
if that's not a fallacy, that could be a new one right there.
Oh, it's a mega fallacy.
It's when you take
map is a representation, right? But if you're checking your distances against the map, they're matching, then you're validating the distances of the map, and that's exactly what's in contention, as Mailman was saying. How distances are affected given the longitude you are. I mean, the latitude you are. So that is a validation of that.
No, it isn't. Not at all.
Yeah, longitude.
If you can travel around your neighborhood and get measurements that are accurate to your GPS, does not mean that in the deep southern Pacific section of the Earth that is all accurate.
It doesn't have to be that much. Like if you're 25 degrees towards the south from the equator, that already would have.
All the local city regions of the Earth are fairly accurate. I'm not going to say 100%, but they're giving you local planar city layouts and then showing you Google Earth and telling you the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, but I mean, if the longitude distances are actually wrong, how come they match the solar noons then, right? Because if the sun is just going in this circle in this constant speed, you have to match the longitude lines. Like every hour, it travels about 15 degrees of longitude, right? East to west. And that can be confirmed by anyone. So at least the longitude will have to be correct. And
Sorry? So the sun has moved?
yes, I'm talking about the path of the sun in the sky. Like, if you get the solar noon for a person, which is the point when the sun is the highest, right? That's the solar noon. The solar noon is the same for everyone in the same longitude, right? And it goes from one longitude to the next 15 degrees of longitude every hour, right? Like that can be confirmed by anyone. So if the sun, if we have something like the flat Earth in which the sun is going around the North Pole, we can use that to establish our longitude and how far we should be from. Like if my solar noon is 1 hour before yours, we must be 15 degrees of longitude apart from each other, right?
No, that works on both because they take a globe and then they make the sun a very far distance away. And then
I'm not talking about the Earth. I'm not talking about the spherical Earth.
On a planar Earth, let me just finish what I was saying. On a planar Earth model, the sun is picking up speed as it moves out to the Tropic of Capricorn. So on both of those, in general, that 15 degree a day, even though on a globe they're taking those like the southern part of it and they're wrapping it down around a ball. Even though they're doing that, the actual time of the sun is the same, because on the globe Earth, the globe is the thing that's spinning and the globe stays at the same speed. Then they put the sun far away. That's the same geometry as a local sun, which is circling like a record player above, and it picks up ground speed as it's moving out. So not rotational speed. It's still moving around once a day, but the actual ground speed is what accelerates. So these two geometries are interchangeable. At least in a basic way, and that's why the sky somewhat works with the globe Earth model.
Yeah, but we're not talking about how it works on the globe Earth model. I'm just asking about the implication of it being that flat Earth model in which it's making circles.
Yeah,
So do you think the rotation?
Yeah.
Do you think the rotational speed is constant throughout the day?
On a globe Earth, yes, even though there's something called the equation of time, which there are some slight
In the flat
alterations, but
Earth.
in general, yes.
In a flat Earth. What do you think?
Well, the sun changes speed. It changes speed throughout the seasons, but not throughout the day.
Right, so we can still use the sun to validate our longitudes, right? Because if it's going on a constant speed, the arc length from any starting point would be given by an amount of time that the sun traveled around the Earth. So if it makes a full circle in 24 hours, then every 15 degrees will take an hour to make, right?
Yeah, this is how they're cutting out the southern regions. Yeah, they're deceiving. They're cutting out the southern regions on the map.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, if you're agreeing with that, then 15 degrees above the equator is a different distance than 15 degrees below the equator, right? In the flat model.
No, it's still the same. It's still 15 degrees of a circle.
Yeah, but the distance of those 15 degrees, the path, if I keep my latitude
yes, those will lay out differently on a plane versus a globe. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you compare the ones above the equator to the ones below the equator, the ones below the equator should be bigger than the ones above the equator for the flat Earth, right? And that just doesn't happen. Like, you can try to say that our GPS is wrong, but we don't have to rely on that. We just have to rely on the solar noons. So you get the time for a solar noon, and that tells you your longitude compared to someone else's solar noon. So you know how much longitude you are apart from each other. Now your distance, if you find two people that are 15 degrees apart on their solar noons in the south, they have to be much further than if you do the same thing with a pair of people in the north hemisphere. That just doesn't happen.
Right, because you're going off a map that's given to you. You're going off distances and coordinates
No,
that are
no,
given to
I'm
you.
not.
That are
I'm not
already
actually
used.
relying.
They were already used. They already converted it to deceive you before you even began assuming that this was a correct model, because obviously you haven't verified that on the Earth. So what I'm claiming is that yes, if you actually were to go verify the southern region on the Earth, it's not going to correlate with the globe, but they tell you it will, and the distances you're given, that the coordinate system that you're given, all will match with the sky, which is how they've done it.
Yeah, but don't you think we have maps that goes through 15 degrees of longitude? Like, if we do, we can use to validate that, because we can use cars traveling on those maps to validate the map's distance. And you can also use the solar noon to validate the map's longitudes. So you can validate the distance, you can validate the longitudes. That's all that's all it needs.
Get to it, Bacon. Get to it. Get out there. Make it happen.
All right, well, we can pick maps.
That's the thing, man. That's the thing. I mean, if you're interested in just repeating the mainstream story, like, we get it. We all get it. We all have learned it. Some people maybe know more than others, but at the end of the day, we understand that there's a sort of a mainstream narrative, if you will, in terms of these things. The question is verifying this with the actual physical world. So if you want to take up a project like that or others, I support you to do so and validate it yourself, and then show us your results. And you may be surprised that you're not finding a globe Earth once you do this.
Okay, so if I validate longitude using solar noon, and I validate the distance using maps, and they don't match up, like the southern hemisphere isn't longer than the northern hemisphere, would you agree that
Yeah.
that map is flawed?
Absolutely. Well, then this is the same idea as the ground position speed, like the subsolar point, sublunar point, substellar points of all the stars. So you could take any sub point, just like a GP in stellar navigation. You can take a GP point and plot that along the Earth and plot the speed that it moves. And if you do this, there will be, like, on a planar Earth model with like a dartboard, essentially, with the center going out, the ground speed of, let's say, the sun, which you can measure through the subsolar point, will be tracking along the Earth faster than it will be in the north. And on a globe, it should be equal.
How did you verify that? Because I think that contradicts how celestial navigation works. Like, because in celestial navigation...
Well, I'm just telling you, like, what would be different. Like, that's what I'm telling you. That's what will be different.
But that is already different. Like, if you accept celestial navigation, for example, that already shows that it works the way it should work on a globe. Because the almanac has stars moving across the same longitude in a constant.
Yeah, remember when Dragon or someone earlier said that that's a Freemasonic backed industry? I would actually have to agree with him on that.
Well, but that doesn't matter, because that still works to spot your position. Like, the almanac isn't giving...
You're using their coordinate system of the Earth. That's the thing. You have to take it down to the brass tacks of what the Earth actually is, rather than just going off of their map system. It's the old idea of the map is not the territory. So they can there's all kinds of ways to map things that are not the actual layout of the territory.
Yeah, but they're also going to give you different distances. So if you try to navigate using wrong distances, you're going to get to the wrong place.
Not in all places, but because you can compensate for some regions by moving things around, which is what they've done. So I think they've used the least populated areas. They've manipulated it in the areas that are the least populated, and that's why it's not a coincidence that 90% of the world lives in the northern hemisphere.
What is being manipulated? Can you tell me a coordinate? Can you tell me a coordinate in which celestial navigation doesn't work? Because I've been modeling that.
I see Illegal just jumped in. What's up, bro? Dude, the other night I was like shopping at the grocery store and I was listening on my headphones, and you were like, the stuff you were saying was just spot on, dude. I just wanted to say, like, thanks for that, like, wisdom and knowledge you were dropping, because it was spot on.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Well, it's still, Gio, the almanac it's not a different almanac for every location. It's the single thing. And the almanac just gives you, it only gives you a single point in time in which stars would be over. And the rest of the almanac is just implied by that single instant of time. So there's no manipulation. Because I built my own almanac from a single reading of the stars. And it works through the whole year. It doesn't matter which point of the year you're doing it. It works. And it only comes from a single reading that is not arbitrary for any position on Earth.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, but all ball data is derived from a flat plane. Like, there was a guy who came in here, not in this server, but like in the other, science versus pseudoscience, the other server. He came in and said he used all the ball data and figured out that you can make it a pyramid, you can make it a square, a cube. Yeah, but the one thing he wouldn't acknowledge is, he was saying he used all the ball data, but one thing he wouldn't acknowledge is that all the ball data originated from flat plane measurements. So that's all you really got to know is
It originated from measurements, like the measurements themselves, raw measurements. Done.
Are you talking about Troloon? Like Troloon?
Yes, I spoke to him. Yeah, we discussed for quite a while.
So do you not kind of grok what he's saying, Bacon?
I completely get what he's saying. Like we agreed with most of what I asked him. I don't think his arguments is actually being understood by your side, because I think if you actually understood his point, not you specifically, but I think if the people from your side would actually understand his point, they would never buy it. Because we brought similar points, and they were instantly rejected as ridiculous. And when he is bringing the exact same point, but because it comes from a flat Earth possibility, then it's suddenly, they're suddenly agreeing with it.
Can you tell me his point?
Yes, yeah, he's saying you can do transformation on Euclidean space to warp reality into a flat surface, even though it's giving the exact same experience of a spherical surface. So
no, you can warp it into a ball or any other shape, but it all comes from flat Earth, flat plane data.
He was asking what I understand from Trulu's point. That's not what I understand from Trulu's point.
Okay.
Trulon, I don't remember exactly the name. I think it's Trulon, right? Maybe he's trolling. Oh, anyway, so he's using the same math of the spherical Earth. So he's using spherical geometry for distances. He's using, under his model, you would measure spherical axis, and we would measure spherical axis that matches our radius. So everything that is constantly being rejected by the flat side would have to be accepted under his model. That's why I don't think you guys should be trying to defend his argument, because his argument goes against almost every argument from the flat side.
No, everything that all the data that he used, quote unquote ball data, to say you can make it into anything, all originated. You're like ignoring the fact that you're ignoring the fact of where the origin of the data came from.
No, actually not. I'm not even relying on any measurement. I'm just relying on the translation between models that he's making. And I asked him that. He agreed that that's actually what he's doing. If you were in a discussion in which I discussed with him for like 2 hours, you would see that we're in agreement on the understanding of his model. You can bring him here, so I can ask him in front of him. So you're going to see that he will agree with it.
Well, whatever the case may be, yeah, I haven't talked to him myself, so I can't. But I did peruse over his website, although I actually haven't read the whole thing. But I kind of did a quick skim of it. So, but yeah, my understanding is that he thinks the Earth is a globe, as well. But well, back to a little bit we were talking about before, Bacon. At the end of the day, all I can say is that the Earth needs to be test measured and validated ourselves. So whatever models that you're speculating, theorizing, whatever it may be, or thinking about, that's understandable, and whatever floats your boat kind of thing. But at the end of the day, for the actual discussion, it's validating it in the real world. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, in terms of distances, even when you're saying drive a car on a road, well, yeah, you can have a way to measure mileage in your car, but you then have to understand how those roads are actually swerving and whirving upon the Earth correctly.
Yeah, but they do that in all.
A lot to it.
Yeah, but they do that in both hemispheres. It's not exclusive to. If they did that in the southern hemisphere, that would increase the size. That would be biased towards your side. So if I find a very straight line in the north hemisphere, I'm actually biasing my argument towards the flat surface.
Yeah, shit can just be warped in so many ways at the end of the day. So
yeah, but just click the numbers. It doesn't make that much difference.
Yeah.
If you, for example,
well, that's what I'm saying. get out there and do some things. Just do some things. Because I'm not trying to be offensive or anything, but no offense, but you don't really have anything that's independent from just stuff you write on the internet, right?
I can. No, it's not just stuff I write on the internet. But yeah, I mean, I haven't went to. I haven't.
Maybe just stuff you've heard as well or seen on TV. But I mean, what have you done anything in the real world? I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just saying, like, is that it's all
Well,
stuff that
you know, I did, right? Like I mentioned. You know, I mean, regarding distances on longitude specifically, or like general.
Pretty much everything.
Yeah, I made the weight difference experiment, right? I created some models of my own to validate like the idea of celestial navigation. Of course, I wasn't using my measurements, but I used real life measurements on some of my tests. So yeah, I wouldn't say I didn't do anything, but what in this topic specifically, yes, I didn't went to maps. I'm assuming that they would work the way I'm thinking that they work. But if they do work the way I'm thinking they work, I think that this would be pretty conclusive against this sort of AE map, or this sort of map in which you have the North Pole in the center and the sun going at a constant speed around the Earth. I think that would invalidate this hypothesis.
If that is false, it absolutely can be falsified. It hasn't been done to this day that I'm aware of in any way, shape, or form. And if you did it, you would be the first, and I would give you a cheers if that's what you did. If you did that, if you're able to do it, you would be the first. I mean, not really a cheers, because actually, well, whatever. But I'm just, I don't know if I'd be cheering, but I would salute you at least for doing it.
Yep.
All right.
I mean, I personally think that, no, I mean, actually, if you did that and you validated the Earth as a globe, then yeah, that would be amazing.
But I mean, I've done multiple things from a request of flat earthers, and at the end of the day, it didn't change any of their positions. They just either hand waved or moved the goalpost as.
Because like the dude pointed out, that you can apply it to anything, and you can take that data and apply it to anything, and it could be any shape.
That's a different point. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying, I have a certain resistance on doing all this work because someone said they would change their mind if I do it. Because I've done similar things without having that mind changing. So I mean, I can do it. That's not something very hard, like to get maps and just.
I'm not necessarily talking about changing anyone's mind. I'm talking about proving it. Actually doing that, validating.
Yeah. I'm saying, but if I do that, like once I do that,
people's minds, they're going to make up their own mind based on whatever they do. You can't control that. But if you can prove it, I'm talking about actually proving it for real. Sorry, go ahead.
I can't rely on your standard for proof. It might very well be the case that I do that, and when you take a look, so well, but maybe that there's this issue or that issue, and.
But again, I'm not talking about my standard or my opinion. I'm talking about you actually proving it, like in reality, in the real world. Not about what I'll think or someone else will think or what opinions other people have. I'm talking about you actually proving it. Because if you do it, then that just stands on its own. It's
but
proof in and of
it's not
itself.
enough.
Whatever people think of it is their own thing.
It's not enough for me to prove it if the people are just going to reject that that's actually a proof, because it doesn't. It's not enough. There are things that we would say is proof for the round Earth, and you guys would say it's proof for the flat Earth, and we both would disagree. So even though we think it's a proof, it doesn't convince the other side.
He used the same data.
I was specifically referring to you, Gio.
He basically proved that you can take the same data and you can't prove anything, because you can apply the same data and it can be this or it could be that. So you can't prove it. It can apply to anything.
That's not what we're talking about. Like,
yeah.
I was referring to Gio specifically because you said that if I did that, that would be great, or it would have some impact or something. And I'm not sure if that would. I mean, that would be a motivation if I knew that would actually be analyzed honestly from your side or just by you. It would be motivation enough for me to do it. But I have already disappointed myself trying to do things like this, like expecting certain outcome that it wasn't fulfilled. But this doesn't sound like something very hard to do. I'm gonna take a look if it's doable. I think it might be doable. Like 15 degrees of longitude.
I would think you'd want to do it for yourself. At the end of the day, I mean, I would
I mean,
think
for me, I already have evidence enough. Like, I wouldn't be doing it for myself because to me, I already have evidence enough. But
okay, so you're not in these discussions for discovery or learning or truth. You're in it for just.
I am for learning. No, I am for learning. Like I'm learning a lot actually. It doesn't mean I might change my view on the shape of the Earth, but there's a lot of things I can learn by in sharing these discussions.
Well, there's definitely several things that can be done with all varying levels of money, resources, time, and energy to do that will be very revealing, even definitive. The real advanced ones that are coming are going to take a lot of money to do, but there's a lot of others that, and some of them quite potent, that you can do with a fairly small amount of time, energy, and resources, but it still takes those to do it.
Well, here's what I'm picturing. I can get two people from that are like, let's say 7.5 degrees of longitude apart in the same latitude, get the roadmap distance between them, and just ask them to check the solar known, just to confirm their longitude distances. And we do that in the southern hemisphere, in the northern hemisphere. That I think it would just be a very, very straightforward way to distinguish between a flat map with the North Pole in the center and the globe Earth. I think that would be pretty strong. But it still requires a little bit of work, but it's not that much.
Well, I think the real giveaway there is in the Southern Ocean regions. So the ideally is like if you could travel like at about the 55-degree parallel. I guess if the Antarctic Treaty doesn't want us to go past the 60, that's the cage. It's the end of the cage that we're in. We can't go past 60. Then what if you could just go to like 55 and then circumnavigate the entire Earth, taking sextant readings the whole time, distance readings, all other measurements? That would be very... If you're only doing it on land, that's quite limited because you are using their road system, you're using their mapping system, you're using their GPS system. Of course, your car would have to be... You'd have to be very accurate. I mean, as well.
You don't.
If the car's off, then that's gonna.
No,
Just,
if
you
you're
gotta keep track every time you pull off to go, to get food and go to the gas station. You gotta really, if you're gonna do it that way.
I mean, when you pull, that doesn't add up to a significant difference. Like, let's say that even if that would add up to 10%, I think that would be too much actually to add up to. But let's suppose it can add up to 10 or 20%.
And especially if they can accommodate, if they can, what's it called, compensate, meaning that if they're cutting it out in the Southern Ocean where no one is, and then they're changing it in the local regions, you know what I'm saying? Like that's another factor. Like
that doesn't affect my test. Like the test I'm proposing doesn't depend on other regions. It just depends on I have two people in the same, like in the northern hemisphere. They can check their longitude difference using solar noon, and they can check their distance using road maps. And if they're far away enough from the equator, the prediction from the flat surface would be like more than double the distance compared if you compare them both. So even if you had 10 or 20% margin of error, it would still be very hard to match. It will still be pretty easy to distinguish between both models, even given that margin of error.
They can. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter what you think. It's fine. like live your life like like this, like talking about this, like when I come in here, it's like it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really affect our lives on a day-to-day basis. Like you think what you want to think, we think what we want to think. We have evidence and we have things to back up our claim on what we think it is,
I don't
and
think so.
and you have things that back up your claim that you're gonna stick to, and it doesn't matter how many ways from that we can disprove that. It doesn't matter like how many different things of the black swan or the sextant or gravity or all the things. It doesn't really matter. Like
If it doesn't really matter, like why are you here then? Because isn't that the point of this server?
bro, if it makes you feel good to think you're on a spinning ball, then that's fine. Like live your life that way. Like I'm gonna live my life like it really doesn't affect how we live. But
I think it does.
I just want to know the truth. And so like I just want to know what the truth is. Like it doesn't matter what it is. Okay, we're on a spinning ball. Okay. If you can prove that and that's what it is, even though my whole childhood I believed we were on a spinning ball, but I thought it was weird and shit didn't make sense to me. But if you want to live that way, that's fine. Like it doesn't really make a difference.
I think it does.
Do you believe it? Okay, yeah. I mean, it does. Yeah, it does. And so, like, it does. Like, okay. Do you believe in a creator?
No.
Oh, no. Okay. That's funny because it's just so funny. Like a lot of scientists or like people who believe in the ball are atheists and don't believe in God, and a lot of flat earthers they all believe in the creator. And like that's really what it comes down to is
Actually,
a
no.
creator or
Although
non-creator.
although in the servers in this environment, it's very often to find atheists among the globers. It isn't that significant. Like you can still find a lot of Christians among globers, and even Muslims and other religions.
Well,
but it's pretty rare to find atheists among flat earthers. Like
well,
I don't think
most
I
of
found
the
one
people that we talk to, if they're globe, they're atheists and don't believe in God.
Yeah, because people who come to these servers from the globe side are people who usually are interested on like physics and things like this, and I think there's a correlation between people not believing in God and taking interest on those subjects. But that's not exclusive. That's not exclusive. There are a bunch of a fair amount of Christians and even Muslims are among the globers, but the amount of atheists among the flat earthers, I mean, I haven't found one yet. I'm pretty sure there might be one or two, but the numbers,
I don't
much smaller.
really. As far as I know, there really isn't. I know we knew one guy back. I haven't actually haven't seen him in a long time, but where he was just saying that he was saying how like that it never was created and it never will end, like it's eternal. So in that way, he was seeing it like not necessarily atheist, but in a way where it just always has existed and always will.
Right.
That makes sense, but that's like kind of one of the closest. But yeah, in terms of an atheist, in that way, like
yeah, to me it just
saying
seems like there's a pattern that people who are like deep into science and that are ballers, glovers, or believe in the heliocentric model, there seems to be a trend that they don't believe in God or a creator, and that whether you're a flat earther because of the Bible or because of the other reasons, they believe in a creator. And I'm just pointing out the general consistency of what we think this realm is. You think it's flat and stay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, for sure. I mean, I would say that the globe
just
Earth
let you
is,
know, gotta go.
the globe Earth is based in the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm, whereas in general, a planar stationary Earth is more embedded in a system of meaning with a creator and purpose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just pointing out that trend that we seem to see. Like there are exceptions, but I'm just pointing out that it seems to be that way, and that it makes sense. Like the people who think, like people who think in something coming from nothing and believe in that, they're going to have the origin of belief of accident and not and non-religion or not non-creator, and all the points that we point out that point to stationary, plane points to a creator, and so it's like a general consistency that I've just noticed, that everybody who come, like, anybody we talk to or in Discord and we argue with or whatever, and then you ask them, do you believe in a creator? And they're like, no, I'm either atheist or agnostic, and it's just like you can almost bet on it. Like,
I've actually never heard an atheist say that something comes from nothing.
I have a lot.
Interesting.
Yeah, most of the people that come in here and claim of the Big Bang, something coming from nothing, or accident or natural or whatever, don't believe in a higher power or creator when you ask them. That's just been my experience in the time that I've been in Discord. When you ask them about that, that's what they'll say. So
Yeah, I mean, the Big Bang doesn't say that something came from nothing, but I've never heard anyone say that.
or like the topic of the universe is infinitely expanding, and then there's the question of what's expanding into.
Yeah, like where'd it come from then, mailman? If not a creator, like what are we talking about here?
Oh, you're assuming that it came from somewhere.
That's what I'm saying. So you're saying it's coming from nowhere?
No, I'm saying that it doesn't come. It's always been here.
Isn't that an antecedent?
No. Why doesn't that apply to God? Where did it come from?
Well, an antecedent to creation is a creator.
Yeah, but you don't have a creation.
What are you in right now?
How do you know that it's a creation?
Because there's creativity all over the place. There's complicated
Intelligent design, dude.
Yeah.
Life doesn't come from non-life. That's not how it works.
That's another assumption.
That's not an assumption.
Well, it is an assumption. How do you know that life doesn't come from non-life?
Dude, what the heck is wrong, bro?
Why do you think life can't come from non-life?
Hold on, dude. I can't even talk to you. My Discord just crashed.
Oh, okay.
Bro, my whole computer is frozen.
Okay, so
we can hear you well.
Yeah, I can still hear you guys. Oh, now it's working.
I don't know who said that, but so do you think there's a creator or do you not? Because you're gonna prove my point.
Who are you talking to?
I think to me because
Yeah, Dragon or whoever. Dragon, do you think there is a creator or you think it happened naturally?
I think Dragon is a theist, so he would say there's a creator.
You think there is a creator?
No, I'm not Dragon. I'm Mailman.
Sorry. Oh, my bad. Mailman. Okay, mailman. Do you think there's a creator or not?
I don't have an idea. I would say no, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well-
I'm fine with you saying I'm not sure because I'm not like technically sure either. Like I can't prove one or the other. I have an
Yeah, me
opinion,
neither.
but you're just backing my point that it seems like from your perspective, and then you have the perspective of not a creator, which is a common trend that I seem to find when we're talking to people, and anybody who's against anything that we say or that
The Big
disagrees or
Bang. Do you believe
thinks
the Big
the
Bang happened?
spinning globe
Mailman.
doesn't believe in a creator.
Mailman,
And
do
I'm
you
just
think the Big Bang happened?
I think there's evidence for it.
There's no evidence because it's something that happened billions of years ago, right? And it violates. Do you know the law of thermodynamics? It violates the first law of thermodynamics that energy cannot be created or destroyed, and
How does
it
it
also
violate it?
violates the law of casualty.
Hold
I
on.
mean
How does it violate?
causality.
Hold
That
on.
it violates the
Hold on.
law of causality because everything has a cause.
How does it violate the first law of thermodynamics?
I just told you, energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Sure.
Right.
And where in the Big Bang theory does it say that energy was created?
Yeah, that's what it is. It came out of nowhere.
No.
So explain it to me.
No, that's not what the
Explain it
theory
to me.
says.
Tell me what it says.
It says that there was energy in a small dot and that expanded.
And where did that come from?
We don't know. That's not what Big Bang
Exactly.
says.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
See, he
Yeah.
doesn't know where it came from. Fucking moron.
And that's
Whatever
why
begins to
Big Bang
exist has a
doesn't
cause.
say.
The universe began to exist. Therefore, the universe
How do
had a
you
cause.
know this? How do you know that?
Because that's a cosmological argument. Whatever
how do you know
begins
that
to exist
hold on.
has a cause. The universe
on.
began to exist. Therefore, the universe had a cause.
How do you know that the universe began to exist?
Well, how do you know that there's a Big Bang that happened?
I mean, that's irrelevant to my question. How do you
No,
know
it's
that the
not.
universe began to exist?
No, it's not. That's just asking. You can't
No, how
explain
do
how
you know?
you
Oh,
can't
hold on.
explain how
You made
matter
a
and the
claim.
laws of physics arose from nothing. You can't explain that. And you can't explain how life
So-
arose from non-life. You can't explain that. And you can't explain how consciousness arose from matter. You also can't explain that.
Okay, well, I can go with your route and say that if God created everything, he violates the first law of thermodynamics, so it can't exist.
All right, how?
Because you can't create matter nor
No,
energy.
the thing is
Well,
that
isn't it the opposite of that, mailman? Because in that case, if the creator created an Earth that is like a realm, a system, then it doesn't violate the first law of thermodynamics.
exactly because he exists out of the law of thermodynamics.
Okay,
You have a contained
so-
system. The first law doesn't have to do with energy being created or destroyed. It has to do with entropy within systems and the expansion of
No.
gases. and
No, that's the
transfer.
second law. That's the second law.
Yeah, you don't know your
Oh,
law, dude.
Thought he said second.
No, first, because energy, no matter, can be created or destroyed. So,
Okay, I must have heard him incorrectly.
yeah, that's the first. But yeah, Big Bang doesn't tell you where the energy came from, so it doesn't violate any laws.
Well, where the fuck does it come from? It just appeared out of nowhere, huh?
I mean, it could always existed. That's one.
No, that doesn't. That's not how it works.
Oh, it isn't. Why?
It's not how it
Why?
works, dude.
Why? How do you know that? I mean, you can
Right.
laugh, and that's against the rules again. But how do you know that?
Right. That's the
So how
point.
do you know that?
All right, suppose there
That's the point.
suppose there was no intelligence behind the universe. In that case, nobody designed my brain for the purpose of thinking.
Sure.
Because thought is merely the byproduct of some atoms within my skull. But if so, how can I trust my own thinking to be true?
Well, how can you?
Do you see how atheism makes reason impossible?
No.
Yeah, it does. I just
No,
explained
it
it to you.
doesn't.
But if I
No, you
can't,
didn't.
if I can't trust my own thinking, of course I can't trust the arguments leading to atheism. Therefore, there's no reason to be an atheist or anything else unless I believe in God. I can't believe in thought. I can't believe in thought, so I can never use thought to disbelieve in God.
Can your thoughts be wrong?
Yeah.
Where do
Okay, how do
thoughts
you know?
come from?
How do you know when they're correct or when they're not correct?
Something called morality.
Morality?
Yeah, morals and
Okay.
rationality.
Okay, where do you get it? How do you ration?
All
Because
is
morals,
mental. It all comes from the mind. It all comes from the mind. So
no,
we're like,
morals come from God. Without God of the Bible, I have no basis to assume morality exists.
I mean, okay.
Exactly. So morals don't come from atheists
Well,
or atheism.
we
How does
don't
morals
use
come
the
from monkeys?
moral laws.
How?
What?
Tell me how.
This is pointless. What do you mean with morals now?
Do you not know what morals are?
I do know. I'm just wondering what you mean with the word.
Without God, there is no basis to assume morality exists.
Yeah,
How do you know
objective
what you're
morality.
doing is right from wrong?
By
How do you know what you're doing
using,
is right or good? How do you know what you're doing is good or bad?
by comparing it to what I would feel if someone did it to me. That's very good way to
No,
do it.
that's not how it works, dude. That's not how it works. You're an idiot.
That's exactly
You're a
how it
fucking
works, though.
moron.
That's exactly how it works, though.
That's not how it works.
Well, it is.
Nope.
man
That's how I use it.
created good or bad. There is no good or bad. Man created that and
No,
applied
they
it.
didn't. God created good or bad. You have no basis to determine what is good or bad if God never existed. You could just do whatever you want.
No.
Yes, you would, dumbass.
No.
I'm saying that everything that exists
Dude.
just is, and the only meaning you can apply to things is from our own consciousness, from our own, like, projecting things onto something being good or bad. There is no such thing as good or bad. Everything just is, and our mentality, our human construct, is the thing that has decided of the one or the two, and applied it to things, and to decide whether something is good or bad. That's a human construct. There is no
it's
such
not.
thing.
How do morals appear out of nowhere?
It's
Tell
also
me, just
decided
tell
by
me how
man.
that happens.
Well, because you know what's
From
good for you and
evolution.
what's
How does
not
that
good for
happen?
you. Because you compare it to what's good for you, what's not good for you, and beneficial.
We're
How
in
do you know how do you know what is beneficial?
it all is based on
Exactly. You don't know shit, dude.
human construct.
Denying God's existence is an unjustifiable claim because the act of you making a claim presupposes that your mind can know truth without a rational creator.
Oh.
No. He doesn't even explain how it doesn't how it's no. He just says no. You fucking denier.
because
You're a reality denier. Shut up. You're a reality
Well,
denier.
Dragon, dude, on this server, we like to stick with like the actual ideas and discussions, like because when
Yeah, sorry, dude.
you're doing a lot of ad homs and personal attacks, and the thing is, it's like if one person does it, everyone just turns into a dumpster fire of insults. So if you could try to refrain, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
Like I mean, you're saying that we can't know the truth. What the truth of what? Can you give an example of a truth?
Well, where do you get your morals from?
Me?
If there's, yeah.
Yeah, I compare my actions to what I would feel if those were done to me, and that's sort of good enough for me to go by.
What are morals? Man created the concept of morals. We created that out of our mind. That's only a thing that we created. There is no such thing as moral. Like, it just is what it is. And we, in the mental mind that we're in, we create constructs of, like, good or bad, or this and that, up and down, duality. Like, materialistic, like material, physical.
Bro, because dude, I don't think you
These are all
understand how it
constructs of the
works.
mind that we
I don't
created
think you
and
understand
having
how it
this
works.
human experience.
Take moral commands, okay? Moral commands.
I'm on
It,
your side,
it's
and I don't know why
trivially
you're arguing with me.
no, because you're saying morals come from nowhere. That you can have morals without a God.
Oh,
That's what you're saying.
No, I'm
he
saying
didn't
they
say
come
that.
from us.
Take,
I'm saying they don't come from nowhere. They come from
it
us.
requires a
We
God. Dude. Take
project
moral commands.
meaning onto things.
It's trivially true that a moral command is a command. A command is a command, right? So it is also true that commands are always the commands of an agent, a mind with beliefs and
Where
desires.
do
My chair
where do
can't
these
command me to
commands
sit
come
in it.
from?
My chair, listen to me. My chair cannot command me to sit in it, and commands cannot issue themselves. It follows that moral commands are the commands of an agent or agents.
But there are no
It
moral
doesn't matter if
commands.
you believe in God
Those
or
are the
God or not. It requires a God.
But there are no moral commands that way.
Yes, there is.
Where?
We are agents. Like, could moral commands be our commands? That doesn't seem plausible. For one thing, it would mean we could make anything morally right just by commanding ourselves to do it. That doesn't appear to work. So we can test that easily enough. Command yourself to do something that has seemed obviously wrong to you, physically assaulting someone, and see if it suddenly starts to seem morally right to assault someone now. I bet it won't.
No, because if someone assaulted me, I wouldn't like it. So it's not moral.
But how do you know they wouldn't?
Do one unto others.
Yeah, I think the golden rule is wrong. It's not do unto others as you have others do unto you, because what you would do unto you might not be what they want you to do unto them. The golden rule should be do unto others as people as you would want others to do unto you. Like or to say what people want you to do to you.
So you're saying that if someone's suicidal and they want to kill themselves, it doesn't mean it's okay for them to go kill other people?
Right. Like what they want, they might be fucked up. They might want you. They might be fucked up. Like what they want you to do to them might not be the best thing. Like it's do unto others as others would want you to do unto them. Individually, each person. Like what I want you to do to me might be different than what. Like I could want you to do some fucked up shit to me. Like I could have a whole different thing, and that's not what the golden rule is. The golden rule is doing other people as you would have others.
Dude, objective moral values exist, dude. Can we just accept that?
No.
Yes, it does.
Oh, what are the objective morals? Where do you get them from?
I'm saying objective moral values exist.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
Well, that's a question.
Well, that's the same question I can ask you. How do you know that there is not a God?
That's
I
the
haven't
point.
made that claim.
That's
Fucking
the point
idiot.
I'm trying to make.
I haven't made a claim there is no God, though.
Objectivism is the idea that right and wrong are true, whether we believe them to be or not. They aren't dependent on us or any changeable thing. For example, if we take objectivism, torturing babies just for fun is wrong. Is objectively true, whether we believe it to be or not. Even if everyone was brainwashed,
hold on.
even if everyone was brainwashed into thinking it was morally right, torturing babies just for fun is still wrong, dude.
And you know that how?
Idiot.
No, I'm asking you, how do you know that?
How do you know that?
Yeah.
It's something that we all know.
It's
wrong.
telling that you just can't answer questions unless you're
No,
saying
I agree.
idiot.
You're an
I
idiot.
agree.
It's
Even
weak.
though I don't.
No, it's
Even
like
though
every
he's a
time I
Glover.
explain something to him, he just asks another question like the fucking retard he is.
No, but you don't. No, you don't You don't answer any question. You just say idiot when I ask the question.
He makes a good point. How do you know?
Well, how do you know your fucking hairline exists?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ugly shit.
How do you,
I mean,
exactly.
you're coming. That's
Dude,
weak.
That's the point.
Dragon, is your goal to just insult people? Is that the bottom line? Like you're trying to get a little bit of a combo going just so you can insult people? Is that like
Bro,
is that
because
what
this
you
dude just
Seems
pisses me
weird
off.
to me.
I can read right through this bullshit.
No, but I haven't dissed
I
you.
know
I mean,
what he's
I'm
trying to do.
asking.
He's making that. He's like, how do you know this?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to.
No,
I'm
idiot.
trying to
like
get you to
it.
back your claim up.
Dude's a
Yep.
complete retard, just like that bacon, egg, and cheese dude.
How do you know?
You're his fucking fuck buddy, aren't you?
So
How
this
do
is
you
what you
know?
do. This is how you have conversations.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, but pretty pointless.
If you think
You're
you have
pointless,
knowledge
dude.
from
Your life is
history,
pointless. You literally think that God doesn't exist. Your life is literally pointless. You think that you're
And
just
I
floating
never
in the middle of
said
space
that.
doing jack
Yeah,
shit.
he never said that. He's just asking questions the same way I do, and I believe in the creator, and he might not, but we're asking the exact same questions, which is
Yeah, we
valid,
can still have a discussion.
right? I
All right,
like it.
illegal. Since you're so smart, explain it to him then.
Oh my god.
This dude thinks he's smart because he has a profile
Well,
picture of him. He took a
I think
selfie of him
that
behind
isn't
some
an
books.
insult.
Here we
He
go with
took a
the ad
selfie.
homs.
You think you're
Here we
smart
go
'cause
with the ad homs.
you think you're
Here we
smart because
go
you
with the
took a
ad
selfie of
homs.
yourself in the library.
well,
Here we go
Dragon,
with the ad homs.
this is more of like think of it more as like a podcast. You know, we're actually having a discussion. People are throwing in like we're building ideas. Some people throw in their ideas, someone else
Yep.
throws in there, and yeah, there can
Yep.
be a little bit of like intellectual, heat in a sense. Like you can get, but it's not about like a throwdown of just like someone has to be right, someone has to be wrong, and then someone has to be insulted.
Right. Exactly. 'Cause that's what I'm saying. Like I'm agreeing with the person who fundamentally is different than me, but we're asking the same questions, and I can't hate on him for that. We're asking questions. Like he's like, oh, how do you know that? Ask questions. Like I don't know either. I ask the same question. Like we have our beliefs and opinions, and we can be okay with that. But when we try and like put someone on the spot.
Yeah, it's interesting that, like, when it comes to the globe, Dragon has endless amount of questions that we have to answer. But then when it comes to, like, morals and the creator, he just says, idiot, when I ask the question.
No, because the whole thing, is
you're an
we
idiot
don't
with the
know.
globe Earth too.
To me, the whole thing is it's. I'm not making a claim. I don't know what this realm is, but I just know that what we're told it is, it's not, and so that's what I can fight against. Is
Yeah,
it's
and this dude
not.
mailman believes everything that he's told.
About what?
So didn't hear you, buddy. Speak up.
Yeah, you said I believe everything I've been told. About what?
Yeah, I know you do. You sheep.
Yeah, about what?
I don't know. Answer that for yourself, buddy. I'm not you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't believe everything I've been told.
Well, Dragon, it seemed like you were dropping some good information. Like there were some good ideas there, but it's ended in you just wanting to like insult people. So can we get back to what the actual discussion was?
Yeah, objective morals.
Yeah, how do you know those exist?
It's the same way. It's in the back of your head, dude.
Okay,
so do you disagree with Mailman? Yeah.
When you do something bad, you feel it. You know it's bad.
Well, I kind of feel like that's what Mailman was saying, is that like when it's how you treat other people, and if it was done to you, how would you feel? For example, nobody likes being stolen from. Like if you get something stolen from you, it's just the word. It's not a good feeling, and it just sucks. So it's like if you know that, then wouldn't it make sense that would indicate that stealing from others is morally wrong because of that? That's kind of what he was saying too, I thought.
Yeah. Just project your thoughts on others.
Yeah.
I don't think you just understand the concept of morality.
Well, that's why I asked what you mean with morals, and you said
Well,
idiot.
I can't explain something that you can't understand, dude. It's like trying
Well,
to
you
tell.
haven't even
It's like
tried
trying to
to
tell a blind
understand.
person. It's like trying to explain to a blind person what color is like.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you can
Right.
still you can be a teacher though. You can teach what you think and share your whether you see it
Nah,
as
because this
teaching or
dude is physically
sharing or whatever
disabled.
it may
Like
be.
he's mentally disabled. Like
I mean, it's kind of pointless at
you're
this point.
special ed.
No, he's not mentally disabled. He's
Yeah, he's
actually
not.
able, and he's asking good questions and things that we should all like.
He's not
Like, I
asking good questions,
agree.
bro. I can
That's
tell
what I'm
by
saying. Like
the
me and
tone of
him,
his voice that he's just like
when
that
we're
bacon
talking
dude.
about the nature or the shape of the Earth, we will disagree, but we'll ask the same questions. And so I'm okay with him asking the questions because I ask the same
Well,
questions
illegal.
myself.
Do you think the Earth is flat?
I don't think it's a spinning sphere. That's what I'm saying. Like I know what it's not. I don't know what it is. But I know what it's not.
Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna use that.
So like I would like to get away from morals and like it's kind of like talking about religion. Like
Yeah, I mean, I could say that I know morals aren't objective, but I don't know what they're not. I don't know what they are. I know what they aren't, and they're not objective.
Yes, they are.
And when I ask, how do you know that, you say, idiot, retard.
Because that's what you are.
There we go. There we go.
What?
I don't
Speaking of
think
that,
he's a retard at all. I think he's
he is
asking
a
good
retard.
questions that we all ask. Like I'm asking the same thing. Like he might think it's a globe. I think it's not a globe, but we're
Yeah, but
still
there's a
asking the
difference
same
between you
questions.
two. There's a difference between you two. There's a difference between the brainwashed and the actual smart person.
But that's the thing is,
This dude
like, let's
mailman
not.
isn't. This dude mailman needs to get his name changed to female man because this dude is fucking a bitch.
Dude, Dragon, bro.
Like,
I guess you'll just have to be muted if you're just gonna keep insulting people because it's just really not what we do here.
We try not to do.
Pretty pointless to go by like that. Just make a claim, and then when someone asks to back it up, you just say, idiot.
I don't know. No, I'm with you, bro. I'm not white knighting you, but I am backing you up because
Yeah,
the same reason I am where I'm at is because of the same questions that you ask. And so I can't hate on the questions that you're asking and saying like, how do you know that? Is the same reason that we are where we're at. And so even though you're like, okay, I still think it's a globe. I think it's what they tell us it is.
Yeah, but
you're still
asking me. He's like asking me to provide evidence, or like something like that. You
No
don't.
shit.
Yeah, but if he does that, it's up to you. Like, if you want to, you can
This
respond to
is
that.
why.
and
This
say,
is why I
"Okay,
think.
you want to, but you also don't have to. You know what I mean? Like, there's no requirement that you have to do that. It's up to you.
And this
He
is
might.
why
he
I
might
think
ask.
some people find it difficult to accept that objective moral values and obligations exists in the absence of proof or evidence. When I asked him if torturing toddlers for sport is morally wrong, I'm not providing empirical evidence. I'm merely trying to help him directly experience the moral truth at hand. And he just, how do you know? Shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, because I have an idea why torturing babies is wrong.
Whoa, because you don't want it done to me. That's not even the reason why. Because you know it's wrong. Stop trying to make excuses for every fucking thing, dude. That's what you and bacon, egg, and cheese do. You guys make excuses for every fucking thing. You guys gonna keep pulling it out your asses.
Why are you so aggressive? Like, calm down. Like, just
How
have a
about you calm down?
conversation. Like, I'm pretty calm actually.
Thank
So
you.
why don't you just chill out and stop insulting and mocking people? Like, that's not a constructive conversation. That's not what this server is about. So please
Thank you.
stop. Okay?
Appreciate it.
I agree with the idea that we inherently know what's quote unquote wrong in this paradigm that we live in. Like you wrong to kill your mom or children, like you just know.
Yeah, and now I'm gonna ask him for evidence. I want to ask him for evidence that morals and rationality arose from reactions. Yep, he's quiet. Yeah, man. All right, go Google it. Go Google the answer real quick. Well, Gio, I just wanted to talk about like how like there's a lot of stuff going on in this world behind all this. You know, like how they say, you know the saying, right? All roads lead back to Rome.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. So are you
Like,
suggesting that that's like part of like a new world order type of with that?
yeah,
You
but
mean?
like the thing is, before you need to understand the flat Earth, is you gotta understand that there's people that lie to you, and there's people that there's evil people in this world. Very evil people behind the scenes.
I would agree.
Thank you.
So yeah, so like in what ways do you think that we could bring something positive or constructive to the current position? Because that or what do you think could be like some possible solutions?
Believe in God. He's coming back. The end times is near. It's now. It's closer than ever. That's why the elite are panicking. They're trying to push this vaccine. Now they're saying, take the vaccine or you're going to get your job taken away. You're going to lose your job if you don't take this vaccine. And then sooner in the future, they're going to say, if you don't take the vaccine, you're not allowed to eat food. You can't buy no food anymore. And then eventually, they're just going to force the chip on you. It's just, you got to put your faith, dude. You got to realize that
What
this world
evidence
is
do
evil.
you have to back up any of these claims that you're making?
Well, I don't have solid evidence, but there was this one dude. He made a movie about it in 2012, and it predicted the FEMA camps and all that. And he also predicted the George Floyd riots and like what's gonna happen in the future. But then after the movie, the movie didn't even release. He only released the trailer on YouTube, and then after that happened, his whole family mysteriously died from gunshot wounds. And then they said that he killed his family and then killed himself. So I wouldn't say that as my main evidence, but there's a lot of stuff leading up to it. Like there's FEMA camps open up around the world.
But what does that have to do with putting having like a chip or forcefully kind of having that done?
Oh yeah, the microchip, aka known as the mark of the beast in the Bible. So the Bible has talked about all this stuff, the prophecies in the Bible are coming true. And
Yeah, but
the
okay, but
microchip, Elon Musk,
Mhm.
he already announced it, right?
That there would be I'm aware that there are microchips and some people have them, but I'm just wondering, why do you think that's going to be forced on a mass scale? Like, what evidence do you have of that?
Like I said, I don't have rock solid evidence, it's just
Okay.
speculation. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Just making
I'm
sure.
just, I'm
That's
being
clear.
really honest right here, but I'm certain though. I'm certain that it's gonna be something like that. They're gonna force people to, not force, because people are gonna know that they're forcing, but they're gonna use some tactic. They're just gonna say that you need a vaccine or you can't buy food.
Right, but that's just a tactic. I mean, as humans, like we have the capability to say no. I mean, they can't put
Well, it's
something
the same way
essentially. I
how
mean, they
people are
can make
losing their
life
jobs. People
very
are losing their jobs
difficult.
because they don't want to take the vaccine.
Yeah, but right, that's always just a choice that you have to make. So if people just say no, I mean, people can. I mean, there's a bunch of protesting and things
But they
going on,
still
but
lose their
really,
job.
that's the biggest protest is just if enough people just all you have to do is say no. But right, there's consequences to that as well because if you say no, unless you're totally self-sufficient and not dependent,
You can't
on the
find it.
system, then it becomes a challenge, right?
Yeah, it's that whole fear thing.
Yeah, so that's
Fear.
why. That's yes, exactly. Sorry, that was the point I was getting at illegal. Yeah. So
Right.
don't like it's not good to live in that fear and to just, anticipate something because we don't know. I mean, I thought certain things
I'm
potentially
not
could have
scared of it.
happened
I
that
know it's gonna
haven't
happen.
happened, right?
Let
Pardon
her,
me?
let
I'm not
her
scared of it. I
let
know
her
it's gonna
finish.
happen, and I'm
Let
ready for it.
let her finish.
Yo, you
Relax,
got a
bro.
crush on her or something?
Fuck
Dragon.
I
you.
think he might.
Fuck you. Let her finish.
No, but dude, we just try not. Yeah.
You know,
Well,
I'm having a
the thing is,
conversation
dude, when
with her.
there's
I'm just
the
responding to
thing is when there's
what she's
interruptions.
saying.
Well, you were kind of clipping her, which means you're kind of jumping in before she's finished speaking.
No, I was agreeing with her, Redford. I agree with what you were saying. I was just
Agree
trying
with
to, I was
her
just
when
trying to
she's
chime in.
done. Agree when
Relax,
she's
My,
done.
my Discord crashed again. Really? Wow.
No.
Oh my gosh, dude! I need to get rid of this message logger.
We can still hear you.
Oh my goodness.
Go on
Really?
mute.
You guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Go on mute.
I can't. My Discord crashed.
Well,
never
drop
mind.
and come back.
Yo, can you chill out, dude? Why do you keep fucking?
Yeah,
coming on
stop
neck?
policing the conversation, bro. Honestly.
Trying to help
This
you.
dude is weird, dude.
Up and come back. It doesn't matter if it's a dude or a chick. She wasn't done.
Yeah,
Or
you
he
need to
wasn't
relax.
done.
You weren't doing that when
Listen, I don't know who you
done
are,
recording.
but you need to relax, bro.
Here we go.
Dude, illegal. You're just making it. You're making it more of a problem than it is. There wasn't even a problem in the first place.
No, the problem was you were talking when she was talking, and I couldn't
There
hear what
was
she
no
was
problem.
saying.
I was listening. It was a little bit of give and take. There wasn't any rude interrupting going on.
Yeah, and if there was, I apologize.
Two people talking at the same time is a problem. I can't hear what she's saying if you're talking on top of her.
Does it make sense to solve a problem by creating a bigger problem?
Exactly, dude. You're talking over. So you're saying that I'm talking over her, and then you're talking over me. So it's like
Well,
a
I think we
domino
can just
effect.
move. No, I think we can just move forward.
Yeah, let's just. Well, Redford,
But I would say, see, the thing in my
Go ahead.
mind, like when someone's speaking, the thing is that I'm listening when someone's speaking, and I'm really trying to hear what they're saying. So that's why, like, if there are interruptions, then it kind of throws off the ability to hear what they were saying. That's all.
Yeah, I'm sorry if there wasn't.
I mean, I think I was listening, and she made her point about it, not helping to create kind of fear and uncertainty and doubt in, the society with with allegations where you don't have proof. And I was waiting for his response, and I feel like he came in at kind of an appropriate time. I didn't feel like he was interrupting her point. She had made kind of her point. If there's more that she would like to say, that'd be good, but it didn't help to start just like yelling, let her finish and stuff like that, when I don't even think the guy was listening to what she was saying.
I got you. All right. So what was Dragon's response then?
I don't know yet.
Maybe his thing crashed.
Oh yeah, my thing. Well, I didn't even get to finish my response because fucking Beagle.
Yeah, what was it?
interrupted me.
What was it though? You're talking about. She mentioned that there's fear that's created. What's your response?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying that fear is one of the main things that they use to control. The fear of a war starting, even though the countries have zero conflict, they all work together, and the fear of being nuked, the fear of being. There's different fears that they put on you. The fear of going outside and just getting shot if you're black. The fear of going outside and getting hit for no reason if you're Asian. The fear of there's different fears, like if you're white.
Okay, so they use fear, There's no doubt that they use fear. They used fear like
Yep.
crazy when it came to the virus
All
and
the time.
that sort of thing, right? And a lot of people they were scared to go to the hospital.
Yeah,
A lot
they
of
were
people had
freaking out.
silent heart attacks at home, and people just died because they didn't seek treatment because they were so scared because they caused the panic. So are you saying to if you can't beat them, join them? Use the same thing,
Who, me?
do the same thing they're doing? Yeah.
No. Never. I'm just saying that's
Well, then I
that's the
think our
tactic.
question still stands. Like,
Fear, then yeah, why are you still creating this fear? You don't have any facts really to back up. You say you just know, but isn't that just creating fear, giving in to what they're trying to do to you? Then you're giving them that power, that energy, right?
No, I'm not saying that I'm feared. I'm not saying that I'm scared or anything. I'm saying this is the tactics that they're already using and it's working. The fear, there's this Asian hate crime thing that they're spreading on the media, dude. Do you
Okay.
not fucking know
Okay,
about that?
well, okay, I can tell you're
Okay.
getting a little elevated. It's okay. It's just a conversation. So then what is the solution then to this?
You can't do anything. It's the media.
What do you mean you can't do anything? Like, so
It's the
what?
media. They
You
post
just give in
what
to
they want.
everything that they put the fear in? Is that what your solution is? Just
Yeah,
conform?
just
You
don't
can
give in to that.
absolutely
Just
do something
don't believe
about it.
everything you
Okay, well,
see.
illegal, just let him answer, please.
All right.
Thank you. What were you saying, Dragon?
I said just don't give in to that. Like the whole George Floyd thing. Like we know that thing was a setup too. It's what the government does. They like what they like to do, and they've been doing for ages, is that they divide people, and that's what it keeps the eyes off of them and keeps the eyes off on each other. That's
Okay, I
the
understand that, but what is the solution? You're just telling me what
I don't
happened.
fucking know.
Okay, so do you think that?
what do you come to him for all the answers?
Sorry, what did you say?
He's like, I don't know. Leave me alone. I don't got
I
all the
know,
answers.
right? But I know, I'm sorry. And that's good. Like, I'm glad that you can admit that. So maybe, like, do you want to conform to all of this fear and everything that they're pushing?
I'm not gonna lie. I don't think we can even stop it. We just have to accept that it's gonna happen. The thing is, even if let's say me and you we find out that this is going to happen, when there's still going to be a majority of people of the U.S. who's always gonna side with the government, always gonna be like, they'll never lie to us. I trust the government. This is a democratic country. This is a free country, even though this is not a free country. You know this is not a free country. The
Well,
presidents,
I'm
you
not
know they teach you in
saying
school.
you're
You can be a president. You can be a president. You can be a president. No, the presidents are chosen. The presidents are not people that are just randomly elected. No, if you literally search this up right now, all the presidents are related except for one, tracing back to the King of England. And the thing what I'm trying to say here is that the power in the past has always been in the same power. The people who have ruled have always ruled. That's what I'm trying to say here. And it's
okay.
taken a lot of.
I would say
Let
I would answer it a little bit differently. I would say because they're using all this fear and uncertainty and doubt and stuff like that. We shouldn't stoop to their level. What we should do, we could speculate and say they might be doing this to put chips in all of us and stuff like that. But we need to be clear about the speculation, and we should strive for transparency and truth. We should that should be our kind of our virtue that we're known for. That we're being truthful. We're not lying to the people and stuff like that, because that's like the separation between good and evil. It'll be clear that they're the ones that are perpetrating this hatred and these lies and stuff like that when they're hiding information and we're being upfront and honest.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we all know the problem, and each of us can describe it in a million different ways. But what we need to do, make it positive, is to focus on the solutions and what we should be doing to counteract, to be positive, be in a state of gratitude and appreciation, and
Well, I'm gonna
all.
tell
All
you.
right,
Go ahead.
go ahead. Yep. No, go ahead.
No, my bad, dude. I interrupted you.
I know, but go ahead. That's fine.
No, it's dude. Just go ahead, bro. I feel bad.
Okay, I'm just saying. I'm just saying
You guys are cute.
that to like turn alchemy, turn the positive into the negative. We all know the fucked up shit, and we all feel like something's wrong, and we all like are aware of the problems and the things that are messed up, and we could talk about that all day. But I think the more productive thing to do is to talk about and suggest the things that are productive and what we can do about it, and the solution to these things. To focus on being grateful that, like,
Well,
you know, what we're grateful for. Go ahead.
I have a rude awakening for you. So the thing is, none of this is solvable. Like, nothing is gonna stop the government. Okay, there's
Oh,
nobody will ever stop. Even if, let's say, us right here, all of us in this VC, all try to fight it. Like it wouldn't do nothing. Okay, they have such a control on the majority of people that it's like impossible. The only thing you can do is accept it and realize that there is an afterlife. The thing is, there's not going to be a solution unless you accept that there is a creator and that there is something waiting for you beyond. Because the truth is that we're all going to die. That's the
but
truth.
hold on, Dragon. Do you believe that there's a creator?
Yes.
So then why are you living in such despair?
What do you mean?
Well, shouldn't you be grateful and appreciate the earth and everything
Mm-hmm.
that God has provided for you instead
Yeah.
of trying
Mm-hmm.
to
Guess what?
conform
I
or like
can't
just
because
accept? I mean, acceptance is one thing.
everything is a lie. That's why.
It's okay though. Like how
Sorry,
okay, wait, hang on. No, please don't. I'd like to have a conversation with him. Okay.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
But I will interject. I will interject if I don't get a chance to get my point in. So I will get my
Okay,
point in.
just go.
Okay. I'm just going to ask him. So why have you given up then? Why have you given up and then expecting us to give up with you? I'm not going to give up, am I? I'm obviously going to be going against the system.
Right.
Because that's
I'm my goal here.
hang on.
My
Hold
goal
on a
here
second.
is to
Hold on a
spread the truth and
second. I hadn't
spread
finished.
awareness
I
to
hadn't finished
about
though.
what
I
the
hadn't
government, the
finished.
evil
Dragon, I
government is
don't
doing.
hold on real quick, Dragon. I don't know if you know Jin, but he kind of likes to lay something out for like a good 30 seconds. So I think
No, I know this dude. This guy, he was in the Flat Earth 24/7 server. Yeah, I know this guy.
Right. Okay. Thank you. All I'm going to say is that you need to not give up. Because that's the contradictory to the Creator's life that you're giving. The gift of life. We, the people, cannot let the 1%, the elites, dictate to us how we live on this earth. It's called a revolution. Now, I don't mean pickaxe handles and forks and start killing. No, but don't vote for the system, for example. Unite together and help ourselves to overcome the system that is in place. It can be done. So just think about that. I yield.
Yeah, like what did you think, Redford, like when you said that? Like, did you just give up? Like, just accept the nature around you. Well, there's the thing is that
Well,
the government is
there's
doing a lot of shit to limit the nature around. The
right, but
thing is,
isn't it don't you agree though that changing your mindset? I mean, what can you control? I can't, like you said it, we can't stop them. I can't control what they're
we
gonna
can't
do.
stop them, but
What
we
can
can
I,
wake
but
up the
hang
people.
on, hold on, just hang on a second. But what can I control?
Yep.
I can control how I react. I can control what
Yep.
I do, how I live my
Mm-hmm.
life, right? I have the ability to do that. They can't take that from me. So
Mm-hmm.
that in itself, right? I mean, just be grateful. And we know the truth. And look at the
Mm-hmm.
people sitting in this VC that agree with it, right? Like,
Guess
Mm-hmm.
what?
we still have power. We're like a community. People forget that because of the division, right? As a society, you're taught like the divide and conquer, right? That's the whole plot to this. But
Mm-hmm.
So
anyways,
my
what do you
goal
have
is
to say? What do you have to say to that?
my whole goal is to. The thing is, we're all gonna die soon. So my main goal is to open everyone's eyes before that happens.
But
And
okay,
I
wait.
just
Why do you think that
No,
we're
just
all
focus on your own eyes.
no,
Why do
no,
you
I
think?
don't. I'm not selfish, dude. It's not what Jesus
Oh my
Christ did.
God.
That's not what Jesus Christ did, and he was a hated man.
Selfish is not a negative thing. We're programmed to
Yes, it
think
is.
selfish is negative, and
Yes, it is.
it's really not.
It is.
Like,
You're selfish. Don't speak for me, dude.
oh my God.
You don't speak
Well,
for everybody.
I mean, what you said, I think what you said makes sense in terms of like the level of lies that are happening, and like you were saying before, like these evil forces. Um, but perhaps as we become aware of what's going on, they will be able to, or they will essentially lose their position as we become more and more aware.
Excuse me.
Well, like if you have a criminal group that's doing something and they're causing crime, if nobody knows who they are, they usually get away with it. You know, they're just doing all kinds of crime around, you know, and no one knows who they are. That's why a lot of crime networks, they try to stay, you know, underground, like the mob or the mafia, stuff like that, you know, because they obviously don't want to be in the public eye so they can do their seedy thing. So these people, and the lies and deceptions, things that are happening are perhaps even larger than some of us would have even thought, especially when it comes to like the shape of the earth and a lot of these huge things. So what I'm saying is that as a lot of people don't know what they're doing, then that criminal group is getting away with it more and more. But as we wake up and start to realize what they're doing and understand it, they will ultimately be outed because of that in a way to where they won't be able to keep their new world order position, as it were, which is what I think is going to happen. So I don't think they will get all that stuff that they want to do, that level of control, because we're going to be aware of it and then we're not going to let it happen. Once people realize the level of crime going on, very quickly it could be solved. And I'm not saying by killing anyone or anything like that. I'm saying it could be transformed in a positive way, is how I see it.
How are they going to realize it when they own the media and propaganda is, you know, their biggest weapon?
Yeah, the blacks are killing the blacks.
Well, that's a very well, yeah. What percentage said? That's a very good point. There's a massive amount of challenge. It's a veritable process, you know, opponent, if you will. I don't really see it as an opponent, but in a way, because yeah, they're voracious. I mean, what they have with the media control, and now with the new kind of medical thing that they're doing and everything else, like yeah, it's. But I think it's also kind of like the boiling of the water, you know, like it's a roiling boil, and at some point there'll be a shifting point, a tipping point.
Yeah,
that's
and
it.
the main
Well
movement
said, Gio. That's the word I
that
was
they're
looking
trying to
for.
push
The
right now
tipping
is
points.
called white genocide. So they're not, you know, genocide is like it's the killings. It's the what. Let me search up the actual definition so I make sure I don't get anything.
Systematic killing of a people, culture, or ethnic
Yeah.
group.
So white genocide is a real thing. So what they're
Or religion.
white people are academically smarter, and this is a fact that we all know. But it's not like a racist thing. Like
Get
we all
out of
know,
here.
like
No, that's a bit general there. That's not a fact. That's
no,
people know.
it's
We
not
know
even
they're
that. Like
evil.
blacks, they aren't
We know
taught
they're evil.
anything.
They're
Like it's not that blacks are
necessarily more
dumber. It's
intellectual.
that blacks are like not able to be taught education, all this stuff, and they don't have any resources to think outside the box. You know, they're stuck. They're
I
stuck
beg
in
to
the.
differ.
They're
The
stuck
thing
in
is,
the
you don't
herd.
even sound white, so I feel like you're a self-hating black person or something.
Dude, you're not even
Yeah,
listening to what I have to
silly.
say. I'm speaking truth right here.
I'm listening to what you're saying,
I
but
think you
you're
think
No,
it's
you're
true.
not,
defeatist.
dude. This is a
You're
real
what's
thing.
known as a defeatist.
I'm not saying that
You're
they're
giving
killing white
up.
people. Dude, let me
You've
finish,
given up,
dude. You
sir.
fucking
Shut
old
up.
man.
You've given up. You've given up. You
You're a
have no
boomer.
hope. You are insignificant at the moment because you're being told you're insignificant. You're very
No, that's not
unnecessary
what it
and
is.
very
You don't even know
inconsequential.
what I'm saying, dude. You don't even
I'd
know
like.
what I'm saying.
Hold
You
up.
didn't even let me
Okay,
finish
so
talking. You didn't let me finish talking, so don't assume what I'm saying.
Yeah,
hold up.
Jin,
Okay,
can
so
you
what
You're
what
displaying
source do
that
you have that
give up
tells you that, you
attitude.
know, intellectually white are superior?
All right, look at
That's
all
not
the.
what he said. That is
I
not
didn't.
what he
That's not what
said.
I said, dude.
Is it not? What did you say then?
Not at
I
all.
said
That
that
is not.
whites are academically well they're higher like they're,
We all know that, you said.
yeah
No,
because
he
but it's
Hold
said
not
on,
in
let
an
him finish.
academic
Whites are
sense.
academically what?
they're
Smarter, he said.
academically more educated because blacks they
Okay,
don't
more
have a
educated,
chance.
of course, yeah.
Yeah, because it's
Okay.
controlled. The government they put drugs in all these hoods. They make it like that for a reason. It's all controlled. The reason why is because they want blacks to kill each other. They want blacks to be dumber. And the thing is, right now what's happening is that the white people that are academically smarter, they know that whites have a
Okay, so you can't like the first time you said smarter, and that's where I disagreed. And then
They
after
know
that you
that
said
whites
like
have a mind
academically they have
outside
more
the
of an
box. So
education.
the thing is, what's
Hold
happening
up,
right now is that
hold
they're
up,
not
hold up.
killing white people, but white people are definitely
Bro, but you heard
decreasing
me
the
talking,
population.
responding to you right now, right?
There's a racism out there that's generally on white people, and white people might be turning into a minority soon.
Okay, but you can't
Even
use
if you
the
look
two
on
terms
Twitter,
interchangeably.
the media
Bro,
is
just listen for
controlled,
a
right?
second.
Even if you go on Twitter and you type in
Dragon,
relax,
you
man.
need to
if
stop.
you go on Twitter and type
Calm
if you
down
go on
and listen to presenters talk. Just let him respond to you,
he
okay?
doesn't know
My
what
only
I'm
point
saying,
was that you
dude.
can't
He
use
doesn't know
you
what I'm
can't
saying.
Bro, I hear you, but you can't use the two terms interchangeably. You can't say on one hand academically smarter and then say academically they have more of an education. Those are two very different things. Okay? And I'll agree with that they have more on average like more education, but not that they're smarter or more intellectual or what have you.
Yeah, they
So
are.
don't use the two things interchangeably.
But hang
They
on,
are,
he
though.
might still be under the assumption that smarter actually means that you're more educated. We know that that's not necessarily true, but I don't know if he understands.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that they're
You
very
like
different.
like the definition of
Whites
smart
are
is
smarter.
So
to
that's why
read
he's coming
regurgitate
at you like that,
information.
Drake.
Like you're told information and you can repeat the
White
information.
people are smarter, dude.
Now black
Oh
people
my
are smarter?
god.
Okay, but
Oh my
All right,
god.
but
what's
if
your
you look at
definition of
IQ charts,
smart
it shows
then,
the fucking
Dragon?
thing, dude. You fucking idiot.
Hey, settle down. You need to stop.
Because you
That's
guys
not
are just
acceptable.
interrupting.
If
You're
you
not letting me get
continue
to the
this
point. The main
manner,
point
you
right here.
don't
I haven't
react
even gotten
like
to the
that.
main point. I haven't even got to the main
Okay,
point.
so did you say IQ? White people have more IQ?
Yeah,
Why do you think white people have more IQ?
because it's true.
Oh my
You can
god.
search
Based
it
off
right
of
now.
what?
What race has the most IQ?
How'd they do the test to gauge them equally?
Average people of each race.
But where did they get their averages from? Like, did they sample people from the
I don't
same
know. Fucking ask them,
socioeconomic?
but I literally seen it. I already seen it. It's and don't act like you don't know that blacks are not IQ by IQ dumber. The reason
I've never heard that before.
I've never heard that
And
before.
I don't believe it, to be
I've
honest.
never heard that before. Okay,
No,
Okay,
for real.
Dragon,
You don't have to.
don't mock him. Okay, you know
Yo,
what? You're okay.
imitation's
You
the
know what,
best form of
Dragon?
flattery.
No, but hang on. I know what he's saying because on some level I can understand what he's talking about, but he's doing a terrible job of delivering it. So that's why I'm trying to moderate it for you, Dragon, but you need to just calm down, right? You can't
dude,
get
tell
so
pretenders to calm
let
down and
me
let me
talk.
talk.
I'm gonna mute everybody. Stop talking over me and everybody else.
You did it to me. Y'all did it to me.
Dragon, seriously, okay, you know what? Do you
You're
want to
better
be
than this,
banned
man.
from
Don't
here
be a
as well?
hypocrite.
Like, this
You're
is
about to
enough.
get muted.
You need to stop.
Ideally, what I think what's most
God,
ideal is
okay.
like if someone's talking, it would be ideal in some like where essentially if like nobody jumps in until they pause for let's say like 3 seconds and where it's silence, and then the next person wants to speak. Let's say 2 start in at once. Well, then one of them just has to back out and let that one go. And then that way, like for example, I'm speaking right now. It's kind of like having the talking stick, like that idea, like where you pass the talking stick around. So like if I have it right now, I have it, and I can just relax, I can chill, I can talk for like 20 seconds or whatever. And then when I stop, it'll just be like 2-3 seconds, and then whoever's going to be next. So we just have to figure out who gets the talking stick next. I think that's like a good kind of way to think of it because that way everyone can finish. But I understand there can also be something fun about like when people are jumping in quick and going back and forth. So it's kind of up for what if it's open like this, what people want.
If I could just make this point,
Jerry,
black
no.
people. If I can make this point, black people can be educated, and they can educate themselves in their communities. It doesn't
education problem.
He's not
coming to
saying
us
that
But it's
though,
less
Shin.
black
He's
people
not
though. It's
even
less.
saying that. And like this is the thing. Like if I could even finish
No,
my sentence, right? Like
Yeah, if I can just finish my point to be exact, what I'm trying
oh
to
well, I
say is
guess
that
I can't finish
through
mine ever. Jeez.
Jen, I think you were finished, bro. I think you got out your main point.
through educating. No.
Because Jim, you'll do like
You
5
misunderstood what
points
I'm
at
saying.
once.
What I'm saying is that through one point only. Look, in the community, we can educate ourselves to bring ourselves out of the rut that we're in, the black communities. You know, with the drugs and the alcohol and the negativity that we're putting on ourselves. If we can do that, we can climb out. So it's not impossible for us to change. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry for
Not even what I
interrupting.
said, dude. You fucking old fart. I was literally telling you that I never said.
Dragon, that is not acceptable. Stop it. Or we're not
No,
continuing
he's
the
putting words in my
conversation.
mouth,
It's been
Redford.
warned way too many times. Way
Redford,
too.
he's putting words in my mouth that I didn't
I
say.
don't care. You do not respond to people like that.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. Yeah, I'm not putting words
You
in your
said
mouth.
that I said that
You said
black people can't be educated. I'm saying that they're on averagely they're not. It's harder for a black person to be educated, making it out of the hood, than a white person just being educated.
So we must give up. So we must give up. Is that what you're saying? Because we can't
What are you?
educate
What?
ourselves.
I'm not saying
When
that.
did he
They're
say
harder
that?
to be
Jin,
educated.
you
We
need
must
to
allow the
calm
system to carry on.
down. He was not. He never
I'm
said
calm. That's
that.
what he's saying. That's what he's saying. That's what he was saying before. You
That
see,
is not
we
at
should all
all what
accept.
he was saying, Jin.
No, he said that before,
Like,
didn't he? We should all accept this power that's we can't control. They've got the power
That's not
we
what I
can't
said
control.
about the. That's not what I said
We
about the
should give
race,
up.
dude. That's what I said about
that was
the.
like
No,
a
but you see,
That was
previous
way
that's the
before. That was
conversation
like
on a
10 minutes
we're in.
different
before.
topic, Jin.
Yes, but it's all linked, isn't it? It's all linked to giving up. We can't be educated, can we not? That's the
Well, that
aura
does
of
link back a
Never
little
claim
bit.
that, Jin. You
Jin
need
does
to.
have a point. He does have a point. You can correlate the two.
No, you can't because
Well,
they're pushing
whether
this
he
agenda that you have to be
Yeah, he
gangster.
can, but that
That's
wasn't
what
the
it
claim
sounds
that he
like.
was making.
They're making it cool to be gangster in the media, and they're making it kill, smoke my ops, and that they want people to get in this little want to be black culture and all this stuff. So like it's this white genocide thing to make people academically seem dumber so they can look cool. Like they want this new generation they're gullible. They want to look cool. So what I'm
And
trying to
how do
say
we
is
change
that
that?
when you make people want to look cool, that want to doing all this dumb stuff, like it makes the generation dumber. So what I'm trying to say is with white genocide is that the white people, I'm not putting like all white people in this. I'm saying like that like I don't know how to explain this without being like sounding racist or anything.
Are you hold
How
up?
do
Are
we
you under the
change this?
impression that more education will improve IQ?
No, I'm just saying that white people are by IQ are smarter.
How do we change
Yeah,
that in
you
the
said
black
they're both
community?
smarter by education and by IQ, right? Do you think those two are related?
Yeah, like the white countries like United States and United Kingdom, they're losing like white inhabitants, so they need immigrants to come in and stuff. Like there's a lot of African immigrants in the UK. They're getting rid of white people. It's a real thing. Like white people are disappearing. There's not even a white country like a white. I mean, there is, but like there is getting smaller and smaller. Like white countries are not. There's more of the indigenous countries.
Yes, that's
There's
true.
and
That is true.
Okay,
the
but wouldn't
reason
that
why is
like
because
there's
they're
two?
eliminating smart people. People who can
I
think out.
don't know how you get that conclusion. There's a little bit of non sequitur there. I think it could easily be explained by the fact that non-whites are having more babies, and so-called educated whites have like 1.2 babies or what have you, and so they're not vanishing, but they're just
It's slowly
being
genociding.
Well,
like
without
grown
even
out or
realizing.
whatever.
Yeah, but let's talk
It has the
about
same
why
effect.
is
You
that?
could
Why
argue that
is
it has the
that?
same
Why
effect
do you think white families are having less children?
because they're being taught to.
Exactly.
But it doesn't answer my question about in terms of whether he thinks education is affected by IQ or vice versa.
Yeah. And how do we change that in the community? Let's talk about solving it, as the young lady said. How do you solve this problem? That's what you've got to look for, this, to resolve it. How?
Well, how can
Yeah.
you? Isn't the system based upon this? Like this is how it is. The system is set up the more educated you are, right? Based upon your, ability to do that, the more money you can make. So how do you, unless you get out of the system, right? Here we are
Yes.
again.
Yes.
You conform to it because that's just how the system is set up, right? And that's just what the Western world is. So I don't know. I mean, I'm all about finding solutions to problems. So
Yeah, me too. And that starts from educating within your communities, being aware of the power that shouldn't be, the history of this power that shouldn't be, and how to sidestep this power that shouldn't be to move forward. That's what you've got to do. And that means uniting in the community. Stop trying to be a cool black dude and all that and get on with actually living together. Stop the fighting and the drugs. Clean up. Pull your bootstraps up, as they would say in the military, yeah? And
what can you
unite.
provide to society? Like I provide different value than you would provide, right? And work on our strengths instead of trying to be like one another in the way that feminism
Like-
is
like-
and everything. Like women trying to be men. Like why can't we just all work upon like what we're made quite literally to do?
Look
and
in
be?
chat percentage.
Yeah.
Equal but different.
That's fine. That's fine. No problem there. But let's get on with it, is what I'm saying. It can be done. And it starts from educating and
Like,
speaking to each other when you're on the streets. I mean, how else can we?
The problem with right now is that multiculturalism
mouth.
is a real thing. Like there's gonna be a lot of cultures that's gonna mix, and a lot of cultures in the world are gonna disappear because the main language that everyone's starting to, because everyone wants to be all communicated, one world language, English. It's the easiest one. But like what I'm trying to say is that it's the same thing that happened in the Tower of Babel. What happens when everyone in the world speaks the same language? You conspire against each other. It makes it it's just gonna be a horrible way to live.
No, not really, no, because it's a horrible way to live at the moment. The system is in place. We can bring the system down. By doing that, you're putting value in yourself. That means you've got to rely on one another. And as the young lady says, what skills will you be bringing in to live together? Remember, this earth was created for us with abundance. Someone has hijacked the earth, and now we're being paid, we're having to pay for this abundance, taxation and everything else. Once you break that, you are indeed free. And then you work together as the creator intended us to be doing, without all the economy and this nonsense that is a cancer on this. Because that's the problem. We can still have the things you want, your car and your bike and everything else, but it doesn't have to cost money as such. Big money.
Right. We were actually talking about this the other night. Like, how cool would it be, like, if there was and I think this is possible, like the actual amount of resources that are available when it comes to the way the money system and the resource system is set up. The fact that like the whole 1% is doing what they're doing, like you said, they've hijacked the earth. They've hijacked virtually all the countries now through the United Nations and everything else, where they now have this, they're creating this huge imbalance. But if that balance was brought back into balance, we were talking about the idea that perhaps there would be so much abundance that everyone could just have everything they want. Meaning, like, if
the world is
want
not a free country.
Car, a nice bike, whatever it is, and there's such an abundance that people will want to still do all that stuff. Perhaps, and then of course, robots and things could take over certain things too. The machines, as much as we can.
Artificial, I agree with that. The artificial intelligence, yeah.
Oh my god! I thought somebody stabbed you or something. The way you went.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah. So in the final analysis, old people do have knowledge to bring to bear. That's the
Yeah,
point
you
of
would
being
say
an
that,
old,
Jin. You would say that.
an older man brings all that knowledge, and it's his or her duty to download that to the young, so as they can have a better life than the older man that had. Do you understand? So you don't
I
make those
wouldn't say you're
mistakes.
wise.
Okay, remember that, because there's a lot there's a lot of good in being old. I'll tell you that, a lot. I'm
What?
enjoying it.
What's good with being old?
Experience. I can, I can help. I can attend to those who do need help. I can lead the way.
Do you know about the artificial intelligence, the AI judge that's hey, can you mute your mic, Jin? I think it's echoing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Gio, you were talking about the AI. Have you heard about the 4 artificial intelligent robots that killed the 29 scientists?
That's not something I've heard of, no. But I do. That's the thing. Like the whole thing I just said before about using technology to be able to actually help us. Yeah, these people, the NWO controllers, whatever you want to call them, kind of like Dragon. You were saying this earlier. Like they want to use it against us even more. So yeah, that is kind of the breaking
Yeah, like
point. Like they want to
trying to
lock
fight
down the
robots.
control and use it against us. Whereas if we actually unlocked it for us, then it would actually make all of our lives much better and much more leisure and just enjoyment and being able to be healthy, with
Yeah,
the earth.
Yeah, like
liberation instead of
like what
imprisonment.
like how I've heard about they're developing these tiny little drone robots that can explode on impact. So the thing is, there's robots that Russia and America are developing. Shit, I don't know how many countries are developing. I mean, Japan is developing. Every country is developing. The reason is the point is that these robots, they could be used against us.
At
You
the
understand?
moment, it could be, yeah, because I do feel that technology is being used to hasten the imprisonment of humanity. I do believe that, but if we are educated enough and start to realize that how much technology does one need in one's life to have a good life, you begin to see that, and you can educate that through, and you can begin to reduce and not comply to what they want. Sidestep.
I think
No, thank you
education's
very much.
overrated.
Yeah, I agree. Because what I'm basically saying is that we have enough knowledge now to be able to exist in harmony with Earth. We've got we've got it. How much more technology do we need? That's the thing, and nothing seems to be lasting. It's always a new model coming up, and or built-in obsolescence. Something will break down and degrade, but it doesn't have to be. So
Like
we're there.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like the way that the money system is set up right now, this was kind of the thought experiment we were talking about the other day. Let's say that there's a group of families, whether it's 5 families, 10 families, whatever it is, the wealthiest in the world. And what if they have, let's say, $500 trillion, something like that? That is it's such a massive amount. Like, and if they have that because they're printing it essentially, and they they run the Federal Reserve, all of that. But if let's just say that amount, 500 trillion. I haven't done all the exact mathematics, and of course, it would depend on how many people act. The real population of Earth rather than the ones they give us. So it's kind of complicated to get this, but that would surely feed, house, and clothe every human on the Earth and get everyone fed food, and could go towards so many other things. I think even to such an extreme level, to like what I was saying before, like everybody could have abundance. And then the ones who want to work and want to do projects and feel healthy and want to do things like build cars or build transportation or do technology or architecture, whatever, they will. And then the ones who are suffering can be supported and helped to where they can naturally get to the point where then they will just want to help out as well. Because I think naturally we do want to help, each other and to help improve things. But then the way the system is now is that we're forced to do it under their money system. So it's like completely unfair.
Very much dog eat dog, survival of the fittest kind of thing. Instead of I'm now set up. Let me help my next neighbor set up, and then we're all setting each other up. That's the way to do it. That's the way.
Jin, do you mind if
easy.
I don't like being set up.
Jen, do you
Well, you
mind
can
if I
set
ask
yourself
you?
up. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Jen, do you mind if I ask you if you're still in the Flat Earth 24/7 server?
I'm always there. I was there. I just come from there.
Are you a mod?
That is a crappy
No,
server.
no, I'm not looking. I'm not looking to be a mod. I'm just delivering the news. That's all. That's what I enjoy most. But I do help the mods. Yeah, why?
There's just some piece of shits in there.
That's a bad server, the 24/7 one.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
It's got its merits. It's got its merits.
Yeah.
It's got its merits.
Why? What's the problem, Dragon? Why?
Yeah.
Why are you bringing that up here in another server?
Exactly.
Because that's where I know Jen from.
All right. So then, why would you ask him if he was in there if you knew he was in there? Because that's where
Just
you
making
knew.
sure.
The one
I mean,
thing you know about me is I don't pretend to be something I'm not. My integrity follows me wherever I go, because if I don't have that, what is the point of my life? You understand? And I know I've been ripped off by the system. To find out that the Earth is a flat plane at 53 has left a bad taste in my mouth, that my mouth will not be stopping telling the truth about the flat Earth. You better believe that one.
I'm in 24/7. True.
I fucking hate that server.
Yeah, I'm in there too, actually.
I love it.
I never
It's a
go there, but
trash server.
I have it in my
They ban
in my
people
server
for no
list.
reason.
No, there was a
I sure-
reason you got banned, but
No,
anyways.
they ban people for no reason, straight up.
There was
I'm on
there
my-
was a reason.
I'm on my
I mean, there was
seventh
a reason.
day. Hold up, I'm on my 7th day of the ban because I said something, and it's something true, mind you, and someone that's relatively high ranking, not a mod, but high ranking, disagreed, proceeded to engage in the discussion, got mad, and then banned me when I was saying nothing bad whatsoever.
Yeah, there's sensitive pussies in there.
Yeah,
It's like a flat
Okay,
earth
whoa, hold on. Okay, if you want to DM me a percentage, I can look into that for you. But
I mean, I don't care about the server,
can you
so
look
that's
into it
why,
for me?
like I mentioned it in the
yeah,
COG
I
disc.
can. I'm actually the one that banned you.
Wait, you're the one who banned me?
Percentage.
No, you're not.
You're a very bannable person, percentage.
Redford, you're the one who
It's
banned
true.
me?
No, this one I said,
Wait, why'd you ban
so
me?
the Horizon, I told him that the Horizon, if you go high
Wait,
enough,
stop
does not
talking.
rise
Why'd you
to eye
ban me,
level.
Redford?
Go ahead, Dragon.
Well, didn't you were asking numerous people all day, and honestly, I'm not going to be talking about another server in this server. So
Why did you
and
ban
it's
me?
not
You know what?
Shut
All
the
this
live
happened because
stream
of you.
off, but
All this happened because of you.
I
okay,
got banned from 24/7 saying more
You
is
didn't even
cheese.
have a reason to ban me. I love that server like it was my child.
you've been there for 3 days.
Did you?
No, I've been.
Why did you get banned then? Why did you get banned? Why did you get banned? What did you do?
So it all started when I joined the VC and this guy started being aggressive towards me. He was a gold plus, and I guess we had some differences.
Yo, who was it?
It was It Is I. His name was It Is I.
Okay, not the same
Oh
person.
yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he I think he was a Muslim or something. I said, "What? How does Muhammad?" I was arguing with him about Muhammad, and then he started being aggressive. And then I said,
Hold on, what'd you say about Muhammad though?
I said he was a pedophile. And
Okay,
then
you deserve
there you
it
go.
automatically.
There you
Automatically,
go.
you deserve it. You a dumbass.
no,
Yeah, that is exactly why you were banned.
Yeah, there you go. Bang, you're gone.
So done.
no, he was being aggressive towards me.
No,
and
but
then-
you're stupid though, because even if he is considered a pedophile by today's dumb standards, mind you, every single person in society back then, every single person would be a pedophile. So why does it make sense to specify Muhammad? You're just saying something
No, I didn't even
purposely
call Muhammad a pedophile.
inflammatory.
I
to-
called him a pedophile.
Yeah,
You
you
said
said Muhammad was a pedophile. Better than that.
You actually
No,
you
the
actually
reason why
said
I
it-
called him a pedophile
you
is because he was acting like in a joking manner. he kept saying some weird stuff. So I was like, so you touch babies? And he was like, yes.
Even worse, man. You just get that banned 2 times over for that.
You actually said it to invoke a reaction, and you got the reaction
not
that
the
you
one who banned
deserved
me.
by the sounds of it.
It sounds like
Okay,
you're
I
reactionary.
actually got banned for no reason. This guy got banned for a reason. I actually got
Well, I
banned
didn't,
because
that was the dumbest
one of
thing.
these gold members, like I was defending
Percentage,
myself
you're
in
not banned. You're just in cog dis.
yeah,
It's
cog
fine.
just, but you know,
Yeah,
he
you're not
says
banned.
exclamation ban for a
I'm
week or
not
whatever.
in cog dis.
You know it's not a
I got-
ban. You
but
know
yeah,
I'm not in cog
okay,
dis.
Dragon's
I got
banned.
permabanned.
it's a
Like
week ban.
Dragon's actually banned, but you're
Redford,
not.
you banned me.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't say it was a
did.
permanent ban. It's a temporary.
Redford,
It's a
you're
week
not
long
even mod
ban.
in that
That's what it
server.
is.
I
I'm
got banned for saying the moon
I'm a
is
gold
cheese.
plus in that server.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah.
ban me though.
But in any
Yeah,
case,
yeah.
I got banned
Someone
for
else,
saying
someone else got
permaban me
banned. I'm
from
trying to
server.
listen. I'm trying to listen. Who
so
else got banned?
Jen, yeah, what I
Yes.
did was I was defending my point in text chat, right? And he didn't like what I was saying, so he said please, or he said stop typing. I said say please, and then he banned me.
Well, Redford, can you unban me?
Who were
Oh
you talking
god.
about?
Clash of the egos there.
Redford, can
But
you
someone
unban me?
else got banned.
You could search my name in like the cog dis, and
Oh,
I named him. So if you care.
Redford, is there a way I could get unbanned? Because I really like,
Not
I
yet.
love
Not
that server.
yet.
And that
yeah,
was the
you know
that was
what?
the only
you wanna
mistake I
go?
made.
Yeah, but okay,
Why
but
do you
hang
want to go
on.
to a server you don't like?
Hang on. Can everybody just shush for a second?
No, I don't like the server. I like the people in it.
Yeah, but do you okay, I've been in here. I saw you in here, right? I popped in, wanted to talk to you, right? Because I actually hadn't spoken to you. So, right? So now I've been listening to you talk, and you are so incredibly reactive, right? We had a calm
I don't act
conversation.
like this in the other server.
Hang-
I
yes,
promise.
you do. That
No, I
is why
didn't.
you
I swear, because I'm scared that I
Dragon,
might get banned.
I am still talking. Can you hear me? Right?
No,
Okay, so I've had a calm conversation with you, right? We had a good conversation. I was calm. Every time you get aggressive, I would stay calm and it was good. Anytime anybody would get aggressive, you would just react like just in not a normal reactive way, right? Name calling, right? The rules of this server are you attack the arguments, you do not attack the people. So you should have been banned based upon that, right? But right, you came down from your aggression. We're trying to give you a chance, but it's not constructive. So no, you can't come back to that server. We're in this server right now. You're getting a chance here. So let's see some changed behavior. Stay calm. Don't be aggressive towards people. And then just see how it goes, right?
In his defense, I feel like he's calm like 80% of the time, and then something will set him off, and he'll spiral a bit and then
I'm
calm
aware.
down.
I know. I've been listening. I'm very aware of that. That's why he's allowed to stay here for this time, and I'm guessing why Gio allowed it too, right? Because
What's up?
I was just wondering, were you here when we were talking about morals with Dragon?
No.
Oh, okay. Because I asked about
Why did you
morals.
get banned? Why did you get banned? I want to hear why you got banned. I didn't hear. Sorry.
Me?
Me?
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I know you percentage. Not you percentage.
Yeah, I got banned because I wrote "moon is cheese" on text chat.
Is that all?
That's all.
It's funny.
And it just vanished. The whole server vanished from my list. So yeah, I got real banned.
Wow.
what did you
Permanent ban.
Moon is cheese.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, the moon is cheese. Yeah, because that's trolling. Why would you even do that?
It's not a permanent ban material, though, is it? I mean, come on.
Wow.
You gotta
Not
allow some
maybe a
banter.
cog dis, but anyways, let's look into it. Mailman.
Yeah, but
sorry.
it's
My
an
Discord
old,
just crashed.
old,
What
old
happened
thing.
while I was gone? Well,
Yeah,
Redford,
I know. I
in my
found out
defense,
about it while you were.
Redford, I want
Yeah,
to tell
I
you,
know.
Redford, I want to tell you, I'm not the reason. I was never aggressive in that server. I swear to God, I was never
Okay,
aggressive in that server because I was scared.
Dragon.
I was scared that.
There
Oh my
was a
gosh.
person that reported something,
Bro, you
right?
called someone a pedophile. Come on, man.
Why are we still talking about it, right? And that.
No, you
and
don't
I
even
looked-
know the full
and I
story
looked
to
at
that.
you- Yeah, but guess what, bud? I looked at your chat history, and even based upon that, I would have probably banned you. Like, you
What was
cannot
my chat
name
history?
call. You cannot do these things, okay? That is not allowed. So don't do that here. Learn from this experience, okay?
Yeah.
Look,
Can you
I'm not.
do
I'm
that,
not.
Dragon? And
I know. I know.
can we
We
I'm
stop
not
have
arguing with you.
hope for you,
I'm not
Dragon.
arguing
We've
with you.
established what happened. We've established we're in another server, and you're having another chance. So, do you have any other questions about the Earth or another, something that you wanted to talk about regarding that?
No, I'm not.
Good
I'm not
idea.
arguing with you. I'm just telling you that I'm not aggressive because I'm aggressive.
All right.
I'm aggressive
Move
because
on.
that
Move
server
on.
made me aggressive. The
That's
fact that
it.
I had to
Move
deal
on.
with so much
Move
shit in
on.
this shit.
Move on, Dragon. Move on. Pick a
Dude, I
topic
can't move
other
on. I
than
crashed
where
before you
you.
guys could even explain something. I mean, before I could even talk, I crashed. Remember?
Yeah.
Don't worry
Back
about it.
and to
Pick
the
a
left.
pick a topic.
So
Pick a
right now,
topic
I
and
just
move
can't.
on.
Back and to the left.
All right.
Back and to the left. Back and to the left.
Okay, dude. I get it.
All right.
I don't get it. What does back and to the left refer to?
I don't know.
JFK.
Well, yeah. Back and to the
JFK.
left.
Right.
Yeah, JFK, yeah.
I don't
The
get it.
man who knew he was surrounded by lunatics, but he continued to endeavor for the integrity of that country, the US. He tried to make a good country out of it and the world, trying to bring peace. He knew he was surrounded. He knew his days were numbered, but he carried on. There's a man with integrity for you. Although
Yeah,
I
but
didn't agree
the
with
actual
him
back
too
and to the
much.
left reference, what's that from?
Oh, that's when he's being shot in the head and his head moves back and to the left. You see, that's the
Gotcha.
head shot. Yeah, yeah. So, and
Redford,
that's what
can
I
you?
was trying to remind those scumbags in the Gem Panda server. Because, if they think the Warren Commission's report was the accurate narrative there, I said, you guys don't appreciate living. You don't even know. You don't understand that JFK and his brother as well gave their lives to try and make a better world for your parents so that you, the children of your parents, could have a good life. Because that's what he was trying to do, no matter what. He was trying to do that for the world, not just for the US, but for the world. And when you look
For the what?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go. Go, go, go.
Well, I think maybe I was going to say,
Go.
so you're saying that you think Kennedy was authentic?
Yeah, I really do. Yeah, I really do. I really do think that he was trying to work for the country, the US, and the world, because that was a blatant takeout, wasn't it? Right in the
The country in the US and the what?
and the rest of the world, because he was trying to bring peace by reducing nuclear weapons and that, and trying to extend a hand to Japan, for example.
I apologize. One more time. The rest of what?
The world, the world, the world.
I'm just kidding, man. I just like the way you say world.
The world, man.
The word poo.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he was authentic. And his brother. Yeah. Robert. I think they were genuinely trying to bring about real peace. I don't see anything else. I don't think they were part of that elite and taking advantage of everyone else. No. He was genuinely trying to work for the blacks who were disadvantaged at the time. So black rights, he was working on it. He was getting there. He was getting there. Some may feel he was a bit slow, but he was getting there. And he was taken out before he could finish, because he had so many enemies. What do you say? I mean, does anybody have anything to say about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
So, what was the name?
JFK, we're talking about.
Oh yeah, he spoke against the CIA.
Yeah, that's right. He did. Yeah, he wanted to dismantle the CIA and smash it to pieces, because if you look at the CIA, they were made up of like lowlives. It would seem, the psychology, Low-life scumbags were being employed into the
Jin,
CIA.
what do you think about the paradox with the sniper dude on the building? Like,
Oh,
do you
you
think
mean
it was really him that killed him?
No, he had nothing to. He was a patsy, literally. Lee Harvey Oswald did not pull the trigger, didn't touch the gun, wasn't at that window. He was downstairs looking, watching it. He wasn't
did
part
it?
of that at all.
Who do you think did it, Jin?
Oh, the CIA definitely had control. The mafia. At
Do you
George
think they shot him
Bush,
from the front
George
or like
Bush
from the
Senior,
side?
George Bush Senior organized it all.
It's the same thing that happened. It's the same thing that happened with Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah. But that was orchestrated from England, that assassination. Lord Palmerston was the man who organized that one, and he was in Britain at the time. Yeah, but the same thing happened. Exactly.
What would you say if I said that that both of those weren't real and that no one was actually murdered in both the
I've
Lincoln
heard it all the time.
and the JFK?
Yeah, I've
Evidence?
heard it. I've
Proof?
heard this.
Proof?
It looked pretty real to me. He's
Yeah.
not around. He's not walking
Which
around.
one?
His head was blown out.
You're saying with the Zapruder film?
Well, I know the Zapruder film has been totally tampered with, but even the best experts have been able to put together a scenario through nature, looking at the actual images and the shadows that are not being casted in the wrong place.
Can you send me the
Okay, so
video?
they've done a forensic thing. None of us have seen the real film. I can say that. I can put my hand up and say the images that I've seen is not the real film. The real film, no one's seen it. It's been kept.
What
We're
film?
just seeing what they want us to see, but there you go.
What film?
The Zapruder film.
Excuse me?
The film that was taken of the assassination.
It's the one that you've probably seen. It's called the Zapruder, the guy's last name.
Yeah,
He actually was
Zapruder, that's it. I can't
he was
remember
a
what it was.
Freemason. He was
Yeah,
a Freemason.
wasn't John F. Kennedy's wife a Jesuit too?
I don't know if
They're all
Jackie
part-
Kennedy was. I don't know that.
They're all part of the Jesuit orders. Yeah, and the Freemasonic
Well, even
orders.
Jackie Kennedy as well. Jackie Kennedy as well.
But JFK didn't want to keep living like that, right?
That's right. He wanted a clean lifestyle. He wanted to be clean. Yeah, he just wanted to honor the position of the President of the United States and try to bring about economic stability, civil rights, peace. These are good things. That's what he was trying to do.
He wanted to be clean, so they showered him in blood.
Yeah, poor man.
At least he quick.
And it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald. There were 8 teams of shooters, should I say? 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah. So yeah, 6
Who
teams.
do we appreciate? JFK. JFK.
Yeah, good man.
Why would there need 8 teams of shooters?
Well, that's what they set up because they wanted to be sure that they could take him out in Dealey Plaza.
That was where the car went, right?
Yep, that was the path the car took. Yeah, so they had to set it up, and it was originally it was only supposed to be one man shoot and hit, one marksman. Okay, but apparently he got triggered. Okay, trigger happy, and he accidentally shot, and that was the first shot that rang out. It missed. Okay, now in that eventuality, the next team was supposed to shoot. Okay, and try and get him, and it was like that in stages. And the final shot was the headshot that came from the underground. It didn't come from the grassy knoll. It came from the underground drains, the drains underground. That last shot, the headshot.
Really? You think drains underground? Wow, that's not a very common theory. Actually, that's a little bit of a rare
what?
one. That
Yeah,
they were in the drain.
you know what I'll do then? You know what I'll do then?
What do you say?
He's
Do you know
going
what I'm
with the
going to do
drain
for you?
shooters.
Wait, what?
Will you
He's
allow
saying
me-
that they were hiding down in the drains of the street.
Yes. Can I do you a great favor? I'm going to post to you 2 of the best documentaries on this
In chat?
subject
Can you
matter,
post it in
and
chat,
they're
please?
linked. In my opinion, 2 of the best. I'm going to link them in a minute for you, right? One of them is called 9/11 to JFK, Everything Was a Rich Man's Trick. That's a 3.5-hour epic forensic take through history, the Jews, everything right up to the assassination and beyond that to 9/11. Fantastic documentary. And the other one is JFK Assassination 2, which is the one I suggest you watch first, because that deals with the assassination and that, and the Bush connection and the Nixon connection, and it's great. These two
Gio, can you
brilliant
Get
documentaries.
it?
Okay,
It's
So-
it's a great documentary. It tells you about the
Gio,
sewer
can you add me back?
the sewer angle.
What's up?
Thanks, man.
yeah, it does. Yeah, the sewer angle.
Can you
Yeah,
guys
get
tell
it?
me, like,
Sewer great.
does my mic
Yeah,
sound
yeah.
like a little bit too loud? Does it sound like it hurts?
Sounds
No, you're
lovely.
good.
Sounds
All
lovely,
right.
man. So
I
let
mean,
me
like,
just
I
find
can
these two
adjust, I
documentaries.
can adjust it lower if you guys want, because I can hear my echo on your mic, Jimmy. It sounds loud.
Okay, that's me. Yeah, let me mute myself. Sorry. Yeah,
No, I'm saying that my mic sounds loud on the echo
stop
back.
that.
Yeah, but your voice is so nice. We're fine with hearing it twice.
Thanks, man.
Well, Jin, I know that I've shared with you somewhat my viewpoints on the whole JFK, story, that whole thing. So I would say that you and I probably would have very different perspectives on it, because, I don't think he was shot and killed at all. I think the whole thing was a psyop, essentially, psychological operation to control people, which is really what all these things are. Even 9/11 is its own version of a psyop, even
Yeah,
though the
like
buildings
school shootings,
did
right?
come down. But yeah, it's like not really what they tell us.
Yeah, like school shootings.
Oh yeah, well those are big time. Yeah, essentially JFK was like the first fake shooting event that is in kind of our modern times, essentially. Like nowadays they're doing the school ones and these other things, but back then like that was one of the first ways that they started that. So yeah, I don't think he was. I totally think that he's part of their families, their Jesuit orders, and I mean they think they're royalty. The whole like the bloodline stuff. I mean, he's definitely a part of all that.
Well,
I think
how
he's
do you
just
explain
another.
the footage of his head being blown up? Would
So
you say that's like a fake one?
it looks like Ruhif is muted. Let me unmute him. Ruhif, you must have been muted from before. I just saw he came in and was muted. Okay, so I'll try to break it down quickly, but there's tons of detail in this. But okay, so the film that they claim is, it's called the Zapruder film, is a complete composite film. They actually cut in a different car when the car goes from behind the sign to in front of the sign. If you watch the video from the beginning, it's coming down the road, and that's the authentic, that's the real car they were in. It goes behind this sign, this totally artificial sign that wasn't even there. They added it in digitally. They cut it in. And then once the car goes from behind the sign, once it comes out from behind the sign, it is not the original car. It is a different car that was filmed at a completely different time by actors. So everyone in the car of the film after it goes behind the sign are literally actors. It's not even Jackie Onassis. And then the JFK thing is a dummy, essentially. It's like a Hollywood stunt dummy thing. It has a couple features to it. It lifts its arms up because they claim that that's when he grabbed his neck. So they had to make this dummy. It had to have some movement because otherwise it would just look, stupid, just sitting there like a dummy. So it had to have a couple little movements. So I think it had little springs in it. And so it does one movement right when he comes out from behind the sign. It's all timed perfectly. So right when he comes from behind the sign, you see his arms balloon up. So that's just little springs in his little arms. So the balloons up and it looks like he's holding his neck. It then
What
just
video
stays.
are we watching?
It then stays in that position, and then the little explosive goes off, which is just a fake little red packet of explosive on the dummy's head. It's a little
What
dummy
video is
thing.
this, Gio?
And then when she gets up to go to the back, she does that because the dummy has to fall over,
Right.
so that people can see it's a dummy. Yeah.
Yeah, well, what video is it?
Well, I put this together from multiple sources of research. I've studied the Zapruder film in a lot of depth. There's several good documentaries. One of them is called The Great Zapruder Film Hoax. That's a really good one, long series on YouTube. Now, he's not saying that it's a dummy. That guy, I believe, still thinks JFK was assassinated, but he goes through and shows all of the inconsistencies. There's frames that are missing. He shows the cuts around the car. There's literally cuts that go through the lamppost. It's like the most obvious thing ever. Like there's a lamppost that should be there, and when the car goes in front of it, it blocks out the part of the lamppost. So it shows that they literally were cutting in the other car.
Yeah. Did you post it in chat?
JFK wasn't assassinated then?
I don't think so. So I think what actually happened, on the actual day. So that's kind of the quick of how the Zapruder film. What I think that is, and then. What they did on that day is when the actual real motorcade was coming down the road, that was a real thing. There was real civilians, real people. He definitely was waving at him. That was all a real thing. He was in that car. But they had Dealey Plaza was all closed off to the public. So there was no public. They had all the police that were blocking them off. And you can actually see the police dropping in the Zapruder film. You see them all blocking off the public. And then down in the Dealey Plaza, there was only these few sketchy, weird characters, like the woman with the umbrella. There's all these weird things that people have looked at down there, all these weird symbols. It's all like Freemasonic symbology, really. But there's all these funky things. And then there's that cut in car that is on the Zapruder film. Like I was saying, I think the fake car with the fake actors in it. So what they really did is they really were there waving. And then when they drove the car down into Dealey Plaza, there was no civilians down there, so people wouldn't have really seen. No one would have really seen his head being shot at or anything. The car just went down. It went by that grassy knoll. They probably did fire off some guns so that the people did hear some pops. So I think they did do that. And then the dudes in the car, like the actual real Kennedy, they probably just ducked their heads, or they just whatever, because people wouldn't really be able to see anyways. But I imagine they may have ducked their heads in a sense. And so so that's what actually happened, is that they shot the noises. And then the actual limo just went off, and they just got out of there. And then from there, they just told us the whole story and then showed us the Zapruder film.
Where is this video? Where is this video?
So I guess what I'm saying is that I've put all that together, analyzing it. There's a couple really good frames that show the dummy, how it falls over. It doesn't slouch over like a human. It's erect, and the arms and the shoulders, and when it falls over, if you really zoom in on those frames, you can actually see the back of it, because the back of it, it didn't, it had kind of openings in it, they didn't really build it all the way out in the back.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying, dude. I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like a real human.
Exactly. It looks like an animatronics thing. The physics of it is not natural. So yeah, I just think they pulled off just a whole hoax. Yeah, they drove the car out, they drove the car through, the guys didn't get shot at all, and then virtually everything else has been a whole psyop built around it. And then that was when they first tried to coin the term conspiracy theorist. That's when so the whole purpose of creating the fake event and all the conspiracy theories was to label people conspiracy theorists and call them crazy, to block people from knowing what they're doing. It's the classic sleight of hand.
I hate when somebody just says conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theorist. You're a conspiracy theorist.
So what do you think, Jen? Do you think my thought on it is possible? Do you think it's completely
I think
not? What do you think?
But I don't think it's true.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying.
When did you find this out about JFK?
A while ago.
Well, I mean, I first started researching it and studying it a long time ago. So I mean, I had always researched it, in the past. So I mean, I know quite a fair amount about the whole story and the whole thing. I didn't really, for myself, I didn't put the pieces of it together until quite a bit later, after I first learned about it, and then I really was just trying to get to the completion of my research with it to really figure out what happened, like the real truth of it. So I just went as deep into it as I possibly could to try to decipher that, analyzing everything I could, and then trying to really tap into what really happened. So that's my conclusion ultimately, is that it was a media event more than an actual real assassination.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I agree that it was a psyop. That's for sure. I just don't think it was a fake. That was real. That actually happened. But it was a psychological attack on the human race, because that's the power that was in place at the time. You had the mafia, the CIA, FBI, all corrupt organizations. Yeah. And they, and Kennedy was going against them, so they had to take him out. That's why they hashed it up. They could never do it perfect. It was a real assassination as far as I'm concerned. Definitely real. They took him out. Poor man. But the Sabruga film was totally tampered with. That I totally agree with. I don't think, and none of us have seen the real film, from start to finish. No, I can't claim I've seen that. The way they hacked it to smithereens. So.
Oh yeah, no, the film itself is completely hacked up. Like I said, there's like what they did back then. I mean, the whole like the NASA CGI shit. At least at that time, what they were putting out, I think they even had computers and CGI back then, but that's a whole nother question. They didn't reveal that to us. But the technology that was available to the mainstream is the technology that they used to composite the Zapruder film. So the Zapruder film essentially is a composite film. It didn't come out until, I forget how many years, many, many years after it happened. It was like clearly like, how many, do you remember how many years after, Jim? At least
5
like,
years or something.
Yeah, I want to say 5 or 6 years.
Maybe 5 or 6 years. Yeah.
Because so that means that when this thing first happened, nobody even had any footage of it. It was all
That's
just
right.
a belief system.
Yeah.
And then 5, 6 years later, they cook up this fucked up film, the most jacked up film I've ever seen. Like there's so many composites and cuts, missing frames, skipped frames. I mean, like the amount of inconsistencies in it is just endless. So it's like, and then they give this to us, and this is how people, just like when they claim they went to the moon, they showed this picture of the sphere in this way. That's the Zapruder film was what cemented it. For the first 5 years, people just believed it. They didn't even have any validation of it. And then this film was supposed to be the validation. And I guess, it looks kind of good enough, I guess, to convince people. I mean, I remember being enamored by it when I was a kid. I was like, oh my gosh, like it's like you're just watching it or whatever. So like, I guess it kind of passes as it looks like it might be real, but upon further investigation, it is absolutely not. And then even to this day, there was a couple other films actually. So yeah, just like with 9/11, there's like a couple claimed films, and then there's all these claimed eyewitnesses, which a lot of those are just crisis actors.
Yeah.
Is there a big event where you sort of don't immediately go for some massive conspiracy?
Yeah. What about? Let's look at the magic bullets.
The big media psyops, the big war psyops. If it's big in the media like that, you can guarantee it's their programming.
So 9/11, I don't know, inside job didn't happen. What's the go? Did planes actually hit the building?
Well, that is a topic change, but we could do the topic change.
What I'd like.
No, yeah. You just seem to go to
in a
some
minute.
massive
What about
the
magic bullet theory? What about the magic bullet theory? Because I posted.
Yeah, we went through this yesterday, Jim.
I did. Did we?
Yeah. We told you what the seating positions were. Showed you what the seating positions were.
Well, you were not in this server. We didn't. Not in this server.
Okay, so you want to be told in this server what the seating positions were.
I'm going to be pushing this one for forever, mate.
Of course you are.
If you don't like that, goodbye, sir. But we're going to be looking at the magic bullet theory. Okay,
Yeah. Well,
let's take another look at it.
All right, we could do that. Just real quick to answers. We don't have to do the topic change, but just to Ruhif, yeah, no planes. Definitely not commercial airplanes for 9/11. There was one missile that was used. The second one was hit by a missile, but no commercial airliners for sure.
Yeah, I mean, people were saying that it wasn't a commercial airline that hit the plane, hit the building. Sorry, so they had some kind of pod underneath.
No, they didn't.
You've just got to make up. You've got to
Grayish,
make up
maybe blue
so many more, ad hoc
Well,
explanations.
okay, I'll break it down this way from all the analysis I've seen. The first tower, there's that one film which were those funky. Jen, your mic's backing up again, or echoing.
Okay, I do apologize. I'll mute myself. Hang on a sec.
So the first tower, like you've got those two dudes, those totally sketchy guys that were like involved in like production and anyways, their whole story. You have those two guys who apparently claim to have caught the first thing hitting the first tower. Well, the thing about that, it does show like a thing that could look like an airplane, but the way that the actual, if you slow it down frame by frame, there are clearly pyrotechnic explosives that are on the side of the building that blow up at a different time than the CGI plane thing goes into the building. It's very like it's not an actual.
What happened? What happened to the actual plane that was scheduled? Like the people that were on it, are they all actors or just nobodies? Or I don't understand.
Well, some of the ideas I've heard about that over the years, some people say, well, maybe they were taken and killed. That's a very kind of brutal.
Why not kill them by flying a plane into the building? I don't understand. Why is there a necessity for a conspiracy?
Another idea.
They're gonna die if you fly a plane.
Another idea that's very easy to do. Another idea that's very easy to do is to just make fake passengers.
Geo.
They all
Geo.
There were
no planes. There were no planes. No one ever saw a plane. They're all faked.
What do you mean fake
There's
passengers?
no plane at the Pentagon. There's no plane in Pennsylvania Forest. There was no plane in the buildings. Nobody ever saw a plane. They're completely fabricated.
So what I'm kind of saying about fake passengers
is on CGI.
So these airlines, which airlines are in on it then?
I agree with God.
Airlines are in on it, right? So United and who else was the Delta flight as well, wasn't there?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, so they're in on it, right?
What I'm saying is that it's not hard for them. Like they can create the passport system, the birth certificates, etc. So they can create a flight that looks like it's loaded with quote unquote real passengers, and that doesn't ever actually depart. So they're not even real
but the
people.
company does that, right?
And there never
Delta
was.
and United.
It was just on the books. And back in 2001, like the tech was so much lower back then, and they control all those hubs and all those servers. So.
Hang on. The 9/11 flights were. Let me have a look. There was a Delta and a United.
I don't think they killed anyone in that way. I even think a lot less actually died. I mean, it was essentially a controlled demolition. They had a lot of people cleared out of there. I'm not saying that some didn't die, but it was much more of a.
All right. So there was American Airlines and United Airlines. Two of each.
Yeah, dude. Those
companies must be in on it, right?
Well, they're owned by the people.
That's really convenient that there is just two airlines.
Well, it's two of the biggest airlines in America. Do you want to do a probability analysis on it or something?
Dude, Ruhif, the idea that there's a group of people that are behind all this, you don't think they own the airlines? I mean, of course they do. They completely own all of them.
Yeah, but you don't think that the airline company, there would be someone in the company that goes, holy shit, that didn't happen. That plane never took off, or air traffic control, right? Air traffic control.
That's called a whistleblower.
Air traffic control must be in on it.
That's called a whistleblower.
Yeah, and there's been zero.
That's how we get all this information from.
So air traffic control have to be in on it, right? Because there has to be, a plane that's picked up by radar, or some flying thing that picks up by radar.
You would think, but what if there's no air traffic controller recordings guiding this plane or asking this plane about anything?
Yeah, there's definitely air traffic control recordings.
Nobody picked up any planes on radar. Why would you assert that?
Yeah.
I haven't heard any.
Have you looked for them?
No, not really.
Well, maybe do that.
You guys heard about how the forest fires are faked?
Jewish space lasers.
They're not actual forest fires, right? They're just directed energy weapons.
Yep, from space, run by the Jews.
What?
Have you heard the Jewish space laser? Fucking what's her name? Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, those are definitely.
Nikola Tesla literally invented one before he died. The
Yeah,
government
so
finally took
Globus
control of it.
Globus just said he knew someone that was on Flight 11 and that he never saw them again, never saw or heard from them again. A family friend. He just said in the chat. So, yeah. I mean, I guess I haven't like gotten to the conclusion in my mind about that one yet. Actually, I would have to kind of, because that's going to be hard to prove. For myself, the only way I would do that is like just tapping in with my intuition at the end of the day to really
Probably
acquire.
lying about it.
I had a friend of a friend that was on
They could have
the
just
Malaysian one that
killed.
was shot down.
Because they could have just flown those airplanes to a military location and executed all those people.
But hey, back up
Yeah, but
though.
why
Back up,
not
though.
just
You guys-
fly them into a
There could have
building,
been
Gio?
many
Why not just fly
multiple
them into a
ways that
building?
they could have died.
There's a lot of reasons not to fly into a building. The main one is that the physics of a commercial airline would literally hit the building. It would penetrate it a little bit, like it would fuck up some of the concrete. It would never be able to cut through the steel beams. It would fucking crash into it and fall on the ground. It wouldn't be enough of an impact to claim that it was enough to bring the towers
Yeah, it
down.
looked
So
like
since
the footage
they
looked like it
guaranteed
melted
wanted to
into the building. It looked like it melted into the building. Like that looks fake.
Exactly, which is what missiles do. Yeah, missiles are designed to do that. And the second hit looks exactly like a missile. Like if you look at missile hits and look at that, the way that the impact, the way that it hit, and it has these are like timed explosives, and they have different layers built within them. So you can actually see in the frames the actual timing of the explosive fits with the way missiles work and explosive devices. So yeah, a real
studied
airplane.
missiles flying into buildings.
Did you also know about Building 7 or Building 6? Either of the two
Building
that
7.
wasn't even in the area and didn't even get hit by a plane, but it also collapsed. Did you
Yeah,
know?
I'm well aware of Building 7, yes. Had a large chunk of one of the towers fall on it and cause massive fires. You guys just look at the footage that doesn't
No,
show
that's
the fires.
absolutely incorrect. That is
Jesus.
absolutely incorrect. Nothing fell from the top of the other towers and caused fires inside that office building. No, because the building was intact before it was brought down, and we can see that from the BBC and the CNN news report. It was completely intact. It had a number of fires within the building, but it was said about the fires that it did not burn in any office for more than 30 minutes, because by this time, anything that could burn would have burnt up by 20 to 30 minutes, okay? Pocket supplies on certain floors. And the steel was fashioned to the point where it could withstand 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and that would be the beams, and then the pillars, 3,000 degrees. But the fires didn't reach that temperature because they never burnt for more than 20 seconds, 20 to 30 minutes in any room. So there was no way buildings fell down because other buildings toppled on it and caused fires. That's the NIST rubbish report. So no, you're
thanks, James.
wrong.
Yeah, if the jet fuel burns at that, burns steel, then what kind of steel are the engines of the plane made of? And like the ignition chamber or whatever.
I don't think they're made of steel.
Exactly.
What's it made out of?
I don't know. It wouldn't be steel.
And other materials. Titanium.
How about we ask Captain Google? What are plane engines?
Right. For your information,
Made
in
of.
1999, a British company called Cardington experimented on a
nickel and titanium alloys.
Yes,
the combustion chamber is also made of nickel.
Can you not hear me talking, mate? Can you not hear me talking? Right. I was talking before you were talking, yeah? And I was saying that the British steel company by the name of Cardington in 1995 conducted a test on an 8-story steel building where they set it alight. They put a fire in there and the building didn't collapse. Okay?
Okay, the combustion chamber is also made of nickel and titanium alloys, and the turbine blades, which must endure the most intense heat of the engine, consist of nickel, titanium, aluminium alloys. Often, both the combustion chamber and the turbine receive special ceramic coatings that better enable them to resist heat. There you go.
Right. Thank you very much. So there you go.
Yeah, without knowing the exact breakdown of how much metal, you can't really, because steel is an alloy as well, right? And often you have nickel and other metals in steel.
Steel's mostly iron, right?
Yeah, but
It has to be 50% or like more than 50% of iron to be considered a steel alloy?
I have no idea.
Me neither.
Yeah, but percentage.
steel,
The
yeah.
build.
Were they burning jet
used in
fuel,
the Twin
Jen?
Towers. Oh, sorry.
Were they burning jet fuel in this test that they did?
Yeah. They were using fuel. I'm not sure if it was jet fuel, and I can't say for sure it was that, but it was enough. You know, it was left there long enough to try and see if they could bring the building down. It didn't come down, solid as a rocks.
Well, does jet fuel burn at higher temperatures?
Well, the jet fuel they reckon burns at around 16 to 1800 degrees. Okay.
I mean, relative to other
Bearing in
fuels.
mind, bearing in mind, yeah, in the building number 7, it was said that, and this is from the NIST report, they said that at no time did any office burn for more than 20 to 30 minutes, and then the fire would move on to the next fuel source.
Yeah, but there's a difference between burn time and burn temperature, right?
Yeah.
Like
but
if it's
the
burning at
temperature-
like super hot, it could melt something,
No.
even though it doesn't burn for a long time.
I told you the temperature was 18 degrees max, but the steel could withstand 2,000 and 3,000. So the beams that go across lengthwise, 2,000 degrees they could withstand. The temperatures didn't reach that. And then the pillars going up and down vertically, they could withstand 3,000 degrees. So
Okay,
the
so let me get
fire-
this straight.
Yeah.
Jet fuel burns at a max 1800 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
And the steel beams were found to withstand 2000. Sorry, go ahead. Fahrenheit. Okay, 1800 degrees Fahrenheit, and the steel beams were found to be able to withstand 20 to how much?
3,000.
1800 degrees Fahrenheit, and the steel beams were found to be able to withstand 2000 to 3000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
So they shouldn't be burning they shouldn't be melting whatsoever, right?
There's no chance. It hasn't
And
even
what's
begun.
the rebuttal, like their kind of argument against that?
C4 burns at 3200. That's the rebuttal.
Why are we talking about a melting point? Like, is there a weakening point?
C4 goes to 3200.
I would say it starts weakening when it starts melting, right?
That's correct. That's
No, I wouldn't
correct.
say
And
that.
before can we just take it slowly here? Because Gitch Gallagher a bit. Look, the actual steel before it melts would have to bend and fail first. And that never happened. And what NIST is saying is that I think it was either on the 12th or 13th floor, one of the pillars moved from its position. That failed, causing a complete
Well, here
failure
we
for
go.
the whole building to come down. Okay.
You guys ready? Ready, Jen? In an
Hold up
article
real
in the
quick
Journals
before
of
you
the Minerals,
introduce
Metals
your...
and Materials Society, and in subsequent interviews, Thomas Eagar, an engineering professor at MIT, explains why steel loses 50% of its strength at 1200 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's bullshit.
Well, argue
Hold
with
up.
the fucking
Okay, so
MIT
Jen,
president.
I'm going to argue with him all the way. That's
Jen, hold up
course
before you
you
do
are.
that. So when you said that they were found to last up till 2000 to 3000 degrees Fahrenheit, how do you know that? Did they actually burn it at that temperature and saw that that's when it began to fall, or what? Where'd you get those values from?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is coming from the NIST report, you see. The NIST report stated that, first of all, the architects tell you how well the steel was fashioned and prepared. So they took a redundancy because the first thing is you don't want the building to collapse due to fire. So they treated the steel the horizontal beams to withstand 2,000 and the vertical beams, pillars to withstand 3,000. Okay.
So they
That's what
actually
were.
did a test. They did a quality assessment
Yes.
to make sure
Yeah,
that it withstands that temperature.
Yes, and it met that standard without a doubt. That's what the architects tell you. They tell you themselves. Okay, they tell you that in the documentary that I've watched. They tell you that. Plus,
And do you know which company manufactured these beams?
I don't know the name of the company who manufactured the beams. No. Of course, the people who built the buildings, the architect, the designer himself is telling you that it met the standard without a doubt.
Yeah, but I'm
Otherwise,
saying it's
hang
possible
on
that
a
the
second.
company. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was going to
Otherwise, the
say it's
building.
possible that the company told them that it's been treated to last until 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit or whatever, but they actually just lied to the engineers and the architect.
I mean, it's a possibility, but the nature of the collapse, you can tell that it was explosives anyway. So, and when you look at the actual beam, especially building number 7, that was a cleared, controlled demolition. And if it were to collapse due to the beams, then it wouldn't have collapsed through the strongest path resistance. It would have been asymmetrically, the weakest part. That's where the building would have collapsed in an asymmetric fashion. So it wouldn't have come down symmetrically into its own footprint. Because fire doesn't do that, you see.
How do you
Fire
respond to that,
doesn't bring
Ruhif?
down- If you can allow me to finish, fire
I wasn't
does
listening,
not
sorry.
bring down a building to precision, yeah, in free fall speeds. Fire has never done that, and fire will never do that, because fire is organic. It looks for the fuel source. It doesn't just bring down a building symmetrically. It's never happened, okay?
How do you spot
it's
that,
never
Ruhif?
happened.
That's much too precise, much too symmetrical for it to be just a fire from like the jet fuel and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Fire can
Absolutely.
never.
Yeah, I'm
can never
surprised,
ever do that.
I would imagine Ruhif would be able to know these physics. I'm surprised he thought he knew
What's
physics.
What was the question?
Come on, Gio.
I'm just trolling.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
the
I know
fact
he
that
was
I can
trolling.
find
I know he
out
was trolling.
that steel weakens significantly, like by 50%, I can find out that information in 5 minutes, right? Less than that, 2 minutes.
Yeah. Like I said, yeah, the steel that was used in building number 7 and the Twin Towers met the standards required. They were the best buildings ever built, especially the Twin Towers.
Of course
And
they
the
were, Jen. Of
fires
course they
that
were.
raged, I will say this, the fires that were raging in building number 7 didn't last long enough to begin to weaken the steel. Like I said to you, 20 minutes in each, 20 to 30 minutes in the room, because by this time, everything that's in the room has burnt up, the fuel. So it looks for the next source. That's how the fires moved from
Jen,
east
I have a quick
to west.
question. So in terms of they treated the steel to like, until 2000 to withstand 2000, 3000 degrees. Is that like withstand, does that mean integrity, like the integrity of the strength of it? Or does that just mean
Correct.
that's the melting
Correct.
point? Like what is it?
No. The structural integrity of that steel, it could take 2000 and still be standing.
Okay. So now given that and Ruhif's his citation that it loses 50% of its integrity or strength at 1200 degrees. Is it possible that we're talking about two different alloys of steel?
It's possible that we could be talking about two different alloys of steel. Yes. So you
Ruhif?
need to look at what steel that they used in the Twin Towers and what steel he's talking about. Okay, because when you look, and I can post a documentary about building number 7, and you can see how they were constructed. You see the naked steel and the way they were fashioned. No fire will ever bring it down. Impossible. And I know I'm a welder. I can actually weld steel and fashion and heat steel. So there is no way a fire will do that. Organic fire.
Okay, Ruhif, do you agree that it's better to look at the steel used in towers and like what the NIST report says about them than just any other steel that we don't know the alloy for or what have you?
Well,
of course, yeah. And just don't listen to Jin because he just talks shit.
No.
But
You
okay,
talk
so
shit
how
all
do
the
you
time because you're a
respond to
scumbag
the
cunt.
hold up, Jin? How do you respond to this claim that the integrity of the steel, it withstood, it was treated to withstand 2000 to 3000 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on whether it's upright or horizontal beam or whatever?
I have no idea. Yeah, I've lost
Exactly.
interest,
He has
honestly.
no idea. Exactly. He has no idea. I can bring you the source from a reputable man. His name is Richard Gage, AIA, Architects and 9/11 for Truth. Okay. And the documentary is there. It's like a 2-hour documentary. It takes you through how they constructed the buildings, And then it tells you about the NIST report and what it said about the fires that were happening in building number 7. That's how I know, because when a fire in a room, office room, can only last 20 to 30 minutes, it wasn't long enough to begin to melt the steel or weaken the steel, because the
Jin,
fire
forgive me.
looks, hang on,
Is-
let me just finish.
Sorry,
No,
go
you're
ahead.
going to have to wait. Fire looks for fuel. So when one office room is burnt up in 20 minutes to 30 minutes, it moves on. The fire moves on because there's nothing left to burn. So it moves on, and that's what happened. This is what the
Jin,
NIST said.
Jin, did you see the beams had been sliced on the ground? They were the support beams were sliced evenly, like maybe like with a welding tool.
Thank you very much. It was an incendiary device known as the thermite, which cuts through steel. Now that stuff reaches 4,000 degrees in 2 seconds. 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit in 2
I love the
seconds.
passion in that voice, Jin. I love it.
Yeah, and that's what that was. Yeah, man.
What
Thermite,
tool
thermite,
is it, Jin?
nanothermite.
What tool is it called? What's the tool?
It's an incendiary device, which they use. They wrap around the I-beams, and when they set them off, within 2 seconds, it's melted the steel. And there was residue of thermite, and nanothermite, which is super fast.
Who did this? The firefighters?
No, it wouldn't be the firefighters, would it? It would be those who wanted to bring the buildings down. And the head of security of these 3 buildings was Bush's brother and Bush's cousin. Securico.com.
They set up the building to fall before the attack, so it was a setup.
Yeah, definitely. A 10-year plan, apparently. 10 years in the making. 10 years in the
The
making.
Simpsons predicted it.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. That's correct. Absolutely correct. And it was
Because
also...
they hide what they're going to do in movies in the future.
Yes, they do. So you had the Back to the Future, where they showed the Twin Towers upside down and things like that. So, yeah.
They even did this with the Titanic. That's a whole nother one. But there was a book that had come out like before the Titanic sunk, and there was in the book there was a ship that was called the Titan. It was called the Titan, and it ended up sinking by hitting an iceberg.
Yeah, that's right.
So you're saying that whole Titanic thing was planned?
Yeah, insurance scam. It was an insurance scam.
The whole Titanic was planned, bro.
So that one, I think...
I never heard of that, dude. I'm glad you guys told me.
I think it did happen. I do think the Titanic sunk, and I think the people on it died, all the ones who did die. But I also think it was purposefully done. Yeah, like it was sabotage.
Like they purposely hit the iceberg, or is there no iceberg?
I don't think they may have been near an iceberg, to kind of make it seem...
Wait, where did it say that they were... What ocean were they on?
Well, I mean, there was probably icebergs around because of the area they were in general. But I mean, I guess... And I imagine they probably were near an iceberg, but what I think actually happened is they had explosives that were planted in the actual hull, because the Titanic was built. It had these they were called like locks. They were what was the actual name for them? They were basically compartments. They were all separate. Yeah. They were separate, sealed. Well, they were like separate sealed compartments. So there was a bunch of them, and they were all. The idea is that if it hit an iceberg, you'd be able to seal off all of the ones, and it wouldn't sink the ship. So what I think they did is they planted explosives on the walls of those so that they would all, explode in a way that it
like the Titanic was supposed to be the unsinkable ship.
That's right. That's right.
And then it sunk.
The documentary.
And then they didn't have enough lifeboats. That whole thing, like, why didn't they have enough lifeboats? There was this
that was another
strange...
good question. Yeah, that was a good question.
So that's because they wanted as least as possible to survive, so that they could control the narrative in case the people who came back, So I think that's why they did that. Like the less lifeboats, they didn't want everyone to survive. It might have been
maybe the insurance company pays out more depending on how many people died.
Well, you know what? That was a funny one. But the documentary I watched said that the Titanic was substituted for another ship that was like a white elephant. Yeah, it was damaged in an accident, and they swapped that ship so they could sink that one and claim the insurance and whatever. It's an insurance scam, is what I learned about that.
Yeah, that's another part to that one, is that there's actually 3 ships: the Titanic, Olympic, and the Britannica.
Yeah, that's
Britannic,
right.
I guess.
That's right. That's it. That's the one.
And they were all built by none other than J.P. Morgan.
Yep.
So he financed the building of all 3 of them and everything. And he was scheduled to be on the voyage, the one where the Titanic sunk. He was scheduled to be on it, and the morning of, he canceled.
Look at that.
So the guy who actually financed the ship to be built canceled the day it was going to leave, and then it sunk. And then it seems like it's very likely that they like you were saying, the insurance scam part.
Yeah.
The Titanic and the Olympic were switched. So the one that actually sunk was the actual Olympia, and the Titanic. So they actually switched them because they wanted to sink the older ship.
Yeah, and they were very similar in the way they were built in that, and nobody noticed. Nobody noticed. That was the beauty of it. Like as Stanley Kubrick said, eyes wide shut, man. It's so easy. And that what's that? The Harvard gorilla experiment thing, right? You know, so many things you miss. You're concentrating on one thing and you miss something else. So it was easy for them to do that sleight of hand, as you call it. Very easy. You know. Only the
Also, like there may have been some incentive to kill some millionaires, or back then really that they were actually billionaires. That could have been a big thing too, because there was plenty of rich people on that ship.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, the elites. Some of the elites were on there for sure. The rich.
Yeah, I just posted.
I don't know. That one's kind of a stretch, because you don't know who's going to be like this kind of. You have to decide on this when you're building it, when you're making it, and when you're getting insurance and stuff like that. So if it's just to kill like 1 or 2 people, specific people, it's not really reliable.
No, I mean, that was the bonus. That would be the bonus. I mean, they're getting rid of the ship, but they could have lined it up to get rid of people they didn't want. Your opposition, they can do that.
Yeah, they could have. It's true.
Yeah.
Well, here, I'll read this. Here, I'm going to read this real quick. I just posted it, but I'll read this, and then you guys tell me if you think, like, what you think of it. Okay, the novel Futility, an 1898 creation of Morgan Robertson, detailed the sinking of an unsinkable ship, the largest vessel afloat. This imaginary ship, named Titan, collided with an iceberg during April, resulting in a high loss of life because of the ship carried only too few lifeboats. 14 years later, with uncanny similarities, the real ship Titanic recreated what happened in the novel. The 2 ships had almost identical names. Both ships were designated unsinkable. Both were touted as the largest ships at sea. Both collided with icebergs in April. Both resulted in many deaths due to shortage of lifeboats. Plus, both had strikingly similar floor plans and technical descriptions.
No way.
Benjamin Guggenheim, Isidore Strauss, the head of Macy's department stores, and John Jacob Astor, probably the wealthiest man in the world, were killed when it sank. Those 3 men were the main opposition to the creation of the U.S. Federal Reserve. By April 1912, all opposition to the Federal Reserve was eliminated, and in December of 1913, the Federal Reserve came into being in the United States, controlled by the Illuminati banksters.
Wait, are you kidding me? Holy! What was in the book? What was the reason that they wanted it to sink?
In the book, it hit an iceberg.
No, but why did they? Why was that? Is it good that they had less lifeboats and stuff like that, and more people died? What was the goal? Insurance payout or what?
Well, in this idea, it would be that J.P. Morgan wanted to kill these people that were opposing the Federal Reserve. He knew they were going to be on the ship. The ship was touted as this, huge event, and obviously he financed the building of it.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm talking about the Titan in the book. What was the goal, the motive for that one to sink?
In the story of the book, what was the incentive to sink Titan?
Well, that's actually okay. Are you saying that did the Futility book have a plot line that involved the thing being sunk on purpose? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, basically. Or is it just coincidental that's just something that happened in the book?
Nothing's a coincidence.
Randomly.
I hear what you're saying. I guess I haven't studied it to the point of getting the novel or learning more about the novel. I've learned that the book exists and a bit about it, and I have looked up the novel just to kind of like check it a bit, but I haven't like read the whole thing. So, I mean, I guess as far as I know, the similarities with the novel and with what actually happened is that it was a ship that was called the Titan. It collided with an iceberg in the month of April. It carried too few lifeboats.
Yeah,
So
the
like
similarities are uncanny. I was just asking in terms of the book why there were too few lifeboats. If that was on purpose, if it was just like incompetence or malice, basically.
Right.
But, yeah, the similarities are crazy. I didn't know that about the Federal Reserve and them being against it and stuff. Damn.
Yeah, those three guys, Benjamin Guggenheim, Isidor Straus, John Jacob Astor, and I think there were others as well that were like senators and politicians. Yeah, I mean,
It's
I
funny
think
that there's no Morgans or Rothschilds or Rockefellers there. Hey.
Yep. Well, yeah, I mean, J.P. Morgan is the one who financed the building of the Titanic, and then he's the one who canceled the day that it was
Are you kidding me? What?
Yeah. Yep.
No way. Lord
Yo,
have mercy.
dude, are you late?
What's that?
Oh,
No, I didn't hear it. If that was said earlier, I didn't hear it.
Okay, maybe I said, okay, maybe you didn't hear it, because I was saying that J.P. Morgan is the one who financed the building of the three ships, the Titanic, the Olympia, and the Britannica. So all three of those were financed by him, and he had them built. He was the one that financed them. And then the Titanic, the one that hit the iceberg and sunk, he was scheduled to be on that voyage because it was like the maiden voyage and the unsinkable ship. He was scheduled to be on it, and the morning of, he canceled.
Man, 100% that was a setup. I had no idea.
Well, and actually, it's pretty epic because if this was the actual forming of the Federal Reserve, this would have been after World War I. So whatever the hell happened in World War I, then this would have been after that. They needed the Federal Reserve. They needed to be the bank. It's like in Monopoly, whoever's the banker, and everyone knows whoever's the banker. If they wanted, they could just slip hundreds. So this perhaps is how they did it.
Yeah, they had foreknowledge.
That is crazy.
Because the Federal Reserve was formed shortly after the sinking, and then the people that died on the actual ship, were the main ones that were opposing it because they were amongst the wealthiest men in the world, along with J.P. Morgan and these other guys. So
right.
And how do sorry, go ahead, Jen.
I was going to say, then you fast forward to Kennedy's assassination. It's the same bunch that are behind all that, and then on to 9/11. The same crazy crew all together, right?
How do the people that think it wasn't a conspiracy respond to these similarities?
They didn't notice. They didn't even notice. That's what I think.
Wait, what similarities?
These uncanny similarities that Titan, Titanic, same, both getting hit by an iceberg, both not having enough lifeboats, both being crashing or sinking in April or whatever. How do they respond to they say one is an occurrence, two is a coincidence, three is a pattern. We have this is more than a pattern. So I wonder how people that that are gullible, that are trusting of governments and that dismiss conspiracy theories, I wonder how they would respond to this, because for me I can't even think of a single, unless it's not true, that this whole Titan book thing didn't happen. I can't think of a single argument against it.
The book Titan, even if it wasn't there, the fact is that the William Guggenheim guy, the Benjamin Guggenheim guy, it was all planned, dude.
Dude, I'm just reading about this book. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just reading about this book, The Wreck of the Titan. I just found the Wikipedia page for it. There's even I'll post it, but it tells the actual kind of story of it. What I was saying is, was it the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio? There's even a part of this where there's a lover that is It says the second half of the story follows Roland. He saves the young daughter of a former lover by jumping onto an iceberg with her. Remember that in the movie?
Yeah, the loving couple. I remember that. Yeah.
When they're trying to. It says the pair find a lifeboat washed up on an iceberg and are eventually rescued by a passing ship. Well, she gets rescued, but he doesn't. Like the Leo guy dies.
Yeah, he
I guess.
dies. Yeah. He saved her life, didn't he?
And then this says, but the girl is recovered by her mother and Roland is arrested for her kidnapping. Okay, so it's a little different, but yeah, I mean, what I think, I mean, percentage, what it would be is that this is like this book is just the predictive programming of that time, perhaps.
Bruh.
Maybe. Or maybe these people that are running game on us, they don't have a creative bone in their body and they just have to bite their ideas from other things. Like,
well, they do
you know,
that,
this
yes.
novel futility for the Titanic and, you know, the tests that they did years prior, or like the first kind of, you know, Twin Tower thing for 9/11, or, you know, that lockstep or whatever it was called, that kind of convention thing that they had before the, you know, this so-called pandemic. I don't know, man.
Yeah, flattening the curve. Remember? Flattening the curve. They were going to flatten the curve.
Because this says on that Wikipedia page, it says, although the novel was written before the RMS Titanic was even conceptualized, there are some uncanny similarities between the fictional and real-life versions. Like Titanic, the fictional ship sank in April in the North Atlantic, and there were not enough lifeboats for all the passengers. There are also similarities in size, 800 foot versus 882 for the Titanic, the speed, and the life-saving equipment. After the Titanic's sinking, some people credited Robertson with precognition and clairvoyance, which he denied. Scholars attribute the similarities to Robertson's extensive knowledge of shipbuilding and maritime trends.
Come on.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's deliberate.
What's crazy though is that if they had this concept before, like they built the Titanic to be sunk, which is the same idea where they built the Twin Towers to be taken down as well, like that concept.
Yeah.
It's the same. These guys, you're right. Your percentage, they're like not creative. They do the same shit every time.
But how does no one see
Same with the NASA rockets. They copy.
Or maybe they are, you know, as creative as everyone else, but everything's been written about, you know, so it's not like it's kind of hard or if not impossible to come up with something actually new, right?
Dude, these people are fucking. They fooled the entire world, dude.
Like maybe there's another book where a different ship called like the Gargantuan, you know, hit an iceberg in like June or something. Maybe there's a book for every month. You know, who knows? I doubt it though. I doubt it. I think they just kind of saw this and copied it.
We could.
The other thing that's crazy about the Titanic, like when I was growing up, I feel like there was a couple things that I was like, you know, it's like outer space, dinosaurs, and for me, the Titanic was like a you know, something that was
A wonder.
Like it was like a thing that was in the media, and just, you know, it's like one of those things that we all had to like think about.
Yeah, and Amelia Earhart. Remember Amelia Earhart? That was another mystery that lingered for me as a young boy growing up. Okay, in England, hearing her story, I thought that was really strange because she was such an accomplished pilot. Why did she die? You know, where is she? Sort of thing. That always bugged me. That one.
You know, some talked about that she actually found the other land that they're hiding from us, and then they had to take her out.
Oh,
Have
yeah,
you heard
but
that?
she did remember. She did mention that the Earth was flat. Yeah, she actually said it in an interview. That
Really?
She said the Earth looked flat to her. Yeah.
Well, it looks flat to everyone, right?
Yeah, well, that's what she said, though. She said it looked flat, and she was more famed. She was more famed for getting lost than actually making these trips, these challenges. And then she was told to make her maps as if the Earth was flat, and then she stopped getting lost. There you go. Amelia Earhart, yeah. Her life story is a good one. Interesting.
Man, the Federal Reserve. Man, oh man, oh man.
Yeah,
that's the thing, dude. If that went down, like, then that means the history would have been like World War I, And then if the Titanic brought the creation of the Federal Reserve, at that point they had that locked in. And then, Einstein and everything in the 20s, and then the Great Depression, they pulled that off. And then World War II, which was just crazy. And then it seems like they had the control that they needed to, after World War II, to create like NASA and get the education, everyone learning the same stuff. Like there was an Education Act in 1957 that they passed that basically made it to where these few corporations were the ones that are writing all of the textbooks for all these schools.
Yo, when was the IMF made?
In the International Monetary Foundation, is that right?
Fund.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I can't imagine. 1970s or before?
The International Monetary Fund.
Yeah, because they have their own kind of currency, right? And they've kind of subjugated almost every country, most of the countries in Africa and stuff like that, with paying like membership fees and stuff. And this currency is it's called the SDR, the Special Drawing Right, and it's basically composed of, like the main currencies, the US dollar being, the main currency. They have the most kind of sway within the IMF, and
right.
All of these other countries kind of have a debt towards the IMF.
So that's very interesting you bring that up, because that's actually an essential part, because it was 1944, so that would have been right near the end of World War II, right when they had the control. Because World War II is claimed to have gone into 1945, but that would have been like right at the end. World War II, like from 39 to 45 is the general time period, but if that was in 44, then that does seem like it would be timed with like them getting whatever control they needed to start. Like that would have been like the base of like a lot of the financial manipulation.
Because virtually every country that has a central bank is like, tied to the IMF, and, the IMF, the main kind of, the basically like the veto power and like the main kind of authority goes with the US, and, the fact that they can control their currency with the Federal Reserve kind of, makes things dicey. And that's why you have like countries like Venezuela and North Korea, ones that abstained from having a central bank that was like an IMF controlled central bank. They're, ostracized and sanctioned and stuff like that. That's why you have, other countries where like, Iraq, Saddam Hussein, who kind of avoided it, and, he's dead now.
Yeah, dude, that's intense. So it would seem like it's like World War I, Federal Reserve with the Titanic, and then the Great Depression, and then World War II with the IMF. And then after that, obviously NASA and everything that followed. Yeah, it's like How to Take Over the World playbook right there.
It's crazy, man. And all we can do is watch.
And I wonder if World War I wonder if they profited off of that. I wonder if JP Morgan, I don't know his whole history, but his family line and all that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they profited off that war to such a degree that it allowed them to even do things like building the Titanic or whatever else they did after that, like having that kind of new level of wealth, because those wars are such like financial resets. Because all those families had to start getting their paws into basically everything, into like local governments and the building of all the like government buildings and just all of it, like the whole like WHO and the health networks and the medicine. Like they would have had to start doing all that. So like the wars and then the financial resets, which have just been like one after the other through the whole 20th century pretty much, and then even into now. But yeah, it's interesting you bring up that IMF, because I hadn't really thought about when that was founded. Like kind of realize that exact connection of the timing with World War II.
It's almost, well, it is depressing. You know, it makes me a little bit nihilistic when I hear about like the conspiracies, like being that planned and that unnoticed and stuff like that. That they've been getting away from it this much and have had the agency to do it to this extent. It's like we're like almost powerless to stop them.
Yeah, they're really powerful. I mean, they can buy countries, islands. These are their power, financially powerful. Kennedy
Like
said
that-
it in that speech of his.
That futility novel, like the similarities, that's undeniable. Like how I don't know, man.
Right, because the first idea to say that it was planned, like let's say that they did plant explosives or somehow they did sink it, that whole concept is enough of a quote unquote conspiracy theory in and of itself. Like, did that actually happen? Because that's definitely the definition of a conspiracy. It would be a conspiracy reality, you know, because they are conspiring to do that. That's already one thing, but then the fact that it correlates with that novel shows even more support for it being coordinated.
Yeah, and it's just insanity that they'd sooner just say the guy was clairvoyant than just admit the truth that someone just copied this idea and made it happen. You know, he's clairvoyant. He's a psychic. He has knowledge of the unseen. Ridiculous, man.
Yeah, and then he denies it.
Yeah, I thought that was funny. I'm not surprised when I read that, but yeah, when I read it, I was like, oh, that's funny. They're just like, it's got to be clairvoyant. Well, there's the other thing, percentage, that maybe the writer of the book was in their network as well. So there's two possibilities there. One of them is that somebody did authentically write the book, and then, you know, the JP Morgan crew or whoever it was, they were like, oh yeah, let's just copy this guy's idea. We'll do this shit. We'll be satanic and whatever, like their whole ritual shit that they do. That's one option. The other option is that the guy who wrote the book is in their network. So that would be like the full predictive programming option where they actually wrote it and then we're planning to do it, you know, 14 years later.
Yeah, but why would he publish it as a novel if it was the plan that they were going to enact? Unless they're just literally fucking with us. You know, not literally, but like, you know, they're fucking with us by purposely releasing it and like giving us breadcrumbs or like, you know, clues as to what they're going to do.
Right, but isn't that kind of what they do anyways, like with all the Simpsons, like 9/11 being in the Simpsons and all this other stuff? Or do you think that could just be kind of a, like, well, how do you see that? Like a coincidence or purposeful?
Maybe, or maybe they just like lack ideas. So I don't know. Actually, with the Simpsons thing, I don't know, man. Some things are weird in this world. That's for sure. Like maybe it is a clue that, like, you know, God gives us, like through serendipity type thing. You know.
Yeah, I mean, the two main options is that it would just be just a complete synchronicity where the creator's just doing that to kind of be playful and kind of in that sense to where they're not connected. The other option is that the people doing the shit are just planting it in there as like a. I think there's a couple of reasons as to why that would be, but yeah, like that they're just putting it out there and then doing those things.
Yeah, but I wouldn't hold like the Simpsons thing and this novel in the same light. You know, because that Simpsons thing is just like one kind of coincidence, whereas this novel, it's just like coincidence upon coincidence upon coincidence. It's, you know, I don't know, man.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. There is a difference. Well, there's that painting also, Alex Gray. He did a painting before 9/11 that had like, I think we even looked at that one night. I think maybe you were there. Remember that? The painting with the tree, the huge tree?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, then I gotta post it. But basically, Well, my point, I'll just say quickly, I can post it as well, but he did this painting, and in the painting, there's kind of two worlds. One of them is like really peaceful and beautiful. The other one is like being like taken down by like industry. It's like an NWO kind of, scenery. And it has two towers. It looked like the Trade Center towers, and it has two airplanes flying right next to it. So it's like, okay, then was Alex Gray in on it? Because he's like kind of like a psychedelic like dude, and he like does the artwork and stuff. And he was born like in the 70s or something. So it's like, so is he in on it, or did he just happen to, like you were saying, like synchronistically kind of do that imagery?
The painting has two planes going like near two towers.
Here, I'm posting it right now. You'll see it has two towers and two planes. Yeah. I mean, it's not like, well, you'll see. Yeah.
Yeah. See, this is another one of those things that like I wouldn't hold it in the same weight whatsoever to like, the novel of that, what's it called, Futility or whatever, with the Titan and stuff. Like the similarities are undeniable. This one, it's like, you can kind of argue that it's just coincidence that looks similar.
Yeah. No, I agree. Still a little uncanny with two airplanes and the two towers right there. But yeah, I know what you mean. That one's not nearly as strong.
Like, as far as I recall, I think the planes weren't in the sky at the same exact time. Like, they weren't over, the Twin Towers at the same time or whatever. It was like one, and then another one hit like 15 minutes later or something like that. I'm not sure.
That's true.
But this would, you could argue that it's kind of the clue, one of the clues that were given, by the creator or what have you, that there's like this, a forebearing or like a warning of something gonna happen.
Yeah, for sure. Well, one thing that to me, I'm sure that they do purposefully plant clues. In my mind, like
Why?
they do.
Why would they plant clues? Like, do you think they're that secure in their position that they're willing to fuck with us, or do you think they're kind of, they do it to see who was gonna find out, and then maybe they'll recruit that person, or
No,
what do you
they
think?
do it to make fun of us because they're high power that they literally just joke around with us. They're bored people. They're bored with their life. So the thing is, they hide clues because the thing is, they laugh at us, laugh at people that dismiss it off and think of it as like a joke. People who brush it off. And people who
Yeah, that's what I
instantly-
said. Like in my first option, like they're so secure in their position, and
I
stuff
agree.
that they're willing to take these unnecessary risks for fun,
Yeah.
basically.
I agree.
Is that what you think, Gio?
Well, have you heard of that idea of that psychopaths have, which is called Duper's Delight? So it's basically like
Are you saying that whatever they do, they have to do it? They have to at least show.
Well, that is a theory. I don't think that's the case. No, I don't think they have to. Well, okay, there's a couple angles to that actually, because in one way they do, in the way that like evil, like I think in the universe, evil is always meant to be revealed. It never really gets away with being evil. It's always going to be exposed. And so by them kind of like saying what they're doing, I think the reason that they're doing it is different than what it actually, like the end result of it, because they're psychopaths. So they think that they're duping people and they're above them. It's like the ultimate, like by fooling someone else, they get like a high. They feel better than you, or better than other people. And it gives them a perceived superiority position.
Mm-hmm. So it's just like ego, arrogance.
Pretty much. And then add in like some satanic ritual shit and like the fact that they want to put what they're doing right out there and then also try to fool people. Like that they like get off on that in some way, even though it sounds kind of nasty, but they do. Like there's some like weird like psychopathic high that they get from like tricking people to such a degree where they can actually put what they're doing right out there, and then meanwhile still do it, and then people still believe that they're doing it. There's also kind of a weird reverse psychology with that too, that I think that they found kind of works. That if you put it out there,
You've described Nathan Oakley, Gio. Nathan Oakley has Jupiter's Delight.
I mean, some people have thought that they do it to try to absolve themselves of karma. Some people think that they have a concept where it's like, if they put the truth out there, they're giving us the ability to know what it is. So if we don't, then it's our fault. And then it allows them to feel okay with doing whatever they're doing.
That makes sense, actually. That makes sense. It makes them like feel like justified in some of the evil that they're doing because, you know, they gave us a chance, basically.
Yeah, like let's say like an extreme example. Somebody goes up to someone's door and they put like a note on it that says like, I'm going to rob you or something, or like, I'm going to like, you know, rob your house. And then like a week later, they come and rob their house. Something like that. I don't, that's maybe not even a good example, but kind of something where like, and if they feel, they might feel like, oh, well, I told them I was going to do it. And then, you know, they didn't. Maybe that's not the best analogy actually, but
no, it is a good analogy. Just, I don't think they would be putting it on the front door. That's like, you know, printing it in like, you know, front page of New York Times or something like that. You know, something where it would be easily be seen. This is more kind of like, you know, subliminal. They put it somewhere that you won't look, like, you know, putting it in the drain pipe of, you know, whatever beside the side door, something where no one will think to look, you know.
yeah. And I also think like, you know how like gangs do like gang signs, that kind of thing. I think it could be similar like that too, where they're kind of flashing their, you know how like certain gangs, they like wave guns at each other
Yeah,
and stuff like that?
they rep they're repping their set. Like they throw up their Freemason sign.
Yep. And that they do that in the predictive programming and other hand sign shit. But I mean, they seem to be doing that all over the place, like all the like symbolism and like music and shit when they do the all seeing eye. And yeah, that's getting into like a dark layer of it where it's like a demonic entity that's basically trying to like feast off of other people while flashing its gang sign right in front of them. Like deceive people while just flashing like who they are, basically. It's pretty dark and twisted. Or you know, like those killers, like those murderers. Aren't there murderers that once they kill people, like those, like what are they called? Mass murderers, or yeah, I guess
serial
so,
killers.
Serial, yeah, serial. Where every time they do it, they like you know, they do some kind of like symbology to show that it was them, like a marking. You know what I'm saying? Where like every person they kill, they do some like weird shit, like they like leave a painting there, or, like I don't know, they do some like you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
They do like
I can't remember the exact word for it, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't either. They like tag the murder scene with like their signature kind of thing.
I want to say trademark, but I think there's a better word for it.
Yeah, for sure. What'd you say, Ruhiv?
Check the text chat.
That's kind of a brutal thing to be posted in the chat. That's like but I imagine that thing's fake, that picture. Or the thumbnail for that.
It's a comedy clip. It's funny.
All right, I'll check it out. Also, I think part of the duper's delight is that if they feel like they have someone believing lies, and if it's their lies, then they are then controlling that person's mind in a sense, because you're now controlled by the lies they made up, so they can control you. So I think they do it in that way as well. It's like literally mind control, because if they make up a bunch of, like, if they know the truth and then they make up a bunch of BS, they get the people to believe the BS. Now they can alter the BS, they can modify it, they can damage control it, they can add shit in, they can use money to manipulate it to keep the agenda going. And meanwhile, people are blinded from what the actual truth is. So it is kind of a power move. But the thing about it that they don't realize is that once we fully wake up to the truth, we the people, then they have no power anymore. So they're kind of riding it till the wheels fall off, because I think they're just trying to get to a point where they have their NWO shit like lined up. But if they don't get it, then they're fucked.
They've got some really good wheels though, haven't they? Those wheels don't seem to be falling off just yet.
Shit, they're probably listening to
Yokohama.
us right now. They're probably listening to us right now speaking about this.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. Yeah, no doubt about that. Let's be sure they are. That's something I've known from the outset. I'm not worried about that.
Dude, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, dude.
Exactly. But I'm going to die on my feet fighting, not giving up, yeah?
Exactly. Yo, Kev, how are you gonna add me in chat, dude? I'm tired of you keyboard warriors. You keyboard warrior. You
That was
an annoying pain in the ass.
That was funny, Jen, the way you said that. You're like, boy, they got those wheels don't want to fall off. Yeah, they're fucking milking this shit for everything they can, especially what they're. See, I think this whole thing, the last 2 years, I think that they did it earlier than they were originally planning. I think that's why it's gone so wrong for them.
Well, the reason why they panicked because the flat Earth really did shake their foundation, but that's a secret that they can't afford to come out, but it's come out now, okay? And then during that period, anti-vaccine sentiment, the awakening of the danger there, so the billionaires there, they're making their billions, they're frightened. Then you had France revolution going on. You had the what's the other one? That Hong Kong fighting for its autonomy against China. Italy protesting against their rigged elections, Brexit, and so all that combination, they felt they were losing a little bit of a grip there, so they ushered in. That's why they brought in this fake virus, stop everybody one time. You know that? Because the Globalized tour was on its way to America. They'd done Britain, they'd done Europe, and then we were set to come to America 2019, and they stopped us in our tracks. Okay? So that's why I think, they panicked. Yeah? We were waking up. People were waking up. And I think when people wake up to the flat Earth and the fact that the Earth isn't a spinning ball, that would have then led them on to waking up about the other things that have happened. And then perhaps anarchy may have happened, perhaps. Who knows what would have happened, but they didn't want to risk it, did they? I think.
I would agree. I think that I would actually agree. Yeah, I would say that the truths were starting to be revealed at a speed that was accelerated from what they were expecting. And so they started this whole lockdown thing.
Right. So and that gives me hope and faith in humanity, because if they panicked like that, all we need to do is get ourselves on a footing where we don't need to rely on them and this system. Like you were saying about an hour ago, where we can all be working together for the betterment of humanity is what you're really saying there. And I agree with that. We've got that power. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Can be done.
Yep. It's interesting to see timing wise too, because you remember with Flat Earth, like in 2015, 16, 17, it was just raging. It was literally just on fire, like especially in 15 and 16. It was one of the #1 Google search results during
That's
those
right.
times.
It was a torrent, wasn't it? It was a
Yeah.
torrent. It was a torrent, man. Even my brother, who is a Muslim, and he was totally against flat Earth. He actually, on December of 2018, okay, no, 17, sorry, 2017, he said, Gin, look at the amount of flat Earth videos. I said, yeah, I've been trying to tell you for 2 years that the Earth is flat. It's outstripping Donald Trump at the time, because he was the #1 topic matter at the time and the most searched character. Okay, but flat Earth overtook that completely, and he was shocked. He couldn't. And then he sent me a link, right? And it was just one non-stop, endless flat Earth videos. And he couldn't believe it. He was shocked, I could see his mouth dropping on the floor. I said, because the Earth is flat, I'm trying to tell you. Why do you think? It's not a joke. It's real, man. Real.
Yeah, so after that happened, like in 2017, they just started to crush down on the censorship. So they basically did this just, especially like 17, 18, 19, they just did massive censorship where they kind of tried to shift people away from all that and stop the from people learning about all that stuff. So they did all the shadow banning.
Fake news. Fake news was coined. Remember the phrase, fake news was coined.
And really all they had to do was just up their YouTube algorithm, because that was one of the main things that was spreading it like such wildfire. So once they upgraded that, then they had it slowed down. But they realized that that only slows down the bleeding. It doesn't stop it. So then I think they started this whole scamdemic thing early.
Yeah, they had to. They had to do that. They had to, because it was coming out. There was no way they had to stop the human race. Look, they stopped us from traveling. Okay? They stopped traveling as well. So we couldn't spread it. Because, I mean, look, when I was traveling, I had my Flat Earth t-shirt on. I'm going through the airports, Flat Earth. You know, that's an advert, man. Okay? I'm advertising it, man. Look, do you know what? I'll tell you what happened. One time, we were coming back from Guam, okay? And they ushered me in very quick. They put me and my family in a separate line to get me through, so I wouldn't linger. But I'm going to be lingering in the lobby anyway. Yeah, fuck. I had my Flat Earth t-shirt on, blasting it everywhere people could see it.
Well, it's interesting what you say about all the isolation and people not getting together, because the other thing that was happening during that time is all of those Flat Earth meetups. And back then in like 15, 16, 17, that was lighting up too. And more people were getting together. And when humans get together and actually talk and connect, then that's even more powerful. So
yeah, more action happens, you see. Yeah, because I learned that through the organic movement in your country. You know, the farmers sticking together when the GMO was trying to take over. The organic farmers got together, got into the community, post all their posters, and it was beautiful to watch. It was beautiful to watch people coming together for the common good, and it's just over vegetables and your life. So I know it's possible for us to survive, because I've seen that spirit. The same spirit I saw with people who were promoting hemp as the way to go, You know, that pure cleanness of heart. Nothing to gain, but working together for the common good, you know. Of course, the economy is going to drive that, you know, you're going to make your money, but they're not greedy people, you know. They're willing to share in everything. That spirit is still there. Not dead yet. Not dead yet. We're not finished yet, folks. This isn't the end game, as people are thinking. It's not the end game, because the end game is this. We don't have to play their game, you know. When it's that
since they are listening, I'll just tell them that they're going to lose. That's the fact.
you're going to lose. Yeah. It's not the end game.
Tell them right now.
I'm just going to kick your fucking ball down the road and say no, thank you very much. What are you going to do?
Well, there's two main options. There's two main outcomes of destinies that I see it. I mean, there's probably more, but I'm just saying these two. One is that and I think this is very real right now, I think that the human race is actually at threat of being completely exterminated by these new medical things and everything that they're doing, and meaning that they'll genetically modify us to the point to where we'll start dying quicker than they can save us with their shit medicine. And so they're already trying to disconnect us from nature, feed us all this shit medicine, and try to keep us going in their whole like fucked up thing that they're doing, like parasiting off of us basically. But if they actually continue with that and the NWO and whatever else they're going to do, the original, all the humans, I think, will actually start dying from that, from all the injections and everything else. And then the whole human race could actually, actually be exterminated by these people or by these entities. That's one possible outcome. The other one is that we wake up to all of this, put some resistance. I'm not saying, violent resistance, but don't allow them to do this. And if that's the case, which is what I do think the outcome will be, then we will actually get our sovereignty back.
Yeah, I like that. I like what you said there, but it's the potential to poison the human race so it dies quicker has begun. It's begun, mate.
Because they're parasiting off of us and they're getting away with it and they're doing everything they can, but it kind of gets like a dark thing. Like, to what extent can they do that and keep going against nature to where, so.
How sick do you have to be to want that to happen? How sick is the mind? They've got so much money, they're just making more destruction. Fuck, it's unbelievable. Can't do any good, can they? They just can't seem to do good.
Well, I don't think that's their goal to. They're literally parasiting off of us. And like I said before, I don't even think the people at the top of it are even human. So it's not about just like corrupt humans. It's a completely different group of entities are involved.
Yeah. How much money is enough money though? That's my thinking here. How much money is enough? Yeah. You can buy countries. Yeah, these money barons, they can buy countries. They can buy a whole country, a whole island. They're making more money than some countries' GDP in a year. They're making that and more. Crazy, man. See.
Yeah. Well, the thing is it's the old idea of the truth sets us free, and I do think that's the case, and that we're in it live right now. And so, if humanity wants to be set free, think about how awesome it'd be to be free, to be just sovereign on the land. Like you could just live off the land, no one's controlling you.
Yeah, that is real living. That is real living. That is it. Yeah. That's the abundance that I was talking about. That's there for free. Just there. You just got to learn how to harness it, live, coexist with it in harmonious fashion, and that's it. I mean, come on. What's not to like about that lifestyle? That's why I think that the powers that shouldn't be, they don't know what they're doing, man. They're well out of control. It's just too much death and destruction. But fucking hell, I mean, it's just all that money, and that's all you can do is just death and destruction with all that kind of money. How much money do you need? I mean, what's going on, man? You're sick people.
Yeah.
It's a disease. They're mentally disturbed. They are deranged, man. The wealth has got them. It's contaminated them.
For sure. Well, do you think that they're human or not at the top of it? Like, obviously, they obviously have a lot of humans working for them. CIA, FBI, God only knows. So they obviously have a lot of humans on board or brainwashed, whatever, to do what they want. And all the rest of it, the fake astronauts, all this shit. So they clearly have a lot of humans helping them. But do you think that the ones at the top are human, or do you think they're some other type of entity? And if so, how does that entity function? Like, what is it actually, trying to do? Yeah. Like, what is it?
I'll tell you what. Long before I became a flat earther, and before I even knew that the moon landings were a hoax, so I'm going back some years, I thought, how do they think of the ideas for this technology? Do they have a secret group of aliens telling them what to do in Area 21? That's what my mind thought. Okay, because they do guard this Area 21 so well. But no, I don't think there's aliens out there. I just think they're just using the best brains and then using it in a negative way, taking the best ideas and then using it in a negative way. And the best ideas are coming from university. You know, the university graduates and those with the good foresight to invent things and have ideas, and they're just nicking the ideas and using it for negativity. That's what they're doing. Yeah, that's what I think anyway. I don't think we've got aliens. So they're inhumane, but they're human. I don't think we've got aliens on this earth from out of space or from other lands. I don't know, but it's definitely the mental state of these people. When you have that much money, where you can buy an island, you can buy a country, you're super wealthy, trillions they've got. Fuck, how much money do you need?
Yeah, I mean, this gets kind of deep into like the deep motivations of these entities, but I tend to think that, like, think about it this way, or I offer this concept. What if they're a different form of entity, and like their food is trying to feast off of human spirit energy? So like they want to traumatize us, poison us, etc. as their when I said food, I mean it's not maybe the best analogy because, well, actually it might be because people talk about that they adrenochrome and they're actually eating us, which I think they are. So it actually is literal in that sense. But I actually more meant on like this on the spirit world level that they want to like kind of harvest our spirits essentially.
Yeah,
that's what they're trying to do, like through like mind control, deception, almost like possession in a way, and that they're trying to kind of
that would also explain the duper's delight thing.
Yeah, to kind of you mean in that way, like feasting on our minds through fooling us?
Well, it's like, just the meal tastes better when they, kind of like, I don't want to say it turns them on, but like, knowing that they left a clue, it's like a Riddler kind of enjoying people not being able to get the riddle.
Yeah.
And they might feed off of that,
Yeah, they're savoring that. Yeah. I see what you mean.
David Icke, love him or hate him, has been talking about that since the 90s, and basically was talking about how, like, when they say like the reptilians, everyone thinks they're just like aliens going back and forth. But people, in my opinion, what people misunderstand about that concept is that it's not that you have this human being switching back and forth from like an alien to a human. It's the perception of the observer that changes. That's what most people don't understand about David Icke's idea with the reptilians. And so he was basically saying that, like, you have this, they have theirs this first, and they feed off this negative energy.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
You can?
Yeah,
what's up, Don?
Dude.
Holy fuck!
What's up? What's happened?
What's up is the dome. That's
okay. Yeah.
The firmament. That's what's up.
That's right.
What's up, Don? How you been?
What do you think is up? It's the firmament. Can you prove me wrong?
No, I cannot.
Well, before we get to that, let's finish hearing what ET was saying. He's talking about David Icke and the reptilians.
Okay, my bad, dude. I got other. Okay, I'm gonna move out. My apologies.
No, stay there.
No,
man.
you don't
Stay there.
Yeah, stay.
Hey, I just wanted to make a short point that won't take more than a minute.
My apologies.
That's fine. I was just saying that I think David Icke's ideas about the whole reptilian thing are like misunderstood, because I don't think like again, I'll just quickly say, like, I don't think that like he believes or that what he's trying to describe is some kind of alien that can like actually shapeshift. And I think David Icke kind of got screwed over there when he got like basically he got smeared there on that one, because I think what he was trying to actually describe is, like I was just saying, the observer is what I believe he was talking about. So like he was saying, like, when you look at something, like depending on the observer, it can appear to change. Like I remember this one story. It's not very well known, but he said he was about to go on some interview on some talk show in the 90s, and he was two stories. Can you guys stomach two quick David Icke stories for me right now? They're amazing to me. Like they're incredible.
If we must.
Okay, I'll do it really quickly. So, and by the way, he talked about both of them on that Brian Rose special from a year or two ago, which I couldn't believe he even brought that up, but he did. Millions of people heard it. Anyway, dude, okay, so he's like number one out of two. No, one of two, and then I'm done. But one, he was in this TV special where show in the back room wherever they're putting on everyone's makeup before they get on the television screen and all that and the cameras. And he said, I can't remember the guy's name, but it was some like politician guy that was like very well known at the time. And he said he looked over at him and his eyes turned like completely black. And he like stared at him, at David Icke, like he wanted to like eat him or something. Like he felt like afraid basically, because he like this guy's eyes turned black and it's just like staring at him, which for whatever the fuck that is, I don't know. Number two, this is a slightly different. Well, I mean, I don't think David Icke is running around telling like blatant lies like that, but okay. Anyway, second story really quick. This is even crazy. He wrote about this in his earlier books, and he brought it up in that Brian Rose interview as well. He said that he was at some kind of dinner meeting with a group of people. I can't remember the details, but one of the men in the group was like, "David, I need to talk to you and show you something," as like privately, right? And he's like, "Okay." And they go into a private room, and this man opens up he's I think he's wearing like a button-up shirt, and he starts unbuttoning his shirt, and he opens up and reveals his chest, and there's like some like cube that is in his chest, and he's like, "They abducted me, and they surgically put this weird cube into my chest, and it has to be refilled every few hours or every day or so, or else I'll die, basically."
Well, E.T., I have an explanation for that. The thing is, they have these fake alien invasions where they really just abduct you. The government, they abduct you out your sleep, and then you wake up in this little, it's like a movie set, but it's a UFO set. Like you wake up and then they inject you with multiple psychological drugs that make you seem like you're in a dream or something.
Yeah, you're talking about my labs.
Yeah, you know about them?
Well, I don't know a whole lot about it, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but the government, they literally do this, and then they put chicken skin as masks, so that they make themselves look like aliens. The thing is, and then they start doing like weird stuff, like anal probing. That's where they do like sexual stuff, like satanic stuff.
That's what I'm starting to wonder. Like, I mean, I can't prove any of that, but I bet some of that probably has happened. I can't help but think that at least would hide it.
But that's
it's
mostly
crazy.
the reason why people have these weird visions that they were abducted. It's not like it happens randomly.
I don't know, but like if you look back at the
on
first
day-to-day
abduction
basis, you know?
stories from Betty and Barney Hill from like, when was that, the 50s? And so, I mean, I don't think that's always the case. When people get abducted, that it's always just the military, they put them on acid or whatever the fuck, like MK Ultra style. I don't believe that.
It's not real aliens.
I don't know. Are you sure about that? Maybe it is sometimes.
No, I know what real aliens
Well, look
are.
at Sirhan. He was definitely drugged up when they took out Robert Kennedy in the Ambassador Hotel down in the pantry underneath. Yeah, he looked like he was drugged up. So he could have been on a MK Ultra kind of drug thing. Okay, he didn't kill Robert Kennedy. but he's been in jail ever since. Another patsy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Who knows about some of this stuff? It's fascinating to talk about, though. Like, it's
Yeah, yeah.
amazing.
The
So
MK
ET,
Ultra
you
thing,
think
I
that
think,
you think you're on a
does
runway?
exist. Sorry.
I'm asking ET if he. Never mind.
But no, ask the question. I'll answer it shortly, quickly.
Do you think the Earth is round?
I'm not sure.
Like, you think that we're in a space and that aliens come from extraterrestrial galaxies and planets?
Maybe. Well, I was just talking about like basically like extra dimensional aliens with the whole David Icke thing. But I mean, I don't know about space. I can't.
Yeah,
I
I know
don't
what
know.
you're talking about by extra well, the theory is that aliens are not actually aliens that come from different planets. They're just fallen
Right.
angels, aka demonic beings.
Yeah,
Because
I know. I know that.
oh, you know about that. So you
Of
know.
course, I do.
Okay.
Well, not of course, but I do
Okay.
know about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Of
All right.
course I
I
do. He
assumed wrong
says.
about you. My bad,
I
dude.
Of
like
course,
it.
he knows about demons. He is one.
Well, then you should know that gray aliens are described as the same way that demons are described.
Well, I've heard lots of stories of people claiming to be abducted by gray aliens and claim they were friendly. So, what am I supposed to believe at this point?
Well, why the fuck would you take their testimony?
Uh, well, okay, it's a lot like the
If I
UFO
just
thing.
told you
When
right
you
now,
have like
if I told you,
thousands of people describe the same thing in
who are these
different parts of
thousands
the
of people?
world. What?
Who are these
Excuse
thousands
me?
of people? You're just
Uh,
like source. Trust me, bro.
okay, I'm just talking about in ufology. There's like an incredible amount of eyewitness testimonies describing basically the same thing, and that to discount that would just be silly, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's called the alien conspiracy theory. It's a controlled conspiracy theory that the government wants you to believe in.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's
Okay, Fox Mulder, or I should call it. You're Scully. I'm Fox.
what does that mean?
It's an X-Files reference. Scully was the non-believer. There you go.
It means he only has a boner,
Sorry.
but you Fox.
I'm Fox. You're Scully. So you're the girl.
Hey,
Just kidding.
Scully.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Scully.
But seriously, when you after you've read and heard about like thousands of stories of people being like, yeah, I saw like a flying saucer. You're like, are you? It's hard to believe that that's like some kind of like controlled government propaganda operation.
It is because the
No, it's
government
not.
they make these, so you know about Area 51, right? It's not really aliens.
Yep.
It's just where they manufacture the alien spaceships.
Where do you get this stuff from?
No, it's just a speculation that you know.
Process of elimination, isn't it, as well? You know, they do guard it very well, don't they? They guard that area very well.
They do, and it's very interesting. Like even like, but you even think about Bob Lazar. He took out his friend like John Lear and George Knapp. I don't think George Knapp was actually there, but John Lear I think was there, and John or Bob Lazar was like, "Look, they're going to come out on Wednesday night at around 9:00 or something," and they went out and they saw it and they videotaped it.
Where is
It
it?
was right. It's in the Nevada desert, I believe.
So they went into Area 51.
No, they were standing outside of it in the non-restricted area back in the 90s, where anyone knew about it.
Well, the thing is that the elites they own technology that the masses don't know anything about. Like
Yeah, I agree.
Nikola Tesla himself has created models of flying saucer UFOs before he passed away, and well, they can easily like. Well, the thing is like, flat Earth debunks the whole alien agenda, but I do know I do know that the aliens they're not like I know they're real, but they're not like what you think they are, like extraterrestrial beings.
You don't even know they're real.
I
You don't
know,
know that.
I know,
No, you
but
don't.
not as aliens.
Well, unless you've been abducted by one, I personally don't think I have. Although I did have one weird experience. You've
don't
never
have
been
to.
abducted, so
I don't have to be abducted.
you're just using information.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's respectable. I mean, that's basically how I've had UFO experiences as well, and I don't apply that to my knowledge about UFOs either. I just use the straight up information that I've learned on from a computer and books, basically.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, like if they was really if they were really trying to hide this alien thing, this whole thing, they wouldn't release footage of UFO like the
Yeah.
government.
Well, who said they were trying to hide it? Like, I mean, obviously they used to
They
be,
want
but
you to believe it. That's the thing.
yeah, and that's when I get suspicious now.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're really paranoid. Is when the government starts to open up about the whole thing, and then you're like, "Hey, wait a second." It's funny.
Yeah. They would never open up about that if it was really that whole thing.
I don't know. What do you think about all that Pentagon footage, though?
What, the Pentagon of the flying saucer?
That footage came from the Navy, the U.S. Navy footage. All those 3-4 videos that came out that the Pentagon admitted was real. You know, the Go Fast and the Nimitz and the can't remember the name of all of them.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, like, they want you to believe it.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think that is?
Like, because it helps elevate, because it makes you believe in a false conspiracy theory, like
Maybe.
And
do you think there's some whistleblowers maybe on the inside? They're like, hey, this has been covered up for too long, and it's time for the truth to come out.
No, they would never let it come out like that. They would never just say it's real. I know.
Well, what if the footage was already released? What are they going to do? They look pretty stupid if they pretend.
It's CIA footage. It was never released. But the thing is,
It wasn't CIA. I believe it was Navy.
Pentagon footage, but still, it was never released. No one had it. The agenda is that the Project Bluebeam that they're trying to do, the Project Bluebeam deception to cover up the rapture, and by making the masses think that Christians that got raptured have gotten abducted by aliens rather than taken up by God. So this is also used to make masses believe the heliocentric model. So that it's all adding up all together to make you less.
Do you think that
it makes you ready for an alien abduction? That's basically what I'm saying. It makes you ready for the aliens. They're gonna soon in the future. There's gonna be a bunch of aliens like They're gonna make it look like an alien invasion on Earth.
Yeah, that's crazy you say that, because aside from flat Earth, let's just pause that idea just for one moment. Conspiracists, quote unquote, have been talking about a fake alien invasion for years. Like, I learned about that like many years ago. The idea is that they're gonna fake an alien invasion.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be real, and it's not real aliens.
No, it's gonna be it's not gonna be like real like the extraterrestrial bullshit, but it's gonna be real demons. Like they're gonna be the fallen angels / demons like that were described by Aleister Crowley. You know, the guy that summoned the demon, the guy that was satanic. You know, Aleister Crowley, the guy.
I know who he is. I just don't subscribe to any of that bullshit that he talks about. That guy sucks. Fuck that guy.
Like frog people.
Frog people. Frog people. I've never heard that one before.
How do you tell the difference between a rapture and demonic kidnapping? What do you mean by that? Are you talking about like the alien abductions? I already talked about that.
Hello. How would you know the difference?
Are you talking about the alien abductions?
Yeah, you said it's not fake aliens, it's actual demons.
No. Those alien abductions that the government do, they take random people, and then they put them in this like UFO thing.
Yeah, sure.
Which they already have the technology to, right? Because they
I agree.
already
What I'm saying is, if they've got blue beam technology and lots of things pretending to be demons, how will you know the difference between the real rapture and what they do?
Well, because it wouldn't be an alien.
You couldn't. It would be indecipherable. You wouldn't be able to tell whether or not it was some weird ass government program or the actual aliens abducting you. And you'd probably be so terrified in the moment that you fucking probably wouldn't even be able to think clearly.
My question is, for a Christian such as Dragon, who believes in the rapture, getting saved by Jesus, how will he know if it's actually Jesus or a globalist alien?
Well, like, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, I was going to say too. The only way you know is if it was God or not. Or actually, that's silly.
E.T., how would you know it's the real rapture?
You're right. You'd have to have you'd have to be spiritually strengthened to know the difference.
You could just tell.
Maybe, yeah.
If everyone can just tell, why would they try and fake it?
I don't know. So maybe it is aliens, or maybe it is the
There's
fucking
people who aren't
military.
Christians. Do you not realize that? There's people who aren't Christians. There's atheists.
Yeah, so would you say they wouldn't know?
Who
the
actually
difference?
believe this alien conspiracy theory?
They won't know the difference, are you saying?
Yeah, they wouldn't know.
No, that's why I'm asking you. How would you know?
Because I can tell. I already know what they're gonna do. They're making the holographic stuff, right?
So what you're trying to say is that only Christians are discerning enough to tell the difference between a
No, I'm
real
not
rapture.
saying all Christians, because I know there's Christians who don't
You
really
and
know
some
about
Christians are the only people that can tell the difference.
What?
Any Globers in here?
You and some Christians are the only group of people that will be able to tell the difference.
I don't know.
Don, are you a Glober?
I believe it's a globe, yeah.
Can you explain the Saturnalian eclipse?
Oh God. Well, I guess we're done with
Yes, I
that
can.
conversation then. So we're done with the alien thing, I guess.
Yo,
I'd
can we
rather
not
stick to
can we not skip
aliens.
the topic, man? We don't have to do that.
Yeah, yes, Lord. The point is, if I describe it or not, won't make any difference. It's up to you to go and find your truth about the Senalelian eclipse.
Oh, so you actually think that the Earth is blocking
Yes, of course.
the moon from and the sun
Well, then
from
why
the
can you
path?
see a full
It's the
moon?
best
That's
Why,
fucking
then why
funny,
can
bro.
you, then,
That's
hey, hold
fucking
on.
It's
funny,
the
bro.
best explanation that
Why
I've heard.
can you see?
Good
No,
explanation,
no.
bro.
Let me talk. Why can you see a full moon during daytime, Dawn?
Because the moon isn't subject to only being out at night.
What are you talking about? Do you know your own cycles?
Some of them, yeah.
Here, I'm gonna put one in chat.
I've wondered that since I was a kid. I remember one time I was on the swings at a playground during recess when I was in elementary school, and I was like looking at a full moon. I was like, "Wow, that's so beautiful," and I didn't understand why that was happening.
Why wouldn't a full moon happen in the night?
Because the sun was like over there and the moon was over there. I'm like, huh,
No, that's
weird.
not how it works. But this
If you guys learn scale,
this
you'll
isn't
be able to work
realistically
this
up
out
to scale.
easily.
So obviously the moon is a little bit more smaller, but it's still the same thing. You wouldn't see it unless you're on like.
It's the worst diagram I've ever seen.
Okay. So I'm gonna go to a real.
Guys, you don't need me to explain an eclipse for you. You can Google this.
I'm not saying an eclipse. I'm explaining a full moon during daytime. That doesn't work on.
Why wouldn't
Can
a
you
full, why
can
wouldn't
you
a full
explain
moon
it?
show
I
in
want to
daytime?
hear this explanation legitimately.
Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it show
I'm
in
trying to
daytime?
find this website where it can show me.
Use your words though. Like I
Why-
appreciate it more if you
Why
did.
wouldn't it show in daytime?
On Earth model.
Oh, in nighttime. Why
design
wouldn't it show?
Visualizer.
Why wouldn't you see a full moon?
Dude, where is it?
You're right. You know what's trippy about it? You're right about that. What's trippy is
Yeah.
when you don't see a full moon the whole time. What the fuck is causing that? I might be completely stupid, but how come sometimes it's half moon?
I think that might be the issue.
I might be stupid. Yeah.
Well, it's a similar thing, like seeing a full moon. There's a similar concept. Seeing the full moon in the daytime is similar to the Selenelian, because the Selenelian eclipse is when you're able to see the full moon, the sun and the moon above the horizon, because normally the sun and moon are opposite each other, so you shouldn't see it during the day when it's full like that.
And they're opposite each other.
Yeah,
Can I
that's what a
put
full moon is,
myself
when
out there and be
Sure,
the
told you.
That's what a
Yeah,
full
but on
moon
the
is.
globe
They have
model,
to
the
figure it
moon
out.
is behind. Yeah, the moon is behind the Earth.
That's the idea.
On the
Can
eclipse, yeah,
okay,
not all the time.
I will put my hand up and admit to be the biggest idiot on the world who has to ask this question. Why the fuck am I sitting there and I can see a full moon sometimes, and then a month later or half a month later or whatever, the moon is like blocked out by the Earth. What the fuck is going on there? I don't get it.
I can explain. It's called a moon phase, and it depends where the sun is in comparison to the moon and you. So depending on where the sun is, it will show a shadow on the moon. It's nothing to do with Earth. It's called a moon phase.
I know about the moon phase, but how can I see a full moon sometimes then? What the fuck?
You see a full moon because it's reflecting the sun on the front of it, on the front half of it.
Okay. Okay.
That works on a globe.
Not saying you're wrong. It's hard to wrap your mind around. An animation works perfectly. 3D animations are the
Let me tell
best.
you, it shouldn't be that hard to wrap your mind around it because I did it in like a week.
Well, congratulations.
So if I did it in a week, you can do it in 4 years, I'm sure.
Well, Don, what was your question?
My question was, why do you not expect to see a full moon at night time?
You mean daytime?
You going with daytime?
Yeah, that was my first question. How do you see a full moon during daytime? Because
Yeah, why? Okay, my question is, why would you not see a full moon in daytime?
I just showed you the model, and it's a full moon has to be on the
Did you
exact.
say Nazi, Don?
You're-
I knew it.
You're using my model to try and debunk my model.
Yeah. Well, so.
Oh, that's not going to work. That will
Can
never
you
work.
stop
That will
interrupting?
never ever work because my model's worked out.
Guys, don't do
People
this.
agree on it.
Don't
Stop
fucking do
interrupting,
that.
dude. I'm just
Stop
gonna
do.
explain it to you.
Stop that. Don't do it.
You're not supposed to see a full moon during daytime because the full moon is on the opposite side of the Earth, and daytime is on the other side of the
Absolute
Earth.
rubbish.
That's
Sorry.
impossible.
That's nothing to do with the
Can I
globe
just
model.
help
and it's
very quickly,
absolute
guys?
rubbish.
Look at.
Well, Don, hold on,
Moon
just so you
doesn't work.
understand what he's. Well, Don, like in that picture he showed, do you at least understand what he's saying? That the moon is on the other side of the Earth, the sun is on the other side of the Earth, so the Earth is in the middle. The daytime is when the sun is facing this. Sorry, when the face of the Earth, the daytime is when it's facing the sun. So what he's asking is why, the full moon in the day. Do you see how that's where they're supposed to be 180 degrees opposite?
Yeah, look
They're
in chat.
not
Why
supposed
can
they're
you
not
see
supposed
this?
to be
Why can you
180
see
degrees
this, Don?
opposite in
Don,
the
why can you
day.
see this?
He's talking about a certain type of eclipse, not every day.
I didn't say an eclipse. I said a full moon. Get your head straight.
You're not talking about an eclipse.
You should never have a full moon during the day, ever.
Why not? Why not?
That's what
just
I thought it
explained
was
to you,
weird. It's like,
fucking
why am I
moron.
seeing a full moon in the day? I see the
Why
sun
not?
and the moon at the
Percentage,
same
why
time.
not?
It doesn't make
Listen,
any fucking sense.
Don, he already said why not. You're not listening, man.
I haven't heard it off anyone yet.
The angles
It's
just don't work, bro.
Daytime is on the side facing the sun, and the full moon is on the opposite side where the sun doesn't where the light doesn't reach it. That's why you see the full moon
that's
on
not
your
you
model.
describing
On
day,
your
then, is
model,
it?
this is what it is.
That's not you describing day. Sorry.
What?
If the sun is on the opposite side, that's called nighttime, not daytime.
Why
Don, it's like
Okay, but in daytime, this moon is sitting there, full moon in the morning.
And you still have not described why it shouldn't be.
okay. The reason
I
is
just told you the full moon should not be on the daytime. It should be on the other side.
Hey,
you haven't
guys,
explained
hold on
why.
just real quick. Gio's trying to get in to give an answer. Go ahead, Gio.
Thanks. Well, I was just going to say it's like three balls lining up. So if you have three balls that are lining up, and the moon is on the dark side of the ball, the Earth is in the middle. The moon is on the side of the darkness of the Earth, whereas the sun is on the other. Do you understand that basic
Yes,
idea?
you're describing an eclipse. That's totally different to what they're describing.
No,
I'm just talking about a full moon.
Look, Don. Look in chat, you gullible gerbil. Look in chat. If you're on this side in the daytime, you wouldn't be able to see a full moon in
Why
daytime
not?
because it's on the other side.
Why? Why do you
It's
think
on
it's
the other side? I just explained. I just told you it's on
You
the
would
other
only
side.
expect to see it during the eclipse.
You're all making this up, and none of you explained
No,
why you
Dawn.
think it.
Okay, listen, real quick, Dawn. Every single one of us, I would feel comfortable saying, I understand exactly what they're saying. You're the only one who is fighting.
I
Hold
don't.
on.
I don't know
Hold
what you're
on.
saying.
I know, and I don't know that you're trying to understand either because it has been said very clearly to you. This is a three-body problem.
Say it once more very clearly
If
for
you're
him.
talking about seeing the moon in the daytime, why is that a three-body problem?
No, it's not just seeing the moon in the daytime. It is seeing a full moon in the
Why is
daytime.
that a three-body problem?
You're always going to have this three-body problem.
Geo explained it very clearly by
Leo
line.
has talked about a perfect eclipse, not just seeing a full moon
It's
in the
the
daytime.
same. Listen, it's
No,
the
it isn't.
same.
No, it isn't.
Okay, let me finish what I'm going to say. It's the same trajectory. We're not arguing for an eclipse. It's just simply
angle.
that it's the same
I'm
angle.
afraid you don't understand nighttime and
No,
daytime.
no. That's not a fair criticism to say that we don't understand. No one, as far as I know.
That's my honest criticism.
Okay,
You don't
listen.
understand day and night.
Dawn,
on my
you're
model.
fucking retarded, dude.
Yeah, either. Okay, listen, hold on. There's no need to stoop to that level. Again, except for the fact I'm probably going to do it right now. Either you are absolutely trolling us because you know exactly what we're saying, or you're stupid. Which is it?
I think you're trolling because you are purposefully misunderstanding daytime and
Dawn,
nighttime.
are you
and the
not
moon. Wait,
watching?
I'm finished.
Dawn, are you not reading the live stream
three-body
text?
problems. You're
Dawn, are
purposefully
you not reading the
misunderstanding
live
it
stream
because
text?
you're obsessed with flat Earth.
Look in live stream text. This is what a full moon is. The full moon is on the exact opposite on the opposite side on the Earth,
No,
right?
that's not what a full moon is. Sorry.
Yes, it is. That's what it
No,
is.
that isn't.
Then
That's
explain
an
to me what it
eclipse
is.
diagram.
Explain to me what it is.
Hold on, Don. Let me just say
You
this.
don't even know your own model, you fucking moron.
Hold on.
Oh, here comes
Be
the insult.
Don, you don't have. You're not being forced to like concede or anything. Let's just try to so we're on the same page. The last one the dragon just posted. Just in general, do you agree that is the alignment of the three, the sun, the earth, and the moon during a full moon? No one's talking about eclipses right now. Just a full moon. Do you agree that
No.
that's the alignment?
No.
Okay, that's fair.
Wow, you don't even agree with your
Hang
own
on,
model.
hang on. If that's what he wants to say, that's fine. Could you tell us what the alignment is in your understanding of a full moon with the Earth?
Yeah, the alignment is any time we see half of the moon lit up by the sun. The sun could be anywhere that does that, not behind
And
Earth.
that's when the sun and the moon are 180 degrees from each other, and the Earth
No.
is in the middle. Correct?
No.
Dawn, search up the phases of the moon. Search it up.
How come you can see the moon and the sun in the same sky at the same day, at the same time? How is that possible?
To be fair, you never actually see a full moon in a daytime
Yes, you do.
sky.
Yes, you do.
No,
Okay.
you don't. Can I finish
Yes,
a
you
point
do.
without
I
you
just
interrupting?
Yes, you
Dragon,
do. I just posted in chat, you foolish
slow
moron.
down. Slow down.
Look in chat. Look in
Slow
chat.
down.
Foolish. You're a
Slow
fool.
down.
You're a fool.
Slow down.
Look in chat. You're a fool.
Hold on, Druss.
Again.
Yeah, let's hear from Druss. But Druss, do you agree that it's 180 degrees? Are you in agreement with Dawn, or because you?
Yeah, but I'm not really agreeing with Dawn. But then again, we rarely do. But the problem I've got is you're looking at a two-dimensional model. That's one problem. Secondly, you don't see a full moon. It's normally one day before or one day after. Yeah, and
That's
I would
a
ask.
full moon right there. It just looks transparent.
Okay,
because
give me the
it's
date,
transparent toward the
location,
sky.
and time of that picture, and let's go and prove it, shall we?
All right.
Yeah, but you have to understand the subtle difference in the degree. Like if you have a full moon on Monday, the moon is relatively in the same location on Tuesday. It's not changing in such a drastic degree.
It's changing enough so we can see it in
No,
the daytime sky.
no,
It really is, Travis.
It's not.
Because it's also not on the same
about-
elliptical plane as the sun, is it?
Okay, hold on. If you have an infinite light source, the way that you think that your world exists, and you have an object,
I don't think we have an infinite light source. So
hold on. Excuse me.
Well, if you say I think something, if you say I think something, and I don't, I'm going to stop you and say I don't think that.
Okay,
Carry on.
hold on. Two people talked at the same time. What I mean by an infinite light source is the sun. Okay? So if you have an infinite light source that's massive in size, the way the sun is, and you have a moon that's relatively 93 million miles away, it's
The
always
moon's
going.
not 93 million miles away.
I said roughly.
What the fuck?
It's not even close to. It's
Okay.
about
No, he's saying the moon to the
250,000 miles
sun
away.
is.
Oh my God!
Listen,
what
the moon to
fuck?
the sun is roughly 93 million miles.
Oh yeah, I'll give you that. That's not what he said though.
Yes, it is. That's what I said. Yes, I'm relating the moon to the
All right, I
sun.
just dropped 3 videos in chat that shows.
Okay,
the
hold
moon in
on.
daytime.
Listen, guy, hold on. Just let me finish what I'm trying to say. Okay, look. You have an object in the field of the sun's light. It doesn't matter where you put that moon in that field, it's always going to be 100% hit by that. You would have to, in a few days' time, when the phase of the moon changes so much, but it's still in the same sky, you would have to, at times, elevate the moon. It would have to drastically, like, shoot up into the sky at a completely different angle to get that angle as a result of the sun's being the source of the moon's light.
I don't know. I still think I want to come back to this idea that I think the only way to really make it make sense to people is with 3D animations, because it's so fucking hard to comprehend it in your mind. It's 3D animations is probably where it's at.
The problem you've got is
No, I'm
technically
gonna
the
find
moon is only full. It's only a full moon for a very specific instance of time. And I'm being as pedantic as Travis was by saying you're right. When it's absolutely a full moon, it will be obscured by the earth. You won't see it in the sky. What we see in the sky is not a full moon. It's not at the point of its complete exposure.
But what Travis was pointing out with that is that the degree is not very much different. It's a few degrees. So that's not going to change that.
Why
that
the
fact.
fuck? Why the fuck can I look in the sky and there's like a half moon and the sun is over there? I don't get it. Like, what is going on?
Explained that
Go and
to you
look
10
at an
minutes
astronomy
ago.
book and you'll find
I
out.
explained
ET.
moon phases to you 10 minutes ago. You forgot.
It's something you need to actually go and look at and research. And I think I agree with whoever said it is quite a complex thing to get in your head.
Hold
and
on, I got proof.
understand.
Well, see, the thing is that there's two. When the sun and the moon line up, they're 180 degrees from each other.
Everyone, look at my screen. I have
there's
a 3D.
point-
I have a
there's
3D model. I have a 3D model of the moon, Earth, and sun. Ready?
All right, we'll look at it. But
let everyone look at it right now.
Gio finish what he was saying.
Let's do it.
Yeah, just to finish what I'm saying.
First
Hold
I'm
up,
gonna.
Dragon. Hold up, Dragon. Let Gio finish what he's saying.
Shut the fuck up and let someone finish their point.
Yeah, I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to say this, which is that the sun and the moon, when they're full moon, they're 180 degrees from each other. So it starts at, like, let's say 165, 166, 167, etc. It gets to 170. Let's go up to 175. Gets to 175 degrees, 176, 77, etc. Then it hits 180, and then it goes to 181, 182, 183. So that's how it lines up. So that full moon is for that several day period, roughly usually when it's within about 5 degrees on either side. So it's called 5 degrees applying and then separating. Applying is when it's going from 175 to 180 degrees, and then separating is when it goes from 180 to 185 because it's already reached its exact 180 and it's going, called separating. So when it's applying and it's separating, and throughout that whole cycle is generally what's referred to as the full moon. Like, it's that several day period, but the degrees are only changing very little. So that's not going to change. The idea of the 3 spheres all lining up, those couple of degrees is not going to dramatically change that. So the fact that these are, just.
That's why I granted you that it is called a full moon. I didn't grant you
Alright,
180
so this
exactly.
is a full moon right here. Look, is everybody watching my screen?
I'm watching. Yeah, I can see it.
190 work.
I can
Don,
see it.
are you watching my screen?
Cool
Alright,
for
so
doing
you-
this, by
you
the
don't
way.
want it to
Good.
be explained to you.
Good for you.
Argument,
I'm
Dragon.
really
You won't-
using
you
your
won't be
3D
able to
model.
debunk me.
I'm using
Yo,
a 3D
Dragon,
model.
don't worry about it. If he doesn't want to watch it,
Yeah, he doesn't have to. But for the
you
rest
can lead
of
a horse
us,
to water. Continue.
we-
John, you
with
have to watch it because there's going to be a quiz. There's going to be a quiz afterwards.
So go ahead with your presentation.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead. This is awesome. This makes sense to me. I don't need
how
to
would-
be right. I want to be proven wrong, actually, because
How would you see the sun at all? I mean, how would you see the full moon and the sun at the same time? Unless you were like in
this is
like
crazy.
look,
I mean, it's
you can't
almost
see
to the
it.
scale.
You can't see it.
Not even close to the scale.
You can't even see it.
Well, you're right. It's dark. The moon is dark. Okay, so how do you say a half moon then? Like I've seen half moon and the sun at the same time.
And Dragon, what would be really interesting if you've got another model that shows how this would work on a flat Earth? That would also be amazing.
Yeah, I'm trying.
No, we're not following. We're not falling for your reverse burden trick. Just simply because we're debunking your model doesn't mean we have to solve it for you the other way around if it doesn't make sense for you. So here's the other
I
thing
wasn't asking you, Travis. That was his choice to make a response to, not yours.
Oh,
And
you
second,
know, listen. We all
there
have
is no reverse burden of truth when
Yeah,
people
there is.
claim that the Earth is flat. Okay, I'm sorry, there isn't. And just because you want to wiggle out of a burden of proof by saying, "Well, we don't really know," well, great, then you don't know. And
You're
at least be
absolutely wrong
honest
about
and say
that.
you're not a flat earther and say you don't know.
You're absolutely
Listen,
wrong about that.
Yeah, we're showing you in a 3D model the problem. Like I've seen it myself when I get up earlier.
Whoa. Wait, guys. You guys see my stream, right? This is a solar eclipse. Can you tell me how the moon is blocking the sun? Like, is it?
Well,
How do
This
you?
isn't in scale.
You kind
How
of
do you-
interrupted Travis. You interrupted Travis because he was saying something.
Well, at least
ahead,
we all
Travis.
know that Don. At least we all know that Don doesn't want to learn the truth, and he's just a fucking.
I'm
immature-
watching. I'm watching this animation.
You're
thing.
just an
This is
immature little
amazing.
douchebag, bro. I'm literally
I'm
proving it to you.
39. I'm happy I understand eclipses.
Can we keep
Thank you very
the
much.
insults down? If Dragon chooses to drop below the normal standard of behaviour here, don't anyone respond to him. If he wants to act like a child, that's his decision. Let's us remain
How
adult.
does a solar eclipse work like this?
So Dragon,
Okay.
Dragon.
Yeah. So
is
here we
this-
are
is
with the
this-
animation. Yeah, the
Yeah,
animation.
is the animation to scale?
Let's see.
Yeah, it's 93 million
Even if
miles.
it's not to scale, I'll put it to scale.
Yeah, it's not to scale.
Bring the-
You
No,
can
you're
change
close.
it. That well, even
Whoa.
at least he tried. You know, like most people can't even get to that point where they even like screen share a 3D animation like that. Most people won't do that.
Yeah, we should give him a sticker for screen sharing at least.
He gets the sticker.
Moon phase calendar. Oh, never mind. I went to the wrong one.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the sun and the moon,
I'm gonna bookmark this.
they overlap in a way and they align with the Earth in a way that fits as two of them being above a planar surface and doesn't fit with the geometry of three balls lining up.
Yeah, like a solar eclipse. You're telling me that the
Subject.
sun somehow turns into like a tiny little laser, and then it just goes away for this.
Yeah, the moon is too big in that model. The moon
not even
is like a
scale.
tiny little pebble in comparison to the Earth, as far as I understand it.
Well, no,
Well,
the
that's-
moon
that's-
is about
that
one
matches.
third of the size of the Earth, isn't it? It's what, 3,
Yeah,
4
it matches.
thousand?
It's true to size.
Okay.
No, but it isn't
So
to scale.
No, that's not right.
That's
Yeah,
not far enough away.
the scale is wrong.
And what I'd like to see is how the moon's orbiting the Earth and how the Earth is orbiting the sun, because the moon doesn't orbit the Earth in the same plane of the ecliptic as we orbit the sun.
Ecliptic.
Yeah, because
Look-
we're at we're at a 23-degree tilt, aren't we? I'm not sure exactly how much that takes the sun off. Sorry, the moon off being in the same plane as the sun, but I know that they're not.
The moon is tilted 5 to the ecliptic. 5 degrees.
Cool.
So the Earth is supposed to be 23 and a half tilted in its tilt. But then the ecliptic is the plane of the Earth around the sun, and the moon is
That's
tilted
right.
5 degrees to that.
Yeah. I knew it wasn't. They weren't both the same. I just wasn't sure what the difference was, and I don't want to sit here.
Oh, look at that one. That's a beauty. That's
on a
beautiful.
planar-
This isn't accurate because it's supposed to be in an elliptical orbit. Not a
That's
perfect-
incredible. I wish I could save that somehow. I like that. That's the closest I've ever seen the
If you
concept.
throw that link into chat, then he can go back and get it, can't he?
I guess so. Pretty cool though. I like it.
The whole
Love it.
reason that the selenelian is visible is because you have two objects that are in what's called opposition, 180 degrees from each other, the sun and the moon, and it's during the time of the eclipse. And like I was saying before, the overlapping, the reason that the selenelian occurs is because you have a planar surface. You have those two objects that are 180 degrees from each other. And when it happens to be when the sun is, when one is rising, one is setting, then you can see them both. But that doesn't fit with the geometry of three balls lining up.
It does. You just don't know the scale and the size of the balls.
I mean, I always like
the only way they even claim it's possible in the
Yeah.
is this incredible form of bending and warping and refraction and things like that.
If you're going
The
back to the
great
eclipse,
scale
refraction.
negator.
That does not
No,
explain.
that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about the fact that the angle, the atmosphere itself changes the angle of light coming into the Earth's, and therefore
that's
that
why we
allows
see it
us
more
the
clearly.
objects to be seen that would normally be hidden. So part
Why
of
does
what
it
we see
only
is,
happen during that selenelian eclipse then? Why isn't that happening all the time?
I think it is happening all the time, which is why we view the sun to be a slightly different position to what it is. Stars are in a slightly position to where they actually are.
Gio, we asked this question the other day. I can't remember who was on the panel, but the answer is it is happening all the time. The selenelian effect is always happening. We just don't always have the eclipse.
Yeah, it sounds right to me. Yeah. But now you're trying to apply that effect to other situations instead of ignoring the scale.
Yeah, but see the whole simplicity of these explanations of the selenelian is ad hoc, right? We understand the geometry. We're like, yeah, the geometry will give you that. That totally makes sense. But refraction is doing it. That's a completely ad hoc. So you haven't made any observations, tests, or any. You can't take yourself. You can't take yourself out. Yeah, it's very convenient.
You think nobody's done any tests
Don't
on
you also
that,
believe,
Travis?
Travis, the atmosphere affects what we see? I thought you believed that as well, Travis, after 4 years of study.
That was actually a very good point. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, I when he says no one's tested it, I mean, I'm interested why he thinks that. If people have come up with a hypothesis or a theory, there's normally some observation at least to be done.
But who are you asking this to?
Yourself.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. Say it again.
Oh, I said, you said that no one's tested this. I mean, are you sure that that hasn't been, well, at least observed and repetitively observed?
No, the observation has been from Earth, right? So we have to go all the way back to the beginning, which it seems to be a difficult thing for some people to do. So when the eclipse...
What do you mean go all the way back to the beginning?
I'm trying to explain it. When an eclipse was first observed at all, and it was suggested that it's the Earth in between, that's an ad hoc explanation because you don't know. You're not outside.
Oh my God.
Why are you saying, oh my God?
Oh, because I hear like two videos at the same time. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just was talking to myself.
Just put yourself on mute, please, because it was. Yeah, thanks.
You mean a lunar eclipse in that case, yeah?
Right.
Because the Earth's in front of the sun, which means the moon has to be excluded by it, yeah? Cool.
But that's but that's only an observation with a guess as to what the thing. You would have to have the entire system be true, right? You would have to have the Earth be a globe. You would have to have everything be true about the Earth, and they just didn't know it. So they're saying that the Earth is now the shadow that's going across the moon. But there's no way to prove that at that time. That was just a guess. Okay? So that's an ad hoc explanation. Now, when you get... Now,
a lot of rubbish.
It's not rubbish. It's very simple.
I don't think that's an ad hoc explanation. I think that you can make observations and you can come to conclusions. For it to be ad hoc, you'd have to do that without making the observations.
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying that the observations are perfectly fine. The explanation without evidence is ad hoc. There's no
The
evidence.
observations are the evidence, aren't they?
Well, well, if you're going to grant that, then I've got a lot of evidence for the Aether band. Are you going to give me that?
Well, yeah, because you're just talking about taking photos through the air, as we've determined, as we've now got the explanation of what you mean by Aether band. You can replace Aether band with air, and we agree that air creates distortions in when
Yeah.
we look over distances at the right times in the right conditions. So what?
Travis, you already agree that the atmosphere affects what we see in your own studies.
Yeah, that's not an issue. My claims right now are not.
Apply that to some freaky eclipses, and you're done.
No, it's not, because you have a problem with geometry.
But we don't.
Oh, that's a you problem.
I
that's because you haven't studied it enough to understand the scale.
Yeah, and the reason why you're resisting is because you're so model afflicted. You were like screaming in the playground, "Don't take away my pail! Don't take away!
No, that's
Don't
not
take
true.
don't
You
take
can
it
say
away from me!"
anything about it, and I'll just say you're being silly. But I'm not scared.
I mean,
you'll take
that
it
is a
away.
bit childish, Travis.
You won't be able to take away
You're-
anything from me, Travis.
You're
You're
being
not in a position.
You're being silly you're being silly is not an argument. Okay, again, look,
Well,
these are the answers that we have for you, that we are suggesting that you take into consideration. It
And
doesn't
I'm saying
mean,
there's no way I'm going to take that into consideration. I'm happy with that belief. Thanks.
right. I know that's exactly what I'm saying, but that's not an argument.
You not understanding my model and wishing it wasn't true has made you waste your time again.
No, we're showing you examples of why your model runs into and
In your
conflicts with.
mind.
Okay, look, we're telling you how your model runs up against, and conflicts with reality in
And I'm
terms of.
telling you, no, you're just misunderstanding it. It's actually perfect.
Stop interrupting me, Don.
No, because you're slagging off and making stuff up, so I have to do it back to you.
Okay, look, dude. So here comes an ad hoc explanation, right? Here's an ad hoc. You guys are going to give me an ad hoc reaction, okay? So if we have the sun being the source of the moon's light, and if the Earth is the reason for lunar eclipses, then when the sun is not visible, that is, it's beyond my horizon, which means it's behind the Earth at that point, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I turn around, and right at the horizon, 180 degrees from the sun, and I've seen this numerous times in the past couple of years because I've been paying attention. The moon is right above the horizon, fully lit, but the sun isn't visible. The sun is behind the Earth, and yet the moon.
Just apply the ether band.
No, that's an ad hoc explanation. I have no proof for it.
Travis. Exactly.
Okay. Right. Okay. There you go.
I said apply your atmosphere science, and you said it's ad hoc.
So are you saying that our claim is that the moon, the sun, and the earth are collinear when you see it happen?
You won't apply the ether band.
Can you repeat that?
You won't apply the ether band.
Yeah, I don't know if it was just me, but I feel like Travis was just getting to the completion, which was the finale of his point, and then he got interrupted. Was that just me, or did that happen?
I said he got to the end, and I said apply the ether band, and it might explain the eclipse. And he said no, that's ad hoc. So he's called his own science ad hoc. So that's a nice finale.
I think that's unfair, Dawn, because it would be ad hoc to apply his observations of distance to the moon without, doing something else. Which
I agree, and he agrees. We all agree it's ad hoc if he applied his ether band to the eclipse.
What's ad hoc again? Is that character assassination?
It's supposed to be, yeah.
No, that's ad hoc.
What he was saying, that has nothing to do with anything. As far as I know, the ether band has to do with refraction, and down at the horizon level is something totally different. He was talking about positions of the sun and the moon. For you just to randomly bring that up is, I guess you were just trying to sidetrack what he was saying, and then just try to criticize ether band instead of actually addressing what he was saying.
Our excuse for what he was saying is refraction. He studied refraction for 4 years, so he should be able to apply his knowledge to it.
No, I'm not going to make a claim without evidence. Just simply okay, again, without appealing to the ether band, right? Let me finish my point. Again, you have a full moon. There's no doubt. It's a full moon. And it is right at the horizon.
There is a doubt. Just has raised the doubt already. It might not be full. Right?
No. Okay, listen, I'm talking about watching it within that 10-day period that or that 10-degree period that Geo outlined for us. You've got the 175 up to 180, and then you've got the 180 to 185. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. In that entire time, the moon is always just above the horizon. Now, okay, so the sun is not visible, and yet the moon is right at the horizon. So if you're talking about the degree of the angle, we should always have an eclipse in those phenomena. When the moon is that close to the sun, to the Earth's horizon, apparently, and the sun is nowhere to be seen because it's behind the Earth, then the Earth should be casting a shadow on the moon.
Do you understand?
Only if they're collinear.
You understand the explanation is a bit of refraction.
That's an ad hoc explanation. It's not.
No, it's not because he's been trying to make a point for ages.
It's not to me.
But Travis, are you saying that our claim is that the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon are collinear at that point?
What do you mean by collinear? I think I understand, but what do you mean by collinear?
In a line.
Do you kind of mean like coplanar? You talk about
like
eclipses?
If the sun is big, so if the Earth is like there's light coming from the sun, and if we are off collinear by X amount, a little bit, then we'd still have the full moon because, I mean, we're not collinear.
No. Okay, but again, we are. If you go back to what Geo said in terms about lining up three spheres, on a table, if you just have three spheres that you can line up in a line, that's collinear or trilinear because you've got three bodies: the sun, the Earth, and the moon.
You're not really understanding the use of the word. Sorry, I don't mean to be mean, Travis. I would not try and use things like trilinear or collinear. Collinear just means there's a relationship between the objects to be in a straight line.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, whatever. I was thinking.
Confusing the situation.
Yeah. I was thinking bilinear for some stupid reason because I was just thinking of two objects. But anyway, again,
hold on, real quick. The technical term for it is a syzygy. It's the astronomical term. It's spelled Syzygy, syzygy, and it means the conjunction or opposition of the sun and the moon, or several.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that if you take the Earth out of the equation, and you just have the moon and the sun, the moon is going to be in the full force of the sun's light. If you put the viewer in between, creating a model or whatever, and the viewer can turn around and see the sun, can't see the moon. Turn around and see the moon, can't see the sun. The sun is in a direct line behind the viewer, and it's going to be seen on the moon. Now, if you bring the Earth in between, and you do not have the sun visible behind you, and then you turn around and you can see on the horizon, that angle is so acute that there should be, at that point, always an eclipse represented on the moon, if your model is true.
No.
Just draw it out on a piece of paper. You'll see that your no is incorrect.
But we don't live in 2D.
But you can model. You should be able to model your claim. If you can't model your claim, then in my opinion, you don't have a legitimate model.
You could model it. You can take a bowling ball and then have a I don't know what is small enough to be Earth. Something very small, and then something even smaller, and then just put them on a line and move the moon a bit from that line.
So a bowling ball, and then your brain, and then penis. Your penis.
No. So what he did though is what he described was he made a concept, and he said it was so simple to understand that you could draw it on a piece of paper. That's something
I can even draw it on a piece of paper.
That's something that everyone should be able to do right now. Like, does everyone have a piece of paper
Why doesn't
and a
Travis
pen?
draw it, include refraction, and then explain how it doesn't work?
Yeah, and maybe draw it on a paper, but draw it on a scale.
You're not going to have me
invoke refraction when I don't have any evidence of how much, where, what kind. Why would I invoke something that I don't have any
You
evidence
don't have
for?
any
Yeah,
evidence of any
one second,
refraction
Don. I just
of
want to
any
ask Travis
kind.
a quick
That's
question.
interesting.
Oh,
With
he's
any
got a great
observation,
point.
1 second, with any observation that you make, Travis, when you're doing your test, are you ever able to do that? Are you ever able in any photo to establish how much refraction, to quantize it, to use a word?
No,
that was used?
I never make those. I never make those claims of
Which
how
is
much.
fine, but that's then the point. So, therefore, anytime you make a claim about these photos, do we then sort of say, well, you've not quantified this, so therefore, why are you making them?
Yeah, that's Sean Hawkins' go-to bitch about me. Yes, that's very. But you guys
Isn't that fair, just
hold
based
on.
off what you said?
No, it's not. Listen, I'm going to tell you why, Druss. Please pay attention because I've been trying to say this for years. Okay. If you go to Andrew Thomas Young and you can see him draw what he considers a ray tracing demonstration of what he thinks the light is doing when we have refraction in any form.
Well-known Glover, yep.
Okay. There is no data to tell us what weather conditions these events will happen in. So that's a failure on your side of having quantification. I can't
I will agree that there is a boundary from A to B that we can generally establish conditions are going to happen in. There might be some freaky things that go outside that, but I think that we can at least start to make a boundary for our observations. Go on.
Druss, that's not what I'm saying.
I am though.
Okay, then that is a non sequitur because what you just said doesn't follow what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Let's say, okay, then you should hopefully understand that what you just said was a logical fallacy. What you said didn't follow. You wanted to make a point that had nothing to do with mine. That means it has.
My point was you're right. Whenever we're taking any form of data, there is always an amount of tolerance that we built in, or amount of variance, or amount of deviation from the norm. Yeah, and all I'm saying is that when we look at atmosphere, we can establish kind of what the deviation from the norm is, from the upper value to the lower values.
Great. Okay,
and then work out a medium, and that medium tends to be around standard refraction.
Okay, great. Yeah, great. Appreciate that. Now, back to what I was saying. If you have a student who wants to say, well, when can I go out and expect to see stooping or towering or looming or sinking or even an inferior mirage? Like, if I go out on Wednesday, am I going to see an inferior mirage? Like, there's no information given so that a person would be able to know and understand when he can go out and see what this diagram shows.
I think there is. I think that absolutely. I think you could definitely do that.
Great. Oh, hold on.
And I think from my understanding, I want to finish my point.
Stop rambling, dude.
I haven't even got one sentence out without you interrupting me, Travis.
Okay, listen. I'm asking.
I'm now going to go on mute so you can go and fuck off for a bit and calm down.
Look, dude, you made a claim. You made a claim. You made a statement. All I was going to ask you to do was find that information for me because in 4 years, I haven't been able to find it. That's all I was going to ask you to do, dude.
Are you talking about the different forms of light refraction, sir?
No, listen. I'm not talking about the different forms. That's where I started. If you look at Andrew Thomas Young's diagrams of the different forms of refraction, he'll show you what he thinks sinking looks like. But when you go out on Monday, how do you know you're seeing it?
You are talking about the different forms of refraction. By the way, I'm on your side.
I understand that.
Are we talking about different forms of refraction, though, right?
No, I'm talking about how to know when to go out to see that different expression of refraction.
Okay, my bad.
Okay. And if Druss thinks that that information is out there, so that if you look and see on your weather predicting app that tomorrow is going to be relative humidity X, air temperature X, water temperature X, blah blah blah, I should be able to go out and see sinking. Or
weather is an incredibly complicated thing, though.
I agree, but we're talking about the demand that I have quantification when the other side doesn't have it.
Like, why am I supposed to be the one to jump through that hoop when your side, upon which you believe, not you, upon which they believe that their whole system depends, doesn't even have the quantification you're demanding of me?
Yeah, you shouldn't have to do that. That's not fair. You know, I can smell bullshit a million miles away when I hear it. And when someone tells me that they understand a complex subject and they claim to know everything about it, that's when you know you're talking to someone who's trying to basically bullshit you. That's bullshit. That's fucked up. And people shouldn't do that. But the good thing is, it's easy to detect those types of people, because like we were talking about UFOs earlier, right? You know, imagine someone who claims to know everything about UFOs. Like, you're like, okay, well, that guy's a fucking idiot. You know, pretends he knows about something that's beyond his world and will probably never understand, nor will any of us. You're like, bullshit. Eh, well, I don't want to make claims, but it does remind me of that. But what do you mean?
Flat earthers often pretend they know about the thing they don't know about.
Oh, yeah.
Quite like
Okay, sorry.
UFO people.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I get what you mean. I completely agree. Yeah. I'm not saying I know one way or another, or that like it can't be known. Maybe some people did figure it out. I didn't. Not yet.
You know, you said you can tell when someone's talking rubbish.
Mm-hmm. You can.
How confident are you about that?
I think there's some highly intelligent people out there probably speaking truths that I don't understand. But I think there's a lot of people speaking things that they don't know what they're talking about.
Do you think sometimes be lied to by a clever person, and sometimes you could be told the truth and not get it by a clever person?
I guess so. Yeah, kind of. It's shitty to admit, but I mean, excuse me. Excuse me. There's some really clever people out there that they know what they're talking about, but I think the majority of people are just guessing, like a lot of us, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. And the minority is people who do know what's actually happening. There's a small minority
Let
of
me really
people.
put you on the spot.
Okay.
Does Travis and Geo know what they're talking about when they talk about three-body problems lining up on a globe model?
I like that three-body problem concept. I do. I really like it. I respect it.
Say Travis is trying to re-explain how Moon, the Sun, and the Earth don't work on a globe model. Does he know what he's talking about at that point?
Geo?
Let's go with Travis.
Oh, Travis. Well, his name isn't Travis, so are you talking about, is that Mailman, or who is that even?
No,
Travis.
he's talking about me. My name is Travis.
Oh, okay, sorry. I don't know people's real names. I can't give two names to every person I know. You know what I mean by that?
Let me put it, restate it. There's flat earthers in this chat today. Do you think they know what they're talking about when they're trying to re-explain an eclipse on a globe model?
Well, I heard a hell of a lot of good arguments here tonight, especially in the last hour or two. I was just laying in my bed listening to the whole thing for the most part, and I loved it. It was great. Makes sense.
Fair enough.
Kind of. Some of it. But there was flat earthers and globe earthers, right? And so like it was a debate, right? But it made a lot of sense. Like I was one of the people who were originally started talking about how it was weird. Well, I said I could see the full moon and the sun at the same time, but what I actually think I was trying to say, and I admit I think I screwed up my sentence. I saw a half moon in the sky and the sun in the same sky.
Yeah, that's much more explainable. You don't need much refraction for that. It's just the sun off to one side and the moon in front of you. That's all it is.
I guess so. I'm okay with being wrong, by the way. But yeah, I don't know. That's why I brought up that 3D thing, and then I can't remember who that was, but that somebody brought up that 3D animation thing, which I did look at. I think, for me at least, maybe I'm dumb, but like it takes my mind at least requires some kind of 3D animation explanation for the whole situation, because it's like, I don't know, maybe some people get it really quickly, but like the way my brain works, my mind works, I need some kind of 3-dimensional explanation for it. You know what I mean?
I totally agree. But
yeah,
I think if you can't quite get it from a non-scale, not to scale 3D model, you have to put a certain amount of trust into the people that say they know and they've made a model.
Yeah, but the problem with that is, in my opinion, is that all you have to do is on your piece of paper change things. But that doesn't mean that what you're doing on the piece of paper is what reality is. Simply because you can go, okay, well, I just did that. That doesn't really work out. So what would it need? What would I have to do what would I have to change? That's what Andrew Thomas Young does. If you read his statements about how he creates the ray tracing, he says to you, I had to adjust it this way. I'm like, that's not fucking reality. That's you trying to make your idea fit what you see. That's the exact opposite of science.
I don't know what the ray tracing thing's got to do with it.
It's a model. You're talking about a model. And what I heard you say sounded like if I have to change the model to represent what I think reality is doing, right? But then that's not reality. You're not
adjust your model till you've decided it fits and explains reality.
I'm not gonna. You're not gonna see me do that.
Then
why would I do something that I don't have any way of verifying that that's what it is? I could make anything up.
You verify it. This is the whole science. You adjust your model slowly so it fits reality better.
No, that's wrong. That's the opposite of science. The science tells you what your model should be, not you trying to go.
That's what I'm saying, Travis. You do tests, then you adjust your model so that it fits what you've observed better.
Okay, great. Show us the tests. They don't exist.
For what? For what?
Any part of your model. The selenelian.
Any test ever.
The selenelian. There was no test. Orbital mechanics from Kepler. There was no test. It's an idea.
We've done tests on refraction affecting seeing the sun.
Show me.
I don't want to have to Google that myself. So
I don't know what you're like. I'm just saying.
Hold
on. I'm sorry. Just real quick. All I'm saying is you can tell me that you've done that for the sun. I don't know what you're talking about, so I would have to ask you.
I'm saying people have, and I trust it's been done, and they've got information.
Okay,
you can find it if you're interested.
No. This is not my problem. When you say,
I'm sorry, but you're the one that showed interest. You'll have to look it up.
No, I only showed interest because you made a claim it existed.
You asked me if I believed if it existed, and after I said yes, you asked me to prove it. I said, no, this is based on me trusting something. You can go look it up if you're interested.
You made a claim a couple of minutes ago about a model being tweaked and whatever, and when I challenged what you said...
Whatever. You're going to misunderstand what we were talking about and how I was talking about a model if you just say whatever at the end.
Yeah, this is all getting obfuscated.
Hey guys, so I'll be the brunt of this discussion at this moment. What I think I'm realizing now is what I'm trying to figure out is the selenium phenomena at all, right? That's what my brain is trying to understand that, right? It's the selenium phenomena, correct?
Yeah, but
refraction's bringing the sun up past the horizon a bit.
Yeah, there's no evidence for that, but go ahead.
There is. The evidence is refraction exists and affects light.
Well, Don, let me run this by you. See if you can kind of track with me with what I'm going to say. Okay, so you have the sky, positions of the stars, and so on, and like a clockwork, no matter which model you're using, like clockwork, you have the position of the sun and the moon. So they're in a particular degree of the entire 360-degree circle, which is why we say like the sun is in Libra or Scorpio or Sagittarius, because it's those are all 12 signs. Each one is 30 degrees. 12 times 30 is 360. So each one is 30 degrees. So if you have a full moon, you might have the sun at 5 degrees of Cancer and the moon is at 5 degrees of Capricorn. Cancer and Capricorn are 180 degrees opposite each other. And so when they're both at 5 degrees of their respective signs, you're going to get that full moon. So okay, so they're in those degrees, right? 5 degrees, 5 degrees, et cetera. And you get that, let's say the eclipse. Now, they're in that actual position. They're actually in the 180 degrees. They're both at 5 degrees. One's in Capricorn, one's in Cancer, and they're at that exact point. Now, each degree in the sky is accounted for, because 30 degrees each sign, 12 signs, et cetera. Each degree is accounted for. Now, when the eclipse occurs, we can measure their degree, that position of that 180 degrees, et cetera. Now, what you're describing is happening in order for it to fit on a globe is that they can't be 180 degrees because you wouldn't be able to see them. So that's why you're saying refraction. So now let's say that they're bending. So now they're like 165 degrees or 180 degrees. You're claiming that they're bending in order to allow this to be visible. However, they're not changing their position in the zodiac. They're not changing their degree position. Like 5 degrees Cancer, 5 degrees Capricorn. It's not, the moon is not jumping up to 15 degrees of Capricorn and then, you know what I mean, or jumping back after the eclipse is over. They're not moving their... Right, but if that were to happen, they would actually have to change their position in the sky clock, in the actual degrees in the zodiac. It's kind of like the idea of, let's say you have... let me just finish just to say this, just geometrically. Let's say the time on the clock is 6 p.m. So that the hour hand is down at the 6, the minute hand is up at the 12, right? So that's what I'm talking about. They're 180 degrees from each other. When you say refraction, then that means that they're not 180 degrees. They have to be a completely different degree. So I get that idea. Let's say they bend into position. Now, first of all, we'd have to see it bend into position. It would have to change its position in the zodiac, and then it would have to bend back. And that's not what occurs. They're just in their exact precise positions.
Well, the refraction's there all the time. It doesn't come to that point and then bend up and bend down again. It's slowly bending in because of all the angles to make the sun seem like where it isn't, slightly for one day. And I'll tell you, astrologers might see that and say maybe the sun's doing a special thing because it's not quite in Leo where it should be in Leo or whatever.
But that's what I'm saying. It doesn't do that. Like if the sun is at 5 degrees of Cancer during the entire, it's always at 5 degrees of Cancer. We're not observing it changing its position in the actual sky clock. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, what we do is we base where we think the sun is on where we see it or where we know it should be. So we use both, either where we see it or where we know it should be.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. You're saying that it's not 100. It's not 180 degrees during that time. It's warping. So where is that measurement?
180 in a line, but it's bent up so that people on some place on Earth can see it just for an hour or something. Two bodies are bent up.
Right, and I know you're kind of repeating that
in the sky.
Right, and I know that you're repeating that. I understand that concept. Like I said, I'm with you on that. Let's just say that's happening and it's doing that. That's, in theory, that's fine. But they're not moving out of their 180 degrees position in the actual sky clock. Do you know what I mean by that?
Geo. So Geo, the question that I have based on, I thought that was a really interesting way to approach this discussion. So if then the real position of the sun and the moon is 180 degrees from each other, and they really are physically out of my line of sight, then where they are at that moment
should be where they actually are in the zodiac. But in my opinion, the zodiac is based on what we actually see. So how do you know where the sun is in Aries or the moon? It's where you see them actually. So that's what I hear you. That's
some people base it on seeing it. Some people apply the new science of where it is.
Well, there's kind of two factors. If in terms of like what degree of what sign it's in, like I was saying 5 degrees of Cancer, if it's in 5 degrees of Cancer, yes, the one way to know that is the actual backdrop of the position of the sun and the backdrop of stars. So if you were looking at it, it would actually be in that, like you were saying, physical position. But the other thing is where it fits in the 360-degree circle. That technically doesn't even have to do anything with the zodiac. That's just an actual degree alignment. So if the sun and the moon are actually measurably in the 360-degree circle of the sky, if they actually are 180 degrees from each other, then they can't just be bending to be 190 or 170 or some other degree.
I think it's about 5 degrees up.
But again,
it's not out of 180.
So
And if you were born on the Cenobalian eclipse and you had a very good astrologer, they might work that in to your birth chart. The fact that the sun was in and out of one of them because of the eclipse.
That's what I'm precisely telling you, that in the history of all mankind, that's never happened. Nobody has looked up at the sun in the time of the time, because these things are very, very specific. And cycles and speeds that they're moving. Hang on.
General astrology.
They're so specific in the cycles, and they're like gears of a machine. So they're not just out of sync ever.
Don, just real quick, and it's hard to go back now, I think. You said some people do. What? I was talking to Gio. Oh, I was talking to Gio. Huh?
Some people try and apply more science to astrology.
No. That's not what we were talking. No, that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about. I was trying to talk through the way Gio explained it using the gears and the zodiac, so that if the sun and the moon aren't physically where we think they are, and they should be behind the Earth, then they're in a zodiacal position there. But then we see them apparently above the sky, above the ground, and then the zodiac is there. So then you said that some people take that into account and some people take the other one into account, right? You said, okay. So here it is again. Did you just make that up, or do you have proof that some people do it this way and some people do it that way?
I assumed it based on my research of astrology and science.
It's a baseless assumption then.
No, it's not baseless. I just told you the two bases for it.
I have no way of validating it.
How do I tell you two bases and then you say it's baseless straight away? How does that work?
Can you show me any evidence that would make me understand that some people look at it one way and some people look at it another?
You can Google how astrology is done in conjunction with science nowadays. You can Google that.
It's going to give me a uniform answer. It's not going to say some people do it this way, some people do it this way.
It'll tell you. If I'm correct, it will tell you what I said is correct.
Wait, are we actually using the word astrology over astronomy?
Yes, Gio invoked it because he thinks.
I would say it doesn't
changes the zodiac. I'm just trying to tell you, it doesn't change the zodiac. It's one small phenomenon where the sun appears to be above the horizon instead of below it. That doesn't change any zodiacs that anyone cares about.
Technically, I'm actually not even talking about astrology. Astrology is the interpretation of how those positions are synchronistically connected to, events and human life and so on. I'm not even really talking about that. That's a much more kind of deeper, nuanced subject. I'm actually just talking about the astronomical alignments, the actual physical alignments. And the zodiac is used in astrology, but it's also used in terms of the fixed star constellation.
Yeah, so that's the difference between astrology and astronomy. It's a big difference. Huge difference.
Yeah, so Don, you are getting what I'm saying. So I think you are tracking with me. So yeah, the point is that in the 360-degree measurable, degrees of the sky clock during Selenelian eclipses. Like, okay, the whole reason a Selenelian eclipse is an eclipse is because the sun and the moon are in a full moon, but it also aligns with what's called the lunar nodes. The lunar nodes are 2 points that have to also be aligned. So when the eclipse happens, it's a very particular alignment of these 4 points: the sun, the moon, the north node, and the south node. North and south node are 180 degrees from each other. So all 4 of those have to be lined up. So when I said before about when they get to that exact degree, those are all lining up. And the thing is like how close the sun and the moon line up with the lunar nodes. That depicts whether it's a partial eclipse or a total eclipse, and so on. How those line up. So those are not. Well, let me just finish my point. So those are not wavering or bending or warping in and out of their position to account for some refraction on some Selenelian on a globe thing. Like, they're not doing that. The way that they're aligning is specifically how the eclipse, presents itself, and those are not moving out of those degrees.
I would say the only 3 things that matter are the sun, the moon, you looking at them, and possible refraction or another reason why you might see them.
You left out the Earth.
The north and south nodes, I'm not into that. I don't think that is anything to do with you seeing the sun and the moon.
But you said like there's what things you thought were important, and you didn't even include the Earth.
You on the Earth is wherever it matters. Say if you're on a mountain, you might see a great Selenelian eclipse. If you're in a valley, you won't see it at all, will you? That's the point. It's not for everyone on Earth. It's for certain places at very certain times.
You don't have to be at altitude to see it. It's just when all it is that the eclipse aligns with the fact that, like, for example, right when the sun is rising and the moon is setting.
Yeah. And I'm saying,
so it just happens to
refraction explains this. You can Google it.
I think that Dawn has created even a more severe problem with the example that I brought up. If you have the full moon all throughout the night, you've got the full moon all throughout the night, right? So it's nighttime. And then when the moon finally gets to the horizon and it's still nighttime and the sun is not up, then according to their model, I'm only seeing the moon at that point because it's being refracted up into my line of view because it's actually farther down behind the Earth. Well, that's
it doesn't make sense because shouldn't there be a slow eclipse every night?
Right. Yeah. So again, my point is that invoking refraction in that instance actually makes it worse because the moon is actually at a lower position behind the Earth, out of this.
I didn't invoke refraction.
Yes, you did for Selenelian.
You did a lot. You did a lot of
decided that was the best
how about this?
explanation.
Explain this to me and call me retarded afterwards if you want. But how come we don't want? How come the moon doesn't have a phase every day? Can you explain that to me?
What? Why doesn't it phase every day?
Yeah, rather than every month.
Because the scale, the scale.
Wait a minute. I'm not sure I understand why you're asking this question. What makes you ask this question?
Never mind me. I'm just a little frustrated by the whole situation. It's so many questions, I have more questions than answers. So,
I mean, look, I think it's very simple. Again, I had never questioned any of this stuff until 4 years ago when I started watching the sky. The sky made sense to me, but thinking about it from the globe Earth model, it didn't make sense. And then you have to then have, well, then this is happening. Well, then this is happening. But those are just ad hoc explanations.
You know what's crazy?
It's not quite normal. There's always a reason. That's science. You can try and find out the reason why the phenomenon has happened.
Okay, listen, trying to find out the reason isn't ad hoc explanations. When you make an ad hoc
explanation, you deciding it's ad hoc.
Guys, what is ad hoc again? I know it's like an argumentative procedure or whatever, argument type. What is ad hoc again?
This
means
is that.
We made it
It's
up.
like when something is artificially inserted into something to kind of try to hack it together to make it work, but it's not really.
Oh, so it's like fake.
Ether
It's like
band
a
is an ad
fake
hoc way
argument,
to
kind of.
explain obstruction. That's what I would say to Travis.
Okay. Okay.
I try not to say that to him because he's worked so
You know
hard
what's
on it, but
interesting is that like
generally what I think.
Travis just drops info and knowledge. You guys are the one that always are trying to like, tease him about the ether band.
Yeah, well, it's ad hoc. I think that makes him a hypocrite because he's called our explanation ad hoc.
But it seems like you're
has his own ad hoc explanations.
You're
for
threatened
similar
by.
things.
It seems like you're threatened by new ideas, new concepts, possible things that are formulating in a new way of the actual understandings. That it just seems like you have to just attack it.
Well, fair enough. If I'm scared of new ideas, it seems like you're scared of old ideas.
Give me one ad hoc that I've committed.
I'm just saying, I don't call you out for it all the time, but generally, what you mean by refraction for me being an ad hoc explanation, I think your ether band is an ad hoc explanation for obstruction.
Okay, so how?
Because you made it up. It doesn't fit actual reality.
What did I make up?
All of it.
Okay, look, you're being so generic. You have no meaning right
Ever
now.
since you denied the glow and decided it was another cause, that's when you started.
Okay,
making
listen very carefully, Dawn. I have said this over and over again in my streams. What I'm saying about Mirage has fuck all to do with the shape of the Earth. It has to do with the nature of Mirage. Even if I were a baller, Dawn, like, I didn't give a shit about Mirages 4 years ago. But let's say, for instance, hold on, please. Let's say 4 years ago, somebody gave me a camera and I started taking pictures and I'm like, man, fuck, look at this Superior Mirage. It's awesome. I would come to the same challenge to the mainstream science. If I were a baller, I would be standing up and saying, you guys are wrong about Mirage.
I don't believe you.
How is it wrong about Mirage? So you're saying that refraction doesn't exist?
No. Okay, please listen to what
I thought Don was talking. My bad, Copernicus.
Yeah, okay.
I just don't believe you, Travis. Sorry.
I know you just don't believe me. That's not an argument, Don. Right? No one.
I don't believe you.
I'm not making an argument now. I'm just saying I don't believe you.
I know you're not making an argument. That's why it has no substance.
Bro, Don, bro, you're literally thick-headed, bro. You're not even trying to just look at it from his understanding. You're just denying it because you just automatically think that you're right. That's your dense-headed fucking brain.
I looked at it for 3 years every day.
Stop with the personal insults, Dragon. Attack the argument, don't attack the person.
I'm sorry, dude.
Again, and Travis, I've got a problem because you don't have to make an argument for it to have substance. Statements on their own have substance.
Yo, please, why are you quiet, you fucking keyboard warrior?
Hey, listen, guy. Listen,
for fuck's sake, can someone boot this guy? Because he's just not going to learn. He is incapable of acting like an adult here.
Yeah, you need to tone it down, bro.
Dude, it's just these idiots make me mad, bro. Because it's
Then
you're gonna
be
go
an
on mute,
adult
dude.
and
You're
not a
gonna go on
child
mute,
and
man.
control your emotion.
There's no.
I'll just go on mute.
Let's not mute him, but Dragon, we all know it can be frustrating. So that's understandable, but it doesn't mean it's a reason to do that.
Dragon, for example, I got a bit frustrated with Travis in his position. So rather than being annoying and vindictive and invective, I dropped out and I sort of got myself centered, posted my thoughts clearly so he could see what I was talking about. That's what we do here. So we don't have to sort of like be nasty.
I haven't read any of the chat because I'm driving, so I don't.
No, that's fine. I'm cool with that, Travis. I know that you work.
Do you want me to read it?
You can look at it later. Basically, I just
He wants you to pull over right now. Pull over right now and read it.
Actually, no, I want more than that. Travis,
Yeah, pull
get
over
me
on
your
the highway.
manager.
Pull
I
over
want
on the
to
highway.
speak to your manager now.
No, just stop in the middle of the road. Just put your emergencies on and stop in the middle of the road. Just tell everybody this is so important.
Hey, fool.
What is it, Dragon? Basically, all I did is I posted up some stuff on prevailing weather conditions required for mirages and the fact that we can sort of estimate that to get the most likely days that we would observe such phenomena.
Can I ask a brand new question
Wait,
on
I'm
top
sorry.
of what Foolish
Wait.
Decisions just said?
I'm sorry. So
So, Druss, you're telling me that you did post some citations for information on what weather conditions are necessary for certain phenomena?
So I'm good like that.
Do you guys think the day will ever come, and the answer could be yes or no, whether or not we could keep having the same discussion every time about weather conditions and gravity and all these same things that we've heard a million times?
This will go on forever. People
Will
will
it?
die and new people will be born.
I think if we ever get to the point where it becomes a mass thing, the same way as sort of air travel is a mass thing now, of getting people into orbit and for them to be able to observe for themselves the actual shape of the Earth, and we can go into orbit, then I think an awful lot of these arguments will just fall away.
I hope so.
Because then it becomes, that personal experience as opposed to really, and, that's where I have a little bit of sympathy for your argument, that a certain amount of reliance and trust on the investigation and the knowledge and the experience of others.
Yeah, right. Like it's still theoretical, right? To a point, yeah, in some way.
I think, well, I mean, if you've been into space, let's just assume that's happened. And you've actually seen it. For that person, no, it's very personal. For us, we will listen to their statement, their evidence, or their anecdotes, depending on how you want to put it. And then we make a choice of how we view, our confidence in that position.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
what
but
do you
that
think about
theoretical
this
person,
with like Apollo 11
Yeah.
astronauts? And a lot of people don't even think they went there. And so, yeah, it would have been really personal. But a lot of people are like, "Hey, bro, we don't even believe your story." You know what I mean?
The thing is, let's flip that. Let's say they've actually been there.
Okay.
And you don't believe them. So either way, you don't really, you don't have that 100% self-experience kind of thing going on.
I was not there. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So the amount of doubt for them going there or not going there is really immaterial.
Just real quick, Druss, can you just send that to me in a DM, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to go back and fish it through, so I don't want to miss what your citation was, please, or your link or whatever.
Probably get some more academic if you want.
Are you saying you don't have you don't want to unblock too many messages?
What?
Unfortunately, I can't send you any messages because you got me blocked.
Yep. That's what I meant.
Can you tag me in the chat then?
Tell me about Earth.
I tagged you in the
can't,
chat
I
with the
blocked
original
you 'cause
message.
I hate you telling me about Earth.
Let me just double check that I did tag you.
Yeah, you did.
Are you guys cool with me bringing up a new concept about flat Earth versus space and all that?
Yeah, I'm cool.
Okay, let me know if you don't want to talk about it. I can tell. Dude, the secret space agencies that have been developing secret space technology since the 70s, how could that have even possibly existed in the first place? If they knew that we were living on a flat Earth, yet they were somehow spending like trillions or billions of dollars for all these secret space programs.
This is a
What
question
secret
for
space
flat earthers
technology?
that believe
I
in
know exactly. Most people don't know
I think
about
the problem
it.
is the question in itself is malformed, ET, because you're saying,
Yes.
well, it's secret. If it's secret, how do you know?
It's malformed in various ways, ET.
Because some of
That
it
was the
has.
first part I picked up on.
Do you believe
So-
in secret space, ET?
Because some of it, no, secret space programs.
Do you
in the
believe it?
military.
Do you believe it's a thing?
A program does not technology make. What secret space technology are you talking about?
Okay, well, I will say this: if what you're saying is true, it leads me to believe, and I'll do respect on both everyone's side, and I respect people's opinions. It's just that I've been aware for a long time of these crazy secret space programs because whistleblowers have come out and been like, "You guys need to," and a lot of other stuff
As a
too.
flat earther,
There are secret space
Let me finish, Sean.
programs. So there are secret space programs, and to say that that space isn't real, I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth. I'm just saying secret space programs. That the only reason that could have possibly happened is if it was another cover up for flat Earth, and that's just stupid to me. Like, no.
What secret space
What is your
programs
final
have what
hypothesis
technology? What are you
on
talking
secret
about?
space? Do you believe in it?
I think there's a damn good chance that space is very real. Yes, and I actually do believe in space.
Oh, well, I
Yeah.
agree with you. Space is real, so you'll have to debate a flat earther.
Oh, great.
Bro, I'm asking the question. What technology, bro?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about I'm not going to pretend like I know everything about it, but the secret space program has been going on for like decades. There's been this crazy space technology that the military and all these crazy organizations are deploying all sorts of crazy weaponry and spaceships up into space for decades, and all of a sudden, like, none of that's real. Like, I'm sorry, but no.
Hold up. If we can see satellites with our naked eye from Earth, like they claim, don't you think that we'd be able to see these tanks or whatever artillery or laser whatever you think that they are?
To be honest, percentage. If I wanted to hide stuff in space, I'd just make it very non-reflective.
It's all pretty small. If you think about it, most of them are the size of like a car or a truck, right? So it's not
I could stick something up there, the size of a football field, and as long as it wasn't very reflective. Yeah, I know.
It's true. Yeah, the ISS is huge, apparently.
But imagine if we painted the ISS and it absorbed light rather than reflected it, so we make it a very dark color, so very little light is reflected of it. We wouldn't see shit.
But they didn't do that, though. Yeah,
no, I know. I'm just saying that's how I would do it if I wanted to hide something in space. I'd just make it very non-reflective.
Huh. Funny how it's the color white.
Well, that's not really a.
So what's the secret space program?
Classify. Yeah, I don't think we can classify ISS as a secret space program, though, can we, ET?
That's just the beginning of what we probably know. The ISS is probably like. That's like a kindergarten explanation as to what's actually happening up there. No, I don't. No, I don't think there's humans going out there anymore. I used to think that, but now I don't. I don't think there's people.
It's the least of what we know, and now you're saying you don't believe in it?
I'm saying there's some stuff going up there, and they're lying about the whole thing.
Oh,
we can talk about this. We can talk about this. That's fine.
Has any flat earther got any issues with ET's belief that they are putting stuff up there?
Oh, of course. Flat earthers hate me. I'm hated.
I'll believe it when you show me a demonstration of astronautics akin to the vacuum of space.
Well, okay, so you guys probably believe that the Apollo 11 moon mission was complete bullshit, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there we go. I agree with you. Bullshit. All I'm trying to say is that I believe that there's something out there. We're not encapsulated in some kind of dome bubble, and we can explore out there. It's just so insane that we're not able to do it yet because it's crazy.
We can go up there, or we can't go up there.
If we can go up
in the chat.
ET, first you said we can go up there, and there's a secret system of stuff going up there. Now you just said it's too insane, we can't go up there. So
yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah. So let me clarify.
Within 2 minutes.
Well, let me clarify my point. What I meant, you're right about what you said. I believe there are military organizations who did figure a way to go out there. Yet, I think in the public realm of knowledge, it's basically impossible. Like, you have Elon Musk, he's like, space is hard, so we're not supposed to go out there.
You wouldn't be able to show percentage any demonstrations because it's secret, right?
Listen, man, I don't know the numbers or anything. All I know is that, like...
The answer to that is no.
Wait, what? Okay, do we have to restart the conversation again?
No, I was just answering the question that Don posed to you.
Oh, well, Don's been speaking bullshit for a couple hours now, but it's okay. No offense, Don.
Hey, so let me just jump in real quick. Druss, are you still here?
He's not.
Okay, so just for the cheap seats, very clearly, everyone listening, I have done the research, and what Druss provided was an article, a blog article, with no scientific data, which is what I asked for. So all he did was post an article about Fata Morganas where they described what they think the light is doing. I didn't ask for that. I asked for the weather data so that I would know when I'm going to see, right? Because you should have that science, ballers. You should have the science so that a kid can go out and say, Mommy, take me out to see the Fata Morgana. I did the research. Today's the perfect conditions for it. Okay? So there's no information in that article about the temperature that's required of the water or the air or the relative humidity or the barometric pressure. There's none of that. So there is no quantification even from your own side on this stuff.
Listen, nobody
and I
has
don't
the
think they'll
answer.
have that. They won't have that until they have,
Nobody has all the answers,
barometers,
man.
like everywhere.
Nobody
Well, it's a
has all
good
the
point though
fucking
because
answers.
Ruhif. Well, it's a good point because Ruhif will actually go on and on about where he gets these weather balloon data and the different, those reading the measurements of the environment, and then he uses these formulas and he claims that he can predict, that they can predict it with the whole formula. So
I know it's
essentially
bullshit. Like,
he
if
is
someone's
claiming
gonna
that.
sit there and tell you that they have the answers, you know immediately that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Nobody has all the fucking answers. At least some people might have like 75% of the answers. But if there's someone claiming they have 100% of the answers, you know right then immediately that they're fucking full of shit. It's so easy to detect these people.
Remember earlier when you said you could be fooled by clever people?
Well, yeah, you can be. Yeah, some people are really smart. Crazy. But when I see this all the time, though, people are like, I know the answer to this crazy question that humanity can't figure out. And I'm like, fuck you. No fucking way you know what you're talking about. I mean, like, really? Like the UFO question is a great example. People are like, I know exactly what's going on with UFOs. And people, like brilliant people like Stanton Friedman, have been spending like 50 years studying the whole thing and never figured it out. And then he died and he still didn't figure it out. And and then you have to sit there and listen to someone be like, yep, I figured it all out. It's like, come on. Like, go fuck yourself, basically.
Like flat Earth.
You mean Danny Freeman didn't even figure out after he died?
Stanton Friedman spent his whole life trying to solve the UFO mystery, and he never did. No, I don't believe he did. But he was a genius. He was a very honest man, too.
Anyways, if Ruhif thinks he can, tell exactly when a Fata Morgana is going to happen, I don't know what to say, man. He must have gotten roofied and woke up thinking he was, a magician.
Who?
We're just talking about one of the mainstream ballers that comes in here.
Yeah. See, I don't really care about all those little games you guys play.
I was just making a joke with his name, Ruhif.
All right. Okay, sorry.
Well, that's the thing, though. Some of these guys, they do claim that they've scientifically isolated the effects of refraction. And Ruhif, in particular, will be very, very confident sounding that they've done that. Yeah.
Oh, Ruhif, right? Okay, sorry. Now I get what guys are saying. Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't doubt that they have weather balloon data, right? I don't doubt any of that. I'm saying you guys should be able, like we shouldn't have to like go and crunch the numbers and find the weather balloon data. I would think that science would be like encouraging children to go out. Hey guys, you want to see an inferior mirage and you've never seen one, these are the kinds of days you need to go out on, right?
Well,
Like
that's
that
the problem. These kids' heads get screwed up so much by the time they get out of school, they don't even know how to think properly anymore.
But that's not the point I was making. The point I was making was, again, I don't deny the data. I'm saying they have never correlated the data with the specific phenomena that we see.
I don't think they have enough data. The weather
I
balloons
know, right,
aren't going to
right.
be enough whatsoever.
Right, and yet they're demanding from me to quantify my claims. And my claims aren't even about what causes an inferior mirage. That's not what my claim's about. So in a sense, the data about what causes one, that's got nothing to do with my claim. And they don't